Just by casually raising his hand, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. When he reawakened, the world turned upside down, thunder roared across the sky, and Jingming became a transmigrator, but unfortunately, he ended up inside a total loser. Seeing this, he desperately cried out for his system in vain. But in the end, without letting Jingming down, the system actually showed up and gave him the power to upgrade his talent, letting him go absolutely wild, boosting his strength in a world crawling with beasts and monsters. In the 12th grade classroom of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, tension filled the air as the big exam drew near. On the blackboard, the words "1 day left until the college entrance exam" felt like a brutal warning. Below it were complex math formulas, and right next to them, some motivational words. The exam was coming. 20 years of grueling study were all for this single day. Homeroom teacher Chen Fan, with a dead serious face, leaned against his desk and spoke in a booming voice. "Those taking the written exam, go home tonight and make sure you have all your supplies ready." He scanned the room and added with even more intensity, "But for those taking the martial exam, you'd better prepare your battle gear and weapons perfectly." Teacher Chen Fan stared straight at the class, his voice heavy, emphasizing every single word. He gave one final warning. The martial exam carried a real risk of death. Anyone with an awakened ability below D rank shouldn't even think about taking it. His warning literally froze the whole classroom in absolute silence. Amidst that dead silence, a guy with black hair and deep blue eyes smirked, thinking to himself, "Is he throwing shade at me?" He was none other than Xu Jingming, the transmigrator. Jingming recalled that this world was called Blue Star. Its tech level was pretty much identical to his previous world, but Blue Star was plagued by a terrifying threat: bloodthirsty, savage beasts. Flashbacks of cities engulfed in flame and pure chaos flashed through his mind. Ugly-looking monsters with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth wreaked havoc everywhere. To fight back, humanity had produced individuals with insane powers. These were the Awakeners who could stand up to the beasts. They were this world's only hope. The crazy part was that everyone could awaken their abilities at 16, and they came in all kinds of crazy varieties. However, there was a massive gap in power. According to Blue Star's rating system, ability classes were split into 9 different tiers. Yet the vast majority of people only awaken F rank to D rank abilities. Recalling the day he awakened, a pathetic spark of electricity flickered and died. Xu Jingming's ability was E rank, weak electricity. A tiny pathetic current crackled at his fingertips, with power barely matching a cheap taser.
Right.
Then a mocking voice sneered from behind. "Hey Xu Jingming, Teacher Chen made it pretty clear. Are you seriously still planning to take the martial exam?" A muscular blonde guy with a smug look leaned down and hissed in Jingming's ear. "With a piece of E-rank trash like you taking the exam, it's just going to embarrass our school. Why don't you play nice and take the written exam? Go be a corporate slave at some office. Isn't that a better way to get by?" Right away, a girl with short purple hair and a smoking hot body stood up, pointed at the blonde guy, and yelled, "Huang Tian, mind your own business." Huang Tian snorted and turned away, but not before giving her a smug look. Lin Qingying, I'll show you who is truly the best in this exam." As he walked away, he glanced back with malicious eyes at Jingming and sneered to Qingying. "As for this pretty boy, Xu Jingming, he's just going to end up dead in the exam arena." Once Huang Tian left, Lin Qingying turned to comfort Jingming with a gentle voice. "Jingming, don't let his words get to you. Everyone has their own value. Why not switch to the written exam? Living a peaceful life in the city is also pretty great, right?" Jingming remained silent, his eyes drifting down to the application form. In the Great Xia Kingdom, higher education was split into 2 paths, written in martial. The form clearly showed his info. Name Xu Jingming, gender male, age 18, ability E-rank, elemental type. With such a low ability level and 0 confidence in fighting, most people would choose the safe written path to live as a regular civilian. But those who chose the martial exam had to enter designated zones and fight savage beasts to the death. It was a path paved with blood and tears. Only those with high enough scores could get into universities for awakeners. After years of training by academies and mentors, they could finally break past their limits and wield insane power. Jingming fell deep into thought. He knew his teacher and Lin Qingying were just worried about his safety. But in a world this dangerous, he thought to himself, even if he avoided the high mortality martial exam, he couldn't run from a sudden beast invasion. A painful memory rushed back, the sight of his parents falling in pools of blood during a beast tide. The trauma was deeply carved into the young boy's soul. His parents in this world had literally died in a beast tide. Jingming's eyes grew firm and sharp. He clenched his fists, a fire of determination blazing in his chest. "I don't want to stand by and be totally helpless when something like that happens again." He raised his head, all hesitation gone. Grabbing a pen, he decisively filled out the form, his voice firm. "I'm still choosing the martial exam." The school grounds slowly dipped into a beautiful sunset, but inside the gym, the wind howled fiercely. Whoosh! Ha! A figure was tirelessly practicing with a long spear. He gripped the spear tight, feeling the power surge through his muscles. "Ha!" Jingming roared, unleashing a powerful thrust. Pathetic sparks from his E-rank ability flickered around the shaft of the spear. After an intense workout, he panted heavily, soaked in sweat. So tired. In the end, he collapsed onto the floor, completely exhausted. "I can't train anymore." Lying flat on the floor, Jingming breathed heavily, looking back on his journey. "Ever since I awakened, I chose the spear as my weapon and practiced for 2.5 years, but my mastery is still just at the beginner level. He thought bitterly. Luckily, I spent 300,000 to buy the Lightning Gale Pierce Spear technique, which helps make up for it, and makes me slightly stronger than standard E-rank awakeners. But then the brutal reality set in. He desperately reached his hand into the air, a dark truth echoing in his mind. The death rate for students below D rank in the martial exam is rising day by day. Even so, the fire of determination inside, but he wasn't about to just fade away. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rock-solid determination. I'm getting into that awakened academy, even if I have to risk my freaking life. Just as the moment he made up his mind, a bizarre blue glow suddenly burst from the back of his hand. A hologram screen popped up right in front of a completely stunned Xu Jingming. On it, the words, "Read, system activating." His eyes went wide, totally speechless with shock. Whoosh! System successfully activated. Xu Jingming bolted upright as another notification popped up. System successfully activated. Claim starter pack? He froze, a crazy thought flashing through his mind. No way, is this actually the cheat code golden finger system for transmigrators? The shock was quickly wiped away by pure, unadulterated hype. He grinned with hype and asked out loud, "What's in this pack?" Instantly, the system screen flashed the answer. Starter pack, S-grade ability, and 200 ability points. An S-grade ability? Xu Jingming froze in shock. He knew exactly how insane that was. An S-grade ability. Even in a massive nation like Great Sha, it takes 3 to 4 years for just one person to awaken something like this. Once it shows up, the top-tier awakened academies will literally tear each other apart to recruit you, showering you with endless resources, and grooming you to become a powerhouse at the absolute peak. A spark of hope flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the ultimate glow-up right within his grasp. An E-grade loser like him finally had a chance to completely defy his fate. He resolutely reached out toward the hologram. With a confident smirk, he ordered, "Claim it." Ding, ding, ding! Notifications spammed his screen. Starter pack successfully claimed. 200 ability points added to your account. S-grade Purple Cloud Divine Thunder initiating transmission. A massive surge of purple energy slammed straight into his heart. An agonizing, soul-tearing pain hit him. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, enduring it. His body was completely wrapped in violent purple lightning. His shirt ripped to shreds, exposing his rock-solid abs. Progress, 10%. Boom! The energy exploded, shattering the windows and shaking the entire room. 20%, 30%. The whole training room turned into a heap of wrecked ruins. Outside, a little girl held by her mother gasped, pointing up at Xu Jingming's shattered window, asking innocently, "Mommy, what happened to that big brother's house?" The neighbors around them were panicking too. A man quickly pulled out his phone, his face pale. Something went wrong at that Xu kid's place. "Call the fire department, fast." Inside, through the agonizing pain, Xu Jingming still gritted his teeth and endured. It hurt so bad, the transformation process continues. 50%, 60%, 70%. Suddenly, the sky outside turned abnormally dark, making pedestrians gasp in shock. Why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Dark clouds swirled as a massive lightning dragon materialized in the sky, letting out a world-shaking roar. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Inside a luxury office, a powerful man looked out the window with a serious face. What a terrifying surge of lightning energy. I can actually feel a heavy pressure. Could a powerful lightning-type beast be invading? The commander turned, barking orders to his subordinates. 3rd Legion of Zhongcheng City, enter. Combat readiness. The soldier immediately saluted sharply and snapped, "Sir, yes, sir." In midair, the lightning coalesced, forming a ferocious dragon head, its earth-shattering power striking directly down into Jingming. Ah! Xu Jingming roared as the transformation finally reached its peak. 80%, 90%, 99%, 100%! Ability transformation completed. The energy slowly receded, condensing into a sphere of lightning in the center of the ruined room. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, feeling the brand new power surging through his veins. Opening his hand, a crackling purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Smirking with satisfaction, he thought, "This is an S-grade ability. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder is on a whole different level compared to my old weak electricity. Just one strike is enough to grind someone into dust." He put his hand to his forehead, looking around the wrecked room and sighing, "But man, that made a huge scene. Luckily, I held back a bit. Otherwise, more than just this training room would have been destroyed." Then he remembered, "Oh right, the starter pack also gave me 200 ability points. What are these used for?" The system screen popped up with an explanation. Ability points can be obtained by defeating beasts. Consuming ability points can level up your stats and skills. You can view your points and upgrade options on the status panel. Xu Jingming grinned, putting his hands on his hips confidently. "Haha, I love simple but overpowered cheats like this." Open system panel! Whoosh, a detailed info sheet appeared in front of him. Name Xu Jingming, rank awakened unranked, ability Purple Cloud Divine Thunder S-grade, physique 121 vitality, spirit 140 skills. Spear technique, beginner. Gale lightning burst, beginner. Ability points, 200. Feeling the brand new power surging within him, Xu Jingming clenched his fists, sparks of purple lightning dancing across his hands. His eyes flashed with determination. Tomorrow is the joint exam. I have to invest these 200 points where it counts, doing everything I can to boost my combat power. He commanded clearly, "System, allocate points." He tapped the panel, carefully distributing his points. The essence of an ability comes from one's physique and spirit. So let's boost these two basic stats first. Instantly, the number on the screen began spinning crazily, ticking upward with the system's ding-ding-ding sound effects. A wave of pure, intense energy rushed from Xu Jingming's body, enveloping him. He could clearly feel every single cell cheering, his nerves becoming razor-sharp. Is this what boosted vitality and perception feel like? He clenched his fists, feeling raw physical strength overflowing in his muscles. Striking a stance, arcs of blue-purple electricity automatically wrapped around his body. Not because he was controlling it, but because the energy was too overflowing to contain. Xu Jingming smirked with confidence. Once my basic stats are up, whether I'm using combat skills or controlling my ability, everything gets a massive boost. He glanced at the updated panel. His two basic stats had each increased by 20 points, meaning one ability point equaled 0.2 vitality or 0.2 spirit. Now his stats were Physique, 141 vitality, and Spirit, 160. With this new power, Xu Jingming's confidence skyrocketed. He smirked, his eyes flashing with ambition. With my current strength, passing the Awakened Academy exam will be a total breeze. He pondered, I just wonder where I rank among the over 700,000 candidates in Jiangnan province. How do I compare to those prodigies trained by master teachers since childhood? He swung his spear over his shoulder, his smile growing even wider. Let's hit the dojo to test out my actual stats, and I'll know soon enough. Kaboom! Suddenly, his front door was kicked wide open. 3 fully geared firefighters stood right in front of him. Freeze! Stunned. The lead firefighter, dripping with sweat, said dead seriously, We got a distress call about a fire here. Xu Jingming looked back at the wreckage in his room, scratched his head, and explained, My bad. It was probably just the shockwave from me training my ability. Everything's chill now. Hearing that, the firefighter let out a huge sigh of relief and turned around to order his squad. False alarm, guys, pack it up. But as he was leaving, he couldn't help but look back at Xu Jingming with absolute shock and awe. He thought to himself, making a mess this huge just by training? And he is only a high schooler? This kid is seriously built different. The fire truck blared its siren as it drove off, leaving behind a crowd of neighbors still gossiping like crazy. When Xu Jingming walked out of the building with his spear slung over his shoulder, a familiar neighbor rushed over to ask, Hey Jingming, is everything okay with that fire? He replied, I'm good, Uncle Yang. It's totally under control. Another neighbor took one look at his gear and said, Glad to hear that. Looking like this, are you heading to the dojo? Xu Jingming nodded. You're just going to the dojo to get some practice in. His words made the crowd around him shake their heads in awe. Man, what a grind. The college entrance exam is literally tomorrow, and he is still going to train. Not like my lazy kid at home. In this world, if an Awakened wants to level up into an ability user, they have to train their body and mind to boost their power. But not every family can afford a private training room. That is why dojos, which offer training grounds and coaching, became a thing. Xu Jingming headed straight to one of the 2 most famous dojo chains in the Great Sha Kingdom, Thunder and Raging Bear. The moment he walked inside, the intense training atmosphere hit him. Among them, the Raging Bear Dojo had a yearly membership fee of 100,000, which was perfect for rich kids. Only the Thunder Dojo was completely free for high schoolers. Walking down the hallway, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from a group of students nearby. Standing there was a gorgeous girl with long black hair and amber eyes. She turned around, it was Tangqi, Xu Jingming's cousin. She wore a sharp school uniform that highlighted her tall figure and crazy long legs. Xu Jingming walked over, surprised. Kuzen, what are you doing at the Thunder Dojo? Tangqi glanced at him and calmly replied, Just hanging out with a friend. He nodded. Ah, got it. Well, you guys enjoy your walk. I'm off to the training room. With that, he headed straight toward the training area. Watching his back fade away, Tangqi frowned slightly, thinking to herself, Weird, that guy feels totally different from before. Her friend nudged her shoulder and asked curiously, Hey Chi-Chi, who is that? He is actually pretty handsome. Tangqi answered, That's Xu Jingming, my cousin. He is in grade 12, just like us, and his martial arts exam is tomorrow. A guy in the group teased, Why are you asking so many questions, Xiaoya? Got a crush or what? Xiaoya fired back, playfully. Heck yeah! With looks like that, as long as he is not completely useless in combat, wouldn't it be super cool to show him off as a boyfriend? Tangqi sighed, splashing cold water on her friend's fantasy. Hate to burst your bubble, but his awakened ability is only E rank. Xiaoya's face immediately fell in sheer disappointment. Only E rank? Damn, what a waste. The guy smirked, crossing his arms. An E ranker actually daring to take the martial arts exam. Gotta respect the guts, I guess. But Tangqi looked worried. What good is guts? The risk is way too high. Honestly, I'd rather he not take the exam at all. Sensing the mood get heavy, she changed the subject. Whatever, let's drop it. Weren't we here to check out the Thunder Dojo? Xiaoya quickly snapped out of it and said, True, I spent all 3 years of high school at Raging Bear. This is actually my first time here. The guy chimed in, chilling out before. Exams is good for your health, body, and mind. Let's go, let's go! The group happily moved on. Inside a private training room, Xu Jingming stood before a massive target dummy. He lifted his spear and a strange sensation washed over him. He gasped softly, This spear feels way lighter. He quickly realized that, or rather, his physical body had gotten way stronger. Caressing the shaft of the spear, he felt a bit of regret. The exam is literally tomorrow. No time to find a better weapon. He got into stance, his eyes turning razor sharp. Let's test my raw physical power first without any ability buffs. He took a deep breath and let it out. Whoosh! He unleashed a straight thrust, the spear tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Clang! A deafening metallic screech echoed as the tip slammed straight into the center of the target dummy. A number flashed on the force measuring screen. 321 units. The dummy's metal plate was severely dented. The entire training room was built with low-grade memory metal. Within its tolerance limit, it would automatically self-repair. Xu Jingming pulled his spear back and clenched his fist, feeling this new power, unable to hide his shock. My raw strength literally doubled compared to before. The maximum physical strength of a normal awakened was only about 100 units. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes. Next up, let's try the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. He focused his mind, and purple electrical currents instantly wrapped around his body, his black hair standing on end as a domineering aura erupted. Boom! He unleashed a lightning-fast strike, unleashing an insane amount of power. This time, the number on the force measuring screen shot up like crazy. 3,010 units, Xu Jingming panted, but the grin on his face was pure excitement. As expected of an S-rank ability, the attack power of a Tier 1 ability user is only 1,000. Yet, even before reaching Tier 1, I can already unleash an attack strength comparable to a mid-tier Tier 1 ability user. He tilted his head, purple lightning still crackling around him, his eyes sharp. And this isn't even my limit yet. He gripped the spear tightly as more and more purple electricity gathered. Raw muscle strength, ability buffs, plus combat techniques was his real trump card. He took a step back, built up momentum, and his entire body was engulfed in a sea of mingling purple and white lightning. Preparing to unleash his ultimate move, the lightning gale, break with unprecedented force. All his energy surged to the tip of the spear, forming a blinding orb of lightning that slammed violently into the target. The blast's blinding light swallowed everything. Break! Xu Jingming roared with raw power. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying shockwave rippled throughout the entire dojo. In the main lobby, everyone stumbled. A man in training gear panicked. An earthquake. On the same floor, Tongqi's group was also thrown off balance by the tremor. Her male friend's face went completely pale as he gasped in terror. Holy crap, what a massive energy wave. This has definitely reached the level of a certified ability user. The group huddled up, their faces filled with shock. Xiaoya wondered out loud, wait, isn't this floor supposed to be just for high schoolers? Did one of those freaks from... Could the Tier 1 Awakener who was previously training at the Violent Bear Dojo have run over here? His buddy quickly said, let's go check it out and we'll know. Tongqi also cast a curious look toward the source of the shockwave. The group followed the energy sensation, quickly making their way down a deserted hallway. The energy waves seemed to be radiating from somewhere nearby. Right then, Xu Jingming stepped out of the training room, carrying a spear over his shoulder. Tongqi called out in surprise, Xiaoming, are you heading home already? He calmly replied, yeah, I want to get back a bit early to prep some more. All right then, good luck with the martial exam tomorrow, but make sure to stay safe. The guy next to her said, with a serious face, stop worrying about him, the energy waves are coming from right here. The group walked up to the door of the training room that Xu Jingming had just stepped out of. Is it really in here? When the door opened, everyone froze in utter shock. Inside was a scene of pure destruction. The memory metal target was smashed to pieces. The floor was cracked and the surrounding equipment was heavily damaged. Tongqi and Xiaoya were so terrified they couldn't even speak. Xiaoya covered her mouth, stammering, oh my god. Even the memory metal got completely obliterated. Does our Zhangcheng city actually have a high schooler this insanely strong? The guy who seemed to know the most in the group walked in, inspected the room, and shook his head decisively. There's no way this is a high schooler. I can still feel a ridiculously wild and peerless energy lingering in the ruins. Whoever did this might even be a Tier 2 Awakener who wandered onto this floor and used this training room to test their limits. Another guy nodded in agreement. Told you so. An attack of this scale could never come from a mere high schooler. Totally. Even the geniuses from the capital couldn't pull this off, let alone someone from our backwater Zhangcheng city. Xiaoya suddenly had a wild thought and playfully tapped her chin. Hey, only Xu Jingming came out of here just now. You think this attack was actually his doing? What if he's actually some hidden super genius who's been masking his true power, just waiting for tomorrow's martial exam to blow everyone's minds? The other two guys burst out laughing. One of them mocked, have you been reading too many of those playing weak-to-flex novels? Coming up with such a ridiculous story, hiding your strength requires you to actually have some in the first place. He's just an E-rank Awakener. An attack power of 100 is already a stretch for him. The leader of the group pointed down both ends of the hallway, analyzing, both sides of this hallway lead outside. That powerful Awakener must have slipped out the other way, which is why we didn't cross paths. He turned to Tongqi, who was still standing there silently with a complicated expression. Tongqi, don't you think so? Tongqi didn't answer. Right away, her eyes still glued to the cracks on the wall where the devastation was deeply engraved. She gave a vague reply, maybe. She gently ran her finger along a deep, round, and clean indentation where the metal had been pierced straight through. A suspicion flashed through her mind. These marks looked exactly like they were made by a spear. The image of her cousin carrying a spear as he walked away flashed back into her mind. Tongqi's eyes gleamed with deep suspicion as she muttered to herself, so? Is Xu Jingming really just overestimating himself by taking the martial exam? Putting all doubts aside, the big day finally arrived. On the morning of the exam, hundreds of buses lined up to drop the candidates off at a vast, desolate, and ruined wasteland. This was their exam arena. The examinees, each carrying their own weapons, stepped off the buses one by one, creating a noisy and chaotic scene. Amidst the crowd, Xu Jingming stepped down, firmly gripping his spear with a calm and confident expression, standing out completely from the anxious faces around him. He took a deep breath, feeling the tense atmosphere of the exam grounds. So this is where we're testing. Suddenly, a terrified scream erupted from the crowd looking through the fence. Holy crap, I think I just saw a one-horned rhino. This immediately triggered a wave of panic. Weren't we supposed to face common beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired boars? This year's exam is way too brutal. While everyone was panicking, a condescending voice rang out. So what if it's a one-horned rhino? He sneered, looking down at the terrified crowd. If you can't even handle a beast of this level, even if you luck your way into an academy, you'll still end up as nothing but trash. An examinee recognized the speaker and whispered to his friend in shock. Who is this guy? Talk about cocky. His friend leaned in and whispered back. Who else could it be? That's the breeze sword Zhou Danyang from First High School. He continued with an admiring tone. I heard he has a B-rank ability, Swift Wind, and has already broken through his unranked state to become a Tier 1 Awakener. Xu Jingming also glanced over at Zhou Danyang, the guy hailed as a genius and the top candidate for this year's martial exam champion. A spark of battle intent flared up in Xu Jingming's chest. Who's actually stronger between the two of us? Just then, a booming, commanding voice echoed from the speakers, drowning out all the noise. Attention, candidates! A scarred middle-aged man in a sharp military uniform stepped up to the high podium. He spoke loud and clear. I am the chief commander of this Zhangcheng city. Martial exam, Huang Tian. Before we begin, let me emphasize a few key points. He pointed toward the ruined wasteland behind him. The martial exam will officially start at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning and end at 9 o'clock in the evening, lasting for a total of 12 hours. The exam arena is this abandoned town right behind me. A massive map was projected. Just like previous exams, the arena is divided into the outer ring, the central area, the inner ring, and the core zone. Slaying different tiers of beasts will award you corresponding points. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. Wang Haiyang's face turned dead serious. The core zone is basically the extra hard bonus question of this exam, reserved only for the absolute top-tier candidates. Know your limits and don't throw your lives away just for some extra points. Xu Jingming stared at the map, his mind already made up. Yesterday, he would have only dared to linger around the outer ring, but now he was definitely going to charge into the inner ring, and maybe even the core zone. Wang Haiyang continued. Now we will begin distributing the exam gear. Line up and collect them from your homeroom teachers. Xu Jingming walked over to Mr. Chen Fan, who handed him a bag containing 3 items. Inside was a smartwatch used to track the number and types of beasts slain while tallying points in real time, and a tactical backpack with 3 energy bars, 1 energy drink, and a single-use medical kit, ensuring the examinees could survive for 12 hours. And finally, the safety orb. Once activated, it creates a high-voltage power grid around you that normal beasts can't break through. Mr. Tran Fan patted Xu Jingming on the shoulder, warning him with a deeply worried look on his face. Look, even though popping that safety orb means your exam ends early, always remember, your life is more important than anything. Xu Jingming nodded gratefully. Thanks, teacher, I got it. Just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out, Xu Jingming. It was Lin Qingying running right toward him. She flashed a bright smile. I bet you don't have a squad yet, right? Want to team up with us? She proudly bragged. I just awakened a C-class ability recently. Next to her, Liu Wei chimed in loudly. Jingming, once we're in the exam zone, I've got your back. But one members of her squad immediately protested. Class rep, playing the good guy is fine normally, but this is the martial exam. A squad can only have 5 people max. If we drag him along, how are we supposed to get a high score? Liu Wei gritted his teeth. We already agreed on this. Are you two seriously changing your minds now? The other guy pointed right at Xu Jingming's face. Who knew he'd actually have the balls to show up for the martial exam? Either way, I'm not dragging some dead weight along. Seeing things get tense, Xu Jingming calmly spoke up, cutting off the argument. Old Liu, class rep, I appreciate the gesture. He smiled faintly, looking them dead in the eye, and said, I'm planning on going solo in this exam, so you guys go ahead and squad up. Lin Qingying and Liu Wei were stunned. She asked anxiously, are you serious? Seeing Xu Jingming nod with absolute certainty, she sighed. All right then, just make sure you stay safe. The other guy scoffed, just leave him be. Let's go, we're better off finding Huang Tian to team up anyway. The group quickly walked off, leaving Xu Jingming alone to face the trials ahead. Watching his former classmates walk away, Xu Jingming just smirked. Yeah, he turned around, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. Even without you guys, I can still crush this and get a top score. Right then, the overhead loudspeakers blared the official announcement. A fleet of drones was activated, buzzing into the sky. The 2037th Zhangcheng High School Martial Exam has officially begun. Live cameras at all points are active, and drones are following closely, ready to start the live broadcast of the exam. The heavy iron gates swung open, and thousands of candidates swarmed in like crazy, charging headfirst into the ruins. One examinee roared, my goal is Jiangnan Awakened University. I'm going to blow everyone's minds this time. The massive crowd surged forward, signaling the official start of a life-or-death battle. The candidates had just entered, but the brutal reality of the exam hit way faster than anyone imagined. Right at the start, a candidate had already wiped out. Walking past, Xu Jingming heard a weak voice crackling from the fallen kid's smart watch, calling for medical staff. He calmly kept moving, thinking to himself that indeed, risk and opportunity go hand in hand, and not everyone gets a chance to defy fate and change their destiny. Suddenly, Xu Jingming's eyes sharpened. A claw print with razor-sharp marks was stamped into the dirt. Out of the shadows, a cat-like beast with pitch-black fur and glowing eyes lunged out. Xu Jingming instantly realized what was up. Intentionally leaving a survivor to bait others in? It's a trap. Shadowcat hissed, lunging straight at Xu Jingming. He didn't even flinch. Snapping into a solid stance, he faced the incoming beast head-on. It pounced with insane speed, but Xu Jingming was even faster. With a slick sidestep, he dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. The Shadowcat landed on the ground. It was incredibly agile with razor-sharp claws and a bite force of thousands of kilograms. A total rookie killer for this exam. It whipped its head around, snarling viciously. Xu Jingming gripped his spear tightly, calmly analyzing. The reason they call them fierce beasts is because they possess a special murderous aura that can paralyze their prey. Word is most newly awakened people freeze up when they face it for the first time, leaving them unable to use even 30% of their real power, or even just freezing up and waiting to die. That's why rich families hire professional awakened bodyguards to take them out to the wild so they can get used to fighting beasts early on. I obviously didn't have that luxury, so this is my first time actually facing a beast. The Shadowcat didn't give him any more time to think. It leaped forward, bearing a mouthful of sharp fangs, aiming straight for Xu Jingming's throat. Splat! Blood sprayed. Xu Jingming didn't even dodge. He unleashed a lightning-fast thrust, his spear tip wrapped in crackling purple lightning, piercing straight through the beast's skull. He yanked his spear out, his eyes completely calm. Looks like this murderous aura is completely useless against me. Ding! A notification popped up on his watch. Defeated one unranked beast, Shadowcat. Awakened points +3. Below that was a tiny note. Beasts are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Those below Tier 1 are called unranked beasts, matching the level of newly awakened humans. Xu Jingming stared at the holographic screen on his wrist. Killing beasts yields awakened points to boost my strength. Still, unranked beasts give pretty lousy points, don't they? He glanced toward the center of the ruined town. Since this murderous aura doesn't affect me, staying out here is a waste of time. I should head straight to the center. Action followed thought, and Xu Jingming started clearing out the outer perimeter. His spear danced in deadly arcs, effortlessly tearing through beast after beast. Awakened points kept rolling in. +3, +5, +6. As he ran, he calculated. I'm racking up points, but what I really lack right now is real combat experience. Using Purple Heavenly Thunder can insta-kill unranked beasts, but it won't help me improve my skills effectively. Plus, the higher the ability level, the more energy it burns. If I go all out with Purple Heavenly Thunder, I won't even last 1 hour. Back when I had that weak E-Class spark, I could keep it up for over 3 hours. But this exam is 12 hours long. I can't go wasting my ability before I even hit the core zone. From here on out, I've got to stick to this strategy. Rely solely on my spear techniques to kill beasts and farm combat experience. Ahead, a massive one-horned rhino charged out, blocking his path. It let out a deafening roar, its 4 hooves slamming the ground as it barreled toward him like a tank. Jingming didn't flinch. He charged right back at it, leaping gracefully into the air to dodge the rhino's head-on charge, before landing squarely on its back. Beast, his spearhead driving hard into its thick hide. Squelch! A clean, effortless kill. Standing atop the rhino's carcass, Xu Jingming lets out a breath. His speed at slaying beasts is way faster than before. This one-horned rhino was honestly just meh. Did his spear technique level up without him even realizing it? He pops open his system panel to check, and yep, exactly as he thought. Skill, spear technique, intermediate plus. He cheers internally. His spear technique has indeed broken through to intermediate level. Looks like relying purely on real combat to level up his spear skills is the ultimate way to boost his power. With intermediate spear technique, he already feels like the weapon moves completely at his will. What if he keeps upgrading it? Without a second thought, he dumps his newly earned ability points into upgrading the skill. Instantly, a massive flood of images, combat experience, and spear techniques surge into his mind like a raging torrent. Xu Jingming shudders slightly, struggling to absorb this overwhelming wave of information. A sense of unprecedented enlightenment washes over his entire body. Letting out a sigh of relief, he feels a drastic shift within himself. It's absolutely mind-blowing. In his mind, countless advanced spear techniques vividly unfold. Standing tall, he grips his spear tightly, his eyes burning with battle lust. He is absolutely itching to find a Tier 1 beast to test his limits. Meanwhile, on another street in the outer zone, Lin Qingying's squad is moving cautiously when she suddenly freezes. Huh? Rubbing her eyes, she peers into the distance, totally unsure. She could have sworn she just saw Xu Jingming. The teammate next to her snaps, "Hey, class rep, are you seeing things?" No way in hell it's him. With his trash power level, coming here is literally a suicide mission. Lin Qingying is still skeptical, her heart filled with worry. Did she really get it wrong? But that back view looked exactly like Xu Jingming. She wonders how he's holding up. Suddenly, a team member yells, pointing ahead, "Look! This one-horned rhino looks like it was just killed." The whole squad rushes over. The blood on its wound is still fresh. It probably died just a few minutes ago. Checking the fatal wound on its head, judging by its shape, it must have been caused by a polearm weapon. One of them analyzes it and gasps in shock. "It's a spear!" Lin Qingying freezes as a wild, daring thought crosses her mind. Could that person nearby actually be Xu Jingming? Another teammate immediately shuts it down. "You're not seriously suggesting Xu Jingming killed this rhino, are you?" This is a beast only a C-class awakened can take down solo. How could Xu Jingming pull that off? Liu Wei chimes in with an idea. To see if it was him, just check his rank and score. That'll tell us instantly. Lin Qingying immediately opens her smartwatch, scrolls to the leaderboard, and goes completely numb. Rank 46. Xu Jingming, 256 points. Jiangcheng High School number 2. She gasps involuntarily. It really is him. The whole squad erupts, unable to believe their own eyes. No way, how the hell did Xu Jingming crack the top 50? Is it just someone with the same name? Since when are E-Class awakened this broken? I don't buy it. Outside the exam venue, giant screens in the spectator area are live streaming the top candidates' battles. An observer comments, First High School is as dominant as ever, basically sweeping the top 10. Another spectator adds, especially Zhou Mingyang, who's currently ranking first with 412 points. Looks like he's a shoo-in for the city's top scorer. Our Jiangcheng city hasn't had anyone make the provincial top 100 in ages. Wonder if he can pull it off. A chubby middle-aged man fanning himself confidently declares, if you ask me, he's absolutely going to crack the top 100 of Jiangnam province. Zhou Mingyang is our city's ultimate trump card. Even in the provincial martial arts exam, his strength is no joke. The speaker is none other than Zhang Wanshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Turning to the principals, he says, Old Liu, the education standard at your first high school always makes me proud. Also, third high school isn't doing too bad either, finally squeezing someone into the top 10. The two principals quickly butter him up. It's all thanks to your wise guidance, director. We'll be relying on your continued support. Zhang Wanshan then turns to the principal of second high school, his tone carrying a hint of disapproval. However, second high school really needs to step up. Your top student is only ranked 18th. The principal bows his head, muttering, yes, of course. Principal Zhao Yao of second high school is secretly seething with rage. Out of the top 50, only 8 students are from second high school. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tangzhu, Xu Jingming, you kids better fight like hell for me. Suddenly he pauses. Wait, Jingming? Who even is this kid? I've never heard this name before. Is there actually someone like this in our elite rocket class? He quickly asks around, and soon homeroom teacher Chen Fan, looking utterly flabbergasted, points a trembling finger at the leaderboard. Xu Jingming actually made it into the top 50. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mr. Chen still can't process it. But isn't this kid an E-Class awakened? Did he hide his true power? But even if he did, how could an E-Class ability suddenly morph into an S-Class one? Since only the top 10 get dedicated camera feeds, there's currently no way to find any footage of Xu Jingming. How on earth did he rack up such an insane score? Mr. Chen stares anxiously toward the exam grounds. Meanwhile, Jingming has already ventured deep into the high-risk central zone all by himself, walking down the silent streets. The vibe here is a far cry from the chaotic outer area. In the central zone, the beasts are noticeably fewer. He munches on an energy bar as he walks. Tiered beasts possess actual intelligence, and on top of that, they have a strong sense of territory, making them way harder to deal with than unranked beasts. Boom! Stomping his foot hard, he lunges forward. A giant tiger with fiery fur and piercing blue eyes leaps out of a ruined building. Unshaken, Xu Jingming swings his spear, whipping up a wave of scorching air. Spinning his weapon, he drops into a battle stance. The blade-tailed tiger unleashes a devastating pounce, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, aiming straight for Xu Jingming. The beast lands, its claws shredding the concrete pavement. Standing his ground, Xu Jingming smirks with absolute confidence. Is this really all a tier 1 blade-tailed tiger has got? Honestly, maybe only a tiger king can actually make me break a sweat. Brandishing his spear, he roars, time to send you packing, and charges straight at the fierce tiger. Slash! With a single swift strike, Xu Jingming flashes past the beast, leaving a deep, bloody gash across its flank. The blade-tailed tiger screeches in agony, blood spraying everywhere. Xu Jingming spins back around, his stance rock solid, the spear in his hand not shaking in the slightest. His eyes turn ice cold, totally locked in. The saber-clawed tiger is seriously trashed, but its wild instincts kick in, its eyes burning with savage fury. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, its body erupting in blazing flames, charging straight at Xu Jingming, ready to take him down to hell with it. But Jingming, he's chilling, insanely calm, effortlessly dodging the beast's wild lunges. Moving light as a breeze, he slips past a devastating bite that crushes a nearby lamppost into absolute dust. He mutters, not bad for a tier 1 beast. Damn, this thing's got crazy vitality, still trying to squirm. He squares up against the raging beast, but honestly, any struggle now is just pathetic. This time, Jingming stops playing defense and goes on the offensive, blue energy swirling around his spear. He swings his spear, unleashing sharp shockwaves that completely tear up the pavement. The tip of his spear is coated in a sick purple-blue energy, aimed straight at the beast's skull. One clean pierce, bam, blood splatters everywhere, and the saber-clawed tiger crashes down, staining the ground red. Ding, killed one tier 1 saber-clawed tiger. Talent points plus 14, Jingming looks at the notification, pretty hyped. The points you get from a tier 1 beast are practically double what you get from unranked trash. He shoulders his spear, looking down at the corpse with a smug grin. The tougher the beast, the bigger the payout. While everyone else is crying about how dangerous this exam is, for him, this place is literally a goldmine for farming levels. This kind of chance is rare, so he's got to grind fast and farm as many points as possible. He zips off like a gust of wind to continue his hunt. Meanwhile, over at the spectator stands, the leaderboard shifts yet again. One teacher gasps in shock. Wait, is that Chen Fan? Turns out Xu Jingming is actually a student from Mr. Chen's class 5. The other teachers crowd around, gossiping. With so many regular classes, only Mr. Chen's student cracked the top 50. Mr. Chen really knows how to train them. Totally. We should get him to host a seminar next semester to share his secret sauce. Mr. Chen is both thrilled and totally stressed out, waving his hands frantically. No, absolutely not. It's all the kid's own hard work. I barely did anything. Suddenly, someone yells, "Whoa, look at the screen!" Jingming's rank just shot up again. Every eye glues to the massive screen. Rank 25, Xu Jingming. The dude just jumped 44 points in one go. Director Zhang Wanshan strokes his chin, analyzing the situation. According to the martial exam scoring system, taking out a peak unranked beast gets you 6 to 8 points, while taking out a low-tier Tier 1 beast nets you 14 to 16 points. Another expert chimes in, looking utterly flabbergasted, and the update interval of the smartwatches is just 4 seconds. In other words, Director Zhang concludes, wearing a completely disbelief-ridden expression. In other words, within a mere 4 seconds, Xu Jingming took down 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-tier Tier 1 beasts. We haven't seen a performance like this in years. He turns to Principal Zhao Yao and asks, "Principal Zhao, your school had such a crazy prodigy. How come I've never heard you mention him?" Principal Zhao Yao is just as bewildered. "I won't lie to you, Director. I literally just found out myself. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher to get the details." Instantly, everyone shifts their gaze to Mr. Chen Fan, who's standing there frozen like a statue. Principal Zhao Yao quickly drags Mr. Chen over. "Mr. Chen, get over here and brief the leadership on Xu Jingming's situation. Like, what's his talent?" Backed into a corner, Mr. Chen stammers, sweating bullets. "Director, Principal, well, the thing is, the talent Xu Jingming awakened is just ranky, weak electricity." Principal Zhao Yao's eyes pop out of his skull. "Just a ranky talent, Mr. Chen? You sure you're not remembering things wrong?" Mr. Chen Fan grimaces. "No mistake, sir. Before the exam, I even specifically told him not to sign up for the martial arts test. I never expected this." Director Zhang Wanshan hums, stroking his thermos. "To make it this far with only a rank E talent, it looks like student Xu Jingming must have some insane hidden strength in other areas. This makes things even more interesting." He takes a sip of his tea and tells Principal Zhao, "Just watch, with this crazy momentum of his, he'll probably crack the top 10 in no time." The director's gaze turns sharp. "By then, we'll see exactly how he pulled this off. But if he cheated suddenly..." Piercing scream cuts the director off. Both Mr. Chen and Principal Zhao are utterly shell-shocked. The leaderboard just refreshed again. Rank 9, Xu Jingming. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tangqi just finishes off a beast. Looking up at the leaderboard, she mutters, "Rank 12, Tangqi." Then her eyes narrow, "So that massive punch at the dojo yesterday really was you, cousin Jingming." Elsewhere, the rank 1 ranker, Zhou Mingyang, is also staring at the leaderboard. With only 6 hours left in the exam, a completely random face has suddenly cracked the top 10. Xu Jingming, a nobody he's never even heard of. Right then, a drone spots Xu Jingming and starts broadcasting his live feed directly to the main screen. Facing down a Tier 1 beast, Xu Jingming effortlessly ends it with a single strike. Ding killed 1 Tier 1 Shadow Cat. Talent points plus 14, he smiles with satisfaction. Moving to the central area was definitely the move. The farming efficiency here is way better. Looking up, he spots the drone hovering overhead. A tracking drone, huh? Guess I must have cracked the top 10 by now. Standing on the beast's corpse, he brushes the dust off his clothes. The martial exam is all about showing off your raw strength and potential. The higher the rank, the more support and perks you get. I never planned on hiding my power anyway. The top 10 is just the beginning. Though before heading into the core zone, I need to beef up my stats a bit more. He opens his system panel. Talent points, 312. He's racked up over 300 points, but the level column still isn't showing any option to level up. Looks like transitioning from an awakened to an actual ability user requires learning a cultivation technique. Guess I'll just dump these points into my basic attributes. He dumps the points in. A warm rush of energy wraps around his body. Not a bad feeling at all. Having added 40 points to his physique and 22 points to his mind, he's ready. Time to head into the core zone. The core zone, the absolute highest danger level. A pack of saber-clawed tigers is ripping apart a colossal beast. One of the tigers steps on the dead prey's head, letting out a deafening roar of pure dominance. Peeking from behind a ruined wall, Xu Jingming counts 9 saber-clawed tigers. One of them has a massive aura and is way bigger than the rest. With those insanely long claws, it's gotta be the saber-clawed Tiger King. He grins with pure hype, looks like a massive jackpot. Suddenly, his eyes snap sharp. "Come on out, I know you're there." From behind a building, a figure slowly steps out. "Man, you're sharp. Can't believe you spotted me." The guy smirked. "Who would have thought you're Xu Jingming, the dude who just broke into the top 10? Xu Jingming was surprised. "Zhou Mingyang, you know me?" Zhou Mingyang explained. "I know pretty much everyone strong enough to get into the core zone except for you. So when I suddenly saw a new face, I figured you were that dark horse everyone's talking about." Xu Jingming nodded. "Ah, makes sense." Zhou Mingyang pointed at the pack of tigers, his eyes flashing. "I've had my eyes on this pack of blade tigers for a while now." Xu Jingming instantly went on guard. "You trying to steal my kills?" Zhou Mingyang quickly waved his hands. "Don't get me wrong. The Blade Tiger King is a Tier 1 mid-rank beast, and with 9 other Blade Tigers hunting with it, no matter how strong a single guy is, they can't handle this alone. We should team up." Xu Jingming flat out rejected him. "No thanks." He turned around, wearing a confident, cocky smirk. "I can handle this on my own." He charged straight at the tiger pack, leaving Zhou Mingyang completely stunned. The tigers immediately spotted the intruder. They raised their heads in unison, letting out a furious roar. Xu Jingming calmly observed them. Not bad for a pack with a leader. They actually have enough brains to use a basic formation. Standing on high ground, the Tiger King roared, giving the order. The remaining tigers instantly surrounded Xu Jingming. Undeterred, Xu Jingming charged straight into the center of the encirclement. Hiding nearby out of sight, Zhou Mingyang thought to himself, let's see if this guy has a death wish or if he's actually a badass. Standing among the tigers, Xu Jingming unleashed a powerful surge of energy. He spun his spear, forming an impenetrable defense. Slash, slash. He swung his spear in rapid succession, unleashing sharp energy blades that easily took down the tigers that lunged at him. Ding, ding, notifications popped up non-stop. Defeated Tier 1 low-rank Blade Tiger, ability points plus 10. Tier 1 mid-rank Blade Tiger, ability points plus 15. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with tiger carcasses, and blood flowed like a river. The Blade Tiger King roared in absolute rage, watching its pack get slaughtered. Xu Jingming stood among the corpses, leaning on his spear and catching his breath. Too bad my physical strength is still a bit lacking. I couldn't wipe them all out effortlessly. The Tiger King didn't give him any time to rest. It charged straight at him. Its roar carried a massive mental pressure, making the ground shake. Glass windows of the surrounding buildings shattered completely, raining down like glass shards. Even Zhou Mingyang, who was hiding far away, had to cover his ears, grimacing from the deafening roar. But Xu Jingming wasn't affected at all. Trying to intimidate me right from the start, that might scare others, but it won't work on me. He charged forward, meeting the oncoming Tiger King head-on. His spear tip gleamed with a cold light, primed for a decisive strike. He leaped into the air, his body as fluid as a dragon. The spear tip traced a perfect arc, slashing straight into the head of the Tiger King, whose mouth was wide open. Ding! Defeat. 1 Tier 1 high-rank Blade Tiger King. Ability points plus 20. Standing far away, Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded. No way he wiped them all out in one go? What kind of monster is this guy? Standing on top of the Tiger King's corpse, Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction, this batch of ability points is a massive haul. At this rate, by the time the exam ends, who knows how many ability points I'll accumulate. He jumped down to the ground. The more the better. I should hurry up and find another pack of beasts. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Mingyang rushed over. Wait up! How on earth did you overpower a whole pack of Blade Tigers with just a spear? Are you an enhancement type? Xu Jingming replied casually as he walked away. Nope, I'm lightning type. He leaped onto a building and vanished from sight. Zhou Mingyang stood there, dazed. Lightning type? Are you freaking kidding me? Even if you didn't want to tell me, you didn't have to lie to me. Like that. What a jerk. He pulled up the leaderboard, feeling anxious. He just killed so many beasts. Surely his score hasn't caught up to mine, right? He let out a panicked shriek. Rank 1, Xu Jingming, 1,122 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Zhou Mingyang screamed in anger. He actually passed me. In the spectator area, Director Zhang Wenshan stood up abruptly and laughed out loud. Advanced spear technique is just too OP. Xu Jingming is only 18 years old, yet he's already mastered advanced spear technique. It's confirmed now. He's a certified genius. He patted Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder and said with a smile, with Xu Jingming around, he can definitely represent Zhangcheng and make it into the province's top 100. Once the exam is over, I'll propose to the city to reward your number 2 high school. Principal Zhao was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. Principal Zhao Yao turned away, wiping tears of joy from his eyes. Xu Jingming, you really are a massive surprise. Our number 2 high school can finally hold its head high. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang was wandering around, looking completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? Where did all the beasts in the core zone go? Suddenly, he ran into a group of people. You'll have to ask the guy in first place about that. Zhou Mingyang was surprised. You guys, why are you all hanging out together? Lin Qingying pointed at the leaderboard in someone's hand. Rank 3, Wu Hao. Rank 4, Meng Jiao. Rank 9, Tang Qi. She explained Xu Jingming has wiped out all the beasts in the core zone. We couldn't find a single beast, so we had no choice but to group up just to ease the boredom. Zhou Mingyang couldn't believe it. No way, there's no way they could be gone. There are tons of them in the core zone. Tang Qi said, looks like you haven't checked the leaderboard in a while. Take a look at Xu Jingming's score and you'll see. Zhou Mingyang stared at the screen, so shocked that he started stuttering. 34? Over 3,400 points? Tang Qi looked at the stunned Zhou Mingyang and said coldly, now you know why? Subtracting the 700 plus points he got in the central zone, he still has over 2,500 points. In other words, he single-handedly slaughtered nearly 200 beasts in the core zone. Zhou Mingyang clutched his head, his face full of bitterness. No wonder Xu Jingming was so worried about me stealing his kills earlier. Turns out he was planning this whole sweep from the start. Wu Hao, the guy in third place, spoke up. There are only a few hours left in the martial exam. We're planning to team up and challenge the final core zone. He pointed into the distance. Look, beasts over there are tier 1 high rank at the very least, and there are even tier 2 beast kings. Going in alone is basically suicide. Meng Jiao looked at Zhou Mingyang, squinting with a challenging smirk. So, we need to join forces, you in? Zhou Mingyang didn't hesitate for a second. Count me in. As night fell, Xu Jingming sat on a pile of beast corpses, staring wearily at the crescent moon. His supplies were completely depleted, and the martial exam was finally drawing to a close. He pulled out his last energy bar and took a bite. Standing up, he stared toward the deepest part of the exam grounds. To gain even more ability points, he had to keep venturing deeper to go in. But the final core zone has a tier 2 beast, so I still need to beef up my stats a bit more. He opened his system interface, showing 2,413 ability points. Where should I dump them? Xu Jingming thought for a moment before a sly grin crawled onto his face. How about putting them into this? He took a deep breath, focusing all his energy into his spear. Purple lightning wrapped around the weapon. This should easily handle the toughest challenge of this martial arts exam. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang's group was also heading into the final area. The final sprint had begun. A massive beast with snow-white fur and red crystals growing on its back appeared, blocking their path. Xu Jingming had also arrived, resting his spear on his shoulder, his eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of tier 2 beast they set up for this martial arts exam? Zhou Mingyang's group shrieked in horror. It's the blood-devouring violent bear again. The massive bear roared, its power shaking the ground, sending nearby cars flying into the air. Tangqi and Meng Jiao both turned pale. This is bad. This is a rare beast. Its hide is tougher than E-grade alloy, and even missiles can't pierce it. One swipe of its paw could crush us all. Tangqi, I think we should just give up on this mission. Wu Hao pointed at the surrounding high-tier Tier 1 beasts. We don't even need the blood-devouring violent bear to lift a finger. Just stepping into this zone, these high-tier Tier 1 beasts will wipe us out. One of them panicked. I'm out of here. If we lose our lives, no amount of points matters. Wu Hao yelled in frustration. What kind of sick bastard came up with this crazy exam anyway? Suddenly, Meng Jiao pointed forward. Look, someone's coming. Tangqi was shocked. It's Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming jumped down from above, landing gracefully on the ground. Zhao gasped. Is that really Xu Jingming? He's so handsome. But Wu Hao grumbled. What good are looks? Charging straight into a horde of beasts like that, isn't he? Just asking for death. Xu Jingming charged straight into the center of the horde. This is bad, he's alerted the beasts. He swung his spear, easily taking down the beasts rushing at him. The blood-devouring violent bear roared, ordering its pack to attack. Xu Jingming faced the entire frenzied horde alone. He was like a hurricane, sweeping away everything in his path. The entire horde was swallowed up by a sea of his spear shadows. Zhou Mingyang's group stood stunned from afar. Xu Jingming going to die just like that? Wu Hao sneered. He's too reckless. If he dies, he brought it on himself. Tangqi said anxiously, no, I have to go help him. Wu Hao quickly held Tangqi back and yelled, are you crazy too? Going there is just suicide. Meng Jiao also tried to stop her. Yeah, did you forget what we just said? Tangqi broke free, her face filled with panic and determination. She screamed, you guys don't understand. Jingming is my cousin. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Right then, a terrifying burst of purple lightning violently exploded from the center of the horde, its blinding light engulfing a massive area. The shockwave of pure energy swept through, making it hard for Zhou Mingyang's entire group to even stay on their feet. The ground beneath them shook violently. Zhou Mingyang shielded his eyes from the blinding light, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He stammered, this lightning? Could it be the lightning ability Xu Jingming talked about? At the epicenter, Xu Jingming stood firm, his entire body wrapped in dancing purple sparks, crackling with immense power. All around him, the corpses of the beasts had been blown away in every direction. He stared at the massive pack before him, his gaze turning sharp. He thought to himself, relying on physical strength alone to handle this many high-tier Tier 1 beasts is way too exhausting. I have to use my ability. He let out a breath, a confident, slightly arrogant smirk playing on his lips. Tiny sparks of lightning danced on his fingertips, as expected of an S-grade ability. It really is insanely overpowered. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was cleared, leaving only the corpses of the beasts that had just charged and the lingering trails of purple energy. Xu Jingming raised his head, his cold gaze locking onto the massive blood-devouring violent bear towering in front of him. Feeling provoked, the giant bear let out a furious roar, its sheer power shaking the very air around them. Xu Jingming remained calm, analyzing his opponent. The blood-devouring violent bear is bulky and slow. With the help of my 9 heavens divine thunder, I should be able to handle it. He glanced at the Tier 1 beast still growling around him. But while fighting, these small fry might get annoying. His gaze turned firm, and a quick decision was made. In that case, let's clean up the battlefield first. Violent electrical currents erupted from his body once again. His blue eyes flashed with a deadly gleam. With that, Xu Jingming dashed like lightning, his spear unleashing rapid-fire strikes as he charged straight at the remaining beasts. A tiger-like beast lunged at him, only to have its skull pierced by his spear, fresh blood splattering through the air. System notification popped up as Xu Jingming swept past. Killed high-tier Tier 1 Shadow Cat, ability points plus 13. Xu Jingming felt the power coursing through his veins. He licked a drop of blood from his lip and thought, is this the power of an S-grade physique strengthening ability? But running lightning through my body is also dangerous. I can't hold this form for too long. Even so, he swung his spear, creating an arc of lightning energy that swept across the beasts. But to deal with you guys, this is more than enough. Another one-horned rhino beast got caught in the sweep and crashed to the ground. The notification rang out again. Killed high-tier Tier 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Watching its minions get wiped out, the blood-devouring violent bear went absolutely ballistic. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Boom! A terrifying impact blasted a deep crater into the concrete road, but there was nothing left inside it. Xu Jingming had narrowly dodged the attack with his insane speed. Xu Jingming dashed away, like a flash of lightning, purple electricity crackling wildly around him. The enraged, blood-devouring violent bear charged at him. He quickly leaped back, landing lightly on a large concrete slab to keep a safe distance from the rampaging beast. He slipped behind it to take out the rest of them. The system notifications kept popping up, recording his kills. Killed high-tier Tier 1 one-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15. Killed high-tier Tier 1 beast. Seeing this, the blood-devouring violent bear completely lost its mind. It threw its head back and roared in pure rage. Xu Jingming smirked. Dripping with attitude, sparks of lightning still crackled around him. What's the matter? Pissed off because your little lackeys got wiped out one by one? He bolted toward the last one-horned rhino, shivering in the distance, yelling, "Don't sweat it. Once I wrap this last one up, you're next." But out of nowhere, the bloodthirsty savage bear lunged right in front of him. This sudden move caught Xu Jingming off guard for a split second, making him think, "Damn, not bad, actually predicting my next move." The bear slammed its massive paw down, sending shockwaves through the entire area. The poor rhino got absolutely crushed in an instant, while he leaped high into the air, staring straight down at the bear with a sharp gaze. A cocky smirk curled on his lips. Finally, no more annoying trash mobs in the way. Let's see if that bronze-hard hide of yours can withstand my 1,000 thunder strike. He charged, turning into a streak of purple light, his spear tip packing the entire force of his S-tier ability as he drove it straight into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. A massive ball of lightning exploded, blinding purple light swallowing everything. The blast rippled outward, creating a terrifying shockwave. The energy wave was so intense that even the recording drone hovering in midair violently shuddered. Zhou Mingyang's squad in the distance had to quickly shield their eyes from the overwhelming pressure crashing down on them. Meanwhile, back at the central monitoring room, all the judges jumped to their feet, staring dumbfounded at the giant screen completely engulfed in a blinding purple flash of lightning. Chubby judge, sweat pouring down his forehead, couldn't hide his shock as he turned and yelled at Principal Zhao. "Principal Zhao, are you guys seriously calling this an E-tier ability? You're totally pulling my leg, right?" Another examiner in a gray suit chimed in, a look of pure disbelief on his face. Relying on a burst of raw ability, he wiped out a whole pack of high-level Tier 1 savage beasts, and even went toe-to-toe with a boss. Even with an A-tier ability, I'm afraid it would be hard to pull off. An elderly judge wearing wire-rimmed glasses scratched his head. Could it be a mutated ability? Principal Zhao smiled proudly, spreading his arms wide as if introducing a superstar. But regardless, after today, the entire Great Sha is going to be rocked by Xu Jingming. Back to the battlefield, the purple smoke slowly cleared. The bloodthirsty savage bear stumbled out, a scorched wound on its head from the lightning strike, but it still hadn't gone down. Seeing this, the bear let out a furious roar. The sheer pressure of the roar blew Xu Jingming back, sending him flying quite a distance. Shocked, he thought to himself, "Damn, that blast only left a flesh wound?" Xu Jingming flipped in midair and stuck a clean landing. Standing firm, his eyes turned dead serious as he analyzed his opponent, as expected of a rare species among Tier 2 savage beasts. Invulnerable to weapons, and most importantly, it's completely insulated. With my current power, trying to skip 2 tiers and take down a bloodthirsty savage bear in a single blow is indeed pushing it. It seemed. Sensing the provocation, the bloodthirsty savage bear began emitting a swirling black aura, its crimson eyes growing even more ferocious. The dark aura enveloped its entire massive body, sending its strength and rage skyrocketing. Xu Jingming's jaw dropped as he witnessed this transformation. What the hell? The giant bear, cloaked in dark aura, charged like a runaway truck, flattening everything in its path. Its speed was ridiculously fast, the ground beneath its feet shattering into pieces. Xu Jingming had to keep backpedaling to avoid a head-on collision. He drove his spear into the ground to keep his balance. Looking at the raging beast, a smirk of pure amusement played on his lips. "Triggering your berserk skill already? Guess this bloodthirsty savage bear really hates my guts." Note, berserk is a combat skill of savage beasts, similar to human martial techniques. The bear slammed all 4 paws on the ground, creating a mini earthquake. It threw its head back and roared like crazy, charging forward like a moving mountain, eager to crush Xu Jingming to pieces. Xu Jingming remained dead calm, quickly analyzing the situation. Incredible. Once a savage beast triggers its berserk state, its physical power indeed goes way up, but in exchange, what little brain cells it had are completely fried, turning it into a mindless killing machine acting solely on instinct. First, I need to avoid head-on clashes. The best bet is to use my agility to wear it down. No sooner said than done. Xu Jingming immediately ducked, using his agile footwork to dodge the beast's wild swipes. Gripping his spear tightly, purple lightning began dancing across his arms again as he looked for an opening to temporarily immobilize it. Sliding right under the bear's belly, sparks from his spear grazed its thick fur. Spotting an opening, he condensed his lightning power into a single point, forming a small electric orb and slammed it hard into the beast's hind leg. The giant bear lost its balance and tumbled forward with a massive crash. A deadly glint flashed in Xu Jingming's eyes. He growled, "Nine heavens, divine thunder." Raising his hand, he summoned a massive bolt of purple lightning from the sky. "Eat this!" Boom, boom, boom. A pillar of giant purple lightning crashed down, completely engulfing the fallen, bloodthirsty savage bear. Its destructive power shook the entire battlefield. The whole area was submerged in a sea of lightning, purple sparks wildly tearing apart everything in range. As the light faded, the bloodthirsty savage bear lay motionless, its charred body smoking. Xu Jingming stood there calmly looking at his handiwork. He glanced at the remaining sparks still dancing on his fingertips, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Getting blasted by the purple heaven divine thunder for over 30 seconds. No matter how thick your defense is, you can't survive that, right? But suddenly, the giant beast's crimson eyes flashed with one last look of sheer savagery. Letting out a desperate roar, it squeezed out every last ounce of its remaining strength, opening its bloody jaws and lunging at Xu Jingming. Roar! The final attack lost all its momentum, and the beast suddenly froze, completely motionless. Notification popped up, paralyzed. Xu Jingming smiled deviously, looking at his prey now trapped in the palm of his hand. It's time. He raised his long spear, and the lightning flared up violently once again. He began channeling his finishing skill, lightning finish. Enveloped in a powerful surge of purple electrical energy, his eyes glowing brightly. Swift as the wind, he leaped into the air, funneling all his energy into the tip of his spear, giving one final cry. Ha! A ball of lightning energy shot straight into the head of the bloodthirsty savage bear, triggering a terrifying explosion. Boom! The energy vortex swept away everything around, leaving a scene of totally wrecked. Boom! After the blast, that savage, bloodthirsty, violent bear lay there completely motionless, with a massive gaping hole ripped right through its body. Then a system notification popped up, officially confirming his victory. Successfully defeated a Tier 2 low-grade beast, bloodthirsty, violent bear, plus 24 ability points. Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief as he leaned on his spear. To stand up. It was finally over. To take down this freaking monster, he had specifically upgraded his swift lightning skill from basic to advanced, and honestly, its power did not disappoint him one bit. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Though it only lasted a brief 2 minutes, this was easily the most exhilarating fight he had ever experienced. Standing tall amidst the ruined battlefield, his eyes grew thoughtful. He wondered how many points he would rake in after clearing out all the beasts in the core zone. The night sky gradually brightened, signaling that the martial arts exam was wrapping up. Over in the monitoring room, the final leaderboard flashed on the screen, leaving everyone utterly speechless. First place, Xu Jingming, 10,835 points, Jiangcheng High School number 2. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, Jiangcheng High School number 1. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangcheng High School number 1. The entire room erupted. Over 10,000 points? That was absolutely insane. The judges and principals couldn't hide their excitement. One of them shouted, 10,000 points doesn't just shatter our Jiang City record, it completely demolishes the record for the entire Jiangnan province. He's not just a genius, he's a beast among geniuses. Last year's provincial top scorer only got a bit over 8,000 points. Then another judge boldly declared that Xu Jingming had basically locked in his spot as this year's provincial top scorer already. Back on the ruined battlefield, Xu Jingming checked his watch, a calculating look on his face. Time was running out. He smirked confidently. Well, I've already swept clean all the beasts in the inner ring and core zone. Next up, I'll head back to the central area to farm whatever's left. Hey, even a tiny mosquito has some meat, right? With that, he turned and dashed off like a gale, leaving the wreckage far behind. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyang's squad was still in total shock. Tang Qi stammered, Jingming, he actually took down a Tier 2 Beast King. That is insane. Zhou Mingyang, utterly baffled, wondered why the hell is he going back? His score is already light years ahead of everyone. Why doesn't he just end the exam? What is he even trying to do? Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes as she watched Xu Jingming's departing figure, suddenly realizing something. Looking at his direction, it seems like he's heading straight back to the central zone. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Wait, don't tell me he's gone full bloodlust mode and is heading back just to wipe out the rest of the battlefield. Zhou Mingyang's entire squad turned pale. Zhou Mingyang muttered in sheer terror, a total slaughter. He looked at his teammates, his voice trembling with panic and urgency. With Xu Jingming's insane speed, he might actually pull it off. If we don't move right now, in this final hour, we won't even score a single point. Our team is officially disbanded. Hearing this sudden breakup announcement, nobody needed to say another word. They instantly turned around and scrambled in all directions. Yo, I'm out of here first. Move, move, move! Meng Jiao yelled back as she bolted. Leave some points for me, will ya? 1 hour later, announcements from the monitoring drones echoed across the ruined city. The 2037 Jiang City Martial Arts exam has officially concluded. Slaying of beasts will no longer be scored. All candidates, please return immediately. Hearing the broadcast, Tang Qi, panting heavily, reached up to wipe the sweat from her brow. She sighed with relief. It's finally over? Elsewhere, other candidates were equally exhausted. Someone groaned in frustration. Why is it over already? I needed just one more beast. Just one more and I would have made the cut. Meanwhile, some were just glad they survived. Holy crap, that was close. I passed. I actually passed. In stark contrast to everyone else, Xu Jingming stood in a literal sea of beast corpses, looking slightly disappointed. It's over already? What a bummer. I didn't even get to have real fun yet. At the exam center's exit gates, the candidates began gathering under the watchful eyes of security forces and drones. Amidst the exhausted crowd, Meng Jiao scanned around until her eyes locked onto someone. She quickly grabbed Tang Qi's arm and bombarded her with questions. Qi, is that Xu Jingming guy really your cousin? Tang Qi sighed helplessly. Oh my gosh, girl, you've already asked me 3 times. Yes, it's him, it's really him. Meng Jiao immediately switched to a whiny, cute voice, shaking her. Then my lovely bestie, can you please give me your cousin's contact info? I'm begging you. Tangqi crossed her arms, acting annoyed. Weren't you totally uninterested yesterday? Now I might have to think about it. Meng Jiao quickly pleaded, that was then, this is now. Today he's the freaking top scorer. Come on, please. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the exit gate, causing a stir in the crowd. A girl was pushed down. Look, it's Xu Jingming. He's out. All the candidates immediately began shoving and crowding to catch a glimpse of the top scorer. Where? Bro, don't push. Let me get a look first. Ouch. In the middle of the chaos, Xu Jingming walked out with a calm expression, a confident smirk playing on his lips. As soon as he stepped out, the crowd swarmed him, cheering relentlessly. Xu Jingming, congrats, bro. Look over here. Xu Jingming, slide me 100 points, will ya? Suddenly, Zhou Mingyang and Wu Hao stepped forward, pushing through the crowd to face Xu Jingming. Zhou Mingyang looked at Wu Hao and sighed. This spotlight should have been yours. Wu Hao smiled calmly. Well, who knew school number 2 would have such a freaking monster? Honestly, with my skills, getting this score is already more than enough. The principal rushed over, leading a stout middle-aged man. Xu Jingming, my boy. Congratulations. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao from the Board of Education. You don't have to take the bus home. The director said he wanted to personally drive him back. Xu Jingming glanced at the hysterical crowd and thought, sure, why not? If I take the bus now, those guys will definitely bug me the whole way home. Inside the luxury car, Director Zhao smiled and asked, so Jingming, have you decided which awakened academy you want to join? Xu Jingming honestly replied, lately I've just been grinding to boost my strength, so I haven't really thought about which university I'll go to. Director Zhao nodded. With your insane score, any university in the country would take you in a heartbeat. But while there are hundreds of colleges, those who actually have high-tier abilities mostly graduate from the top 3 universities. I highly recommend these 3. First is Jingdu Academy, located right in the heart of Great Xia and run directly by the government. Once you graduate, you can go straight into government leadership. Even our current Tier 9 National Guardian graduated from there. Second is Modu Academy, situated in the bustling harbor city. They offer insane resources and they have tons of elite clubs, which will make you perfect for anyone chasing the absolute peak. Finally, there's Tan Tan Ability University. With over 200 years of history, it's packed with ancient legacies and a powerhouse teaching staff. All 3 of these schools have those top-secret, high-tier cultivation methods they don't share with outsiders. They're basically holy grails that everyone's drooling over. Jingming wondered, I know awakened folks need to train with those cultivation methods to evolve into ability users. But what exactly is a top-tier cultivation method? Director Zhao broke it down. Let me put it this way. Cultivation methods are ranked. If you use a basic training method, most awakened take 3 to 4 years just to rank up to an ability user. But if you train with a top-tier method, it only takes half a year to evolve into an ability user. He patted Xu Jingming on the shoulder and reassured him, don't worry with your scores, you're definitely getting scouted for direct admission. When that happens, even those top 3 universities will be throwing insane perks at you. You just pick whichever one you want. Xu Jingming nodded, already knowing exactly what he wanted. Got it, thanks a ton, Director. The next day, Xu Jingming stood under the shower, letting the cold water wash away all the exhaustion from that crazy exam. As soon as he dried off, he popped open his system panel to check. His ability points had hit 2534. He muttered to himself, 2534 points should keep me covered until I hit the academy, draping a towel over his shoulders. He wondered if there'd be any beast hunting matches once he got to college. If not, he'd have to schedule some solo trips into the wilds. Meanwhile, Tangqi and a gorgeous middle-aged woman showed up at his front door. Tangqi blinked in confusion. Wait, why is the door busted? Then a mischievous idea popped into her head. Hey, how about we sneak in and give Jingming a massive scare? The 2 of them gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The woman called out happily, Jingming! Xu Jingming, who had just walked out of his room with only a towel wrapped around him, jumped out of his skin when he heard her voice. Auntie, cousin, what are you guys doing here? Xu Qingwan and Tangqi froze, their faces turning bright red as they quickly looked away. Tangqi stammered, pointing at him, Jingming, what the hell are you doing? He scrambled to cover himself, yelling back, hey, how is this my fault? Xu Qingwan looked around the messy apartment. I haven't been here in a few days, and this place is already a total disaster area. Looking at his aunt, a wave of warmth flooded Xu Jingming's heart. Back when his parents had just passed away, she was the one who stayed by his side day and night, taking care of him, giving him a real family, and stepping up as his guardian. She'd even make him his favorite stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. Xu Qingwan looked at him with pure affection. Xiaoming, she sat down asking him how he was doing. She didn't know much about the martial exams, but when she first heard he'd signed up, she'd been worried sick for weeks. Now that she saw he was completely fine, she could finally breathe. Your scores don't even matter, okay? Even if you don't pass, it's no big deal. Xu Jingming blinked in surprise. Wait, cousin didn't tell you? Tangxi gave him a playful wink, leaning in to whisper, I figured it'd be way better if you told my mom yourself. Xu Jingming rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward, and said, Auntie, actually this time, I did pretty okay on the exam. I scored over 10,000 points. Hearing that number, Xu Qingwan spit her water out in absolute shock. She was still reeling, trembling as she gasped. How much? You're not messing with me, right? Tangqi quickly grabbed her mom's arm to steady her. Mom, it's for real, cousin Jingming scored 11,124 points. Xu Qingwen froze completely, her eyes wide as saucers, unable to process what she just heard. A moment later, she burst into tears of pure joy, pulling Xu Jingming into a tight hug. Our Xu family finally has a true successor. Your mom and dad in heaven are going to be so proud of you. Meanwhile, in a high-level meeting room of the top ability academies, a woman was giving a presentation on a very special candidate. Xu Jingming, 18 years old. Awakened with natural-type lightning, currently at the awakened rank. One of the examiners immediately spoke up. If these scores are real, we have to get this kid at all costs. But another examiner scoffed. Are you kidding? Just looking at his talent and rank on paper, there's no way in hell he could pull off scores like that. In a different meeting room, the debate was even more savage. Look at his combat performance. There is no freaking way his ability is E rank. This raw power is easily A rank, maybe even S rank. Someone else shot back. Oh, come on, Zhang City is literally in the middle of nowhere. How could a top scorer come from there? For all we know, he cheated. Proxy testing, illegal drugs. None of that is off the table. Right as the shouting match reached its peak, a booming, authoritative voice echoed. All right, cut the crap. The woman at the head of the table slammed her fist down, making the final call. For now, put Xu Jingming on the S-rank special recruitment list. As for whether his scores are legit, I'll personally head to Jiang City to check it out. A few days later, Xu Jingming got a text from the Jiangnan Province Education Bureau. Jiang City candidate, Xu Jingming. The Jiangnan Province martial exam rankings have been officially released. Your rank is number 1 in Jiangnan Province. Total score, 11,124 points. Staring at his phone screen, Xu Jingming let out a long breath. Sitting in the training room, he clenched his fists and cheered. Hell yeah, first place top scorer of Jiangnan Province. I actually did it. Right after that, the internet absolutely exploded with wild headlines. The ultimate dark horse, the provincial top scorer hails from Jiang City. An unprecedented awakened top scorer. Is an E-rank ability pure genius or just pure blood, sweat, and tears? Of course, the comment section was flooded with haters. Wait, aren't top scorers usually high-tier ability users? How is an awakened even the top scorer? An E-rank top scorer. If this is real, I'll eat my keyboard right now. Hold on, I'm going to hunt down his exam footage. Under intense heat from the public, reporters shoved their mics in the principal's face. Principal Zhao, with all the internet drama calling out Xu's scores, do you have anything to say? Everyone is doubting if these scores are legit. Can you give us an explanation? Principal Zhao didn't back down. He boldly declared right into the cameras. Our school's official website has already uploaded Xu Jingming's full exam video. Anyone can go check it right now to see if it's real. The integrity of the high school martial exam is absolutely unquestionable. Right away, the reporters whipped out their phones to watch and their jaws hit the floor. Holy crap! He took down a one-horned rhino with a single spear thrust to the head? That power is way beyond a tier 1 ability user. It looks like a physical enhancement ability. No, wait, he's a lightning user. Next, with this kind of insane power, you guys really had the nerve to call me an E-rank? No way. Plus, he's actually just an awakener. Standing proud on the podium, Principal Zhao declared, the combat exam video is proof. Student Xu's score is 100% real. He's the first student from Jiang City to secure the top spot in the entire province. His incredible contributions deserve to be recognized and rewarded even more. He raised a massive oversized check worth 1 million yuan. Huge congratulations to student Xu Jingming taking first place in the combat exam. As a special reward, here is 1 million yuan in cash, along with a premium ability cultivation package gifted by the Municipal Education Bureau. On top of that, the city government is matching that exact cash prize and throwing in a luxury villa right in the heart of the city. While the reporters went wild, screaming to snap photos for the front page. Meanwhile, tucked away in a quiet corner, a female investigator and her team watched the whole show. She coldly remarked, just because Jiang City released Xu Jingming's exam video doesn't mean the kid didn't use performance-enhancing drugs. The real kicker is still figuring out what rank his actual ability really is. Up on the stage, the principal leaned over and whispered to his assistant, "Where on earth is our star of the show? Why isn't he here yet?" The assistant replied, "I just called him. He said he's in the middle of training at the dojo and is heading over right now." The principal was stunned, then let out a forced laugh. Man, the exam is over and he's still grinding? Our new champion really is cut from a different cloth. Haha. Cut to the principal's office where he was nervously shaking as he served tea to 3 uninvited VIPs. "Please, professors, have some tea." One of the guests, a man dressed in traditional robes, casually waved his hand to decline. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the principal thought, yep, these are definitely battle-hardened, high-tier awakeners. The sheer pressure is making my heart race and my knees shake. He stared anxiously at the 3 powerhouses. Each had a unique vibe, but all of them radiated an absolute crushing presence. Only one thought ran through his mind. Please tell me these monsters aren't going to throw hands right here. Breaking the heavy silence, the female investigator spoke up. This was Zhang Chaoyue, the head of admissions for Madu Awakened University. "You two, it feels like we haven't gathered like this in ages, huh? So which genius are we targeting this time?" The beautiful woman in a cheongsam, Su Yun, who was the head of admissions for Qingjing Awakened University, smiled and replied, "Director Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. If Xu Jingming's scores are legit, Qingjing University is absolutely claiming him. Hearing this, the man dressed in traditional robes, Wu Lan, the director of admissions for Jincheng Awakened University, snorted. Haha, Su Yun, what makes you think you can just claim him? I could easily say Jincheng University is taking him too. Zhang Chaoyu sighed, thinking, yep, securing a provincial champion with early admission means I'll have to go to war with these other schools. Right then, the door swung wide open. Xu Jingming, tall and lean with a long spear resting on his shoulder, walked in with absolute confidence and greeted them. Hello, professors. His entrance instantly grabbed the attention of all three admissions officers, and the heavy tension in the room suddenly dissolved. Zhang Chaoyu narrowed her eyes, assessing him with nod-worthy approval. Not bad, his aura is sharp, and his spear feels like an extension of his own body. He clearly didn't slack off after the exam. Plus, standing under the pressure of three high-tier awakeners without even a flinch, that's impressive. The principal quickly stepped in to make the introductions. Let me introduce you. This is Director Zhang from Madu Awakened University. Here is Director Su from Qingjing Awakened University. And this is Director Wu from Jincheng Awakened University. Zhang Chaoyu gave a friendly smile. Let's get right to the point. Student Xu, we've all watched your combat exam footage. Your real-world combat ability is insane, and your fighting skills are absolutely mind-blowing. She locked eyes with him, asking seriously, but I do have one question. Your superpower doesn't seem to be the weak E-rank electricity you originally registered with. Mind shedding some light on that? Hearing her question, Xu Jingming thought, of course they'd ask about this. He calmly replied, before the college entrance exams, I was practicing at home when I got struck by actual lightning. Right after that, I noticed my power became way stronger. Hearing this, both Mr. Wu and Miss Su came to the same conclusion. It sounded like a mutated superpower. Zhang Chaoyu nodded and pulled out a glowing disc-shaped device. Student Xu, you probably don't even know what your mutated power actually is, right? Lucky for you, I brought an evaluation device. Why don't you step up and give it a shot? She handed the tester to Xu Jingming and said, just activate your power. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the tester, and in an instant, a violent surge of purple lightning exploded from his hand and surged straight into the device. Standing nearby, Su Yun was completely caught off guard. What a savage burst of lightning. Even I felt my heart skip a beat. The electric current crackled around the evaluator, and the results quickly flashed. Superpower evaluation complete. Power identified as Zixxiao Divine Thunder. Ranking, but before the rank could show up, the tester suddenly let out a bizarre grinding screech. Screech! Screech! Boom. The tiny testing device couldn't handle the massive overload of energy and exploded into pieces right in Zhang Chaoyu's hand. The sudden blast sent purple sparks flying everywhere. Xu Jingming and Zhang Chaoyu quickly jumped back, while the principal standing nearby shrieked in panic. What on earth is happening? Wu Lan and Su Yun stood up, their faces filled with pure shock but also absolute excitement. Wu Lan exclaimed, it's confirmed! If he can overload a portable testing device, then his rank is at the absolute bare minimum in S rank. Zhang Chaoyu stared at Xu Jingming with sparkling eyes, letting out a highly satisfied smile. As expected, we hit the absolute jackpot this time. Right away, Wu Lan lost all composure and shouted at the top of his lungs to gain the upper hand. Student Xu, Jincheng University will award you a 4 million yuan enrollment bonus along with a full set of collegiate C45 tier gear. Plus, all power cultivation, techniques, and combat skills will be completely free. Hearing his offer, Su Yun shot him a contemptuous glare, thinking, that's all you've got to offer? She turned back to Xu Jingming with a way juicier proposal. Student Xu, as long as you choose Qingjing University, your enrollment scholarship will be 6 million yuan. For all 4 years, you can choose any gear, cultivation methods, and combat skills you want entirely for free. What do you think? This insane offer left even Xu Jingming stunned. Man, talk about a major flex. Seeing the other two schools making their moves, Zhang Chaoyu gave a confident smirk and said, Madu University doesn't offer basic scholarships or gear, but whatever they can give you, we can give you literally anything you want. Not a single thing will be missing. On top of that, we'll hook you up with an S-Class cultivation resource pack every single year. This insane offer caused a massive shockwave. Both Mr. Wu and Miss shrieked in absolute terror. Class cultivation resources? Our boy Xu Jingming asked blankly. What is that? Zhang Chaoyu began to explain. Have you heard of the dragon-type beasts? Those beast races that are born ridiculously strong and look like dragons are collectively called the dragon species. She continued, explaining that these beasts are already at level 4 or 5 right from birth, totally leaving other beast races in the dust. Finally, she dropped her ultimate trump card. The S-Class resource includes the pure essence blood taken straight from the head of an 80% mature dragon beast. Once you absorb this dragon blood, your physical body gets a massive upgrade, giving you physical strength that can rival actual dragon beasts. Every single S-Class resource package is on this exact level. Hearing this, even Miss Su Yun couldn't help but cry out in pure envy. Man, even I'm getting tempted here. You Mado University guys are seriously loaded like a bunch of tycoon oligarchs. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu looked utterly defeated. S-Class resources are usually reserved only for top-tier senior students, yet she's just throwing it at a freshman. There was absolutely no way to compete with that. Right after, all 3 admissions officers turned their gaze towards Xu Jingming. Miss Su Yun asked, all right, kid, it's time to make your final choice. Out of our 3 top-tier universities, which one are you picking? Without a single second of hesitation, Xu Jingming smiled confidently and declared, I choose Motto Ability University, he thought to himself. Motto didn't just offer the absolute best deal. From what I've researched, their combat training level is also top tier. In the recent University League tournaments, literally half of the champions came from Motto. Saying this, he politely bowed to the other two interviewers. Thank you both so much for your generous offers, teachers. As Mr. Wu and Miss Su walked away in utter disappointment, Zhang Zhaoyu smiled with pure satisfaction. A vermilion admission letter adorned with dragon and tiger patterns flew right out of her hand. She solemnly handed it to Xu Jingming, saying, Xu Jingming, I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Usually, the official registration for freshmen starts on the 1st of next month, but since you're a special recruit, you can register early and we'll set you up with a dorm right away. Xu Jingming grabbed the letter, his eyes glowing with excitement. He asked, Can I start studying the ability training, methods, and combat skills in the school library early? Zhang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate for a second. No problem at all. She pulled out a business card and handed it over. The library can hook you up with a private study room where nobody will bug you. Here's my contact info. Once you get to the city, just give me a shout and that'll do. Clutching the admission letter, Xu Jingming's heart was pumping with hype. Motto Ability University. I literally cannot wait to get there. A few days later, the speakers at the train station blared, Train G91 to the capital is now boarding. Train G91 to the capital is now boarding. Standing on the platform, Xu Jingming's uncle, Tang Daolin, put his arm around his wife and said emotionally, Man, the kid is finally all grown up. His aunt, on the other hand, was tearing up. Our little Ming is definitely going to reach the top this time. Uncle Tang turned to his daughter. Oh right, Chi-Chi, aren't you about to apply for your college preferences soon? Since your cousin Jingming is heading to Motto Ability University, you should try to pick a school near Motto too. That way you two can look out for each other. Tangqi listened to her parents, but her mind was actually in a bit of a mess. She looked down and mumbled, Got it, Mom and Dad. On the bullet train, Xu Jingming stared out the window thinking, 6 more hours until I arrive. Might as well review my ability training methods. Out of all the rewards from the high school exam, the most crucial one has got to be this heaven-raging forging method, a top-tier ability cultivation technique. He recalled what he knew about it. Just like abilities, these training methods are split into tiers: low, intermediate, advanced, and peak tier. Obviously, the higher the tier, the faster you cultivate. Holding the secret manual, he locked in on the book in his hands. This is an intermediate tier ability forging technique. With my current 180 mental strength points, it'll only take me half a day to memorize the entire thing. Closing his eyes, he started sensing the energy floating in the air. According to the manual, there's a special kind of energy flowing between heaven and earth. Following its instructions, I managed to feel this special flow of energy on my very first day. He kept meditating as the train sped forward. At the same time, a bunch of level up notifications popped up on his system panel. But I'm not planning to level up just yet. The books say that when you evolve from an awakened to an ability user, the higher the tier of your breakthrough training method, the insane benefits you get afterward. Once I get to college, I can access those peak tier training methods. There's no way I'm wasting my breakthrough on this basic intermediate tier junk. 6 hours later, when he arrived at Motto, Xu Jingming was completely blown away by the sheer size of the campus. Oh my god, the front gate alone is literally 100 meters wide. I can't even imagine how insane the inside is. Suddenly, a red sports car pulled up right next to him. Zhang Xiaoyu poked her head out. Welcome to Motto, Xu Jingming. Hey, Ms. Zhang, hop in. I'll take you to get registered first. Cruising down the road, she started hyping up the school while driving. So, what do you think? Pretty epic campus we got here, right? We're talking 40,000 mu of land, covering 26 square kilometers. That's over 2,600 square meters of space per person. Those tourists can walk all day and still not see half of it. Jingming took in the gorgeous view outside, thinking to himself that the rumors didn't even do this place justice. After getting him registered, she handed him a card, saying, Here, this is your student ID and all-in-one card. Just swipe it to get into your dorm. Xu Jingming stared at the card, thinking, University dorms. I saw plenty of them back when I was getting my PhD in my past life. 4-person rooms, single rooms, even 3-room suites with a private living room for PhD grads. But when he pulled up to a literal luxury mansion, he was completely stunned. Wait, using a whole luxury mansion? A dorm room is something I've definitely never seen before. Zhang Xiaoyu chuckled and explained, Every single student at our school gets a villa. Only the room counts and luxury levels vary. Since you're the provincial top scorer, you get the absolute highest tier mansion, spanning over 800 square meters. But don't worry about being lonely. This place is designed for 2 people with 2 separate floors. You and your roommate will each get a whole floor to yourselves. Xu Jingming dragged his suitcase up the steps, thinking, Dorm life. A double dorm room isn't too shabby, way better than being all by myself. Both before and after getting isekai'd, I've always been an orphan, so I still prefer the cozy, lively vibe of people living together. Stepping inside, he plopped down on the sofa. Zhang Xiaoyu said, All your enrollment procedures are officially done. Next, I'm going to fill you in on a few things that need your special attention. Go ahead, I'm listening. Raising 2 fingers, she explained that there are mainly 2 key systems, the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. She started to break down the first point, which is the credit system. At Madu Awakened University, academic credits are everything. Whether you're grabbing a meal, buying gear, or snagging all kinds of heavenly treasures, you'll need credits. The purchasing power of one single credit is almost equivalent to 10,000 Daxia coins. She continued, explaining that there are plenty of ways to earn credits, one of which is a fixed payout based on your semester ranking. For instance, since your starting rank after admission is S-class, you can receive 100 credits this year. With that said, she called out for Eva to come and issue them. A metallic sphere flew out and a mechanical voice chimed in. Student Xu Jingming, current credits 100. She introduced, this is Eva, the AI assistant equipped in every dorm room. Her main body is the university's top-tier super AI. The one in your dorm is just a clone of her. Though it's just a clone, she still meets the standards of a level 4 AI, which is more than enough to handle your daily needs. Xu Jingming couldn't help but be amazed. Just a clone alone was already a level 4 AI. The AI technology on this blue planet must be way more advanced than in his past life, a long shot. Zhang Xiaoyu then moved on to the second point. The second thing you need to watch out for is our university's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose a teacher they like to be their master, requesting them to become their exclusive mentor. Of course, you'll need the teacher's approval first. Xu Jingming was curious, an exclusive mentor. Can a freshman like me really get one-on-one guidance from a teacher? She nodded. That's right, the teachers at our university are all top-tier awakened. Almost every single one of them has their own unique combat skills and training methods that are kept top secret, which you can only learn after formally becoming their disciple. She looked at Xu Jingming and made a recommendation. Here at Madu, we have a total of 4 lightning element mentors. Among them, the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Master Huang Tian, is my absolute top recommendation for you. Just as she finished speaking, Xu Jingming immediately ordered the AI Eva to search for Master Huang Tian's profile. Right away, a blue light screen projected from the metal sphere displaying detailed info. Huang Tian, age 52, Dean of the Weaponry Academy at Madu Awakened University. A level 7 awakened possessing a lightning type, a class ability called Windfire Thunder. He's highly skilled in using spears, broadswords, longswords, and other weapons, with the spear being his absolute specialty, earning him the nickname Thunder Spear. He once fought a level 8 beast in the wilderness for 3 days and 3 nights, ultimately pulling off a solo kill. At the same time, Miss Zhang pulled up the profiles of the other 3 teachers on another screen and told him. The details of the other 3 are listed here too. 2 of them belong to the Elemental Academy. The other is in the Weaponry Academy but mainly uses a longsword, so the final choice is totally up to you. Jingming smiled with sheer confidence, his eyes glued to Yang Zhentian's profile. He thought to himself, a lightning element master who specializes in spears. This Dean's Yang is indeed the absolute best choice for me to take as a master. The next morning, following the directions, Xu Jingming headed over to the faculty housing area. Just as he was about to step up and knock on the door, a voice called out from behind, "You here to apprentice? Hold on, you're still just an awakened. I'm a specially recruited student, Xu." Jingming calmly nodded and replied, "Yeah." The surprise on the young man's face grew even more obvious. Every year, the specially recruited students are at least high tier or mid-grade tier 1. Who would have thought we'd have a basic awakened specially recruited this year? Stepping down, the young man friendly introduced himself. "I'm from the Weaponry Academy." "Actually, no, I should be in my 3rd year now." "3rd-year student Tan Mingyang." Xu Jingming politely replied. "Xu Jingming, a freshman. I just registered today." Hearing that, Tan Mingyang was surprised once again. "Just registered and you already know how to find a master? You're pretty sharp, kid. Usually, freshmen have to wait until after the freshman tournament before they know to seek an apprenticeship." Seeing Xu Jingming look puzzled, he asked, "The freshman tournament?" Tan Mingyang raised one finger and patiently explained, "The freshman tournament is a tradition here, usually held 3 or 4 days after official registration. When that time comes, all the teachers in the university will watch. The freshmen who show off well will be fought over by different academies, and some might even be taken as direct disciples by the mentors." He looked at Xu Jingming with a bit of pity. Of course, since you're a special recruit, trying to secure a master early isn't totally impossible. But aiming straight for the dean right after enrolling, even as a special recruit, dude, the odds are like winning the lottery. It's probably going to be a wasted trip. Xu Jingming smiled politely. "Thanks for the explanation, senior. Are you here to seek Master Yang as your mentor as well?" At this, Tan Mingyang's face fell, and he spread his hands in sheer helplessness. He sighed, "Yep, I've run here countless times over the past 6 months, but I get shut out every single time. I'm almost ready to throw in the towel, but I just can't bring myself to give up." Right then, a heavy creak rang out, and the massive mahogany gates slowly opened. Tan Mingyang froze in absolute shock, his mouth wide open. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's suit stepped out, welcoming them with a warm smile. "Welcome, you two. Master Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me." Tan Mingyang was totally dazed. He pointed to himself and stammered, thinking, "This is crazy. The last few times I came, the butler was never this welcoming, and Master Yang is actually waiting inside. Could it be my lucky day?" Following the butler inside, Xu Jingming and Tan Mingyang saw a man with graying hair and a full beard sitting with his back turned to them. The steady and domineering aura radiating from him made the air feel heavy. As the man slowly turned around, his sharp, eagle-like eyes swept over the two of them. Xu Jingming instantly felt an intense pressure, utterly shocked by how insanely strong his aura was. This was the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, the legendary Thunder Spear, a level 7 awakened Yang Zhentian. Dean Yang completely ignored Tan Mingyang, locking his gaze on Xu Jingming. You must be Xu Jingming, right? Director Zhang Chaoyu already talked to me about you. Follow me, I'll take you to the room. Training. Yo, I watched your martial arts exam video. Your real combat skills are straight up insane, and your spear game is already top tier. But before we get into that, I want to see your S-rank ability with my own eyes. Purple Heavenly Thunder. Xu Jingming gave a sharp nod. Got it. He took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands to his chest. Purple sparks started crackling and dancing all over his body, making this crazy high-voltage sound. Boom! A mind-blowing explosion shook the entire room as Huang Tian unleashed his full power. Countless purple lightning bolts went absolutely wild, shooting everywhere and turning the whole training room into a raging sea of lightning. Standing right in the middle of that electric storm, Principal Yang didn't even flinch. Honestly, he just smirked, looking totally hyped. His eyes flared up. So this was the S-rank ability. Purple Heavenly Thunder. He sized it up, feeling how crazy the power gap was. Even though I've got my own Lightning Windfire True Thunder ability, the gap between an A rank and an S rank is a whole different level. If this kid gets some serious training, he might actually surpass me one day. As the lightning gradually died down, Principal Yang stared straight at Xu Jingming, his voice dripping with authority. Xu Jingming, with potential like yours, becoming my disciple is a total no-brainer. But then his eyes went dead serious and he raised an index finger. But look, I've been running wild for half my life. I've got plenty of friends, but just as many enemies. If you roll with me, you're gonna get caught in the crossfire. My enemies will definitely target you. So, you still down? Boom. Without a second of hesitation, Xu Jingming dropped straight onto one knee, smooth and sharp. He looked up, his eyes practically on fire with determination. Clasping his hands in a traditional bow, he declared loudly, I'm absolutely down, Master. What I want most is to become a high-tier awakened, forged in pure blood and chaos. The more enemies you have, the more it proves how insanely strong you are. Hearing this, Principal Yang threw his head back and laughed, his booming laugh echoing off the walls. Awesome, good. From today on, you're my 32nd disciple and my very first S-rank student. Yang Zhentian waved him up. Get up. He pulled out a secret manual, handed it over, and said, This is the ultimate training method, the extreme ability tempering method, and a body refinement combat technique I created myself. Holding the green manual of the indestructible thunder body, Xu Jingming's heart skipped a beat. He was totally blown away. A body refinement technique to beef up his physique? Compared to basic trash-tier skills like lightning swift wind strike, this thing was way more valuable. Yang Zhentian explained. The training method is a given. It's one of the only 3 top-tier ability training techniques in the entire academy. But the real prize is this indestructible thunder body technique. It's my life's work, certified by both the Thunder Realm Dojo and the Violent Thunder Dojo. He looked at Xu Jingming and dropped the final bomb. It's S-rank, Xu Jingming gasped. An S-rank combat technique? In his head, he pictured the skill tier system from the bottom tier F rank all the way to triple S rank, and this indestructible thunder body was sitting pretty at S rank. Just like abilities, combat skills have tiers. The higher the tier, the harder it is to train, but the final output is insanely overpowered. He stared at his master in pure disbelief. Level 7 Awakened are lucky if they can cook up an A-rank skill. But Master Yang didn't just make an S-rank skill, he made one that messes with the body's inner mysteries, which is the most complex. His martial arts genius was honestly terrifying. Yang Zhentian then brought up the requirements. This indestructible thunder body only works for lightning-type awakened. There are 13 levels in total. Every time you level up, your body goes through a crazy transformation. But to even start training, you've got to officially become an awakened first. He crossed his arms, giving his first order. Go on. Once you've leveled up using that extreme tempering method, come back and find me. I'll personally help you lay the foundation for the indestructible thunder body. Xu Jingming bowed deeply. Thanks, Master. He thought to himself, man, having a top-tier master really is a cheat code. If I tried doing this solo, I'd probably waste tons of time taking stupid detours. As Huang Jingming turned to leave, Yang Zhentian watched his back, his voice thick with hope. I've only managed to train the indestructible thunder body to the 10th level myself. The remaining 3 levels are still out of my reach. If I can't break through to the peak of a level 9 martial saint in this lifetime, you're my best bet to prove this technique works. Yang Zhentian's eyes grew deep, because if my theory is right, once you max out the final level, your body becomes straight up immortal. Xu Jingming left the room totally locked in. At the door, he spotted Dam Minduang sitting on the steps, holding his head like his world had just ended. He walked over. Yo, senior, what's eating you? Dam Minduang raised his bruised-up face, sounding completely defeated. Sigh, don't even ask. You see that guy in the waiting room earlier? That's Senior Liu, Principal Yang's actual disciple. I could sweat blood and still not reach even 1/10 of his strength. I guess I've got 0 chance in this lifetime. He glanced at Xu Jingming, assuming they were in the same boat. So, you got rejected too, right? Getting through to the principal is basically mission impossible. Want me to give you some pointers? Xu Jingming replied, totally chill. Nah, I'm good, senior. I made the cut. Dam Minduang's eyes practically popped out of his skull, stuttering in pure shock. Wait, what? You actually got in? I've never heard of a principal-level master taking on a freshman before the freshman opening ceremony even starts. He leaped to his feet, staring at Xu Jingming's departing figure, his mind spinning. Was this the principal's secret kid or something? Nah, he doesn't look like him. Who on earth is this beast? The scene cuts to Xu Jingming's dorm in the second floor training room. He was sitting cross-legged, circulating his energy. Opening his eyes, he could instantly feel the difference. No wonder it's a top-tier training method. The elemental connection here is light years ahead of that mid-tier trash. His eyes flashed with pure grit. Now that I've got this technique down, there's no way I'm grinding this step by step. Time to just dump my stat points and level up. A system interface popped up in front of him. Staring at the awaken level option, he smashed the level up button. Boom! The energy around him went absolutely haywire, surging like a violent tide. Xu Jingming gritted his teeth, bearing the excruciating pain as his entire body reconstructed itself. Erg! He gripped his shirt, veins popping on the back of his hands. Boom! A blinding pillar of purple and white light exploded from him, filling the whole training room. As the light faded, Xu Jingming collapsed onto one knee, gasping for air. A notification popped up. Awakened, level 1 low tier, he muttered. Phew, finally broke through. He slowly stood up, raising his hand to inspect the bluish-purple lightning crackling across his arm, way stronger than before. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, feeling the raw power. No wonder this is a top-tier ability tempering technique. I can feel the energy inside my body and my ability skyrocketing 4 to 5 times over. If I ran into that level 2 bloodthirsty bear again, I wouldn't even need my spear. Just my lightning domain alone would be enough to wipe it out. He pulled up his status screen, instantly hyped. No wonder awakened ones are so desperate for high-grade cultivation techniques. If I had used the sky-shattering, tempering method to break through, my vitality and spirit would have only gone up by 30 to 40 points. But now they've shot up by nearly 100 points in one go. This gap is just way too insane. Standing in the training room, Xu Jingming calculated that leveling up only cost him 3 ability points. The rest of his stash had to be saved up to accumulate enough ability points for learning combat skills later on. He stared at the blue manual on the table, eyes full of anticipation. For instance, this undying lightning body technique is even more crucial than any tempering method, totally fitting for an S-grade combat skill. As the power increases, the ability points needed will also skyrocket. Who knows how long it'll take me to master and fully grasp it. The scene shifts to Dean Yang's mansion, on-screen text the second day. Inside, Yang Tian looks at Xu Jingming in utter disbelief. This fast? He strokes his beard, still in shock. I've been teaching in the magic capital for 20 years and have seen countless geniuses. Even the absolute cream of the crop usually take quite a while to awaken as an ability user for the first time. But it hasn't even been 24 hours since you got the manual. Xu Jingming scratches his head, playing it cool. Well, maybe I can flex a little about my leveling speed. But your undying lightning body master, even the basic foundation building part is giving me a run for my money. Hearing this, Yang Tian crosses his arms and explains, haha, that foundation building is all about using a lightning-type beast as a catalyst, using your own lightning ability to temper your muscles and bones. And the ultimate strength of your undying lightning body is directly tied to the tier of the lightning beast bloodline you use for this foundation. He stands up, speaking with gravity. Since you've successfully leveled up, I will help you forge the foundation of your undying lightning body today. He then reveals his prep. High-tier lightning beasts are extremely rare. I originally prepared the blood essence of a tier 7 storm bear that I personally hunted down back in the day. But I heard from Zhang Chaoyu that every year, you get an S-grade resource allocation, so I took the liberty of combining both of these. I traded them with the principal for an SS-grade resource. A ferocious thunder dragon phantom appears alongside a vial of blood essence, the blood essence of a tier 8 thunder tyrant dragon. Xu Jingming receives the vial, deeply moved. Master, I can't believe you and the principal went to such lengths for me. I'll repay this massive favor tenfold in the future. Yang Tian pats his shoulder, his gaze serious. I appreciate the sentiment. No time to lose. Let's get right to it. At the training room, on the second floor, Xu Jingming goes shirtless as Yang Tian pours the glowing red blood essence straight onto him. He grits his teeth, groaning, ugh! Yang Tian warns him, hang in there. The blood essence of a thunder tyrant dragon is highly toxic to low-level ability users, so intense pain is totally normal. Sizzling red lightning gathers in both of his hands. Next, I'll use my Windfire True Lightning to forge your undying body foundation. How much you can absorb is completely up to you. Boom. He slams a lightning-infused palm right onto Xu Jingming's head. Spiderweb-like crimson veins burst across his entire body. Throwing his head back at Xu Jingming, screams in pure agony. Outside, Liu Ming is sipping tea with the butler. Uncle Fu, this is already the 5th day, right? This new junior brother Xu has some insane endurance. He takes a sip, sighing, comparing yourself to others really just pisses you off. Back then, I barely lasted 2 days before tapping out, and that was just with the blood essence of a low-tier level 7 beast. Junior brother Shu's performance is definitely worthy of this tier 8 dragon type beast blood essence. He smiles with anticipation. Combined with his S-grade lightning ability, I'm seriously looking forward to seeing what his undying lightning body looks like. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy erupts from upstairs. Lu Ming leaps up and rushes to the second floor. His foundation is complete! He carefully peeks through the door. Xu Jingming stands in the middle of the room, eyes glowing red, his entire body cloaked in black and purple lightning, radiating a murderous aura direct at him. A cold sweat breaks out on Lu Ming's forehead as he shivers in fear. This terrifying pressure, like an apex predator, sends chills down his spine. In the blink of an eye, Xu Jingming charges forward, throwing a lethal punch. Yang Tian barks, Jingming, snap out of it! Xu Jingming's fist halts inches from Lu Ming's face. Clutching his head, drenched in sweat, Xu Jingming looks utterly dazed. Master, what just happened to me? Why did I have this sudden urge to destroy everything? Yang Jintian steps up to explain, that must have been the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon messing with your mind. They are notoriously violent, and because your absorption rate was so ridiculously high, it triggered this side effect. Reassuring him, he adds, but don't worry, as long as you keep your emotions in check, you'll be fine. As your strength grows, this side effect will eventually wear off. Xu Jingming sighs in relief. Good to hear. I don't want to lose control and do something I'd regret forever. Yang Zhentian laughs heartily, slapping his shoulder. Cheer up! This tempering session was a massive success. Your absorption rate reached 98%. Out of over 20 disciples who've trained in my undying lightning body, the highest was only 92%. You just smashed a record that stood for years, kid. He introduces Lu Ming standing nearby. Congrats, junior brother, on building your undying lightning body foundation. Your martial path ahead is wide open. This is your senior brother, Liu Ming, a peak tier 3 ability user. If you ever hit a wall during your training, you can ask him. Xu Jingming cups his hands in greeting. Liu Ming pulls out his phone. Hey there. I didn't prepare any fancy gift, so I'll just transfer you some academy points as a welcome present. Looking at his phone, Xu Jingming says in disbelief, 200 academy points? Senior brother, this is way too much. He couldn't believe a mere welcome gift would be 2 million great Sha coins. Yang Zhentian explains 200 points is pocket change for your senior brother. A senior's job is to look after their juniors, so getting a welcome gift ready is only natural. Xu Jingming replies, understood, master. Yang Zhentian advises him, your foundation is successfully built. You haven't eaten or drank a thing for 5 days, so go get some good rest. Come back tomorrow morning, and you'll train with your Lu Ming to learn boxing and spear techniques. Xu Jingming bowed. Understood, thank you, master. When Xu Jingming got back to his dorm, he spotted a white-haired dude sitting on the sofa playing video games. He let out a soft, huh? The other guy immediately turned around, flashed a bright smile, and waved. Yo, you must be my roommate, right? Hey there, I'm Liu Wenhan. Nice to meet you. Xu Jingming raised his hand in a wave. Hey, I'm Xu Jingming. Hearing the name, Liu Wenhan instantly pointed at him, his face written with pure shock. Xu Jingming, you're the top-scoring champ from Jiangnan province. Xu Jingming was a bit taken aback. Wait, you know me? Liu Wenhan slung an arm around his shoulder like they were best buds. Duh, my nickname is Mr. Know-It-All. I've got the scoop on basically every freshman this year. I didn't even have to dig for your info, though, because the hype around you was just too loud, so I ended up hearing a ton anyway. The dark horse prodigy of Jiangnan province. I can't believe I'm meeting the real deal, and you're my roommate. He leaned in close to Xu Jingming, firing questions left and right. By the way, is it true you're actually from that dirt-poor Jiang city in Jiangnan province? And also, back in high school, did you really just awaken your powers then? There's no way your ability is only E-class. It doesn't look like it at all. Looking at his hyperactive roommate, Xu Jingming thought to himself, having a roommate this chatty and outgoing is honestly pretty awesome. After all, I've always hated being lonely. Whether in this life or my past life, I've dreaded it. His memories drifted to the past. In my previous life, I grew up in an orphanage with nobody to adopt me, never really feeling like I belonged anywhere. Back in school, it wasn't so bad since I had plenty of buddies to hang out with. He recalled his glory days. The most fun and unforgettable time was during college, when every single day he and his roomies would trash talk each other and team up to play games. Later on, when I went for my master's and doctorate, I ended up drinking way too much at the graduation party and woke up in this world. Back to reality, Xu Jingming watched Liu Wenhan eagerly introducing himself. Who would have thought that even after transmigrating, I'd still end up as an orphan? But with a roommate like this, life won't be lonely anymore. Liu Wenhan proudly announced, I'm top 11 in Sichuan province with an A-class mental type ability, currently at rank 1. Intermediate tier, and I chose the Tactical Academy. In the future, I'm going to command a 1,000,000-strong army and wipe out every single monster on Blue Star. Liu Wenhan stood up and said, anyway, enough talking, I gotta head over to the martial arts gym in a bit. Xu Jingming asked out of curiosity, the martial arts gym? He quickly chimed in, I'm coming too. I've never been to the Motto Gym before. The scene cuts to a modern building with a lightning bolt logo, the Leijing Gym, a branch of the Motto Awakened University. The second they stepped inside, Liu Wenhan was completely blown away. Whoa, this place is packed. Inside, students were grinding hard, showing off their progress. Haha, my G-class combat skill, Extreme Yang Flame, is fully mastered. Pff, big deal. Think that can pierce my metallic skin. You guys are total trash. My steel fur transformation is way better. I'll pin every single one of you to the wall. An AI bot floated over to welcome them. This is our public training room in the main hall. It can host up to 300 people training at once. The entire hall is built with C-class memory alloy, so don't worry about your powers or combat skills causing any damage. The AI bot added, of course you can book a private training room if you prefer. Xu Jingming replied, no need for now. We'll just stay out here. Liu Wenhan clenched his fists, hyped up. Damn, look at everyone flexing. They're making a massive scene. Honestly, your hype is pretty crazy too, with that fire element of yours. Check it out. That guy over there is apparently an A-class strength-type powerhouse who ranked in the top 10 of Sichuan province. Xu Jingming pointed at the massive pillars in the hall. Hey, what are these pillars for? The assistant explained, this is our punching challenge leaderboard. There are 5 leaderboards in total, corresponding to awakened ranks from rank 1 to rank 5. Would you two like to give it a shot? Getting into the top 3,000 will earn you 50 bonus academy credits. Xu Jingming was surprised. Just getting into the top 3,000 gets us a reward? Is it really that easy? Liu Wenhan said confidently, the entire model university has only over 4,000 students anyway. All right, I'll give it a try. The assistant reminded them, you just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to start. Just so you know, no abilities or combat skills are allowed for this punching challenge. Liu Wenhan stepped up and swiped his student ID on the machine. A robotic voice echoed throughout the gym. Welcome, student number 203701256, Liu Wenhan, to the punching challenge. Everyone, give him a round of applause. The crowd nearby instantly looked over. Whoa, someone's actually doing the punching challenge. Haha. Look at his aura, he's just a rank 1 intermediate tier freshman. Nice, we've got a show to watch. Liu Wenhan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. Damn it, making such a huge scene over a simple challenge. With so many eyes on me, I can't embarrass myself. He roared, "Hiya, bam!" He threw a full power punch right into the padding on the pillar. He let out a breath, looked at the score, and smiled confidently. Punching force of 476 kilograms. Not bad at all. No shame in that. Getting into the top 3,000 should be a piece of cake. But the AI's robotic voice chimed in coldly. Unfortunately, your punching power is ranked past 100,000. Liu Wenhan completely froze. What? Over 100,000? The entire school has only over 4,000 students, doesn't it? The assistant explained. This leaderboard tracks the records of every student in the 100-year history of Motto Awakened University, not just the current class. Liu Wenhan screamed, "That's a total scam." No wonder everyone was staring at me, they were just waiting for a good laugh. Suddenly, the entire gym erupted in laughter. Past 100,000? I'm dead. Even when I was a freshman, my score wasn't that pathetic. Ha ha ha, look at that kid. Over there, his face is red as a beet. Definitely a freshman. Xu Jingming patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't take it to heart, man. You're a mental type. Physical strength was never your forte anyway. Liu Wenhan turned around, looking a bit defensive. Thanks for the pity, bro. Hey, you want to take the challenge? You definitely do way better than me. Hearing his roommate's playful provocation, Xu Jingming just shrugged and said, sure, why not? I wanted to test myself anyway. Seeing this, Liu Wenhan immediately bumped his fist, putting all his bets on his buddy. Go get him, bro. Our dorm's honor is riding on your shoulders now. Once again, the robotic voice of the assistant echoed through the gym. Welcome, student number 203701204, Xu Jingming, to the punching challenge. Everyone, give him a round of applause. The crowd turned their eyes toward the challenge pillar again. Someone muttered, oh look, another guy is stepping up. Whispering started up again, full of mocking vibes. He looks even weaker than the last guy, probably a rank 1 beginner tier. Another piped in, a rank 1 beginner tier? His punching force. Punching even 400 kilograms is already a massive stretch. But amid all the trash talking, someone starts frowning and muttering, wait up, that name rings a bell. Xu Jingming doesn't give a damn about his surroundings. He just focuses on sizing up his own strength. A stat screen pops up in his mind. Promoted to Tier 1 Awakened plus 5 days and 5 nights of basic body tempering. Rank, Tier 1 low rank. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Physique, 391. Vitality and Spirit, 289 Hz. Advanced Spearman Skills. Advanced Lightning Tempest Strike. Body Tempering. Tier 1 Indestructible Thunder Body. Ability points, 2,234. He clenches his fists, his eyes turning razor sharp with burning resolve. Just how strong has his punch gotten? Let this punch reveal the answer. Roaring with power, without a single wasted movement, Xu Jingming throws a clean, straight punch. The air around his fist feels completely compressed, creating swirling white vapor. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rings out as his punch unleashes a massive shockwave, blasting back everyone standing nearby. The ground beneath him shakes, yet Xu Jingming's gaze remains cold and focused. He slowly pulls his fist back. Everyone around holds their breath, their eyes glued to the display on the pillar. An unbelievable number pops up, punching force. 4,589 kilograms. The pillar's ranking immediately shifts. The female AI's voice rings out, this time loaded with clear excitement. Peak punching force. Congratulations on breaking the record. On the screen, the name Xu Jingming sits proudly at number 1 with 4,589 kilograms, completely crushing Luoyang's old record of 4,321 kilograms. A dead silence envelopes the gym before exploding into terrified screams. Holy crap, the punching record just got shattered. A jack guy stammers, pointing his finger. Over 4,500-ish kilograms. Is this really the kind of power a Tier 1 low rank can pull off? Another guy yells in sheer panic. One punch from him would turn me into meat paste, and you're telling me this dude is a freshman? 2 female students stand together, one holding her phone and whispering to her friend with an utterly shocked look. I heard that the top 1,000 on this leaderboard are all legendary figures of their eras. Her friend replies, her voice shaking with disbelief. Then just how insane will the future achievements of the guy at number 1 be? This number 1 pillar's record has stood for over 10 years. I've got to record this historic moment. Liu Wenhan rushes over like a whirlwind, his eyes glowing as he stares at Xu Jingming like an idol. Bro, you're literally my real brother from now on. I'm rolling with you. Wherever you tell me to go, I'm there. Xu Jingming just chuckles and replies, don't be so dramatic. Looking down at his fist, he thinks to himself that the results are actually better than expected. The thunderous savage dragon really matches me perfectly. The buff is immediate. The AI orb floats over and announces, congratulations, student Xu Jingming, you have broken the record. A reward of 400 credits has been sent to your student account. Xu Jingming turns to the AI, highly interested. Not bad. So, if I break the record again next time, do I still get credits? The AI replies, within the same rank, credits are only awarded the first time you break a record, but you can challenge other categories for more credit rewards. Xu Jingming looks up at the remaining pillars, a spark igniting in his eyes. The other 4 pillars correspond to Tier 2 to Tier 5 awakened. Well, I'll just wait until I get stronger to smash those records. Right then, a group of pretty girls swarms him. A purple-haired girl smiles and says, "It's really you." A pink-haired senior walks up, her voice sweet. "Junior Xu, is this your first time here? Let the senior show you how to use the equipment." The others also squeeze in, laughing. "Junior, our club is short on members. How about joining us instead?" Overwhelmed by the enthusiastic crowd, a panicked Liu Wenhan grabs Xu Jingming and drags him away. "Let's go, we're better off in a private training room." The two make a hasty escape from the mob. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Liu Ming reports to Dean Yang, "Master Junior Xu is already the hottest topic on the school forum. His record-breaking test punch was over 4,500 kilograms. This junior's physical strength is seriously insane." Dean Yang takes a sip of his tea and says, "Instead of resting, why did he run off to the gym to break records? Back when you were at Tier 1 high rank, even with the first tier of the indestructible thunder body, you only managed 3,500 kilograms. This junior of yours, Xu Jingming, is way stronger than you." The scene shifts to another room where a young man is staring at his phone. Suddenly, he lets out an angry roar, flames erupting as he spins around and smashes a glass on the table. "Damn it! Xu Jingming actually made it to the magic capital too." Clenching his fists as rage burns in his eyes, he growls, "Because of you, I lost my title as Yangnan Province's top scorer and became a laughingstock in Ning'an City. This time, I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me." Back in the training room, Xu Jingming sits alone, feeling the changes in his body. After mastering the indestructible thunder body, even after 5 days and 5 nights of no food or rest, he is still bursting with energy. He grabs a pocket knife and lightly slashes his arm. Clang! The blade can't even pierce his skin. The skin's defense is on par with E-grade alloy. To a regular person, this would be considered completely invulnerable, right? As expected of an S-grade body tempering skill. Right then, Liu Wenhan bursts through the door yelling, Brother Ming, you breaking the record has completely blown up on the school forum. Tons of people are posting, saying they want to challenge you." Xu Jingming just calmly replies, "Oh." He stands up, gazing out the window at the scenery, and lets out a faint smirk. "Damn, the Magic Capital's gym is really bustling." Liu Wenhan runs up, holding up his phone in frustration. "Brother Ming, let me trash talk these clowns who don't know their place." Xu Jingming stops him. "Forget it, don't waste your time. I still need to head to the martial arts library. Just go back to your room first." The scene shifts again to a massive modern building with a huge sign, Martial Arts Library. Just as he steps inside, Xu Jingming senses an invisible defensive barrier. He reaches out, and glowing golden magic circles ripple into view. He thinks so the legendary martial arts library is collectively secured by the vice principal and the teachers. Seems the rumors are true. With a barrier like this, not even a 9th grade martial saint could break in to steal the treasures inside. Pretty sick. Arriving at the library entrance, Xu Jingming pulls out his student ID and places it on the scanner. A soft beep rings out. Instantly, the magical barrier in front of him ripples with golden light, parting to open up a pathway. He casually strolls through. As soon as he steps inside, he is greeted by 3 female librarians in neat uniforms. The woman in the middle, wearing intellectual-looking glasses, smiles professionally and said, "Welcome to the Combat Technique Library, S-Class student Xu Jingming. How can we assist you today?" Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. "You know me?" the female librarian explained politely, gesturing toward him. "Students with S-Class clearance can access every combat technique in the library. You are a VIP here. The moment you swiped your student ID, we received an alert." She smiled warmly, doing the math in her head. A student with S-Class clearance has limitless potential. In the future, he's guaranteed to be at least a Grandmaster-level Awakener. She definitely had to stay on his good side. Realizing this, Xu Jingming went straight to the point. "I'm looking for lightning-type combat techniques. Which floor should I go to?" The librarian quickly guided him, explaining that below B-Class on floors 1 and 2 was the general reading area. But the high-grade stuff was kept in the reading room on floor 4. Swiping his card would grant him entry. She gracefully gestured him forward. "This way, please." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, thank you, teacher." Once inside the 4th floor reading room, a floating AI orb hovered over and announced, "Once you select your combat techniques online, we will deliver the original manuals to you. Since original manuals above B-Class are extremely precious, please handle them with utmost care." While reading, Xu Jingming commanded the AI orb to display all lightning-type combat techniques from B-Class and above. The orb immediately responded, "Understood, right." After a bunch of blue holographic screens popped up in front of him, showing details on various techniques. 2 of them were absolute standouts. Myriad Thunder Tribulation, an SSS rank technique, used lightning energy as its core to unleash a thunderstorm domain stretching up to 80 kilometers in diameter. Note, this technique is restricted to lightning-type awakeners of B-Class and above at level 5 or higher. The other was Wrath of the Thunder God, a double S rank technique that summoned insanely powerful divine lightning. Note, this technique is restricted to lightning-type Awakeners of B class and above at level 4 or higher. Staring at these top-tier legendary techniques, Xu Jingming's jaw dropped. His eyes lit up. Double S and even triple S ranked techniques. The library of a top-tier academy was indeed on another level. And I can actually read these for free? He quickly calmed his excitement and got real. Sucks that training these requires a higher ability rank and level. Right now, I can only learn a class combat techniques. He stared at the endless options in front of him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Attack types, defense types, movement techniques, support skills, body tempering. Sifting through all these A-class skills was a massive headache. Thank God he had an awesome teacher or he'd be totally lost. Smirking, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Luckily, his teacher had already written down a solid list of recommendations for him. This was going to save so much time. Holding the list, he cross-referenced it with the holographic screens, quickly filtering out his best matches. After a careful look, Xu Jingming tapped on 4 holoscreens and made his final choice. I'll go with these 4. The 4 combat techniques he chose were Lightning Spear, an A-class skill that gathers lightning to form a powerful spear for throwing. Chain Lightning Spear, also an A-class technique, where a spear charged with electricity continuously strikes the enemy's vital points. During the strikes, lightning continuously builds up inside the enemy's body and explodes once the skill finishes. Lightning Flash, an A-class movement skill, unleashes a burst of lightning to instantly dash in a designated direction. And Lightning Prison, an A-class crowd control skill that binds enemies right where they stand. He confidently analyzed his build. Lightning Spear gives me long range. Offense, Chain Lightning Spear is for heavy-hitting burst damage, Lightning Flash is my mobility, and Lightning Prison is my crowd control. Combining these 4 plus my Undying Lightning Body technique, I will literally have 0 weak spots. The AI orb chimed in with some advice. System detected you have selected 4 A-class combat techniques. The average time to master each of these to the basic level is at least 6 months. It is highly recommended that you balance them with lower-tier techniques. Xu Jingming shook his head, flatly rejecting the suggestion. No need, this is perfect. Shortly after, the female librarian returned carrying a thick stack of books. Placing them on the table, she said, "Here are your combat techniques, Junior Xu." Looking at the 4 manuals in front of him, Xu Jingming's eyes practically glowed with hype. Out in the real world, C-class and B-class skills already cost millions, while the class ones were practically priceless and impossible to buy. Getting his hands on 4 of them at once was an absolute jackpot. As he gently opened one of the books, a mysterious and mystical aura immediately wafted out. He was amazed. Wow, the intent and energy sealed in here are insane. No wonder A-class techniques can only be learned from the originals. This is something a cheap copy could never replicate. Time slipped by. Soon the clock read 7:20 and Xu Jingming was still totally absorbed, flipping through the pages. By 9:10, sweat was dripping from his forehead as he pushed his brain to digest the complex patterns. Finally, as the clock ticked close to 11, he flipped to the very last page. He slumped back into his chair, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Whew, finally finished. Closing his eyes, he called out to his system in his head. Deep Blue, upgrade. A flurry of system notifications popped up. 200 energy points consumed. Lightning Spear upgraded to basic level. 200 energy points consumed. Chain Lightning Spear upgraded to basic level. 200 energy points consumed. Lightning Flash upgraded to basic level. 200 energy points consumed. Lightning Prison upgraded to basic level. A brand new status screen materialized before his eyes, updating all his newly acquired skills. Name Xu Jingming. Level Tier 1, low grade. Ability S-Class Purple Sky Divine Lightning. Constitution 391. Vitality and Spirit 289 Hz. Skills Advanced Spear. Mastery Basic Lightning Spear. Basic Chain Lightning Spear. Basic Lightning Flash. Basic Lightning Prison. Advanced Gale Lightning Strike. Tier 1 Undying Lightning Body. Remaining energy points 1,434. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, feeling the immense raw power surging through his body. With so many OP skills under my belt, I wonder which lucky bastard is going to be the first to taste my new combos. As night fell, the silvery moonlight cast a soft glow over the quiet dormitory. The moment he stepped inside, his roommate Liu Wenhan immediately piped up, "Bro, the AI just announced that the freshman assembly is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at Stadium Number 1. They also set up a massive group chat for all the freshmen. You should hop in." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, got it." Spotting Xu Jingming tapping on his phone, Liu Wenhan curiously asked, "Oh, by the way, bro, what rank of combat techniques did you end up choosing?" Xu Jingming replied nonchalantly, "Just 4 A-class ones." Liu Wenhan's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in pure shock. "A-class techniques? And you got 4 of them? Bro, mastering all those is going to take until our 2nd or 3rd year." He stared at Xu Jingming with absolute admiration. As expected of the boss, always playing on a whole different level. He paused, putting the pieces together. "Wait, to even view A-class techniques, does that mean you have a class clearance, bro?" Xu Jingming turned around and casually corrected him. "Not a class, it's S-class." Liu Wenhan bolted upright from the sofa, screaming, "S-class? Does our school even have a clearance level higher than A-class? How on earth did you get S-class clearance?" He suddenly froze, a wild theory flashing through his mind. "Wait, don't tell me, is it because that rumored E-class ability you were talking about?" Xu Jingming smirked at his totally stunned roommate, showing off his S-class power. He kept going, "Looks like I'm going to give your Mr. Know-It-All self another piece of mind-blowing info." Liu Wenhan let out a wild, hyped-up scream. "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I knew you had some so crazy Special clearance but S-class? No freaking way. The top scorers from other provinces are only A-class. He flashed a thumbs up, grinning like an idiot. Choosing your side was totally the best move. I'm officially your day one ride or die fan. Cut to the training room on the second floor where Xu Jingming was chilling on a chair holding a basic spear. He thought, alright, I've got the combat skills, now my gear needs to match up. My old obsidian spear, Class F, is already trashed and I didn't even bring it. Honestly, even if it wasn't broken, it couldn't keep up with my power anymore. He called over the AI sphere, floating next to him. Yinu, open the school store, look up spear weapons. Yinu pinged back instantly. On it, a flood of spear holograms popped up in front of him. Class F, Class E, Class D. A ton of them had customizable lengths and weights. He swiped through the choices, realizing that the higher the rank and the heavier the weight, the crazier the price. Let's just grab this Class E, 210 kilogram one, plus Class E armor and combat boots. Xu Jingming stared at his screen, which showed his transaction info. A pop-up confirmed, Class E spear, combat armor, and boots purchased. Total cost 237 academic credits. Remaining balance 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. Your weapons and armor will be delivered tomorrow morning. Please be ready to receive them. He let out a low sigh. Man, these credits disappear way too fast. Almost half of them are already gone. He stood up, grabbed his basic practice spear, and gave it a light swing, making a sharp whooshing sound cut through the air. Looking at the spear with hyped-up eyes, he smirked and said, "Until my new toy gets here, I'm relying on you to hold the line, buddy. Tonight you're helping me grind those 4 new Class A combat skills I just got." Time flew by. The next day, the massive hall was packed with freshmen gathering for the orientation. The second Xu Jingming stepped inside, he immediately became the center of attention. Whispers started breaking out everywhere. Yo, look over there, that's Xu Jingming. He's the guy who shattered the school record yesterday. Plus, he's the top scorer from Jiangnan province, an absolute beast. One girl cupped her face, eyes sparkling. Man, I thought he'd be some brainless meathead, but he's actually so hot. Out of nowhere, a massive figure blocked Xu Jingming's path, his voice dripping with attitude. Xu Jingming, I Leiju, challenge you. The crowd instantly recognized the guy. Well, look, that's the runner-up of Jiangnan province. Leiju scored over 9,300 points on the exam. Another guy chimed in. I heard he's from the Jinsang clan. Both his parents are Class 4 Awakeners. Leiju stood there, his eyes glaring with hate, thinking, damn it, nobody ever remembers the runner-up. I won't accept this. Xu Jingming just gave him a deadpan look and said coldly, sorry, not interested. Leiju smirked, leaning in close, dropping his voice to a threatening whisper. Don't be so quick to blow me off. I recall your aunt runs a business dealing in exotic plants, right? Xu Jingming's face tightened slightly. Leiju leaned right up to his ear, his voice turning pure poison as he stroked his chin. Xu Jingming, what a crazy coincidence. My family is her biggest supplier and she owes us a massive debt. If she can't pay up on time, well, your dear aunt might find herself in some serious trouble. Xu Jingming's eyes turned instantly ice cold, a terrifying invisible aura exploding from his body. He spat out venom at every single word. Are you threatening me? The sheer pressure of his aura made Leiju instinctively take a step back, feeling like he was facing a savage beast. A cold sweat broke out on his neck, panic rising in his chest. How the hell does this guy have the aura of a monster? He quickly waved his hands, desperately trying to play it cool. No, not a threat, just a friendly heads up. Xu Jingming reined in his aura, staring dead into the guy's eyes, and asked coldly, time and place. Seeing that he took the bait, Leiju got his swagger back. 12 noon, 7 days from now, arena number 3. Xu Jingming spun around and walked off, leaving him with a final warning. Fine, I'll be there. Just make sure you don't regret it. The crowd instantly lost its mind. Number 1 versus number 2. 7 days. From now, we're getting a massive showdown. I'm getting there early to grab the best seats. Just then, an old professor on the stage spoke into the mic. Welcome, students, to Madu Awakener University. This freshman assembly isn't your official opening ceremony. Gathering you all here today is to clear up some questions about the credit system and your specialized instructors. But first, I want to talk about the main event, the combat power rankings of the school. You guys will jump into a virtual simulation pod and fight through a full-scale simulation. Your rank will depend on how many stages you can clear. So go all out because the rewards are insane. After his speech, a female instructor stepped up and the students in the crowd started buzzing with excitement. Xu Jingming let out a yawn, feeling pretty bored. Finally, it was over after dragging on for more than an hour. That virtual simulation pod sounded kind of sick though. I'll definitely give it a shot when I get the chance. Still, he thought for the next few days, I should probably find Liu Ming and my instructor to start my daily training. Cut to the training grounds, where Liu Ming was coaching him. Xu Jingming was practicing with a wooden staff, with purple lightning crackling all over his body. He sat cross-legged, concentrating his energy as the purple sparks surged with insane power. 7 days later, Liu Ming wiped his sweat, staring at Xu Jingming in utter shock. Little bro, you already broke through to mid-tier tier 1? It hasn't even been that long. Xu Jingming just shrugged and said, just got lucky, I guess. He thought to himself, I literally waited a few days on purpose before spending 386 ability points to rank up from low tier to mid-tier tier 1. If I hadn't chilled, I probably would have scared Liu Ming to death. Liu Ming patted his shoulder, suddenly remembering, oh right, don't you have a duel scheduled with another freshman today? He grinned mischievously, leaning in. Man, I'll say a 3-minute prayer for your opponent. Let's head over together. I've been dying to see how strong my little bro is when he goes all out, in peak form. At arena number 3, the stands were packed and the hype was unreal. A group of students were chatting. The big freshman tournament is in a month, so this is the perfect chance to see what the top scorer can do. I looked up his stats. The only reason the top scorer Xu Jingming won is because he gamed the exam format. My money is on Lei Ju. I wouldn't be so sure. Xu Jingming just broke the school's physical strength record. Our school's heavy hitter. Who cares about raw punching power anyway? When us ability users fight, it all comes down to our powers in the end. Suddenly, the entire stands erupted with cheers! Whoa, Xu Jingming is here! Draped in a long cloak, Xu Jingming slowly walked onto the stage alongside Liu Ming, oozing an overwhelming aura. Looking at his straight back and elite charisma as he headed into the ring, Liu Ming crossed his arms and watched, clicking his tongue with absolute pride. Damn, my junior brother's got killer looks. Once he bags some achievements, who knows how many upperclassmen and underclassmen girls he's going to drive crazy. Standing on the opposite side, Lei Zhu felt a much stronger aura radiating from Xu Jingming. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that Xu Jingming had leveled up. But luckily, he had a trick up his sleeve too. Lei Zhu stood on the arena, pointing a finger straight at Xu Jingming, loudly issuing a cocky challenge. Hey, Xu Jingming, just fighting for a win is boring as hell. How about we raise the stakes? Put all your academy credits on the line. You down or what? Without a second thought, Xu Jingming shot back. Sure, I've got 370. Lei Zhu sneered and continued. Damn, you're loaded. I don't have enough credits, so I'll cover the rest in Great Xia currency. To make sure nobody backs out, let's transfer the credits to Miss Chu's account. He jerked his chin toward a female instructor supervising the arena. That was Miss Chu Yun, the arena warden, a powerful mid-tier level 6 healing-type ability user. Xu Jingming pulled out his phone, thinking to himself that fights between ability users were ridiculously dangerous, so the school obviously didn't want any student dying on the spot. He tapped his screen and replied, no problem. Lei Zhu finished his transfer too. He waved his hand in excitement, shouting to the crowd, damn, a 3.7 million bet. Talk about balling. The crowd went wild, completely hyped up. Miss Chu Yun stepped up onto the platform and announced in a serious tone, I've received the credits and the transfer. Prepare to begin. She looked at both of them and declared the rules loud and clear. Once one side surrenders or loses consciousness, no further attacks are allowed or there'll be severe consequences. Do you both understand? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes flashing sharp. The two stood face to face in the arena. Xu Jingming had a dark purple spear strapped to his back while Lei Zhu held a heavy greatsword. Lei Zhu smirked back, looking smugly confident. Pointing his sword straight at Xu Jingming's face, he roared in fury as flames began to erupt around his body. Xu Jingming, you stole my glory! Today I'm taking everything back! A scorching heat wave swept across the stage. The crowd in the front rows felt the heat blast their faces, gasping in shock. Whoa, as expected of an A-rank fire element ability. That is insane. Even from all the way back here, it feels like we're being roasted alive. Funneling all his energy into his blade, Lei Zhu charged forward, unleashing a fiery slash straight at Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming simply raised his spear to block. The flames were completely snuffed out, with only a few sparks of purple lightning crackling on his spear. Everyone in the stands, including Ms. Chu Yun, gasped in sheer disbelief. What? He didn't even use a skill and block that. Someone yelled, holy crap, a basic attack just countered a skill. Ultimate. Lei Zhu couldn't believe his eyes, his teeth grinding in frustration. How the hell is this possible? Xu Jingming stared back with ice-cold eyes, his voice dripping with scorn. Nothing's impossible, you're just too weak. The moment those words left his mouth, he struck. Purple lightning crackled along his spear as he lunged forward at an insane speed. Lei Zhu only saw a flash of purple before being slammed by an overwhelming, unstoppable force. Boom! The spearhead smashed dead center into Lei Zhu's chest. Volts of purple lightning surged through his body, shattering his flame barrier and sending him flying backward. Lei Zhu crashed hard onto the ring, knocked out cold and covered in blood. The entire crowd went dead silent before erupting into frantic whispers. Wait, is it over already? Jingming only threw 2 moves. Didn't everyone say Lei Zhu was stronger than Xu Jingming? Why the hell did he get wiped out in a split second? What about that blazing slash? Most of the freshmen here wouldn't stand a chance against that. It's safe to say Xu Jingming is in a whole different league from the rest of us. Liu Ming, standing below, shook his head in disappointment. Man, this is pathetic. He couldn't even force out 10% of my junior brother's real strength. Miss Chu Yun stepped up, looking at Lei Zhu lying motionless, preparing to call the match. The winner of this bout is... Suddenly, Lei Zhu struggled to his feet, his voice shaking, but stubborn as hell. Teacher, I haven't given up yet. The fight isn't over. Shaking, he pulled a blood-red pill out of his pocket. Miss Chu Yun immediately recognized it and shrieked in horror. A bloodburst pill? Are you insane? This is just an academy match, not some life-or-death battle. The crowd also recognized the banned pill, and the stadium erupted in whispers. Holy crap, Lei Zhu actually brought out a bloodburst pill. Sure, that thing gives you a massive power boost for a short time, but the side effects are brutal. He's going to be bedridden for 1 or 2 months after this. Is it really worth it? Yeah, the freshman tournament is in just over a month. This is so not worth it. At all. Ignoring the teacher's warning, Lei Zhu grit his teeth, his voice shaking but stubborn. I don't care. Whatever happens, I'll take the fall. Staring at the pill in his hand with crazy, desperate eyes, he decided to risk it all. If I lose, I'll take the hit. His actions immediately sparked outrage among the crowd. One spectator stood up, booing loudly, "What a cheat! Since when are pills allowed in a duel? How is this any different from cheating on an exam?" Another chimed in, "For real, that's totally against the rules." Miss Chu Yun turned and explained with a cold expression, as Lei Zhu swallowed the pill without a second thought, his eyes instantly turning blood red. "This is an unofficial duel with no strict rules restricting gear. It's like an open book exam where weapons, battle suits, and medicine are all fair game. If Xu Jingming has pills on him, he's welcome to take them too." The moment she finished, Lei Zhu let out an earth-shaking roar. The flames on his body flared up violently, his aura skyrocketing at a crazy speed. This blood burst pill was high-grade, boosting Lei Zhu straight to low-tier level 2. Xu Jingming is in deep trouble this time. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Xu Jingming didn't flinch at all. Instead, the purple lightning crackling around him went wild, and his eyes burned with even more battle hunger. That girl gasped in surprise again. Xu Jingming's battle spirit is getting even crazier. This guy really has the vibe of a top-tier general. Xu Jingming gripped his spear tighter, purple lightning dancing across his hands. He smirked, thinking to himself, finally, this isn't like a grown-up bullying a toddler anymore. Boom! He stomped, stomping his foot hard down onto the arena floor. The ground cracks, with purple lightning spreading out like a spiderweb. Instantly, he casts Lightning Dash, turning his entire body into a purple streak, shooting toward the Lei Zhu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The Lei Zhu, who had just powered up, gasps in absolute shock at this insane speed. Clang! The lightning-wrapped spear and the blazing greatsword clash, unleashing a deafening explosion and a massive shockwave. Even though he was enhanced by a blood burst, Pill Lei Zhu is still pushed back step to step, his hands shaking violently against Xu Jingming's insane strength. Dropping to one knee, he pants heavily, thinking, damn it, I can't believe this. My strength is already at tier 2, but in terms of raw power, I still can't match Xu Jingming. What kind of monster is he? Realizing he can't win in a head-on clash, Lei Zhu immediately switches tactics. Leaping backward, he yells, if a head-on fight doesn't work, then let's create some distance to attack. Fireball, a blazing sphere of fire shoots straight at Xu Jingming. Xu Jingming calmly spins his spear, easily shattering the fireball. He stares at his opponent with a smirk as if saying, is that all you've got? Lei Zhu breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to calculate. Damn it, what kind of lightning ability does Xu Jingming have? How is it impossible to even hit him? But then again, he can't get close to me right now either. If I can just wait until he burns through all his lightning before my medicine wears off, I'll still have a chance. But Xu Jingming isn't about to give him that chance. Gathering his power, he hurls his spear. Lightning Javelin. A spear made entirely of crackling lightning shoots forward. Right after, Xu Jingming uses Lightning Dash again, his body vanishing and reappearing in a different spot, dodging Lei Zhu's counterattack while preparing for his next move. Our Lei Zhu screams in pain as the lightning javelin grazes his shoulder. He panics as he realizes, crap, he has long-range attacks, too. Before he can even recover, he looks up. Wait, what kind of skill is this? Standing at a distance, Xu Jingming forms a hand seal and coldly declares, Lightning Prison. Lei Zhu is instantly bound. Struggling desperately, but in vain. He grits his teeth. Damn it, a crowd control skill. In this life-or-death moment, he unleashes all his energy, creating a massive barrier of flames around his body. He roars defiantly, if I can't get out, you sure as hell aren't getting in. Let's see who can stall longer. Xu Jingming looks at the fire shield, his eyes dead calm. That shield isn't bad. I wonder how many of my spear strikes it can handle. He leaps high into the air, the spear in his hand gathering a massive surge of lightning. He unleashes his ultimate move, barrage of lightning spears. From a single tip, countless lightning spear afterimages materialize, raining down on the fire shield like a purple meteor shower. Staring at this apocalyptic sight, Lei Zhu feels the chill of death creeping up on him for the first time. Panic completely takes over his mind. I'm going to die. If that hits me, I'm history. Before the storm of spears can touch him, he screams with all his might. I surrender. Clang! The main spear tip halts, just a few millimeters away from Lei Zhu's forehead, the raw pressure making his hair stand on end. Xu Jingming retracts all the lightning into his palm. Thud. Lei Zhu collapses to the floor, shivering uncontrollably, his face completely pale. Xu Jingming coldly pulls back his spear and stands tall. Instructor Chu Yun raises her hand, loudly declaring, the winner of this match is Xu Jingming. The stands fall silent for a few seconds before absolutely exploding. A total sweep! It's another complete stomp! In just 4 or 5 short seconds, he pulled off 4 combat skills in a row. This is just too insane. The transitions between his skills were so smooth, there's no way this is the level of a freshman. Another student chimes in, analyzing, by the way, all of Xu Jingming's skills look seriously powerful. Do you think they're all B rank? The guy next to him nods. 4 B rank skills? That's insane. The best skill I have is only C rank. Hearing this, Lu Ming, standing below, shakes his head, muttering, B rank? You guys are totally underestimating my junior brother. Those are 4 A rank combat skills. He seriously had the guts to pick them. What's even more ridiculous is that he's already mastered them all for actual combat. Looking back on his own past, a complex look flashes in his eyes. Back then, I only dared to choose 1 A-rank skill, Lightning Dash, and even that took me over 4 months to learn. He sighs, man, having a junior brother like this puts a lot of pressure on me. After the match ends, Lei Zhu, still shaking, gets up and approaches Xu Jingming. He bows his head, his voice filled with respect and genuine gratitude. Xu Jingming, thanks for sparing my life just now. This time, I'm completely beaten. The credits and great Sha coins are all yours. Plus, I'll pay up what I owe on my aunt's side as agreed. Right after that, Instructor Chu Yun steps forward to announce in a professional tone, 50 credits and 3.2 million great Sha coins have been transferred to your student account. Xu Jingming nods slightly. Got it. He can't help thinking to himself, man, betting really brings in the cash fast. As Xu Jingming is about to leave the ring, Liu Wenhan, a classmate with edgy platinum hair, excitedly calls out from the stands, that was sick, Brother Ming. You're officially a rich man now. Want to hit up downtown Shanghai tonight to wind down? Xu Jingming hesitates for a second. Turning around, he declines, nah, I still have to train with senior brother later. Suddenly, Liu Ming appears out of nowhere and speaks up to encourage him. Go on, you need to balance hard work and relaxation to keep from burning out. He pats his shoulder and adds, you've been training hard for so long. You really should take a break. If you say so, senior, Xu Jingming happily agrees. I'll take your advice then. In the background, Liu Wenhan seems to realize something, stammering in utter shock. A rank lightning user. Vice President of the Ash Society Liu Ming? Liu Wenhan leaps down from the stands, running after Xu Jingming with eyes full of admiration, chatting as they walk. Dude, you look way cooler in person than in pictures. Happily putting his arm around Xu Jingming's shoulder, Liu Wenhan locks in the plan. So tonight is officially a go. Brother Ming, you just tag along. Leave the rest of the schedule to me. Getting a bit curious, Xu Jingming turns to ask what the plan is. Liu Wenhan spins around, pointing both fingers at Xu Jingming with a mischievous grin and glowing eyes. The one event in college you absolutely cannot miss. A mixer between the guys and girls' dorms. Later that night, at a high-end restaurant, a table piled high with mouth-watering dishes is all set up, from golden roasted chicken, pizza, and bread to all kinds of salads and drinks. Holding a plate of food, Liu Wenhan proudly says to Jingming, Brother Ming, your cloud is seriously blowing up right now. I posted an invitation for a mixer on the school forum. Guess how many girls signed up? Xu Jingming just stares at him in silence, giving him a skeptical look. Liu Wenhan continues to brag, gesturing wildly. Over 100 signups. I had to filter through them to choose pairs of them. My eyes are literally spinning. Xu Jingming took a sip of his drink and smirked. You're always so damn hyped when it comes to this stuff. Picking one out of 100. Now I'm seriously dying to see who you actually picked, Liu Wenhan teased. Heh, keeping it a secret for now. You'll see her in a bit. Just then, Liu Wenhan looked toward the door and waved like crazy, shouting, Speak of the devil! Over here! Over here! A girl wearing glasses with neatly braided brown hair, wearing a light yellow dress, walked in, waving cheerfully. Good evening, you two. Thanks for the invite. I'm Bidonga. Right next to her was another girl with long black hair, wearing a white crop top and denim shorts. She also introduced herself with a friendly smile. And I'm her roommate, Song Shuyun. Liu Wenhan stood up and enthusiastically introduced them to Xu Jingming. Bidonghe has a rank A beast-type enhancement ability, and Song Shuyun is a high-tier rank 1 with a rank A natural, light element ability. Plus, she's actually the top scorer of our Sichuan province. Xu Jingming politely stood up as well, introducing himself with a smile. Nice to meet you guys. I'm Xu Jingming. Hearing that name, Song Shuyun looked a bit taken aback. Xu Jingming? So you're the famous Xu Jingming. Right away, her eyes sparked with excitement and a thirst for a challenge. She stared straight at Xu Jingming and asked, Down for a spar? Name the time and place. It's your call. B. Donghae quickly grabbed her friend's arm to stop her. Seriously, Chuyun? You're such a battle maniac. We just met and you're already trying to throw hands? We're here to hang out. Xu Jingming chuckled. Wait, is this a misunderstanding? I thought we were just here to get to know each other as new classmates today. He quickly motioned for them to sit to cool things down. It was all just a misunderstanding. Anyway, take a seat. That's right. We're all here to have fun today. Let's grab some food first, and then we'll hit the shopping district together. After eating, the group strolled along the commercial street in downtown Mado. Tong Thu Van looked up at the glittering skyscrapers and couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, it's so lively. Passing by a fashion boutique, Tat Dongha squealed, this outfit is so trendy and cute. Inside the shop, there was a display of a high-level weapon, an A-grade moonlight blade. Staring at the luxury shops displaying all kinds of battle gear, weapons, and elixirs, Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this is one of the top shopping hubs in the country. The battle gear, weapons, and elixirs here are way more complete than in Zhangthan. The four of them enjoyed some street food together, the vibe totally fun and relaxed. Afterwards, the girls went right back to clothes shopping. Seeing Tat Dongha carrying a heavy shopping bag, Xu Jingming thoughtfully stepped in to help. He gently took the bag handles from her hand. Walking quietly behind them, Xu Jingming watched the two girls happily picking out jewelry. A little later, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan were absolutely loaded down with shopping bags. He gasped in shock. We've spent millions in just one evening. Liu Wenhan whispered beside him. That Tong Thu Van girl looks like she dresses simply, but who knew she's low-key loaded? Xu Jingming turned to him with a confused look, so Liu Van Han quickly explained, Brother Min, you have no idea. She's not just rich, her background is insanely powerful too. The shopping spree didn't seem to have ended yet when Tat Dongha called out from another shop. Hey, you two gentlemen, help us carry this last bag, will ya? Meanwhile, Tong Thu Van stood nearby, looking pretty exhausted, muttering, it's about time to head back. Finally, Xu Jingming and Liu Wenhan walked the two girls back to their dorm. They stopped at the path leading into the building. We'll leave you here, Tong Thu Van said with a smile. We had a blast today. Thanks, you guys. Xu Jingming smiled and waved. Goodbye. No problem. Bye. Liu Wenhan also waved enthusiastically. See ya. Just as the two girls turned to leave, Tong Thu Van suddenly stopped and looked back. Face was shadowed, but her voice was dead serious. Xu Jingming, everything I said before was true. One day in the future, I will definitely challenge you to a fight. Hearing that determined challenge, Xu Jingming was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a confident and expectant smirk appearing on his lips. No problem, I'm looking forward to it. Seeing Xu Jingming smile, Tong Thu Van also let out a soft smirk before turning and walking away. Once they were a bit further down and out of the boy's sight, Tat Dongha turned to tease her friend. Thu Van, since we started school, I've never seen you give any guy the time of day. But you treat Xu Jingming pretty nicely, huh? Dragging you along for this double date was definitely the right call. Tong Thu Van crossed her arms, explaining seriously, my A-rank talent, Eye of Dawn, allows me to perceive things keenly. I can see right through the dirty thoughts of guys when they look at me. Around her, silhouettes of dark figures appeared with filthy thoughts like, damn, she's stacked. What a hot body, be my girl. Heh, this babe is fine, probably an easy target, she continued, gazing into the distance, her expression softening. But Xu Jingming is different. He only has genuine admiration without a single dirty thought. In short, he's super special. Hearing this, Tat Dongha put her hand on her chin, giving a knowing smirk. Well, looks like our Miss Tong has caught feelings. Meanwhile, on the way back, Liu Wenhan stretched lazily. Phew, going out for a stroll once in a while is pretty awesome. Walking beside him, Xu Jingming softly replied, yeah. He couldn't help but smile as Tong Thu Van's face flashed in his mind. Tong Thu Van is a high tier 1? Looks like I still need to keep pushing myself. 15 days later, in the training room, Xu Jingming sat cross-legged amidst a surging torrent of lightning. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. My foundation is basically ready, time to level up again. Deep Blue assigned points! Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. The system screen popped up, showing the notification. Talent points minus 456. Tier 1 mid-grade upgraded to Tier 1 high-grade. At the same time, another source of power was reinforced. Talent points minus 354. Thunder Ashes Undying Body Tier 1 upgraded to Thunder Ashes Undying Body Tier 2. He let out a long breath, feeling the changes within his body. Whew, leveling up has really boosted my overall strength. Tier 2 Thunder Ashes also focuses on reinforcing bones and muscles. He flipped open a book titled Thunder Limit State, thinking to himself, according to the book, if I can break through to the third stage, I can unlock the special Thunder Limit State, which temporarily pushes my speed and power to their absolute limits. Xu Jingming glanced at his status board. Name Xu Jingming, level Tier 1 high grade. Talent, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. S grade. Physique 520. Vitality and Spirit 421. Skills, Advanced Spear Technique, Body Tempering Fist Technique, Thunder Ashes Undying Body Tier 2. Talent points 62. He muttered. Thunder Limit State, I'm really looking forward to it. Too bad my talent points are basically bone dry. It's time to ask Master for permission to head out to the wilderness to hunt some beasts and replenish my talent points. Right at that moment, his master suddenly appeared, looking absolutely flabbergasted. Xu Jingming, you broke through again? Xu Jingming stood up and calmly replied, I was just about to tell you, Master, I broke through last night. Also, my Thunder Ashes Undying Body has reached Tier 2. The master stared at his disciple in disbelief, his mind reeling. Upgrading his rank and breaking through in body tempering are both insanely difficult feats, yet Xu Jingming talked about it as casually as drinking water. With an S-grade talent and such grueling training, his future was truly limitless. Senior brother Liu, standing nearby, chimed in. I told you, our little junior brother is a total monster. Back when I broke through from Tier 1 mid-grade to high grade, it took me over half a year. The master looked at Xu Jingming with a proud gaze and suggested, leveling up is obviously important, but real combat can't be neglected either. Let's have a spar with your senior brother Liu, so I can see how much stronger you've gotten after this breakthrough. Huang Tian immediately agreed. Yes, master. At the martial arts field, senior brother Liu said, little junior brother, I'll suppress my power to Tier 2 low grade. Go all out and don't hold back. Their master began the countdown. Both of them instantly got into position. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the words left his mouth, two surges of energy, one blue, one purple, clashed violently, triggering a massive explosion. Xu Jingming channeled his power, the spear in his hand erupting with crackling purple lightning as he lunged straight at senior brother Liu, who, bracing himself, using green energy to block. Liu Ming felt the raw power behind Xu Jingming's strike, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This kid's got some serious muscle to go toe-to-toe with me. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was absolutely hyped, his eyes blazing with pure battle lust. Ever since he unlocked the system, this was his first time going up against someone who could actually match him. Taking a step back, crackling lightning energy gathered in his palm, ready to unleash a badass skill. Thunder Prison. A massive ball of lightning blasted out, heading straight for Liu Ming. But Xu Jingming didn't even flinch. He immediately countered with one of his own strongest moves, the Lightning Spear Torrent. Liu Ming smirked, a flash of utter confidence in his eyes. Not bad. That's the combo that wrecked the lightning pillar. Too bad for you, I'm not some weak-ass freshman. He roared, channeling his full power to unleash his signature skill, the Jade Body Lightning. A surge of jade green lightning exploded, easily obliterating Xu Jingming's rain of spears. 20 minutes later, the match was over. Xu Jingming was panting hard, drenched in sweat, leaning heavily on his spear just to stay upright. In a breathless voice, he managed to say, "Senior, my divine lightning is totally tapped out. I lose." Lu Ming walked over, clapped him on the shoulder, and said, "In terms of pure skill, you didn't lose. You just fell short on energy capacity, that's all." Their master approached them, looking incredibly pleased. Not bad at all. That was an absolute thriller of a fight. Jingming, your performance completely blew past my expectations. He honestly thought Lu Min would take this easily, but he didn't expect them to be dead even, forcing Lu Min to play the waiting game and wear him down just to clutch the win. Liu Ming looked at Xu Jingming with pure respect and asked, "Hey, do you even realize what tier your strength just reached?" Xu Jingming blinked in confusion. "Oh, what tier?" Liu Ming declared proudly, "Tier 2 invincible." Those 3 words left Xu Jingming completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. The master chimed in. "All right, that's enough sparring for today. Take a break, everyone." A servant then brought over a plate of exotic-looking fruits. These are purifying spirit fruits. They wash away fatigue and are perfect for post-training recovery. Xu Jingming seized the moment and turned to his master. "Master, there's something I need to ask you." The master replied, "Go ahead, son." With a look of absolute determination, Xu Jingming revealed his decision. "I'm planning to leave the academy and head out to the wilderness." His master was caught off guard. "The wilderness? How long are you planning to be gone?" Xu Jingming replied, "About a month or so. I'll be back before the freshman grand tournament." The master frowned. "That long?" His face grew serious as he warned, "The wilderness isn't like the college entrance exam arena. There's no military protection there. Savage beasts run wild and roam completely at random. One tiny slip-up and you could run right into a high-level beast. Not to mention, you're planning to stay there for over a month. The danger is off the charts." But after a moment of silent thought, he smiled and patted his student's shoulder. "Fine, if you're set on going, then go. Just remember, if things go sideways, you run immediately. The rise of any true powerhouse always involves facing life and death crises. Since you've got that drive to push forward, I won't stand in your way." Xu Jingming bowed, deeply grateful. "Thank you, Master Xia." The master then asked, "By the way, which wilderness zone are you heading to?" He handed him one of the purifying spirit fruits. Xu Jingming took it and replied, "The wilderness, on the outskirts of Yuanshui City." Hearing this, his master let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, that's fine then. It's right next to Mado, and the strongest beasts there are only tier 4 or 5. It's relatively safe. I'll have Lu Min share some of his survival tips with you before you head out." Xu Jingming nodded. "Got it, master." The master continued, "Once you're out there, I can't do much to protect you, so I might as well hook you up with a real weapon." With that, he raised his hand and a ring on his finger began to glow. Grabbing Xu Jingming's hand, he placed a brand new spear into his grip. "Is this?" Xu Jingming looked at the weapon in sheer awe. Back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming laid his new spear on the bed, right next to his packed backpack. Sitting down at his desk, he ordered his AI Yihua to open the academy's mission system. A virtual screen popped up in front of him, and he thought to himself, "According to my senior's advice, it's best to grab a few missions before leaving campus to rack up some academy credits." He scrolled through the mission board, collecting beast parts, gathering rare herbs, hunting down fugitives, and large-scale campaigns. Mission 1. Collect 30 whiskers from Tier 2 TD Foxes. Reward 60 credits. Rank C mission. Mission 2. Collect 30 cleansing spirit herbs over 25 years old. Reward 43 credits. Rank D mission. Mission 3. Head to the southwest to join a campaign. Requirement mid-tier 1 or above. Reward 600 credits. Ranks mission. Mission 4. Assist the Mado Police Bureau in capturing the fugitive Qian Bin. Reward 200 credits. Rank a mission. Xu Jingming frowned slightly. Every single mission with a high credit payout naturally involves heavy combat. This is basically throwing students straight into a meat grinder. But hey, that's the motto, awakened university style of training for you. He swiped the screen and made his choice. No wonder people say the true elites of Motto Awakened University aren't found on campus but out in the wild. All right, let's take this rank a mission and these 3 rank B missions. After accepting the missions, he stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Preparations are complete. No time to waste. Let's head out right now. The AI system chimed, "Good luck, sir." The scene shifted to a vast rolling mountain range. Up ahead stood a sleek, modern building. The sign read, Yuanshui City Supply Base. Inside the base, a bustling, lively street was packed with people shouting out deliveries and recruiting teammates. Beast hunting squad looking for a scout. Rank C squad recruiting here. Top grade pills for sale. Expedition mission, anyone interested? Xu Jingming, with his backpack on and spear in hand, walked confidently into the base. Looking at the lively scene before him, his heart filled with resolve. Yuanshui Supply Base, I'm finally here. He entered a grand, luxurious hall where adventurers were gathered. A glamorous female staff member in a stunning red dress walked up, giving a professional bow. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you today?" Xu Jingming handed over his student ID and said, "I'd like to register as an adventurer." He knew that to enter the wilderness, he first had to register for a nationally recognized adventurer license. The receptionist was slightly taken aback as she took his card. "A student from Motto Awakened University? It's honestly pretty rare for a Tier 1 freshman like you to head into the wilderness so early. Neat. Processing the paperwork will take a little time. Please take a seat and relax for a bit, sir." Xu Jingming found a spot and waited patiently. Suddenly, the lobby became restless. Everyone locked their eyes on the entrance and the crowd started whispering. Whoa, it's goddess Jiang Chushuan. My goddess is so freaking gorgeous. No wonder she's a student at Magic Capital University. Her aura is insanely strong. A girl with platinum blonde hair wearing stylish sunglasses walked in with a squad of bodyguards and a cameraman. An intro screen popped up. Jiang Chushuan, sophomore at Magic Capital University of Abilities. The crowd kept gossiping. Looks like goddess Jiang is back in the wilderness to shoot content again. Even though her team does all the heavy lifting, the videos are top tier. I watch every single episode. Yo, is it true that Goddess Jiang has tens of millions of followers online? Way more than that, 15 million. If she were my girlfriend, I'd gladly shave 10 years off my life. Xu Jingming also glanced over at Jiang Chushuan, thinking to himself, from Magic Capital University? Her looks are easily on par with Song Chuyun. Right then, the staff member returned and handed him a card and a watch. Here are your adventurer card and satellite smartwatch. The wilderness map is pre-installed inside. The top section shows detailed monster activity and danger levels for each zone. Xu Jingming took them and said, thanks. Once he had his adventurer card and watch, Xu Jingming turned around to leave the lobby and kick off his journey. Suddenly, a shady-looking guy wearing a worn-out coat stepped in to block his path. He grinned sleazily and struck up a conversation. Hey, little bro, first time heading into the wilderness? Going out there without pills is a death wish. So what do you say? Want to buy some? Xu Jingming glanced at the man, his eyes sharp and analytical, and calmly asked how much. The jerk thought he'd found an easy target, so he eagerly pitched. First-grade healing pills are 20,000 each. First-grade detox pills are 15,000 each. Second-grade ones work better but cost more. 40,000 and 30,000. Xu Jingming casually replied, oh, that's not too bad. Hearing this, the guy grinned widely, slapped his chest, and boasted, a man of culture. My pills are famous for being cheap and highly effective. However, Xu Jingming was cold-bloodedly analyzing the situation. In reality, even first-grade pills cost at least 30 to 40,000 each. Since this guy's prices were suspiciously low, something was definitely fishy. He had to be a scammer, specifically targeting clueless rookies. The guy urged him, so how many do you want? Xu Jingming stared straight into his eyes and smirked. You've scanned plenty of newbies with this cheap trick, haven't you? The guy's face instantly twisted in anger, and he growled, poking Xu Jingming's chest. You saw right through me and messed with me on purpose, didn't you? Xu Jingming simply shrugged. What do you think? Gritting his teeth, the guy's face warped with rage. Fine, freaking awesome. You're the very first person to dare mess with me at this supply base. Right as the tension reached its peak, a familiar voice cut through. The short-haired girl who had previously warned Xu Jingming, Huang Tian, pointed right at the scammer and barked, Zhao Chunlin, you're out here ripping off newbies again. Having his name shouted out, Zhao Chunlin looked highly annoyed. He shot a nasty glare at Huang Tian, then turned to Xu Jingming and spat, consider yourself lucky today, punk. Before leaving, he turned back and threw out a death threat with murderous eyes. But you better not leave this supply base for the next few days, otherwise you're going to regret it. Once Zhao Chunlin was out of sight, the bystanders began to gossip. Damn, this newbie is marked by Zhao Chunlin. Seriously, out of all the people he chose to mess with Zhao Chunlin, right? I heard he's already reached mid-second tier. How's this high first-tier kid supposed to match him? Huang Tian walked over and told Xu Jingming with concern. Zhao Chunlin is extremely petty. He holds grudges, so don't leave the supply base anytime soon. Xu Jingming replied, thanks for the heads up. But does nobody care that he's scamming people like this? Huang Tian shook her head. The guy's got underworld backing. Who'd dare cross him? If you need supplies, just buy them from the official store. Just remember, don't step foot outside the base. Watching Huang Tian and her friends walk away, Xu Jingming thought, what a sweet girl. Completely brushing off Zhao Chunlin's threat, he turned to prepare for his journey. All right, let's grab what I need for the month first. Healing pills, detox pills, and blood-bursting pills. There's a lot to buy. He walked up to the official base counter, where a spherical robot was assisting customers. After buying everything he needed, Xu Jingming packed it all into his backpack. Completely ignoring the warning, he strolled right out of the supply base's main gate all by himself. Sure enough, Zhao Chunlin and his lackeys were already waiting outside. Crossed his arms and sneered. You really didn't take me seriously, did you? I told you not to leave the supply base, yet here you are. You really think you can disrespect me like this? Huh? Xu Jingming stopped, calmly facing them, and even let out a slight smile. What do you want? That smile of his only made Zhao Chunlin even angrier. He growled, his face contorting with rage. You made me look like an idiot back there. I'm gonna break both of your legs so you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. That's the only way I'll settle this score. From a distance, Huang Tian and her female friends spotted the scene. Huang Tian panicked. I literally told him not to leave the supply base. Why didn't he listen? I have to go help him right now. But her friend pulled her back. Don't rush in. Let him learn his lesson. That's what he gets for being arrogant and ignoring advice. Meanwhile, Zhao Chunlin began flexing his energy, the muscles in his arms bulging as he grinned smugly. The skin on his arms turned into a shiny metallic color. If I can't even put a rookie in his place, how the hell am I supposed to run the streets anymore? With my C-grade metal reinforcement ability paired with my D-grade combat suit, you won't even scratch me. Now, pay me 1 million as compensation and get down on your knees. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jingming completely lost his patience. A surge of purple electricity crackled around him as he growled, Shut up! Zhao Chunlin's face froze in shock. In an instant, Xu Jingming turned into a blur, dashing through the air with terrifying speed. A devastating kick, cloaked in crackling purple lightning, slammed straight in Zhao Chunlin's face before he could even react. Boom! The monstrous impact sent Zhao Chunlin flying backward like a broken kite, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood mid-air. His body slammed heavily into the dirt, creating a deep crater and cracking the ground all around him as dust and debris exploded everywhere. Huang Tian and the onlookers in the distance stood there with their jaws on the floor, completely unable to process the insanity they'd just witnessed. Amidst the absolute chaos, Xu Jingming coldly brushed off his hands and casually walked away, leaving Zhao Chunlin face down in a pool of blood among the rubble. Only then did the stunned crowd snap back to reality and start whispering in shock. What the? A one-shot? That's insane. Holy crap, how the hell did he do that? I didn't even see him move. Haha, looks like Zhao Chunlin really kicked a steel wall this time. Man, I was actually worried for that new guy. Who knew his real strength was so god-tier? Huang Tian, still totally stunned, turned to her team captain and asked, how did he do that? I couldn't see it at all. The captain replied with a dead serious expression. It was a single kick to the leg. Zhao Chunlin's pelvis is completely shattered. Even if he survives this, he's spending the rest of his life as a cripple in a wheelchair. The captain continued, his eyes filled with awe. He's definitely from Mordu University of Abilities. Insanely powerful and brutal enough to match. Huang Tian asked in surprise, a Mordu student? Captain, how do you know? The captain explained, the battle suit he's wearing, I've only ever seen it on students from Mordu. It's got to be an exclusive piece of gear developed by their R&D department. An idea suddenly flashed in Huang Tian's mind. Only a school like that could raise such an absolute freak. How about we recruit him? Aren't we still short on a main attacker? One of the other girls spoke up. Qian, when we started this squad, didn't we agree on girls only? Another blonde girl teased as she hugged the blushing Huang Tian. Haha, Qian got a little crush, huh? Though to be fair, that guy is a total hottie, so I wouldn't mind having him on the team. Huang Tian was too embarrassed to say a word. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming had already made it to the checkpoint on the edge of the base. He swiped his adventurer pass in front of the scanner. A robotic voice chimed, adventurer identity verified, access to the wilderness approved. The giant gate slid open and Xu Jingming officially stepped into the primordial wilderness. Surrounded by a dense, gloomy forest, the air was thick with danger, kept his guard up as a deafening, piercing screech echoed through the woods. Looking up, Xu Jingming saw a flock of birds scatter in panic from an abandoned building in the distance. He thought to himself, that screech, it's marking territory, must be at least a tier 4 beast. Too bad you guys aren't my targets today. He tapped his smartwatch, bringing up a 3D map to plan his route. The primordial wilderness was basically split into two main zones, the ruined town and the mountain forest. The beasts in the ruined town were slightly weaker, making it the perfect spot to start farming ability points. The map zoomed in on a specific area. Pingan Town ahead looks decent, most tier 2 beasts, barely any tier 1s and 0 tier 3s or 4s. Plus, the area is huge. There should be at least 500 to 600 beasts there. With his target locked, Xu Jingming burst into a sprint, his body blurring through the trees. Pingan Town, here I come. The second he set foot on the ruined streets of the town, a dark shadow lunged from the darkness, attacking with insane speed. Xu Jingming calmly spun around. A tier 2 shadow cat? Guess my free ability points are delivering themselves. Clenching his fists, purple lightning began to spark. Lately, influenced by the dark energy of the thunder-ruined tyrant dragon, he'd been fighting an intense urge to slaughter. The more he suppressed it, the more violent it became. A wicked, thrilled smirk spread across his lips, his eyes glowing with purple electricity. But this time, I don't have to hold back at all. The shadow cat seemed to sense the terrifying killer instinct. It froze, its purple eyes filled with sheer terror. 1 month later, another adventurer team was patrolling the eerily quiet streets of Pingan Town. One of them asked, hey captain, what's up with this town? We've been walking around all day and haven't seen a single beast. The bald captain scowled and snapped, how the hell should I know? Pingan Town was supposed to have at least 500 beasts. Even if such a massive horde decided to migrate, they couldn't have just vanished overnight. Suddenly, a giant titty tiger leaped out from a ruined building, roaring ferociously, making the whole team jump. They immediately got into battle stances, their faces a mix of tension and excitement. A titty tiger! Finally. We actually found a beast. Let's take it down together. But before they could even move, a glowing purple lightning spear shot out of nowhere, with blinding speed slicing through the air. The lightning spear pierced straight through the titty tiger, triggering a devastating energy explosion. The beast didn't even have time to let out a whimper before it was completely vaporized by the purple lightning. The two squad members stared at the empty space, totally dumbfounded. What on earth? Was that just now? Some kind of high-tech laser weapon? The captain shook his head, his eyes wide with shock. No way, a laser is even faster. This looks like some kind of lightning combat skill. The bald captain's face turned pale as he urgently ordered, we need to get out of here right now. This town has definitely been claimed by some powerhouse. That attack was probably a warning shot. Without wasting a second, the team spun around and bolted. As they ran, one member panted, no wonder we couldn't find any beasts. They must have all been wiped out by that lightning master. Another member shuddered, inhaling deeply. The sheer power of that lightning spear was insane. My legs are literally shaking right now. The captain barked back, shut up and keep running. If we piss off that monster, we're dead. Up on a high rooftop, Xu Jingming calmly lowered his hand as a virtual screen popped up in front of him. Killed a Tier 2 lower-grade titty tiger. Gained 19 ability points. He thought satisfied. With Lightning Spear reaching advanced mastery, my attack range has spiked to over 1,000 meters. Not bad at all. He opened his status board, summarizing his mind-blowing progress. In just 1 month, farming over 8,000 ability points, leveling up from Tier 1 peak to Tier 2 peak, and breaking through to the 3rd level of the Thunder Ruin Undying Body. His detailed stats panel appeared. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, Tier 2 peak. Ability, S-Class Violet Heavenly Thunder. Physique, 1,310. Vitality and Spirit, 972 Hz. Skills, Master Spearman, Intermediate Fist Technique, Lightning Fangs, Intermediate Consecutive Lightning Spears, Advanced Lightning Flash, Intermediate Lightning Prison, Advanced Lightning Storm. Body Tempering, Level 3 Thunder Ruin Undying Body. Ability points, 112. He thought confidently. With so many A-class skills already at Intermediate Mastery, who else could possibly pull this off? Xu Jingming stood up and looked out over. The town below has been completely wiped clean. Everything is cleared out here, so pack up your gear. Tomorrow we're heading back to the supply base to restock. Then we'll dive even deeper into the wilderness. The next day, back at the primordial supply base, Xu Jingming returned carrying a tactical backpack that was swollen to an insane size. The people around him couldn't help but gawk and tease. Yo, what's the deal? Did that tactical backpack grow legs? No way he hauled a whole one-horned rhino back in there, right? That looks brutal. Xu Jingming just ignored their gossiping. He thought to himself, good thing I bought the reinforced tactical backpack. Otherwise, there's no way it could hold over 400 kilograms of beast materials. Stepping into the trading hall, he slammed the heavy backpack down right in front of the female receptionist. She put on a professional smile and said, "Excuse me. Sir, what kind of materials would you like to sell? You can place them on the scale next to you to weigh them first." Xu Jingming unzipped the backpack and dumped his entire haul onto the floor. A massive mountain-like pile of beast materials instantly stacked up before her eyes. The receptionist's jaw dropped in shock as she stammered, "Whoa, this is way too much." Xu Jingming calmly replied, "Tier 2 beast materials about over 400 kilograms. See how much you can give me for this." Staring at the pile of valuable materials, her eyes lit up. Tiger tendons, beast fangs, rhino horns, all of them prime-grade stuff. Realizing she couldn't handle this load on her own, she said, "Sir, please wait a moment. You have way too many beast materials. I need to call in some backup to help with the inventory." With that, she hurriedly contacted the purchasing department. Moments later, a sharply dressed man in a suit walked over, flanked by 2 gorgeous female assistants. He introduced himself professionally. "Hello, sir. I am the manager in charge of the purchasing division, Zhao Yi." Xu Jingming politely shook his hand. "Xu Jingming." Zhao Yi stared at the pile of loot, unable to hide his sheer admiration. "Mr. Xu, you are seriously a young prodigy. Slaying this many beasts at such a young age is truly mind-blowing. I'll have my team inventory the materials right away. Do you mind sitting down with me for a bit?" The staff quickly deployed flying drones to scan and appraise the value of each item. Once the inventory was complete, Zhao Yi sat opposite Xu Jingming and handed him a gold card. "This is a platinum membership card for the supply base. You get a 5% discount on absolutely everything. Please accept it." The base definitely had to stay on the good side of such a young, high-tier level 2 awakened. Xu Jingming took the card. "Then thanks, Manager Zhao." A female staff member walked over to report, "Sir, the inventory is complete. We have 89 pieces of high-tier level 2 beast materials, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier." Zhao Yi was shocked to hear this, thinking, damn, did this guy wipe out an entire beast nest? Zhao Yi made an offer. "All these materials come to a total of 24,764,000. Let's just round it up to 25 million. How does that sound?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Rounding it up? Nice. Thanks a lot, Manager Zhao." Instantly, Xu Jingming's phone buzzed with a notification. "Your China Summer Bank account ending in 7043 has received 25 million. Current balance, 29,123,400. He looked at the numbers on the screen and couldn't hide his excitement. "Haha, 29 million. I'm officially loaded overnight." With the transaction done, Xu Jingming stood up to leave. Zhao Yi stood up too and handed over his business card. "Manager Zhao, see you next time. Here's my card. If you are free, let me buy you some tea." As Xu Jingming turned to walk away, Zhao Yi stared at his departing figure, deeply impressed, thinking this kid's future was absolutely limitless. Suddenly, the phone in Zhao Yi's pocket started ringing. He picked it up, his voice sounding a bit annoyed. "Zhao Shenlin, what do you want?" On the other end, Zhao Shenlin's spiteful voice rang out. "Manager, I just saw the bastard who ruined me back at the supply base. You have to get revenge for me." Zhao Yi replied indifferently. "Oh, is it that high-tier level 1 punk you talked about? How do you want to get even?" Covered in white bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, Zhao Shenlin screamed into the phone. "Send out the Tiger Strike Squad. I want him begging for death." Zhao Yi pondered for a brief second before agreeing. "Fine, I'll lend you the Tiger Strike Squad, but after this, we're even." Zhao Shenlin replied, "Don't worry, once this is done, I'm leaving Primordial City immediately." Hanging up, Zhao Yi felt a sudden wave of unease. Why do I feel like something is off? Am I overthinking things? The Tiger Strike Squad is an elite level 2 awakened squad. Taking down a high-tier level 1 kid should be a total walk in the park. Meanwhile, as Xu Jingming was walking down the street, he suddenly sneezed. "Achoo!" rubbing his nose. He felt a bit weird. What's up with that? Is someone talking trash behind my back? At the same time, in a luxurious office, Zhao Yi was reporting over the phone. Director Wang, I just scouted a really badass awakened named Xu Jingming. He brought back more loot by himself than more than a dozen squads combined. On the other end of the line, the general manager of the base, Huang Tian, was sitting in front of his computer. Xu Jingming, let me look him up. When the info popped up on the screen, Huang Tian's eyes flashed with shock. He immediately barked orders to Zhao Yi through the phone. Manager Zhao, that Xu Jingming is extremely important to me. If he shows up again, notify me immediately. Zhao Yi hurriedly replied, yes sir, got it. He hung up, his heart breaking into a cold sweat. To think this Xu Jingming could get old Wang this fired up? He must have some insane background. Thank God I didn't piss him off. Wang Yan stared at the computer screen, muttering to himself, I can't believe another disciple of Yang Zhentian has arrived at my base. A high-tier level 2, and his talent is even crazier than Liu Ming's who came before. He's a literal monster, definitely someone we can't afford to offend. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was strolling through the base market, glancing at an equipment shop. He thought, a spatial ring here costs over 10 million, and the storage space is only as big as a suitcase. Damn, that's pricey. Looking at the bustling crowd, he couldn't help but dream. But a spatial ring is so damn convenient, I really want one. I wonder if a spatial ring can fit a spear and how big of a spear it can hold. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked up to find Liu Wenhan calling. Bro Ming, long time no talk. When are you coming back to school? Xu Jingming replied, probably in half a month. Why, what's up? While chatting on the phone, Xu Jingming had no clue that at the end of a narrow alleyway, a group of people was stalking him. Leading them was Zhao Xuanlin in his wheelchair, flanked by the members of the Tiger Strike Squad. Inside the alley, Zhao Xuanlin, still wrapped in bandages from head to toe, glared with pure hatred and ordered the Tiger Strike Squad. Your target is him. Break his arms and legs, then bring him here to me. The blonde captain replied coldly, got it. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was still completely engrossed in his phone call with Liu Wenhan. He had no idea a member of the Tiger Squad had already crept up behind him. On the other end, Liu Wenhan said, during the 1 month you were gone, a new freshman joined the school, and man, is he cocky. Xu Jingming gave a soft grunt. Sensing something, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, startling his stalker. He asked into the phone, what's wrong? Then quickly reassured him, it's nothing, keep going. His eyes grew razor-sharp, warily, scanning the surroundings. At the corner of the alley, the Tiger Squad captain signaled his team to get ready, since the target had just entered the narrow alley. He then turned to the platinum-haired girl, He Qian, to analyze the target's power. He Qian gave a brief nod, accepting the command. Another male teammate scoffed in disdain. Captain, no offense, but sometimes you are way too paranoid. He's just some high-tier rank 1 kid. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Meanwhile, He Qian was using her special ability when she suddenly gasped in utter horror. How is this even possible? The captain immediately picked up on the panic in her voice. He spun around and asked, what's wrong? Is something off? He Qian replied with a deadly serious expression. I'm sharing my vision, see for yourselves. Instantly, a spiritual eye manifested on the foreheads of all 3 members. With this mind-type sensory ability, the stronger someone was, the more intense their aura would glow. Through this spiritual vision, they saw their own auras were nothing but tiny blue sparks. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming's aura was a massive, overwhelming, and terrifying pillar of purple energy. One of the teammates panicked. This is impossible. His aura is several times stronger than my high-tier rank 2 level. A powerhouse like this could wipe out our entire squad with a flick of his wrist. The captain realized with a surge of fury that they had been set up. Gritting his teeth, he roared, that bastard Zhao Chunlin set us up. He threw us right into a freaking death trap. Bad intel. Mission's off. We're heading back to make Zhao Chunlin pay. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming felt the hostile presences tracking him suddenly vanish. He was a bit puzzled. Why did they suddenly take off? Putting the pieces together, his eyes grew cold. In this base, the only guy who had a grudge against him was that Zhao Chunlin. He probably couldn't let it go and tried to pull some petty revenge. A dog will always eat dirt, that scumbag. Next time I see him, I'm going to teach him an even more brutal lesson. Right after that, where Zhao Chunlin was waiting, the Tiger Squad captain rushed in like a hurricane, delivering a devastating punch straight to his face. Zhao Chunlin was sent flying off his wheelchair, crashing onto the ground. Dazed and confused, he asked, What is this? Why did you hit me? The captain grabbed him by his collar, growling in pure rage. You seriously have the nerve to ask me that? The damn intel you gave us was garbage. You almost got us all killed. The target isn't some high-tier rank 1. He's a high-tier rank 2. Clutching his swollen cheek, Zhao Chunlin stammered in shock. High-tier rank 2? How is that possible? It's only been a little over 1 month. Shoving him away, the captain spit coldly. I don't give a damn what the story is. This mission is over. We'll speak with Director Zhao Yi ourselves. A moment later, in Zhao Yi's office, the Tiger Squad captain walked in. Zhao Yi asked, Back already? Did you take care of it? The captain replied, No, the mission has been terminated. Zhao Yi was taken aback, so the captain immediately explained Zhao Chunlin's intel was totally off. The target isn't high-tier rank 1, but high-tier rank 2. What's worse, according to He Qian's observations, his actual combat power is at least rank 3 or above, so we backed off. Hearing this, Zhao Yi slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Combat power equivalent to rank 3 from a high-tier rank 2? What was Zhao Chunlin thinking? Is someone like that someone he should be messing with? He suddenly paused, as if realizing something and hurriedly asked, "High tier rank 2? Wait, what's the name of Zhao Chunlin's target?" The captain replied, "Zhao Chunlin didn't give us a name, but his description was dead on. About 1.9 meters tall, muscular build, carrying a long spear on his back." Upon hearing this, all the color drained from Zhao Yi's face, breaking out into a cold sweat. He stammered, We're dead. Could that guy really be?" At the same time, in Chief Director Wang Yan's office, he was reviewing some documents when he received a call. Upon hearing the report, he flew into a rage, smashing his desk phone to pieces. "Sending people to assassinate Xu Jingming? How dare you do that?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Yi hurriedly explained, "See Chief Wang, he's just a high-tier rank 2 kid. There's no need to be angry." Wang Yan roared, "You blind fool! Here's Xu Jingming's file. See for yourself." A virtual screen popped up in front of Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi read the information, he began to tremble. Top scorer of Jiangnan Province, freshman at Manhwa Ability University. High-tier rank 2 at 18 years old. This was unheard of. At most, they're only low-tier rank 2. The dean of the Weaponry Academy, Huang Tian, is his personal mentor. Wang Yan spoke with a highly threatening tone. "We are in deep, deep trouble this time. Do you get it now? For a Grandmaster-level figure like him, even if he wiped our entire supply base off the map, the country wouldn't say a single thing." Zhao Yi was so terrified he broke into goosebumps. Bowing deeply, he trembled. "Understand. I will absolutely not let the base make things difficult." Wang Yan commanded, "Bring him in." Two guards dragged Zhao Chunlin, who had already been beaten to a pulp, into the room. Zhao Chunlin knelt on the floor, his face covered in blood. "Please, I know I was wrong. Spare me!" Zhao Yi looked at him with ice-cold eyes and grabbed him by his hair. "Seems like a simple beating isn't enough to fix this mess. The culprit must pay with his life. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for kicking a steel wall this time." Crack! A sickening bone-snapping sound echoed. Zhao Yi had struck ruthlessly, sending blood splattering everywhere. He turned to Chief Director Wang Yan with a questioning look. "Chief, is this sufficient?" Wang Yan replied coldly, "You don't seriously think this is enough, do you?" Zhao Yi looked a bit conflicted. "Chief, Wang Yan stared at him with razor-sharp eyes and said, "All these years of you doing shady deals under the table at this base, I could have turned a blind eye. But this time, you've really crossed the line." Wang Yan turned around, his commanding voice echoing throughout the room. "Everyone involved in this matter must be dealt with severely. Not just you, but also the Tiger Squad. Absolutely nothing can leak out. We cannot leave even the slightest chance of offending him." Zhao Yi could only cry out in absolute despair, "Chief Wang!" Sometime later, at the main gate of the base, Wang Yan stood solemnly at the head of a group of high-ranking directors, as if waiting for a very key figures. The surrounding crowd of adventurers couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, isn't that guy leading them the chief supervisor of the base, Wang Yan? Except for the supervisor of the purchasing department, Zhao. All the other department heads are here. Damn, with a lineup like this, some major big shot must be arriving." In the crowd, Wang Chen and her teammates were also watching. One of her squad members recognized someone and said, "Hey, Xiao Chen, isn't that the guy from Manhwa Ability University we saw earlier?" Wang Chen was surprised. "Wait, what? Where?" Xu Jingming, who was just returning from the wilderness, was pretty confused to see the crowd and the high-level executives all staring at him. Wang Yan quickly walked over, bowed deeply, and said in a highly respectful voice, "Student, Xu, you're finally back. I am the chief supervisor of this base, Wang Yan." This scene left Wang Chen and her teammates absolutely speechless. Whoa, all the bosses came out just to welcome him. Looks like this guy is way more than just a regular student from Madu. Wang Yan smoothly explained the whole situation. "Regarding Zhao Chunlin's offense against you, our base takes full responsibility. He has already been arrested. His accomplices have also been locked up, and they'll be spending the rest of their lives behind bars. To show our sincerity, we've specially prepared an apology gift for you," Xu Jingming observed. Wang Yan's decisive attitude, thinking to himself, no wonder he's the chief supervisor. The guy is ruthless, cleaning up his own subordinates so cleanly. A beautiful female assistant stepped forward holding a red velvet box. Wang Yan introduced, "This is our base's highest tier black gold membership card. From now on, your stay at our base will be completely free, and any purchases you make will get the maximum discount of at least 20%. Another female assistant opened an exquisite jewelry box, revealing a sparkling ring inside. Wang Yan said, "And this is a space ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, also part of our apology." Hearing this, Xu Jingming couldn't help but be shocked. 1 cubic meter? He took the ring, feeling incredibly thrilled. A space ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter costs at least 50 million great Xia coins. This Wang Yan was definitely showing some real sincerity. "Supervisor Wang is being so generous, I'll gladly accept." Wang Yan smiled and added, "As expected of Master Yang's disciple, you're truly straightforward. By the way, your senior brother Liu Ming also trained at this primal base back in the day." Xu Jingming replied, "Oh," the two of them chatted, as Xu Jingming was escorted to a luxurious room. Standing by the window and looking at the view, Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction, "The best room, unlocked with a black gold card, is pretty sweet. Way more luxurious than my dorm villa. After training for a whole month, I can finally get a good day of rest." Wang Yan escorted him to the door and said, "If you run into any trouble next time, just contact me directly. In this primal city, my words still carry some weight." Looking at the ring on his hand, Xu Jingming muttered, "This is the power of having a strong background. If I were just a regular Tier 2 advanced genius, I'd never get this kind of royal treatment." He sat down and began the bonding process for the ring. A space ring requires a mental imprint. and once the bond is complete, it's ready to use. My mental strength is currently 97.2 hertz, which is way higher than the 6.7 hertz of an ordinary Tier 2 advanced Esper, so this should be a piece of cake. He focused his mental energy, and in just a moment, the ring bonded with him. He eagerly tested it out. Sweet, it's done. I can retrieve items with just a thought, and storing them is as simple as making physical contact. Aside from not being able to store living things, this thing is insanely convenient. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was his master. Master, yes, I just came out of the wilderness. Got it. Actually, there's something I need to report to you. After hearing Xu Jingming's story, his master was absolutely furious. They dared to send assassins after you? Giving you a space ring is letting them off easy. If anything had actually happened to you, I would have flattened their entire supply base. He then asked, by the way, you said that Tier 2 elite squad followed you all the way to the alley. Why did they back off at the last second? Xu Jingming replied, maybe they realized I'm also at Tier 2 advanced, which wasn't what they expected, so they backed off to double check. His master was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. What? You're already at Tier 2 advanced, but you've only been training in the wilderness for a single month. Xu Jingming calmly replied, yeah, I just leveled up a few days ago. His master burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, as expected of my student, your cultivation speed is even faster than mine back in the day. When are you planning to come back? I'll personally throw a celebration for you. Xu Jingming replied, I'll head back before school starts, master. For this final stretch, I'm planning to head into the high-tier zone. With my high-level mastery of Thunder Flash, Tier 4 beasts won't be able to catch me. Even if I run into a Tier 5 beast, I can still use a Bloodburst pill to stay alive. Testing my luck and gaining some experience sounds like a solid plan. His master was extremely pleased to hear this. Good kid, you sound pretty damn confident. But remember, staying safe always comes first. Xu Jingming respectfully replied, understood, master. Elsewhere, an assistant saw Huang Tian laughing so heartily and said, Master, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. In response, he just let out another big laugh. Ha ha. The assistant continued, his voice full of pride. Jingming, this student of yours doesn't just have outstanding training scores. His real combat skills have been thoroughly tested, and his leveling speed is practically unheard of. They say life or death crises are the catalyst for the strong. But when it comes to Jingming, it's like he's using a straight-up cheat code. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Xu Jingming had already entered the deep forest mountains of the wilderness. The wind rustled through the canopy. He listened closely to his surroundings as the roars of wild beasts echoed through the air. He thought to himself, beast roars are everywhere. Looks like compared to the ruined towns, this mountain forest is a goldmine for hunting beasts. Suddenly, sensing the presence of an enemy, his body shot forward like an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh. The spear in his hand crackled with purple lightning. With the power of Thunder Flash unleashed, his figure moved at a blistering speed, leaving afterimages between the trees as the wind howled around him. Roar! A massive wolf with silver-gray fur and glowing eyes lunged from the bushes. It was a Gale Terror Wolf. After a brief clash, Xu Jingming backed away to observe, analyzing in his head. Ordinary Tier 3 beasts usually have special abilities, just like an Esper's supernatural power, an Awakener. The Gale Direwolf is a wind element magic beast, and judging by the power of that wind blade just now, it's got to be a mid-tier level 3. I wonder if killing it will give me a bunch of ability points. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, a voice called out from a distance. Look, it's a Gale Direwolf. A group of people appeared, led by a beautiful girl with platinum hair. One of the squad members spoke up. The Gale force swirling around this Gale Direwolf isn't weak. It's definitely a mid-tier level 3. A beast of this tier is perfect for Miss Zhang's video content. The captain ordered standard protocol. Block its escape route first. Hearing this, Xu Jingming frowned. Except for Zhang Chushuan, the rest of them are all level 3. They're trying to steal my kill. He recalled the unwritten rule of this area. In the wilderness, resources like magic beasts belong to the first person who finds them. Anything else is straight up a provocation. But suddenly the woman named Jiang Chushuan objected. Captain Wang, I told you last time, I don't like stealing other people's prey just to get video footage, alright? The captain laughed it off, trying to persuade her, Miss Jiang, don't make it sound so bad. This isn't stealing. It's called helping others for fun. A level 3 adventurer running into a level 3 beast saved by a goddess at the last second. Now that's how you pull in clout. Jiang Xuan looked annoyed and snapped. I don't need this kind of fake staged crap. Besides, that guy looks perfectly chill. He doesn't need help anyway. Hearing this, Xu Jingming thought, well, she's actually pretty decent. Realizing he couldn't convince her, the captain turned to someone else and mumbled, Miss Jiang is the one paying, so whatever she says goes. Then he muttered in annoyance, what a buzzkill. Finally, he waved his hand to the squad. Fine, since you're not down with it, let's go find another beast. Let's move. Watching them walk away, Xu Jingming thought to himself, this Jiang Chushuan girl isn't bad. A big influencer with 10 million followers really does have some standards. However, he recalled the captain's look just now. That guy had a sinister glint in his eyes. It seemed she doesn't have a tight grip on her team. Oh well, it's none of my business anyway. The moment that group left, the Gale Direwolf immediately lunged at Xu Jingming. He sneered, heh, you were cowering when those level 3 awakeners were here, but the second they leave, you jump me. He easily dodged the attack, feeling a bit annoyed. Talk about looking down on people. You really thought I was a pushover, huh? No second chances for you. Xu Jingming channeled his power into his spear, shouting, "Lightning Tempest Break!" A massive bolt of lightning slammed directly onto the beast's head. The wolf collapsed instantly, and a notification popped up in his head. Defeated one mid-tier level 3 Gale Direwolf. Ability points plus 34, Xu Jingming thought with satisfaction. Killing a level 3 beast gets me more than 30 points? Not bad at all. After wiping out the small fry, Xu Jingming turned his sharp gaze toward the wounded leader, his voice coldly ringing out, "Time to put you out of your misery." Time flew by, and 7 days later in another dense forest, a pack of ferocious, violent apes were roaring in anger when suddenly a blinding purple light shot toward them. Swoosh! The purple energy, carrying destructive power, ripped through the air and flew straight at the pack. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The leader of the pack took the hit, its entire body engulfed in purple light. It threw its head back, roaring in agony. After the attack, the leader staggered and collapsed, heavily wounded but still alive. Xu Jingming descended from above, calmly remarking, "A single lightning spear couldn't even one-shot this thing." As expected of the leader of the violent apes, he smirked as purple sparks began to flicker around him, his eyes filled with killing intent. "No need for the rest of you mobs to keep screaming. I'll make sure you all reunite in the afterlife." With that, he lunged into the middle of the pack. He moved like a lightning storm, the spear in his hand swinging relentlessly. Fresh blood and purple lightning fused together, creating a dance of death. In just a brief moment, the battle was over. Xu Jingming stood tall, leaning his spear on the ground, surrounded by the scattered corpses of the apes, white smoke rising from their wounds. He smiled with satisfaction as a status screen appeared before him. He thought, "Over 3,000-something ability points should be enough for me to go back and learn S-rank combat skills. I've been looking forward to this for ages." Suddenly, a device on his spear beeped and flashed. He looked at it in surprise. It was a distress signal. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Chushuan was running for her life in absolute panic. The wind whistling past her ears. Chasing her was a massive beast resembling a land dragon, an earth dragon. It roared fiercely. As she ran, Jiang Chushuan thought in despair. The squad got wiped out by a level 4 beast, and now I run into a low-tier level 3 earth dragon? This is bad. The earth dragon closer, its sheer brutality filling her with hopelessness. Any beast with dragon in its name was bound to be extremely vicious and insanely hard to deal with. And I'm only a mid-tier level 2. Even if I use the bloodburst pill, I'm no match. She kept running blindly with only a tiny sliver of hope that some Awakener squad might see her distress signal and come to help. Suddenly, the forest cleared ahead, opening into an empty clearing of grass. Her face went pale with fear. An open field? I'm dead. With no trees for cover, it's definitely going to catch me. Sure enough, the earth dragon quickly closed the distance, its massive shadow engulfing her. She thought in despair, there's no escaping this time. The monster opened its huge mouth, firing a blast of destructive energy. At the absolute last second, a purple-white lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, blocking its attack. As the dust cleared, a familiar figure appeared, standing right in front of her, his spear still crackling with electricity. Jiang Chushuan looked up, gasping in shock. "It's you?" Seeing that Xu Jingming had no intention of backing down, Jiang Chushuan screamed in panic. "Run! This is a low-tier level 3 Earth Dragon. You're no match for it." Yet Xu Jingming stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, which left Jiang Chushuan completely stunned. "Huh?" She was frustrated but extremely anxious, thinking to herself, "Ugh, why won't you listen? It's fine if I die, but I can't drag an innocent bystander down with me." With that thought, she resolutely turned around and rushed toward the monster, shouting to Xu Jingming, "Get out of here. I'll hold it off." The giant earth dragon let out a massive roar, its shadow swallowing the two small figures. Jiang Chushuan clenched her fists, preparing to face the beast. Right then, Xu Jingming stepped in front of her, his entire body bursting with violent purple lightning energy. All of that energy surged into the spearhead, forming a massive pillar of lightning. The terrifying power was so intense it literally warped the surrounding space. Jiang Chushuan looked up, her purple eyes wide with shock, completely overwhelmed by this majestic and terrifying sight. Boom! The lightning spear shot out at insane speed, piercing straight into the head of the earth dragon. The destructive bolt of lightning exploded, blowing the monster's head to pieces as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, causing a mini earthquake. Dust and leftover purple sparks drifted in the air. Blown back by the shockwave, Jiang Chushuan fell on the ground, looking completely dazed. She stammered, The earth dragon was just insta-killed like that?" She stared up at Xu Jingming's calm back, her heart still pounding in shock. "This power is just too insane. That sonic boom I heard earlier definitely wasn't my imagination. Isn't this guy only at upper tier 2? Then how a notification popped up in Xu Jingming's mind. Defeated a lower tier 3 earth dragon, ability points plus 36. He thought to himself, as expected of a beast with dragon in its name, the ability points are even higher than a normal upper tier 3 beast. He turned back to look at Jiang Chushuan, who was still sitting on the ground, and asked, "You okay?" Jiang Chushuan blushed slightly and stuttered, I'm fine. My legs are just like jelly. Thanks for saving me." Xu Jingming smiled and held out his hand to her. It was nothing. Anyone else would have done the same. Jiang Chushuan hesitated before placing her hand in his. Once pulled up, she looked at him with gratitude and admiration. "I wouldn't be so sure about that. My name is Jiang Chushuan, and I honestly don't know how to repay you for saving my life. If you ever need anything in the future, just command me." Xu Jingming replied, my name is Xu Jingming. I wouldn't dare command you, but if you could give me a signed photo of yourself, that would be awesome. He was thinking of his buddy Liu Wentao, who was a massive fan of Jiang Chu Xuan and had been dying for an autograph for ages. Hearing this, Jiang Chu Xuan gasped in surprise. Oh, then said, I don't have any photos on me right now. Can I give it to you once we're back at the supply base? Xu Jingming nodded. Of course. Jiang Chu Xuan's eyes locked onto his spear, and she asked, the Dark Cloud Gale Spear? Are you also from the Madu Academy of Abilities? Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. My teacher gifted this to me. You know this spear? Jiang Chu Xuan explained cheerfully. Yeah, it's super famous because it's way too heavy for Tier 1 and Tier 2 Awakeners, while Tier 3 users usually go for C-tier gear or higher. Let me introduce myself again. I'm a sophomore class 3 in the Ice Department of the Element Academy. Hello, senior, she thought to herself. She'd never heard his name at school before. This senior is seriously low-key. Hearing her call him senior, Xu Jingming thought, well, senior does make sense. Normal Madu students usually don't reach upper Tier 2 until their junior year. Whatever, since she's fangirling this hard, no need to burst her bubble. He just smiled and replied, hey there, junior. Jiang Chu Xuan's admiration grew even more. You're insanely strong, senior. Even though the Earth Dragon was only lower Tier 3, it's as tough as a normal upper Tier 3 beast. I can't believe you just one-shot it. As Xu Jingming turned to leave, Jiang Chu Xuan quickly asked, senior, are you leaving already? He nodded. Yeah. Looking a bit embarrassed, she stammered. Senior, can I tag along with you for a bit? I got separated from my guard team, and I can't survive out here alone. After thinking it over, Xu Jingming agreed. All right, I'll take you to the city ruins, and you can make your way back from there. Jiang Chu Xuan beamed with joy. Thank you so much, senior. On the way, she suddenly remembered something and pointed behind them. Oh, right, senior. Do you want to check out the Earth Dragon's cave? There might be some good loot in there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chased me all the way out. Xu Jingming nodded. Sure, let's take a look. As they walked, Jiang Chu Xuan asked curiously, senior, which academy are you in? Xu Jingming replied briefly, the Weapon Academy. She excitedly continued, oh, I know someone in your academy named Yang Tian. They call him King Yamayang. Word is he's super scary. Xu Jingming calmly replied, that's my teacher. Hearing this, Jiang Chu Xuan instantly froze, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She quickly bowed her head to apologize. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it like that. After dealing with the Earth Dragon, Xu Jingming looked back at Jiang Chu Xuan's sweat dropping slightly as he wondered, isn't Jiang Chu Xuan's stream persona supposed to be a cold, elegant goddess? In reality, she's a total chatterbox. Jiang Chu Xuan then led him to a dark, gloomy cave, talking as she walked, senior, this is the place. Xu Jingming immediately stepped forward to shield her. Gripping his spear tightly, he said seriously, we don't know what's waiting in there. Stay behind me. Jiang Chu Xuan nodded obediently. The two of them cautiously entered the cave. Xu Jingming took the lead, purple sparks dancing around his spearhead, ready for combat, while Jiang Chu Xuan followed closely behind. As they went deeper, the sight before them left them stunned. It was a massive cavern with a crystal-clear pool and countless exotic plants glowing with a soft light. Jiang Chu Xuan couldn't help but gasp, wow, it smells amazing. They looked around in awe, the air filled with a sweet scent and pure energy. Is this? Utilizing his knowledge, Xu Jingming quickly realized how valuable this place was. B-tier spirit herbs? A-tier blaze flowers, C-tier hypnosis grass. How are there so many rare exotic plants growing here? Then his eyes locked onto the pool, his voice trembling slightly. This is, he recognized the ultimate treasure. In a voice full of shock, an Earth Spiritual Spring, an S-tier holy healing elixir for anyone below Tier 4. Jiang Chu Xuan was also dumbfounded. She turned to him, disbelieving. Whoa, are you sure? She gently sat down, plucked a flower, held it to her nose, and closed her eyes to enjoy it. She then explained, an Earth Spiritual Spring nourishes the nearby flora, turning them into exotic plants infused with the spring's sweet, refreshing fragrance. She happily turned back to Xu Jingming and confirmed, you're totally right, this is indeed an Earth Spiritual Spring. Man, I didn't know you studied rare treasures so deeply. She proudly added, I actually passed the Tier 2 Alchemist certification at school, you know. Xu Jingming couldn't help but marvel silently. Damn, she's actually a straight-A student? I heard that Tier 2 Alchemist certification is insanely hard to get. Jiang Chu Xuan smiled brightly and generously proposed, haha, senior, you're hyping me up too much. This Earth Spirit Spring can whip up at least 5 vials of S-Class healing potion. So senior, about this Earth Spirit? Spring, it should all be yours. But Xu Jingming just shakes his head and drops a much fairer deal. An 80-20 split, 4 parts for me, 1 for you. On top of that, we split these exotic herbs right down middle. Hearing this, Huang Tian is absolutely thrilled. Wow, thanks a ton, senior. But right at that moment, at the mouth of the cave, Huang Tian's mercenary squad rolls up. One of the goons grumbles, yo, Cap, there's not even a single monster in this trash cave. What kind of good loot could we possibly find here? Both Xu Jingming and Huang toy and whip around, their faces instantly tightening up. The mercenary leader, Captain Vuong, steps inside, scans the cave, and smirks, don't be so sure, bro. Looking at these tracks, this is definitely the nest of a level 3 Earth Dragon. Since it's a dragon-type beast lair, we might actually strike gold here. When Huang Tian spots the squad, she lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, Captain Vuong, it's you guys. Damn, you scared the crap out of me. But Xu Jingming is secretly stressing. An elite squad of level 3 ability users. If they find this S-Class Earth Spirit Spring, things are gonna get real messy. Captain Vuong walks over with a fake-ass smile on his face. Miss Kwong, we've been searching all over for you. Who would have thought we'd bump into you here? But Miss Kwong, the dude next to you isn't the guy from earlier. Kwang So-tuyen quickly plays it cool, explaining, oh, this guy is actually my senior from school. I ran into him on the way and we just got to talking. Oh, by the way, these exotic herbs are top-tier quality. Since we all found them, how about we split them amongst ourselves? Captain Vuong lets out a shady-ass smirk. Is that so? Well, thanks a bunch, Miss Kwong. Right then, one of his goons leans in and whispers, Boss, that pool in the middle looks super sketchy. It looks exactly like that S-Class Holy Healing Medicine, the Earth Spirit Spring. Hearing this, the eyes of the entire mercenary squad instantly light up with pure greed, turning blood red. Only one thought is running through their minds. S-Class Legendary Treasure. Sensing the sudden shift in the room, Xu Jingming and Kwang So-tuyen lock eyes, thinking, oh crap, the second that S-Class loot got brought up, the whole vibe changed. The fake smile on Captain Vuong's face instantly vanishes, replaced by a straight-up menacing look. He growls, well, Miss Kwong, looks like you weren't being very straight with us, huh? But she calmly takes a step forward and says, look, if you guys already figured it out, then you can have the entire Earth Spirit Spring and all these herbs. Senior, let's get out of here. Kwang So-tuyen grabs his hand, whispering in a panic. Senior, Captain Vuong and his guys are all peak level 3 ability users. We stand absolutely zero chance against them. But Xu Jingming just replies, cool as ice. Hey, chill out, Junior. They're just peak level 3 trash. I don't plan on losing to them. He locks his sharp glare right onto the mercenaries and adds, besides, even if we hand over all this top-tier loot, you really think these scumbags will just let us walk away? He looks back at her as if saying, am I right or am I right? Captain Vuong bursts out laughing, totally full of himself. Haha, kid, you got a big mouth, but you're not wrong. He completely stops hiding his murderous intent, his voice dripping with malice. Miss Kwong is a massive streamer. If she gets back and drops even a tiny post about this, my crew won't be able to survive in this country anymore. So it's honestly much safer to just wipe you guys out right here. Staring down the barrel of a life-or-death situation, Kwang So-tuyen clenches her fists, her eyes turning rock solid. There's no other way. I can't hold my senior back. She quickly pulls out a blood-red pill and pops it into her mouth. It's the forbidden blood-burning pill. As soon as the blood-burning pill kicks in, Kwang So-tuyen lets out a low groan, instantly snapping into a combat stance. Icy blue aura explodes from her entire body, and tiny frost crystals begin swirling around her with absolute determination in her eyes. The ground right beneath the mercenaries' feet starts to freeze solid, and the creeping frost heavily nerf their movements. Captain Vuong just scoffs, giving out orders like a boss. Leave Kwang So-tuyen to me. Chu Trung, you go take out that boy toy of hers first. The rest of you just lock down the cave exit. Chu Trung, who's holding a camera and another thug smirk and say, on it. The captain roars like a beast as his body begins to mutate. His face warps into a savage tiger's head as he growls, sorry, Miss Kwong, but your little run ends here today. In just the blink of an eye, he completely morphs into a massive tiger man, a C-grade beast-type enhancement user with saber-toothed tiger powers. Chu Trung, still clutching his camera, licks his lips in a sick, twisted way and says, yo, Cap, go easy on her. Don't end her too quickly. It'd be such a waste for a total babe like this to die right away. We're definitely gonna show her some love first, and we'll even film the whole show. Hearing those disgusting, trashy words, Kwang So-tuyen is filled with absolute rage and despair, thinking, these sick animals in human clothes, am I really gonna die here today? No way, and I even dragged my senior into this mess. But suddenly she notices something off and quickly looks around. Wait, where is senior? In that exact split second, Captain Vuong's pupils shrink to pinpricks as they reflect a dark shadow blitzing in at terrifying speed. Squelch! Before Chu Trung can even process what's happening, a spear drives straight through his chest. Xu Jingming coldly grips the shaft of his spear, ignoring the guy's pathetic dying gasps. Captain! Xu Jingming glances down at the fresh corpse with dead eyes, thinking to himself, man, level 3 trash is really nothing special. Captain Vuong freezes, utterly dumbfounded. He's too fast. Xu Jingming casually rips the spear out of the corpse, letting the body flop onto the ground. That's when Captain Vuong finally realizes his fatal mistake. Sure, Chu Trung was only a mid-tier level 3, but he wasn't someone who could be insta-killed like some mob. Turns out, you were the real monster here. I seriously slept on you. He roars in pure rage, swinging his heavy battle axe and charging straight at Xu Jingming. Clang! Xu Jingming easily parries the blow as crackles of purple lightning start detonating around him. Feeling the raw force of the impact, his expression grows serious, and a dark, purple mist begins to shroud his entire body. Damn, if we're just talking raw physical power, this peak level 3 captain actually hits pretty hard. Guess I've gotta stop holding back too. The other 2 mercenary goons feel this absolutely terrifying energy surging out of Xu Jingming, and they literally start shaking in their boots. Boom! An insane shockwave of energy erupts from Xu Jingming's body. His muscles bulge, shredding his shirt to pieces as he roars, Ultimate Lightning Form! Kwang So-tuyen gasps, covering her mouth as she watches the familiar senior transform into something absolutely terrifying. She whispers, Senior, even Captain Vuong is forced to take a step back, totally panicking as he stammers, What kind of monster is this? Standing right in front of them, Xu Jingming is completely unrecognizable. Devil horns sprout from his head, his frame becomes absolutely massive, and he is completely wreathed in crackling, destructive black lightning. Feeling the insane power surging through his veins, a wicked, satisfied grin creeps onto his demonic face. This surge of power feels freaking amazing. Captain Wang tried to play it cool, roaring to hide the pure terror in his chest. Quit playing Ghost, you're just using some cheap power-up. Boom! Xu Jingming slammed his foot down and lunged forward with a bloodthirsty grin. The saber-toothed tiger guy panicked, throwing his arms up to block as a solid shield of energy formed around him. He cockily barked, "Keep dreaming, anyone under tier 4 can't even scratch this armor of mine." Crash! Xu Jingming's spear slammed into the barrier, unleashing a terrifying blast of energy. The shield shattered into a million pieces, and the captain let out a blood-curdling shriek. Ah! Jingming, looking like a straight-up demon, stared down at his opponent. His voice carried insane pressure. My physical strength just multiplied 3 or 4 times over. Even if you were made of solid steel, you wouldn't have survived that. Right then, another mercenary saw an opening and snuck up from behind, throwing a massive fiery claw right at Xu Jingming. He didn't even bother turning around. With just a single thought, the black lightning surrounding him whipped up a barrier, shutting down the attack instantly. He thought to himself his control over his abilities had reached an absolute peak. The fire user mercenary shrieked in sheer panic. My flame demon claw was blocked? No way, this is a tier B combat skill, and I've mastered it to the advanced level. What kind of freaking monster is he? In a blink of an eye, Xu Jingming was right in front of him, unleashing a lightning strike that slammed him hard onto the dirt. He muttered coldly, "Not bad for a peak tier 3, but you still need one more spear to the chest." The mercenary on the ground begged for his life, absolutely terrified. "Please, don't kill me. You can have all the Earth's spiritual spring. I've even got hundreds of millions in savings. I'll give you every single penny." But all he got was Xu Jingming's dead, icy glare. Begging for mercy now? Way too late, pal. Squish! Standing some distance away, Jiang Chushuan watched the whole thing unfold, completely frozen and speechless. Am I dreaming? Hiring this squad cost like 6 or 7 million, and their captain was supposed to be unbeatable among tier 3 users, and yet he's just dead. She stared at Xu Jingming's demonic form, a wild, unbelievable theory popping up in her head. This is way too insane. I've never heard of any student in school pulling off a crazy feat like this. He's way stronger than any tier A user. Could it be tier S? Xu Jingming turned around, facing the final 2 mercenaries. The smirk on his face grew even more wicked. The savage bloodlust that had calmed down after his level up was starting to flare up again. "You two are next." The remaining duo shook like leaves, stuttering, Demon! Xu Jingming sneered. "Demon? Compared to you trash, who rob and murder people, I'm practically an angel, aren't I?" Realizing they were cornered, one of them yelled, "We're dead anyway." Pop the bloodburst. Pill and go all out. They both bit down on their hands, trying to activate the forbidden drug. But they were way too slow. The fight was over in a flash. Xu Jingming stood tall in a sea of corpses. Once he powered down to normal, Xu Jingming gasped for breath, leaning against the rock wall as sweat drenched him. He thought the Thunder Overlord state is insanely strong, but the drain is unreal. I only used it for like 10 minutes, and I'm more exhausted than after a 2 or 3 hour slugfest with boss monsters. Seeing this, Zhang Chushuan ran over, looking worried sick. "Senior, are you okay?" Xu Jingming turned around, trying to play it cool. "I'm fine, just a bit wiped out. Let's the Earth's spiritual spring and the rare herbs first. Then we can take a breather." The two of them headed toward the pool. Seeing that the water was still crystal clear and untouched by the fight, Jiang Chushuan let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the Earth's spiritual spring didn't get contaminated by all that blood. Xu Jingming crouched down, carefully pulling out his glass bottles to scoop up the spring water. Once they were all filled, he smiled in satisfaction. "Sweet, we actually got half a bottle more than I expected." He handed 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chushuan. "This 1.5 bottle is yours. You did your part in the fight too." Jiang Chushuan was absolutely thrilled and super grateful. She cheered out, "Thanks, senior." Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp and lost her footing. Xu Jingming spun around in surprise. Jiang Chushuan's face was completely flushed, her body turning to jelly as she collapsed toward him. She panicked. Crap, the side effects of the bloodburst pill are kicking in. She fell right into Xu Jingming's arms, letting out a soft whimper. Her whole body was completely limp without an ounce of strength. Panting heavily with her face red as a beet, she thought in despair, "My body is totally useless right now. I can't even tap into my mental energy, which means I can't even pull fresh clothes out of my spatial ring. This is so freaking embarrassing." She sneaked a glance at Xu Jingming, her head spinning with anxiety. What if Senior gets the wrong idea seeing me like this? What if he thinks I'm some weirdo? This is going to ruin my image. She was so worked up, she was on the verge of tears. Sensing something was off, Xu Jingming said, "The crash from that bloodburst pill is brutal. Let me carry you over to rest." Before she could protest, he gently scooped her up, held tight in his strong arms. Jiang Chushuan's heart went absolutely wild. Ba bump, ba bump. She pressed her face against his bare chest, wondering, why is my heart racing like crazy? Is it just because this is my first time being this close to a guy? Xu Jingming sat her down against a large boulder and said softly, "Just chill here for a bit while I go harvest the rest of these rare plants." He slipped off his t-shirt and handed it to her. Jiang Chushuan took it, wrapping it around herself to cover up. A warm feeling washed over her. Senior is actually so sweet. Her eyes lingered on his broad, muscular back as he walked away. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming started looting the dead mercenaries. Checking one of their spatial rings, he muttered to himself, just some cash, common herbs, basic monster parts, and Tier C skill. Man, for a Tier 3 elite squad, these guys are flat broke. Tossing the 2 spatial rings in his hand, he figured, hopefully I can trade these 2 1 cubic meter rings for a single 2 cubic meter one. Carrying this giant spear around is getting to be a real pain. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan called out weakly, Senior, the Earth's spiritual spring water can actually soothe the weakness from the bloodburst pill. Xu Jingming blinked in surprise. Oh, she continued, could you let me have a small sip? Just a tiny drop is fine. Xu Jingming didn't hesitate. He grabbed a bottle and gently held it to her lips. After taking a sip, Chushuan let out a relaxed sigh, color returning to her cheeks. She smiled, that's way better. But to completely bounce back, I'm probably going to need 3 or 4 hours. Xu Jingming sat down next to her, taking a swig of the spring water himself. He thought, I had no clue this stuff could cure a pill crash. This Tier S spring water is legit magic. Looking up to estimate the time, he figured 3 or 4 hours puts us right at nightfall. Let's just camp out here tonight. It's actually pretty safe. Hearing that, Jiang Chushuan's face flushed bright red all over again, her heart pounding. She panicked, wait, just me and Senior? Alone together? In a dark cave? Spent a pitch-black night. Seeing her silent, Hua Kangmin asked, so, what's your move? Kung So Twin quickly nodded, muttering in a tiny voice, yeah, whatever you say, Senior. Night fell and the forest grew dead quiet. The next morning, Kung So Twin stretched comfortably, feeling totally refreshed. Wow, the forest air is actually so great. If it weren't for the beasts, I could totally crash here for a whole month. She peeked at Hua Kangmin meditating nearby, feeling a bit flustered. Man, last night I was serious overthinking things. How could Senior be that kind of guy? But wait, why am I actually a little disappointed? Hua Kangmin opened his eyes, stood up and said, let's move, I'll take you to the edge of the forest. Kung So Twin gasped, quickly stammering, huh? Oh, okay. The two of them started sprinting through the forest at crazy speeds. While running, Hua Kangmin suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He instantly reached out and pulled Kung So Twin behind him to protect her. Right after that, a giant, fiery fox leaped right over their heads. The insane heat radiating from it warped the very air around them. Hua Kangmin realized in shock, oh, crap, it's a level 5 flame fox. The giant fox slammed onto the ground with a loud crash, then instantly bolted, completely ignoring them. They hid behind a tree trunk. Hua Kangmin whispered, did it seriously not see us? Kung So Twin was just as shocked. Senior, the way that beast was moving. Didn't it look like it was running for its life? Suddenly, Kung So Twin felt an even more terrifying killer intent closing in from behind. She gasped in sheer terror. A pack of ash-gray wolves with glowing red eyes rushed past, their growls echoing through the forest. Kung So Twin explained with a terrified face. These iron-eating rats are only level 1, but once they swarm, even a level 6 powerhouse trapped by them will be torn to shreds. No wonder even a level 5 beast is running for its life. Sensing the extreme danger, Hua Kangmin instantly grabbed her hand and yelled, we gotta run too. The two of them ran with everything they had, escaping the iron-eating rats that were hot on their heels. As they ran, Hua Kangmin analyzed the situation. These iron-eating rats have insane stamina. They can sprint for 5 or 6 hours straight without stopping. Can we actually outrun them? Only getting back to the supply base is safe, but we're still at least 90 kilometers away. I have to find a way to speed up. He looked at the spear in his hand and said resolutely, this spear is too heavy, I'll just have to ditch it. Kung So Twin quickly said, Senior, my spatial ring is huge, put it in here. She reached out and her spatial ring flashed with a beam of light. The spear instantly vanished. Hua Kangmin said, that's way lighter now. But running like this is still too slow. It'll be faster if I just carry you on my back. Without waiting for her to react, he squatted down. Kung So Twin let out a surprised gasp. He pulled her onto his back, smiled and said, let's go, then surged forward. With insane speed, he quickly left the swarm behind, blasting across lush green meadows. However, when they reached the city ruins, the situation got even worse. He thought to himself, even the city ruins are overrun by iron-eating rats. The worst-case scenario is actually happening. With all escape routes blocked, he gritted his teeth as his signature black lightning erupted all over his body. Guess I've got no choice but to go all out. In his demonic lightning ultimate form, he roared to Kung So Twin, who was clinging tightly to his back, Junior, hold on tight, I'm about to go full throttle. She only had time to scream as his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts blasted from his body, wiping out the iron-eating rats blocking their path. System notifications kept popping up. Defeated 1. Low-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, ability points +2. Defeated 1 mid-tier level 1 iron-eating rat, ability points +3. Meanwhile, back at the wilderness base, Huang Tian was receiving reports from his subordinates. An assistant reported with a grim expression, Director, sir, according to our data, the scale of this rat tide is absolutely massive, with at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats. This is a devastating blow to the balance of the wilderness ecosystem. We might be looking at months of a severe downturn. Looking at the map covered in danger zones, Huang Tian said worriedly, I feel bad for the awakened who went deep into the wilderness. Most of them are probably going to get swallowed whole. He thought to himself, I just hope Hua Kangmin didn't go too deep. Otherwise, unless his master, Xing Tian, steps in personally, nobody is saving him. Suddenly, a sentry shouted, look over there! What the hell is that? Everyone looked into the distance. A massive ball of lightning was charging toward them. Another soldier said in shock, that lightning is terrifying. Could it be a lightning-controlling beast? Wang Yan immediately ordered. Don't panic. Run a threat assessment on the beast immediately. Squad number 1 is cleared to fire and intercept. It was already too late. A voice crackled over the radio. The target is breaching toward the base at 80 meters per second. Interception failed. The lightning sphere slams straight into the defensive barrier, purple lightning bursting everywhere, clearing out every single obstacle. The lightning sphere finally screeched to a halt right in front of the base gates. Kung So twins' screams of "ah" were still echoing. As the lightning faded, Huang Tian landed, gently setting Kung So twin down. The surrounding soldiers looked at each other in utter disbelief. One of them blurted out, "Holy crap, that's a human? I thought it was some lightning attribute beast." For real though, this guy's aura is scary as hell. Wait, is it just me, or does the girl on his back look familiar? Huang Tian panted heavily, sweat soaking his bare back. He said, "We made it to the supply base. We're safe." Kung So Sniffle's twin leaned on his arm, her face filled with relief and gratitude. "Yeah, that was absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness you were there, senior." Right then, Wang Yan rushed over from a distance, utter shock written all over his face. "Student Hua, you actually made it through the rat tide? Do you need any help?" Huang Tian replied tiredly, "I ran here from the mountain range for over 40 minutes straight. I'm wiped out. Just get me a room to rest in." Hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned, completely shocked. The mountain range was at least over 90 kilometers away. Even a level 4 awakened might not survive that escape. Yet, Huang Tian actually did it. He quickly gestured, "I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Quick, someone help Student Hua." But Kung So twin gently took Huang Tian's arm and said, "No need, I'll support senior myself." The two of them leaned on each other as they walked past, while the nearby soldiers couldn't help but gossip. "Wait, isn't that girl next to him Goddess Kung?" "Yeah, that's her. Damn, that dude is so lucky." Another whined, "What's their deal anyway? Don't tell me my goddess just got stolen by some guy?" After that, Huang Tian falling into a deep sleep. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Zhang Chushuan sitting by his bedside. She cried out in joy, "Senior, you're finally awake. You've been out cold for 2 days and 2 nights. I was literally about to feed you some Earth Spirit Spring." Xu Jingming sat up, feeling his body had completely recovered. He asked, "I slept that long?" "Oh right, how's the situation in the wilderness area right now?" Zhang Chushuan replied, "The rat tide still hasn't backed off yet, so the whole area is on total lockdown. Even if they clear out, no mutated beasts are going to show up there anytime soon." Xu Jingming nodded. Since classes are starting in just a few days, it looked like it was finally time to head back to school. Hearing this, Zhang Chushuan got super hyped and said, "Senior, you're heading back? What a collab, I'm about to go back too." Xu Jingming smirked. "Sure, let's roll." Zhang Chushuan suddenly remembered something. "Oh yeah, senior." She suddenly whipped out a photo. It was a picture of her in some seriously sexy pajamas, posing all provocatively on her bed. "Here's that photo you wanted before." Xu Jingming was totally dumbfounded. "Huh?" He awkwardly scratched his head, his face turning bright red. "Wait, I asked for that autograph for my buddy. Isn't this one a bit too much? Don't you have a normal one?" Hearing that, Zhang Chushuan squealed, "Ah, it was for a friend? Damn, I totally got it wrong." She covered her face in shame, screaming internally, "Kill me now!" This was so freaking embarrassing. She actually thought the senior had a crush on her. She snatched the photo back and shoved another one into his hands. "Take this new one instead. Give me back that other photo." But Xu Jingming held on to it tightly, stammering, "Actually, can I keep this one for myself, please?" Hearing this, Zhang Chushuan froze for a second, then broke into a sly, radiant smile. "Well, duh, of course you can." Heh. Xu Jingming quickly stood up, trying to play it cool and make an excuse to slip away. Yeah, sleeping for 2 days piled up a ton of work. I gotta go deal with it." "Oh right, I need to book a bullet train ticket too." Zhang Chushuan crossed her arms and said confidently, "Bullet train? No need, dude. I drove here. You can just hitch a ride with me." Before long, the two of them were sitting in a yellow convertible supercar, tearing down the road. Xu Jingming couldn't help but be amazed. This is what you get with a top influencer. She even owned a limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. "This is actually my first time riding in a self-driving car like this." Zhang Chushuan smiled and explained, "Hey, it only has a level 5 artificial intelligence, but handling self-driving is a total piece of cake." The car pulled up right in front of the gate of Magic City Academy of Abilities. The two of them stepped out. Xu Jingming carried his long spear over his shoulder, while Zhang Chushuan had changed into some sporty casual wear. Their entrance immediately grabbed the attention of the students around them. "Whoa, that guy is so hot. Tall, lean, and he's got this dangerous vibe going on. Totally my type. Too bad, looks like he's already taken by that gorgeous girl." Xu Jingming stretched, feeling absolutely refreshed, finally back. "In just a month and a half, my strength has seriously skyrocketed." He turned and asked, "Hey, which dorm area is yours?" pointing toward Area 3. Zhang Chushuan replied, "I'm in Area 2, so let's part ways here." Xu Jingming nodded. "If you ever need any help, just hit me up." She smiled back, "Sure, I'll definitely bother you when I get the chance." Right as he turned to walk away, Zhang Chushuan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Xu Jingming froze instantly, his face turning red hot. She smiled and said, "Think of this as a little thank you for saving my life." With that, she spun around gracefully and waved, "See you around, senior." Xu Jingming stood there completely dazed, touching his cheek as his mind raced. Did I just get force-kissed? Back in her room, Chushuan sat in front of her computer, thinking, someone as strong as that senior can't be a nobody. Let me look up his profile. She started searching, mumbling, record-breaking freshman, strongest tier 1. Wait, that's weird. Why is everything about a freshman? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Aha, found it. Here's the senior's detailed profile. After reading the info, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pure rage. Xu Jingming, he's a freaking freshman? An upper tier 2 freshman? And I've been calling him senior this whole time. That dirty liar. Just wait until I see him next time. I'm gonna wreck that underclassman. Meanwhile, back in his dorm room, Xu Jingming was taking inventory of his loot. Blazing flowers and dire wolf materials got everything I need for the quest. In his 2 spatial rings and bank account, he had over 25 million. He opened up his status panel to check. Name Xu Jingming, realm upper tier 2. Abilities rank purple sky. Divine thunder. Ability points 3,712. He thought with satisfaction, too bad the rat tide hit. Otherwise, I could have farmed way more ability points. But over 3,700 points should be plenty to learn 2 S-rank combat techniques, right? Suddenly, the door swung open, and his roommate Liu Wentao walked in. Bro Ming, you're finally back. You left without saying a word. We heard about the rat tide in the wilderness, and we're freaking out about you. Jingming replied, yeah, a rat tide did break out, but the military handled it. Feeling a powerful aura radiating from Xu Jingming, his roommate's eyes went wide. This aura, he gasped in shock. Holy crap, bro. Ming, you broke through to tier 2? Xu Jingming calmly sat down and said upper tier 2 to be exact. Liu Wentao jumped up and down. Damn, facing life and death situations really is something else. Not only did you make it back alive, but you also got a massive upgrade. Liu Wentao looked at him with pure admiration. You're a beast, bro Ming, completely off the charts. Does flirting with death really boost your power that fast? Dang, makes me want to go try it myself. Jingming quickly shut that down. Don't do it, I'm a special case. The wilderness is insane. If you want to go, you'd better wait until you reach tier 2. Liu Wentao grinned. Haha, I'm just messing around. I'm not crazy enough to head out there right now. Oh, by the way, while you were gone, Song Chuyun came looking for you. A bunch of times. Give her a call when you have a sec. Xu Jingming replied, oh, I'll hit her up once I finish sorting out my stuff. He pulled out a photo and handed it to Liu Wentao. By the way, I brought you a little souvenir from the wilderness. Liu Wentao asked curiously, but the moment he saw the picture, his eyes turned into giant hearts. He started drooling and screamed in pure ecstasy. Oh my god, an autographed photo of goddess Jiang Chushuan. After that, Xu Jingming headed to the school's skill library, a quiet and grand building. He sat down at a desk, thinking with satisfaction, earning 871 credits from 4 quests is insanely fast. He ordered the AI system, Eva, help me filter all S-rank lightning combat techniques. Virtual screens instantly popped up before his eyes, displaying it shows info on the S-rank Thunderbolt seal. It marks targets with condensed lightning energy, dealing massive lightning damage. Note, this skill is for lightning-type users of C-rank or above at level 2 or higher. Next up, S-rank Rushing Thunder Fist. This maximizes the user's lightning energy, gathering it in their fist before unleashing a devastating punch. Note, this skill requires a B-rank lightning ability or higher and can be learned by level 3 awakened or above. S-rank Lightning Prison forms a lightning barrier that cannot be broken around the enemy, while continuously raining down crazy thunderbolts inside. Note, this skill is only for those with a lightning ability of B rank or above at level 3 or higher. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Even a top-tier school like Madu Awakened University only has over 20 S-rank lightning skills, but S-rank skills are crucial for his future combat power, so he has to choose carefully. Countless virtual screens flashed before his eyes, showing different options. In the end, he pointed at the last 2 choices. S-rank Heavenly Thunder, which uses his own lightning to trigger natural lightning, summoning thunder strikes on a designated spot. Note, for level 2 or higher, trained by A-rank users, its power will be boosted. S-rank Thunder Prison Lock uses his own energy to weave lightning in a specific pattern, forming a protective shield around his body. Note, level 2 or higher, users with an A-rank ability can learn this. He decided to go with these 2, one for long-range attacks and one for a well-rounded defense. A smirk crept onto his face as he thought confidently. While others might have to choose between spellcasting and melee, I've got a cheat system, so why care? I'll just take it all. He started diving deeper into Heavenly Thunder, his expression turning serious. This technique is the sole prerequisite for Madu's SSS rank lightning skill, Myriad Thunder Tribulation. It's insanely profound, even deeper than the S-rank Indestructible Thunder Marrow body. The more he read, the more he felt a headache coming on. Why the hell is this skill so complex? It feels more painful than when he was a PhD student in his past life, grinding through foreign academic papers. 6 hours later, Xu Jingming finally put down the book, letting out a weary sigh. Whew! Finally got a basic grasp and understanding of it. Now let's leave the rest to the system. He tapped the table and a blue light enveloped him as he ordered. Deep blue, add points. Instantly, purple lightning burst around him, the energy surging violently. Once the process finished, he gasped in shock. Damn it, upgrading an S-rank skill to novice level takes 1,600 ability points? All those points I busted my ass to grind in the wasteland are only enough for 2 skills. Then a mechanical voice rang out. Little Master, it is already 1 in the morning. Please manage your time wisely. Also, a friendly reminder. Using abilities in the library is strictly forbidden. Xu Jingming replied. All right, it's late. Learning Thunder Prison Lock is probably going to take longer, so I'll just come back next time. Meanwhile, at the campus sports field, Song Chuyan was jogging under the moonlight. She thought, I've been training late every day for over a month. Even I'm shocked by my own hard work. Once Jingming gets back, I'll challenge him to show him who the real #1 freshman is. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the night sky. Looked up, gasping as she recognized the white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Instantly on guard, she analyzed, using its speed and camouflage to hunt inside the city. Judging by its speed, it's around level 3. Not an easy target. Out of nowhere, thunder rumbled across the clear, cloudless sky. Boom! She gasped in surprise. Why the hell is there thunder? There aren't even any clouds. A massive ball of purple lightning materialized in the air, streaking straight for the eagle. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, sending feathers and blood spraying everywhere. The white-ringed black-feathered eagle was completely obliterated. Song Chuyan stood frozen. As residual sparks of lightning crackled in the sky, she thought, instantly vaporizing a white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Which high-tier lightning user did that? Judging by the distance, they're right here on campus. Meanwhile, inside a small grove on campus, Xu Jingming stood amidst the residual, crackling electric currents. Song Chuyan kept guessing, is it an upperclassman or a professor? Xu Jingming crossed his arms, feeling the power he just unleashed. He smirked, utterly satisfied. Just testing it out, and it's already this insanely strong. Rank Heavenly Thunder is absolutely mind-blowing. A notification flashed in his mind. Killed a mid-tier level 3 white-ringed black-feathered eagle. Ability points plus 34. He thought Heavenly Thunder is even crazier than I thought. It straight up vaporized that beast. More importantly, the range is nearly 1,000 meters. Suddenly, a figure approached. Xu Jingming turned to look as the person smiled and said, "So this is the famous freshman, Xu Jingming? Pretty interesting." The next day at the cafeteria, Liu Wentao saw Xu Jingming getting ready to head out and asked, "Yo, brother Min, heading out this early?" Xu Jingming replied, "The freshman tournament is just a few days away. I'm taking another trip to the library." At the cafeteria, Liu Wentao watched his friends retreating back, muttering with a determined face as he grabbed some food. He just got back from the wasteland and is already grinding this hard. He's literally not human. No way. Once I'm done with breakfast, I'm hitting the training room too. As Xu Jingming was walking through the campus, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, classmate Xu." He turned around and saw Song Chuyan waving happily. "Awesome, you made it back safely from the wasteland." Looking at her sportswear, he asked with a bit of surprise, "Classmate Song, wearing that, are you planning to—" "Song!" Chuyan walked up close, staring straight into Xu Jingming's eyes with a challenging look. "Classmate Xu, you still remember, right? You promised to spar with me." He calmly asked back, "A spar? You sure you want to go against me?" Song Chuyan put her hands on her hips, confidently replying, "What? Scared? I was the top scorer of Sichuan province, okay? Don't underestimate me." Xu Jingming nodded. "All right, fine. Let's find some time later to have our match." But Song Chuyan quickly grabbed his hand, dragging him away as she said eagerly, "Why wait? Let's do it right now. We can just head straight to the training room on the second floor of your dorm." Suddenly getting dragged away, Xu Jingming thought, "Man, she's definitely decisive. No wonder she's from Sichuan. But is sparring with me really something to look forward to that much?" Meanwhile, Song Chuyan glanced back at him, her eyes flashing with confidence. She smugly thought, "I wonder what kind of face Xu Jingming will make once he sees I've already broken through to Tier 2. Before long, both of them arrived at the time for some practice. Song Chuyan flashed a smug smirk, cracking her knuckles with a loud pop. "Hey there, classmate Xu. Try not to embarrass yourself too hard today, all right?" Xu Jingming just looked at her, deadpan, and said, "Without a weapon, you've got zero chance of beating me." Song Chuyan smirked confidently, and light energy began gathering in her hands. "A weapon? Oh, I've got one." She raised her hand as a blinding white light began to gather, swirling into a raging vortex of energy. From deep within that light, a massive Fangshan halberd gradually materialized and she gripped it tight. Spinning around like an absolute pro, the halberd sliced a powerful arc through the air, looking incredibly badass. Xu Jingming was a bit surprised. A Fangshan halberd? He didn't expect a girl to wield such a rare and heavy weapon. Song Chuyan pointed the tip of her halberd right at him, declaring with epic confidence, "Get ready, classmate Xu. This time I'm going to wipe the floor with you." Xu Jingming calmly replied, "Sure, bring it on." Up in the spectator stands, Liu Wentao and Song Chuyan's female friend were watching closely. Liu Wentao hypes things up, confidently declaring, "Brother Jingming has this in the bag," while her friend anxiously covers her mouth, whispering Chuyan's name in worry. Sensing Song Chuyan's raw aura, Xu Jingming smirked, as crackling purple lightning began to erupt from his body. "Low tier 2? So you finally broke through. No wonder you're so cocky about beating me today," he continued. "But you know I haven't exactly been standing still either." Song Chuyan's friend gasped in sheer shock, feeling the massive pressure radiating from Xu Jingming. She stammered, "High tier 2? No way, how is that even possible?" Right next to her, Liu Wentao cackled gleefully, "Haha, told ya! Your girl Chuyan is no match for our boy Jingming." Song Chuyan was totally stunned, cold sweat dripping down her face. "High tier 2, I wanted to flex my rank on him, but I'm the one getting totally flexed on instead." She grit her teeth in frustration. "We're both top-tier provincial champions, so how the hell is he leveling up this fast?" Xu Jingming looked at her nonchalantly and asked, "So, what's the plan? Still want to go?" Even though she was totally shook, Song Chuyan refused to back down. Biting her lip, she replied, "Duh, of course. But hey, go easy on me, okay?" Xu Jingming smiled, genuinely impressed. As expected of Sichuan's top scorer, you really know how to play your cards. Don't worry, I won't make the first move. Just hit me with everything you've got. Song Chuyin took a deep breath, her eyes turning sharp and focused. Raising her Fangshan halberd high, a torrent of blazing light erupted. Don't regret this, classmate. Shu, light of dawn. Watching the blinding energy, Xu Jingming thought to himself, is this the A-class light-type talent, light of dawn? Just like my lightning, it's an elemental type. Let's see what it's got. With a fierce battle cry, Song Chuyin charged forward, her halberd completely engulfed in brilliant light as she swung it straight at Xu Jingming. He noted, a weapon enhancement skill? Haven't seen one of those before. The halberd blazed with intense light and scorching heat, looking like a miniature sun hurtling towards Xu Jingming. This move was her light flame slash. Xu Jingming stood his ground as the lightning crackling around him intensified, forming a solid armor of electricity. Raising his spear, he didn't even bother dodging and blocked her attack head-on. Clang! A deafening metallic screech echoed as the fiery halberd was effortlessly stopped by Xu Jingming's spear. He casually remarked, using light energy to fuel fire is a pretty solid skill. Too bad it lacks raw power. Spectating from the side, Lu Wentao cheered wildly. That was sick. He kept hyping. Man, Song Chuyin used this exact move to destroy so many rivals in Sichuan, but brother Jingming blocked it like it was nothing. Refusing to go down like that, Song Chuyin grit her teeth, regained her footing, and her eyes burned with fierce determination. She shouted again and poured all her energy into her ultimate move, Gale Light Slash, unleashing a torrential storm of halberd thrusts at her opponent. Xu Jingming casually deflected every strike, shaking his head in disappointment. Nope, not gonna work. Your technique is too slow and your power is lacking. You seriously need way more practice. The more they fought, the more terrified Song Chuyin became. Drenched in sweat, sheer panic showed on her face as she realized every single one of her attacks was being totally shut down. Exhausted, she panted, "Whew, I'm wiped out. No more. I threw 100 strikes of an A-class skill and you countered them all without even using a single skill." She asked suspiciously, "Your spear mastery? There's no way it's just advanced, right?" Xu Jingming grinned. "Spot on. My spear play is actually Grandmaster rank." Hearing this, Song Chuyin's eyes went wide as she gasped in disbelief. "Grandmaster rank? How old are you even?" "I trained for 10 years just to reach advanced. You're a total monster." She bowed her head, utterly defeated. "Okay, I give up. I can't beat you." An S-class talent combined with this insane cheat-like genius. Who could ever compete with that? Xu Jingming retrieved his spear, raising an eyebrow. "Not gonna try out your other skills?" Song Chuyin shook her head and chuckled. "Your mental strength is way higher than mine, so casting magic on you is pointless. Thanks for the sparring session, though. Lunch is on me this afternoon. How's that sound?" Xu Jingming happily replied, "Sure, sounds good." Song Chuyin turned to call her friend. "Great, see you at noon then, haha. Let's go." Her friend followed, thinking to herself, a shame, but it looks like classmate Xu is on a whole different level. As soon as she left, Lu Wentao ran over, full of praise. "Brother, Jingming, you're a freaking beast. Seriously, you're easily the strongest even among all the provincial champions." Xu Jingming humbly replied, "I got lucky. Song Chuyin isn't weak, but her leveling speed is incredibly fast." Lu Wentao thought to himself, Song Chuyin isn't strong? Only brother Jingming would think that. He then leaned in and whispered, "You don't know, do you? She's the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan. You know, that S-class light-type rank 8 grandmaster from our history textbooks." Xu Jingming paused, recalling the legendary figure. "Ah, that powerhouse from 80 years ago? I remember the textbook dedicated an entire chapter to him." Lu Wentao continued, "Exactly. In Sichuan, the S-class grandmaster Song Daoyuan is a household name and Song Chuyin is his absolute favorite. No wonder her level skyrocketed." Xu Jingming finally put the pieces together. No wonder she was on a crazy shopping spree during the last meetup and had a storage ring big enough to fit a 2-meter-long Fangshan halberd. Her background is insane. Having figured it out, Xu Jingming waved goodbye. "All right, I'm off. Got to get back to practicing my martial arts." Outside the academy building, under the vast blue sky, time quietly slipped away. Back in the training room, Xu Jingming surged with lightning, spinning around as he commented with satisfaction. "Condensing the underworld prison lightning armor consumes 1/5 of my energy and lasts for half an hour. Not only does it reduce impact by up to 90%, but it also automatically retaliates, acting like a thornmail effect. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet." The system notified him 4 hours later. Xu Jingming checked his stat panel, then stared at his hand. "Let's see what stats I can boost next." Checking his twin underworld lightning armor, how many ability points does he have left? He quietly calculated his next move. With over 700 points remaining, he just needed to wait for the right chance to head over to the wasteland near Yangcheng to farm some more points. Leaving the training room, Xu Jingming walked out into the sunset with a sharp, determined look, telling himself, "From now on, I'm going all out to prepare for the freshman grand tournament." Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of the month, the day of the big tournament. On his way to the arena, Xu Jingming looked at his companion's weapons and teased that they definitely didn't look like what normal girls would carry. Holding a pair of razor-sharp claws, his glasses-wearing friend smirked. "Haven't you heard? The weirder the drip, the faster the dub. My goal this time is to hit the top 50 in the freshman tournament." Walking beside them, Song Chuyin eagerly chimed in, "Actually, my goal is a bit higher than Xiao Shen's. I'm aiming for 2nd place in this tournament." Xu Jingming turned to her, totally surprised. "Why only 2nd? Don't tell me you don't want a rematch with me." Song Chuyin shrugged, keeping it real. I can't beat you anyway, so why go looking for a beatdown? Then she got serious and warned him, but don't forget, there's also the top scorer from Qinghai, Li Chengji, who's already reached Tier 2. That guy is insanely cocky. Her eyes flashed with competitive fire. I actually want to see how much real power he's got. Right then, their friend pointed straight ahead and squealed, look, we're here at the tournament venue. Over at the spectator stands of arena number 3, a short-haired girl asked her friend in surprise, Xuan, I didn't think you'd actually show up. I thought you hated these matches. Xuan gave a mysterious smile and replied, well, that's because someone I've got my eye on is competing. Her friend immediately grilled her, ooh, a guy or a girl, where are they? Xuan's eyes lit up as she looked down at the arena, answering a guy. And he's here. Stepping inside, Xu Jingming was blown away by the scale of the arena. Damn, this stage is freaking massive. Holy crap. Sure, the school has a ton of students, but this feels like total overkill. Looking at the roaring crowd in the stands, he suddenly remembered why. Oh right, my teacher mentioned before, the freshman tournament starts with a 100-player battle royale, so a massive stage actually makes sense. Xu Jingming cracked his knuckles, purple electricity crackling around him in pure excitement. A 100-player battle royale? Now this tournament is sounding like a blast. Suddenly, Lu Wentao pointed up at the stands and yelled, holy crap! Look up there, guys. Why are there so many guild big shots in the audience? Even the leaders of the school's top 2 guilds, Ash and Starfall, came in person. This massive lineup, they're not here for Brother Xu, are they? Xu Jingming turned to him, totally clueless, and asked, guilds? Does our awakened university even have guilds? Lu Wentao immediately explained, duh, of course we do. But the guilds here at Modu University aren't like those lame gaming or chess clubs at normal schools. They're basically elite combat teams formed by awakened users. He eagerly rambled on about the perks. Usually they'll team up to head into the wilderness to hunt down wild beasts, and they even get a monthly supply of cultivation resources. After graduation, you can literally skip the line and join their parent guilds directly, becoming an official guild member. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Wentao slapped his forehead and looked around. Oh wait, your senior brother Liu Ming is actually the vice leader of the Ash Guild. That's weird. Today is the perfect day for you to flex, so why isn't he here? Xu Jingming went quiet, a hint of worry in his eyes. Senior Liu? Honestly, ever since I got back to school, I haven't been able to reach him or even my master. I heard they went southwest, but I don't know if they're safe. Meanwhile, in a corner of the corridor, a guild member respectfully greeted a newly arrived man. Leader, we heard the situation in the southwest is getting intense. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to return to school. The subordinate continued. Honestly, we could have handled the recruitment ourselves. There was no need for you to oversee this in person. But the Ash Guild's leader, Wei He, coldly cut him off. No, everyone else is irrelevant. I only returned for one thing, to recruit Liu Ming's junior brother Xu Jingming at all costs. He stood on the stands, looking across the arena with a frown. I just don't get why Wu Yuan from the Starfall Guild is here too. Across the arena, a sharp-eyed, black-haired guy rubbed his chin in deep thought. Could his target be Xu Jingming as well? This guy was none other than Wu Yuan, the leader of the Starfall Guild. Suddenly, the crowd erupted as a student pointed skyward and screamed, look, the deans of the academies are entering. It's about to start. Instantly, the space above the arena warped, and a dazzling beam of light shot down from above. With a roaring whoosh, a magnificent structure resembling a space elevator slowly descended. The freshman gasped at the surreal sight, whispering in awe. Is that a space-type ability? That's insane. I wonder which powerhouse from our school that is. The doors of light slid open and a pair of elegant high heels stepped out, creating a heavy boom that shook the very air and drew every single eye. Walk out of the glow was a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a regal peach-pink robe. Her overwhelming aura dominated the entire stadium, making everyone hold their breath. Song Chuyin leaned in and whispered to Xu Jingming, she's the vice principal who guards the combat skills library. Xu Jingming gasped. A vice principal, and she's that young? Song Chuyin replied, awakened users have extremely powerful bodies, so they age much slower, but she's probably under 40. The woman smiled, her voice echoing through the arena. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Chang, and I am one of the school's 3 vice principals. I usually oversee the combat skills library. Since the principal is away and the other 2 vice principals are handling urgent matters, I will be hosting this year's freshman opening ceremony. She opened her arms to welcome everyone. First, welcome to Modu Awakened University. This freshman class has a total of 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. There are 56 A grade, 832 B grade, and 135 D grade users. Suddenly, her gaze grew sharp and loaded with meaning as she scanned the crowd. And additionally, we have one extremely rare S grade awakened user. Hearing the vice principal mention an S grade, Xu Jingming and his friends locked their eyes on her, their faces filled with curiosity and excitement. Ling Chang continued explaining the rules. To help you all grow stronger, the university will allocate resources every academic year based on your evaluations. These resources are split into 5 ranks from D to S. Staring at the floating holographic display, a freshman muttered anxiously, the evaluation system credits combat power rankings and Motto University's quest system. The competition here is brutal. As if reading their minds, Ling Shuang's gaze turned ice cold as she snapped back, fairness? When did I ever say? Mado University is fair? Her sharp voice hammered home the school's brutal reality. We only train the absolute peak powerhouses. The birth of a true powerhouse requires ruthless competition, fighting, and stealing to survive. The entire arena fell dead silent. Ling Shuang's overwhelming pressure made everyone, including the top geniuses, shiver in fear. But unlike everyone else, Xu Jingming just smirked with pure confidence, his eyes burning with the urge to fight. This kind of cutthroat competition? Looks like I came to the right place here at Mado Ability University. Ling Shuang activated a drone hovering above her hand, warning them, in short, at this school you'd better not think about hiding your strength. The stronger you are, the more resources you get. Next, I will give you the rundown on the freshman tournament. She pointed at a virtual battle map. This year's tournament is split into 2 stages. Stage 1 is a 100-man battle royale. EVA will track how many enemies you defeat, and the top 5 from each round will advance to stage 2, over a total of 10 rounds. Finally, the prize list popped up, making everyone drool. Here are the rewards. First place, a spatial ring with a 10 cubic meter capacity, set of Grade A cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second place, a Grade A battlesuit, a set of Grade B cultivation resources, and 900 credits. Third place, a Grade B battlesuit, a set of Grade B cultivation resources, and 800 credits. I won't bother listing the rest. Hearing about the grand prize, the freshmen erupted into a frenzy. A 10 cubic meter spatial ring. How much cash would that fetch? Another student immediately replied, dude, you can't even buy something like that with money. Period. The clearance tier list flashed on the giant screen as Ling Shuang explained. Also, this tournament determines your clearance level. Top 50 gets grade clearance. Rank 51 to 200 gets grade B. Rank 201 to 500 gets grade C. Grade S clearance will be judged individually by the school. Having laid out the essentials, Ling Shuang soared into the air and turned to the man next to her. All right, that's all I have to say. Dean-san, the floor is yours. He nodded. All right. A woman with braided hair stepped forward, announcing in a loud, clear voice, I declare the freshman tournament officially open. She added a warning. Outstanding students will be taken in by the instructors as direct disciples, so you all better give it your all. The freshmen marched forward with burning determination, whispering to themselves, looks like I'll have to put my life on the line this time. I hope a mentor notices me. Totally. If you get picked by a dean, you'll soar straight to the heavens. The system booted up, and the loudspeakers boomed. Stage 1 consists of 10 rounds. Now drawing the participants for the first round. Students selected by EVA, please step onto the stage. As the crowd moved, Lu Wenthao suddenly spotted a familiar face and blurted out, ah, that bastard Li Chengji is in the first round too. Li Chengji turned back, flashed a smug, savage smirk, and drew his finger across his neck, making a provocative, throat-slitting gesture towards Xu Jingming's group. Seeing that, Song Chuyan frowned and warned, Xu Jingming, he's totally pushing your buttons. His glasses-wearing classmate beside her was also pissed off. What a cocky prick, he's literally begging for a beating. Lu Wenthao stood behind them, stifling a laugh. I feel sorry for his opponents. Man, of all the people to pick on, he had to provoke the absolute worst monster. Well, he's done it now, even pissed off. The second most dangerous person here. I just hope he doesn't get utterly destroyed later. Right after the cue, blue beams of light shot down from above, teleporting hordes of students into their combat positions on the massive arena. Vice Principal Ling Shuang announced reassuringly, none of you need to worry about dying. The second your life is in danger, EVA will automatically deploy a protective shield. Don't worry about getting hurt either. As long as your head isn't chopped off, we can patch you right up. Now begin. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as the countdown echoed. 3, 2, 1, start. With the battle royale officially underway, the entire stage instantly turned into a war zone. Deafening metal-on-metal clangs rang out as the espers lunged at each other, throwing out skills left and right. Up in the stands, spectators watched in shock, whispering, who's that guy with the saber? No way, has he already broken through to Tier 2? I think that's the provincial champion from Qinghai, Li Chengji. His power is absolutely crushing. Surrounded on all sides, Li Chengji swung his saber in a brutal slash, scoffing in sheer contempt. What a bunch of absolute noobs. The results were quickly announced. Round 1, first place, Li Chengji with 36 defeats and overwhelming score. Standing proudly, he looked toward his rival, silently baiting him. Xu Jingming as an S grade awakened. Esper, I wonder if your stage 1 score can top mine. Witnessing this, Xu Jingming and his friends could only shake their heads in pity. This guy is a lost cause. I've seen people digging their own graves, but never anyone committing suicide this hard. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, a subordinate asked the Meteor Club president, President, since Li Chengji has broken through to Tier 2, should we put him as our top priority target? But he coldly brushed it off. No need. Our top target is still Xu Jingming. President, do you have some inside intel? The president stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze deep as he replied, it's not really inside info. I just saw it with my own eyes that day. Their chat was cut short as a floating drone flew over, its announcement echoing through the arena. Now drawing the contenders for round 2, please step onto the stage. Hearing his name, Xu Jingming stepped out confidently, his lips curling into a smirk. Not bad luck, it's already my turn in the second round. Lu Wenthao pumped his fist from behind, cheering at the top of his lungs. Go get him, Brother Ming. Show that Li Chengji guy what you're really made of. Xu Jingming didn't even turn around, just waving his hand. Got it. But in stark contrast to their excitement, the unlucky contestants who ended up in his group, turned pale as sheets. One of them gasped in horror. Holy crap, it's Xu Jingming! The guy next to him trembled and whined. How the hell are we this cursed to end up in his round? Another guy completely checked out, sighing. Well, we're screwed. Guess we can only fight for the remaining 4 spots now. Stepping onto the stage, Xu Jingming gripped his spear, his sharp gaze scanning the opponents who were desperately backing up to the edge to keep their distance. He laughed to himself. You think standing far away is going to save you? How naive. Up in the VIP viewing deck, the judges began focusing all their attention on this outstanding young man. Yo, one of the professors said, turning to his colleague. Is that the kid Dean Yang just took under his wing? The female professor next to him nodded in confirmation. Yep, that's him. The S-rank lightning user who awakened the purple sky divine thunder. His aura seems pretty sick, super sharp. Let's see how he actually performs. Wait, what's going on? Xu Jingming is already tier 2? Wasn't he just a fresh awakener when he enrolled? The black-haired female professor couldn't hide the utter shock on her face. She mumbled, yeah, it's only been a month. That level up speed is freaking insane. That old geezer Yang kept such huge news to himself. Man, he sure can hide a secret. Just as the teacher's astonishment had yet to settle down, the EVA system's countdown reached its end. 3, 2, 1, start. Immediately, a massive explosion boomed as Jingming unleashed a storm of lightning energy, shaking the stands. Right at the center of the storm, Xu Jingming swung his spear, creating a blinding vortex of purple lightning. As the wind howled around him, a hyped grin spread across his face, feeling his warrior blood start to boil. Yep, compared to slaughtering beasts, I definitely prefer throwing hands with humans. The terrifying pressure radiating from him sent chills down his opponent's spines, making them gasp in terror. What is this insane pressure? One of them stuttered. Wait a sec, this aura, it's a high tier 2 inside the crackling lightning. Xu Jingming stood tall, forcing everyone to face the brutal reality. The dude was actually a high tier 2 awakened. His opponent's minds shattered, and they screamed in pure despair. What the actual hell? High tier 2? How are we even supposed to play this? Is this supposed to be a freshman tournament? We're both freshmen, so how the hell are you a whole tier ahead of us? Up in the stands, a member of the Meteor Club turned to his president and asked, Boss, did you already know about this? The president calmly replied, Pretty much. Now you see Xu Jingming's real potential, right? Meanwhile, a platinum-haired girl stared at the screen with an amused smirk. So it really is you, senior. No, wait, I should call you junior. She then muttered to herself, How dare you lie to me for so long? No way, I'm definitely going to settle the score with you later. Li Cheng's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped from his forehead in pure terror. High tier 2? Damn it. I wanted to crush him and step on his S-rank title to make a name for myself. He gritted his teeth. Looks like I'm screwed. Nearby, a mysterious black-haired guy let out a sinister chuckle. Heh, with him around, Xu Jingming. Oh, Xu Jingming. In any other group, you'd definitely steamroll everyone. But too bad for you, that guy is also in the second round. Let's see how you handle that. Back in the arena, a dude started rallying the crowd. Yo, everyone, Xu Jingming is a high tier 2 with an S-rank ability. No one can take him on. How about we team up and kick him out first? The desperate crowd immediately jumped on the idea. The guy's got a point. Yeah, that's our best play. I'm in. Then Xu Jingming narrowed his eyes at the ringleader, sensing something off. His voice carried a strong, persuasive force. He was a mental-type user. The leader smirked, unleashing a mental shockwave as he boldly announced, There are 103 of us here. Subtracting Xu Jingming, that's 102 against 1. Even if we have to play dirty and wear him down, we can take him out. He then confidently introduced himself. The name's Xi Liao, an A-rank mental-type user. I promise you, if you follow my lead, we will win. It's not every day you get a chance to beat down an S-rank. Hyped up by his persuasive speech, the crowd of students went red-eyed and charged forward with a roaring aura. If we don't fight, we're out anyway. Fighting gives us a shot. Hell yeah, let's do this. Beating down an S-rank is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Count me in. They turned to leader Xi Liao. What's the plan, boss? Watching the rapid turn of events. Below, the professors on the high platform were impressed. Oh, the Xi Liao kid's got some moves. He actually managed to unite the freshmen. But they were also worried about the situation. This is going to be tough for Xu Jingming. He might actually end up getting wrecked. Another professor remarked, Wait, isn't Xi Liao Dean Long's disciple? No wonder he's so good. Hearing the praise, the dean of the Tactical Academy, Long Ke, gave a smug smile and explained, Well, Xu Jingming is just too strong, which is why everyone joined forces. Xiao Liao just got lucky, it's no big deal. The female professor next to him teased, Luck is part of one's strength, though. Still, Xu Jingming is in deep trouble this time. She added meaningfully, If an S-rank awakener can't even get past the first phase of the freshman tournament, that would be a pretty embarrassing joke. Facing the murderous aura of over 100 opponents surrounding him, Xu Jingming stood in absolute silence, his eyes cold as ice, while violent purple lightning crackled wildly around his body. Seeing his opponent's silence, Xi Liao smugly pointed a finger in provocation. Xu Jingming, if you had taken me out before I finished speaking, you might have stood a chance. But now that everyone is following my lead, you've completely lost your chance. 1 against 102, how are you going to flip the tables? Suddenly, Xu Jingming smirked, a surge of intense purple energy bursting from his hand as he replied arrogantly, Flip the tables? Why on earth do you think I'm the underdog here? Sensing the danger, Xi Liao didn't hesitate. He yelled to command his forces, melee combatants, charge. Long-range attackers, supporters, buff us up! The entire arena shook as a colorful storm of skills rained down on Xu Jingming. The crazed crowd rushed forward like moths to a flame, shouting, "This is our chance to take down an S rank. Charge, charge, kill him." Hiding safely behind a solid stone wall, Xiliao kept shouting provocations. "Xu Jingming, don't even think about getting to me. Focus on the enemies around you first." Xu Jingming only gave a cold laugh, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He arrogantly shot back, "You guys might have the numbers, but it's not going to do crap against me." With that, he swung his spear and summoned a massive pillar of purple lightning from the sky, tearing through the enemy formation. The ground instantly shattered under the destructive power of the lightning, sending debris flying everywhere in a terrifying display. The immense shockwave from the blast sent dozens of students and their weapons flying into the air, instantly wiping out the 100-man alliance. On the scorched ground, purple electricity kept crackling through the groaning bodies scattered everywhere. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the survivors turned pale, crawling on the ground as they wailed in despair. "It's about to blow! We're done for! We're all gonna die!" But Xu Jingming wasn't finished. The power of the purple sky divine thunder continued to erupt violently, and from the center of the stadium, a blinding purple light swallowed everything, culminating in an absolute massive explosion. Massive, wiping out every single obstacle on the stage. The crowd stood frozen, staring at the terrifying sight, unable to believe their eyes as a massive cloud of smoke billowed up. What in the world is this crazy commotion? No freaking way. Can you believe we actually saw a mushroom cloud on the arena? Another guy was panicking hard. Wait, Xi Liao and his squad, they didn't actually get wiped out of existence, did they? Before the smoke could even clear, the EVA system was already spamming emergency warnings to the unlucky students caught near ground zero, detecting that they couldn't possibly block the insane energy impact. With their lives on the line, the automatic defense grid kicked in, followed by a brutally cold system announcement. "We regret to inform you that you have been eliminated by Xu Jingming." Xi Liao stumbled amidst the wreckage, his face written with pure regret as he realized his fatal mistake. "Man, I totally screwed up. If I hadn't messed with Xu Jingming, I'd easily be advancing right now." He looked around bitterly. Now, without defeating a single soul, the second stage of the freshman tournament was completely out of reach for him. But refusing to just take the loss, he used every last bit of his strength to scream orders to his remaining allies. "Forget about me. Keep pushing the attack." In a fit of pure madness, Xi Liao charged forward like a wounded beast, his eyes bloodshot with absolute desperation. "Xu Jingming, even if I get kicked out, I'm dragging you down to hell with me." Answering his cry, the remaining mob from all directions swung their weapons and lunged at Xu Jingming, trapping him in a tight, inescapable chokehold. A barrage of attacks and weapons rained down on him like a torrential downpour, generating shockwaves that rattled the entire arena. But right in the middle of that crazy onslaught, Xu Jingming slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing intensely, flashing a sinister, dangerous smirk as wild arcs of lightning started dancing around his body. Seeing this, Xi Liao tried to play it cool, reckoning that a one-for-one trade to take down Xu Jingming was still a massive win. But in the very next second, his smug grin completely vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated horror as he felt a monstrous wave of energy gathering, ready to detonate. Before anyone could even blink, an earth-shaking explosion erupted from Xu Jingming's body, sending everyone around him flying like literal ragdolls. As the dust and smoke began to clear, Xu Jingming was still standing tall, cloaked in dancing arcs of purple lightning. He let out a bored sigh, totally unimpressed by these absolute scrubs. Seeing their opponent completely unscathed after their ultimate combo, a purple-haired guy broke out in a cold sweat, trembling in complete despair as he mumbled, "All our combat skills completely useless. Just a basic application of his ability is enough to nullify all elemental attacks. How is that even possible? Is this the power of an S-class ability?" He collapsed onto the cold floor, his spirit completely shattered by that overwhelming gap in power, bitterly admitting the brutal truth. "We teamed up with so many guys, but in the end, to someone like him, we're still nothing but insects." The other students around him clutched their heads in sheer panic, unable to believe that all their hard work was completely useless. What the hell? That lightning is freaking terrifying. Everyone else's elemental attacks are totally useless against him. Over 100 people ganging up on one guy, and we couldn't even make him sweat. Another guy bitterly complained, "I literally learned Lightning Spear too, so how is he this ridiculously broken? This is just cheating." But in contrast to the depressing vibe down on the field, up in the stands, the platinum blonde girl pumped her fists in pure excitement, cheering proudly. "I totally knew Senior would crush it." Her black-haired friend stood next to her, smiling as she crossed her arms. Trying to beat Xu Jingming with just that? They're way too naive. The instructors were closely watching every single move. One of them analyzed with deep admiration. His mastery of the lightning spear is easily at the advanced level. The sheer power he puts into it triggers a sonic boom, reaching at least twice the speed of sound. His physical conditioning is insanely strong. Another teacher nodded, adding, "His lightning net has absolutely no gaps. He must have been grinding his practice hard. Impressive." The black-haired female professor glanced over at an empty seat and sighed. "It is a pity. Old Yang is not here. Otherwise, we could have asked him for some inside scoop on Xu Jingming." Back on the arena, the morale of the Alliance had completely evaporated. They looked at each other, trembling with their fighting spirit utterly crushed. "We can't even scratch his defense. What are we supposed to do?" "I don't freaking know," one terrified student suggested. "Should we Just run away? Seeing the crowd hesitantly backing off in fear, Xu Jingming tossed his spear over his shoulder, giving them a smug, mocking smirk. What to? Scared to come at me? Fine, then I'll come to you. Xu Jingming crashed down like a bolt of purple lightning, slamming onto the ground and sending a massive shockwave ripping through the stage. He began tearing through the crowd. His spear swept left and right, completely shattering the enemy's formation. One student screamed in terror, "He's too fast!" The commander frantically barked out orders. "Hold the line! Get into formation, quick!" But someone immediately yelled back in pure despair, "We can't. If we split up, he'll just pick us off one by one. We have to stick together." Despite their sheer terror, the defense and melee specs tried to huddle up, raising physical shields and magic barriers to withstand the absolute storm of attacks. Seeing this, Xu Jingming grinned with amusement. "Now we're talking. This is getting interesting." He moved like a ghost, dodging and attacking while casually roasting them. "Your slashing angle is totally off," he said before swatting another guy away. "And you're way too slow." With a simple flick of his spear, he sent another opponent flying, shaking his head in disappointment. "Your power is trash." Standing tall among the sea of defeated bodies littering the floor, Xu Jingming dropped a cold, brutal verdict. "Too weak." Hearing that, the battered students cried out in utter misery. "Are you serious? He beat us into a pulp and still has the nerve to call us weak." Others groaned. "This is straight up emotional damage. Why did I have to be so unlucky to get grouped up with this monster?" Finally, the buzzer sounded, marking the end of the second round of the first stage. With an absolutely crushing result, the sole advancer was Xu Jingming, racking up an insane score of 102 eliminations. Up in the air, the drone buzzed around and issued a static announcement, breaking the heavy silence of the defeated mob. 4 qualifying slots still remain. The majestic female professor looked down at the absolute chaos, giving her final verdict to salvage what was left of the match. Aside from Xu Jingming, who has already advanced, everyone else will be moved to the 11th bracket to recompete for the final 4 slots. Hearing the news, the entire crowd in the stands went wild. One guy shouted in pure excitement, "A complete wipeout! This is an absolute curb stomp! A freshman tournament where literally only one guy advances in the main round? This is a first for me." The girl next to him chimed in, hyped up, "Just you wait. In a bit, all those top clubs are going to be throwing hands and tearing each other apart just to recruit Xu Jingming." Up on the VIP balcony, the instructors also started whispering back and forth, talking about the history of the tournament. Someone asked, "The freshman grand tourney has been running for over 40 years now, right?" The guy next to him nodded. "Yep, the previous record was also set by an S-class, taking out 87 people." A third guy stroked his chin and chimed in, "If I remember correctly, that took 7 minutes." Eventually, they all came to the same conclusion. At this rate, Xu Jingming's new record is probably never going to be broken. Another professor couldn't hide his admiration, analyzing with awe. "Honestly, I don't know how Yang Zhentian trained him, but Jingming's spear skills have actually reached Grandmaster rank." Hearing this, a female professor nodded in agreement. "Grandmaster level. Looks like Jingming's talent with weapons is seriously off the charts." She felt a pang of regret, having originally planned to recruit him to the Elemental Academy, but now it seems there's no point. Smiling with relief, she looked down at the badass young man, planning the future of the school. With Xu Jingming on their side, they didn't have to worry about this semester's 3-school joint freshman field trip anymore. Just as Jingming stepped down the stage, his squad immediately swarmed him, cheering. "Congrats, man, you killed it!" Luan Tao gestured wildly with excitement. "Bro, Jingming, you should have seen that punk Li Chengji's face. The moment you knocked out Shiliao, his face turned completely purple like pig liver." He then laughed and added, "Honest, I bet he could easily star in a Sichuan face-changing opera." Jingming glanced over at where his rival was standing and casually remarked, "Turns out, that guy's nothing but a paper tiger, just a classic bully who cowers before the strong." However, his eyes turned cold as he remembered the punk's arrogant attitude from earlier. He smirked, planning his next move. But seriously, his attitude was way too cocky. "I can't just let that slide." "Alright, just wait until phase 2. I'll personally initiate a challenge and wreck him. After all, I've got 3 chances." Snapping out of it, Jingming turned and patted his 2 companions on the shoulders. "Alright guys, showtime is yours next." Luan Tao confidently smirked. "Chill, making it into the top 50 is a piece of cake." His female teammate nodded resolutely, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. "No problem, I can't wait to jump in." Song Chu-yun smiled radiantly and gave Jingming a firm fist bump. "Just watch me. I might not be able to beat you, but aside from you, I'm the strongest freshman out there." The drone cameras started projecting the next match onto the giant screen, showing a chaotic brawl on the arena. In round 3, this round's 4th place, Luan Tao eliminated a bunch of opponents. Right after that came the results of round 6. A girl with glasses and razor-sharp claws was tearing through the enemy ranks. In round 6, taking 3rd place, Chi Donghai eliminated 1 opponent. By the 8th round, Song Chu-yun stepped up with massive aura. She raised her halberd high, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Finally, my turn. Round 8. Her sharp beauty and confidence instantly stole the spotlight, making her the absolute center of attention on the stage. In the stands, the guys were losing their minds, cheering excitedly, "Yo, check out Song Chu-yun. Man, her body and face are absolutely top tier." Another guy commented on her gear, using a Huang Tian halberd as a weapon. "That's super rare." Another one boldly declared, "I hereby decree she is our school's new generation goddess." As soon as the starting buzzer sounded, the match kicked off. Song Chuyun instantly swung her halberd, creating blinding rings of light like the morning dawn. The power was insane, like a divine dawn, sweeping through the crowd like a hurricane. Her Fang Tian halberd slashed left and right, leaving opponents with no time to react as they were sent flying. Seeing that absolute dominance, a spectator gasped in shock. Holy crap, another tier 2. The fighters on the field also panicked as they realized the massive power gap. Thank God she's only low tier 2, and not a complete monster like Xu Jingming. But his teammate immediately cried out in despair. What difference does that make? We're still getting wrecked. Over at the Meteor Club's VIP box, the black-haired president watched her impressive display and gave orders to his underlings. Put Song Chuyun down as our second recruitment target, and put Li Chengji temporarily as the third. The subordinate nodded obediently. Understood. Right in the middle of the enemy crowd, Song Chuyun swung her halberd, creating dazzling golden trails of light and unleashing a storm of strikes that swept away every obstacle. Seizing the momentum, she slammed a thunderous strike infused with insane gravity onto the ground, splitting the enemy line. Under the invisible crushing weight, a massive opponent was pinned flat to the ground, unable to budge. He gritted his teeth and groaned in despair. So heavy! The match was over in no time, and the image of the girl standing proudly in the center of the arena flashed on the big screen with the final results. Round winner Song Chuyun, 14 eliminations. She sheathed her weapon and closed her eyes to catch her breath. The glowing aura faded, leaving her looking cool, calm, and absolutely stunning. Stepping off the stage, she cheerfully waved at her waiting squad. Jingming and the rest smiled, welcoming back their battle goddess. She leaned in close to Jingming, narrowing her eyes playfully as she asked, "So, how's that for a performance?" Jingming nodded, genuinely impressed. "Seriously impressive. Your magic and close combat skills blend together perfectly. Can't wait to see you in Phase 2. Once the break ended, the big screen flashed, signaling the start of the most intense part. 2 hours later, Phase 2 of the freshman tournament kicked off, the open challenge stage. With brutal rules, everyone gets 3 chances to challenge anyone above them to steal their rank, though anyone outside the top 50 is banned from challenging the top 50. Instantly, the arena floor started shaking violently as massive stone blocks broke apart and floated up, rearranging themselves into separate floating platforms. In the crowd, a long-haired, mysterious guy was plotting his move. "Forget Xu Jingming. Should I challenge the second place, Song Chuyun?" But right then, another voice echoed, "Hey, I want to challenge third place." Hearing his name called out of nowhere, Li Chengji froze, his face twisting in absolute shock. "Wait, what?" He pointed an angry finger and demanded. "Xu Jingming, you're in first place. Why the hell are you challenging me, the third place guy?" Jingming casually fired back. "The rules never said only lower ranks can challenge higher ranks." His eyes turned ice cold. "Besides, did you seriously think you could just talk trash to me and get away with it?" The crowd below instantly erupted into whispers. "What's going on? Do they have some kind of beef?" Someone in the know grinned and explained, "Hey, you seriously don't know." Before this, Li Chengji had made a throat-slit gesture to provoke Xu Jingming. Hearing this, another guy slapped his thigh and yelled, "Damn, that punk is so cocky! No wonder—" Xu Jingming took the initiative to challenge him. The EVA system instantly set up the match. EVA has assigned arena number 74 for this battle. Will the 2 players please head to the stage immediately? Li Chengji gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage as he accepted. "Fine, let's see just how powerful you, the S-rank awakened, actually are." On the floating arena in midair, the 2 opponents stood face to face. The air was thick with tension as the loudspeaker blared. "Will sides get ready? 3, 2, 1, start." Instantly, Li Chengji's muscles ripped through his clothes, his hair stood on end, and he transformed into a roaring, glowing red beast, powering up his A-rank beast-type ability, the Frenzy Blood Lion King. He let out an earth-shattering roar, releasing a violent aura across the arena. "Yah!" Taking advantage of the momentum to charge like a tank, Li Chengji swung his massive broadsword down, screaming like a lunatic. "Xu Jingming, you forced my hand." Xu Jingming stood still right there, his eyes flashing with a cold purple lightning. He coolly fired back, "I didn't force you. Your own massive ego dug this grave." Suddenly, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the ground, blocking Li Chengji's attack and causing a massive energy blast that shook the entire arena. Xu Jingming leaped into the air, wielding a spear wrapped in crackling purple lightning, and slammed it down on his opponent looking up from below. Li Chengji didn't back down. He channeled all his power into his broadsword, swinging it upward with a cocky roar. "A lightning user dares to go head-to-head with me? You're asking for death." The 2 weapons clashed directly midair, sending a violent shockwave and sparks flying in all directions. Instantly, Li Chengji was blown back by the massive recoil, his huge body stumbling as he lost his balance against his opponent's terrifying strength. His eyes popped out in utter shock, cold sweat dripping down as he realized the insane gap between them. How the hell is he stronger than me? Giving his opponent zero room to breathe, Xu Jingming channeled more energy into his spear tip, his cold gaze delivering the final punishment. Next, a thick bolt of purple lightning crashed directly onto Li Chengji's head, putting him in pure agony as he screamed bloody murder. "It hurts! God, it hurts!" The blinding flashes of light, Li Chengji's agonizing shrieks echoed through the arena as the electricity ripped through his body. The crowd broke out in cold sweat, analyzing the fight. Li Chengji is a Tier 2 enhancement ability user and even he can't take it. Just how painful is that? Another spectator said with a shiver. What's even scarier is Xu Jingming. He's holding back the lightning's full power just to torture Li Chengji slowly, and Eva can't even declare a knockout yet. Everyone mentally warned themselves, remind me, never to mess with Xu Jingming. Finally, a massive energy blast ended the torture, blasting Li Chengji out of the ring, and the system loudly declared Xu Jingming as the winner of this match. Xu Jingming recalled his energy, looking down at his defeated opponent and thinking, too bad I wanted to mess with him a bit longer, but 10+ seconds of pure agony should be enough to scar him for life. He hoped this lesson would do the guy some good, hoping he'd remember it and tone down his attitude before his toxic personality gets him killed sooner or later. As Xu Jingming turned to walk away, Li Chengji lay flat on the floor, pale as a ghost, muttering with a shudder, I'm alive. He was still traumatized by the near-death experience, thinking for a second there, I really thought I was a goner. Watching the back of the monster fade away, he exhaled a long breath of relief, drenched in sweat and thanking the heavens. Whew, he's finally gone. But the nightmare wasn't over just yet. Song Chuyan suddenly stepped forward and declared to the system, shocking everyone. Eva, I want to challenge the third rank too. Li Chengju heard his name called before his soul had even returned to his body. His eyes went wide, his face twisting in absolute panic. And as expected, Song Chuyan's opponent was launched into the air with a single strike, spinning wildly out of control. Bam, bam, bam! After a few heavy impacts, opponent free fell onto the arena floor, knocked out cold. Song Chuyan sheathed her weapon and said flatly, good game, while the system announced the winner of this match as Song Chuyan. Meanwhile, Li Chengji, looking completely soul-crushed and covered in bruises, was carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Walking back to Xu Jingming, Song Chuyan asked playfully, so, did you see how I wrecked him? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, alright, I'll admit you're pretty badass. She giggled and cheerfully high-fived Xu Jingming, showing off their perfect chemistry. From a distance, a group of guys whispered, there's definitely something going on between those two. Big time. Another guy gasped, huh? You mean our freshman goddess has already? The third guy said in frustration, damn it, Xu Jingming moves way too fast. School hasn't even officially started yet. Another guy quickly shushed him. Shh, keep it down. I don't want to end up like that Li Chengji guy, getting pulverized by this power couple. 4 hours later, a female instructor stepped up to announce, time is up. The freshman tournament is officially over. We will now announce the final results. A huge screen lit up, showing the leaderboard. Rank 1, Xu Jingming. Rank 2, Songshu. Li Chengji. Rank 26, Bi Donggu. Rank 39, Liu Wentao. The instructor continued. Next, please log into the school's official website to choose your department. Song Chuyan asked Xu Jingming curiously, Jingming, which class did you get into? Xu Jingming checked his phone and replied, Weapon Department Class 1-2. What about you? She replied, Element Department Class 1-1. A girl with glasses playfully nudged the white-haired girl next to her, looking over at the two of them and teasing, ooh, look at that, already on a first-name basis calling him Jingming. Today it's Jingming, tomorrow it'll be Babe or Honey for sure. The female instructor's voice echoed through the speakers again. The department allocation is now complete. This concludes our opening ceremony, freshman tournament. In addition, students who showed outstanding performance in the tournament will receive apprenticeship offers from mentors via text message tonight. Please make sure to check your phones. Up in the spectator stands, two instructors were discussing, this year's freshmen are way stronger than the last batch. The other nodded. Totally. Especially the top rank, Xu Jingming. Give him just 1 or 2 years and he'll probably dominate the whole school. The clubs are going to fight tooth and nail to recruit him. Walking with Xu Jingming's group, the white-haired friend suggested, finally it's over. How about we go grab a bite? To eat? The girl with glasses chimed in, heck yeah, let the freshman king treat us. The white-haired friend added, exactly. I mean, you're about to become a rich dude with a 10 cubic meter spatial ring after all. Xu Jingming happily agreed. No problem. Order whatever you want later, my treat. The white-haired guy jumped up. They were ecstatic. Hell yeah, bro Ming is so generous. Suddenly someone called out to them, Student Hua, please wait a moment. Xu Jingming turned around and asked, and you are? The man politely introduced himself. I'm Wu Yuan, the president of the Meteor Club. I'd love to invite Student Hua to join us. Wu Yuan then sweet-talked him with a killer offer. Honestly, since you're the only S-rank student right now, our Meteor Club is ready to show some serious appreciation. Just join us and you'll immediately become the vice president. Every semester, you'll get 100 credits and a B-grade resource pack. Xu Jingming's friends gasped in shock. Vice president? Before whispering in pure envy, man, that's crazy. When we want to join a club, we have to pay dues and act as gophers. The gap is just too massive. Plus, Meteor is one of the top clubs in the school. Just having that vice president title basically guarantees you can join an elite guild after graduation. Right then, another voice cut in, Vice President Wu Yuan, your Meteor Club is being way too cheap. A silver-haired guy stepped up with an even juicier offer. Xu Jingming, come to our Ashes Club instead. You can straight up be the reserve president. Once I graduate, the president spot is all yours. And we won't be stingy with other perks either. Everyone was stunned once again. Damn, reserve president, that's some next-level treatment. The Ashes Club is really throwing down some big bucks. Wu Yuan explained with an awkward look. The Meteor Club is directly under the Meteor Guild. According to guild rules, the president position has to be appointed by them. I honestly can't match that offer. Xu Jingming crossed his arms, lost in thought. Vice president or reserve president? He then replied to them, I need some time to think it over. I'll get back to you guys in a few days. He thought to himself, in my past life during college, I joined the student council and even made it to president. But that job ended up eating up way too much of my time. In this life, I'd better play it safe. Wu Yuan handed him his business card. Sure, here's my personal number. Hit me up directly when you've decided. The other guy also whipped out his own card, and this is mine. Wu Yuan then turned to Xu Jingming's friends and said, if you three want to join Meteor, we'd absolutely love to have you too. The Ashes president also chipped in, same goes for us. After taking the cards, Xu Jingming turned to his friends and said, let's go. Song Shuyan turned around and joked, looks like making our escape won't be that easy. Just as Song Shuyan expected, right after she spoke, a crowd of presidents from other clubs swarmed them, surrounding Xu Jingming and pleading, Student Hua, join our club, we're mostly girls, or come join us, our future prospects are the absolute best. We have serious backing from a mega corporation. After a major struggle, the crew finally broke free from the crowd. Xu Jingming gasped, finally we're out of that mess. Let's go to the breezy pavilion. While they were walking, soft footsteps caught Xu Jingming's attention, making him look back. A gorgeous girl with long platinum hair walked up, waving with a smile. Long time no see, Junior. Xu Jingming hesitantly replied, oh hey, Senior. Meanwhile, Song Shuyan, standing right next to him, asked curiously, and who might this be? Xu Jingming quickly introduced her. This is Senior Jiang Chushuan. We met in the primal wilderness not too long ago. The platinum blonde senior chimed in warmly. I'm a sophomore from class 3 at the Elemental Academy. Nice to meet you guys. The white-haired friend stuttered, his face turning bright red. The legendary ice-cold goddess Jiang actually knows how to smile. Song Chuyun stepped forward and politely introduced herself. Hi, Senior. I'm Xu Jingming's classmate, Song Chuyun. Jiang Chushuan stared at Song Chuyun, secretly amazed in her heart. Damn, she's gorgeous. A totally stunning face and a killer, curvaceous body that just naturally draws people in. She shook her head and thought to herself, charm both guys and girls, she is seriously dangerous. Xu Jingming broke the silence. We're actually about to grab a bite. Would you like to join us, Senior? Jiang Chushuan happily agreed. Sure, the crew then headed into a fancy restaurant called Snack Thai Runes. At the table, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the end of the freshman tournament. Cheers! Jiang Chushuan, with slightly flushed cheeks, elegantly raised her glass to Xu Jingming. Come on, Junior, let's toast! He replied, sure. Song Shuyan, not wanting to be left out, turned to Xu Jingming. Jingming, let's have a drink too. He nodded. Okay. Sensing the heavy tension, the white-haired friend whispered to the girl with glasses, these two totally have eyes for Bro Ming. We better bounce from this Shura battlefield. The girl nodded in agreement. Got it. The white-haired guy immediately stood up and blurted, Bro Ming, I'll leave the Senior and Sister Yoon in your hands. Bi Donghe and I have some stuff to take care of, so we're taking off first. The glasses girl quickly added, see ya. Xu Jingming watched them dash off in total confusion, thinking, what's up with those two? Why are they running so fast? Sighed, yep, drinking really messes things up. Suddenly, Jiang Chushuan leaned against him and whispered, Junior, I'm feeling a bit wobbly. Can you help support me? Song Chuyun also leaned on his other side and said, Jingming, I can't walk either. You have to carry me back. Xu Jingming looked at both of them, asking, are you guys serious? Both girls replied in perfect unison, absolutely. Xu Jingming could only sigh, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. Fine, I'll take you both back. The sight of Xu Jingming supporting two drop-dead gorgeous girls out of the restaurant had everyone staring. Yo, isn't that goddess Jiang over there? Man, that lucky bastard is literally living the dream. Everyone was burning with jealousy. After dropping the girls off at their dorms, Xu Jingming headed back to his apartment. Just as he walked in, he was surprised to see a woman sitting on his couch. He asked, who are you? The woman turned around, smiled, and introduced herself. Hi, Xu Jingming, I'm your class advisor, Su Yu. I've brought you your freshman tournament reward. Xu Jingming politely replied, hello, Miss Su, thank you. The teacher handed him a wooden box and explained, this safety box opens with your fingerprint. I'll send you the group ID later, so make sure to join the class chat. If anything comes up in school, you can hit me up directly to get it sorted out. Xu Jingming nodded. Got it, thank you. The teacher stood up. All right, I still have to notify other students. I'll head out first. The moment the teacher left, the white-haired friend burst into the room with questions. Bro Ming, how'd it go? No drama went down between Song Chuyun and Sister Jiang, right? Xu Jingming casually replied, drama? What drama would those two even have? The white-haired guy's eyes went wide with shock. Seriously, no drama at all? They got along that well? He clasped his hands in total respect. As expected of Bro Ming, you actually got them both under control. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming placed his hand on the reward box. A beep sounded. Authorization approved. Xu Jingming smiled with excitement as he opened out of the box. Heh, let's see what kind of loot we got here. Yo, it's a storage ring, he whispers store, and instantly a blue light bursts from the ring, wrapping around the weapon. The giant spear is quickly sucked right inside the ring in a flash of sparkling light. He happily feels the space inside. 10 cubic meters is honestly huge. Finally, I don't have to carry my weapon everywhere like a pack mule every single day. The white-haired dude sitting next to him starts teasing him about those 3 storage rings. Min, bro, you're giving off major Diamond Bachelor vibes right now. The buddy keeps complaining, man, I'm literally in the top 50 and only have a measly 400 credits. I can't even compare to you, Brother Min. I'm so jealous. Xu Jingming looks at the rings on his fingers and thinks, man, having this many rings on my hand is honestly a bit much. Tomorrow, I should head over to the equipment department. They'll probably buy back this gear. He takes out a pill from the reward box, wondering, what does this pill actually do? There isn't even an instruction manual. His white-haired buddy immediately comes up with an idea to identify the pill. Ah, easy peasy. Eva, get out here. A small spherical robot flies out, casting a beam of light onto the pill Xu Jingming is holding. Eva's voice rings out, this is a grade heart condensation pill produced by the pharmacy department of Mao Esper University. It works on espers at tier 5 or below. Taking it can heavily boost your mental power, and it is rank a cultivation resource. Xu Jingming asks in surprise, Eva actually has a pill analysis function? His buddy explains not just pills but also monster materials and rare flowers and herbs. Eva can appraise them all. He picks Eva up and says, is so convenient. Too bad we can't take Eva out into the wild. White-haired buddy suggests, there must be similar stuff on the market, right? Xu Jingming replies, yeah, probably. I'll search for it when I have some free time. After that, Xu Jingming goes up to the training room on the second floor, sits cross-legged on the floor, and first checks how much mental power he has. Holding the pill in his hand, he contemplates, physique and mental power are the two basic attributes. The more an esper has, the longer their ability lasts and the stronger its power. But accordingly, upgrading them is also extremely difficult. Using ability points to trade for mental power is getting harder and harder. At first, the ratio was 1, but now it's only 0.1, making it increasingly not worth it. He stares at the pill, his heart full of anticipation, hoping this thing can bring him a pleasant surprise. He pops it straight into his mouth, and instantly a surge of powerful and pure energy bursts from his body, wrapping around the surrounding space. After a while, Xu Jingming opens his eyes and a stat panel pops up in front of him. Physique 1,321 vitality, and mental power 1,037 hertz. He thinks with satisfaction. Mental power went up by 50 points, breaking past 1,000. Plus, I saved 500 ability points. Not bad at all. Feeling his mind completely refreshed, he summons his spear and says with a grin, since my head is clear, let's practice for 2 hours before hitting the sack. The next morning, Xu Jingming heads to the school's administrative area. He stands in front of a trading terminal, checks his account, and can't help but be shocked. After selling the rings, his balance skyrocketed to over 100 million. Small goal achieved. Being an esper is seriously a cheat code for making money. Next, he heads to the pharmacy service area. A voice from the speaker announces, Number 14, please go to pharmacist counter number 3. He looks at his ticket, number 43, and sighs to himself, they're only at 14, and I'm 43. Looks like I'll have to wait at least an hour. Might as well cultivate for a bit first. He walks into the waiting area and finds an empty seat. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, oh, hey, Junior, you're here too? Xu Jingming looks up, surprised to see Zhang Chushuan. What a coincidence, Senior. Are you sober from last night yet? Zhang Chushuan replies with a bit of embarrassment. I sobered up a long time ago. She quickly changes the subject. By the way, did you come here to sell those rare flowers and herbs you found in the cave last time? Xu Jingming replies, not really. If I can find a pharmacist to help me refine them, that'd be way better. The effect would be much stronger than just selling them raw. Zhang Chushuan smiles knowingly and asks, you're looking for a pharmacist. Don't you think there's a highly talented and gorgeous pharmacist standing right next to you? Xu Jingming asks skeptically. Wait, aren't you an amateur? Zhang Chushuan confidently fires back, who says I'm an amateur? I have a grade 2 pharmacist certificate. Refining a few grade 2 pills is literally a walk in the park for me. She continues with a serious expression. Besides, I'm not planning to go film in the wilderness anymore. I'm going to focus entirely on being a pharmacist. This catches Jingming off guard. The two sit down on a waiting bench. Zhang Chushuan explains, after going through that danger last time, I realized the wilderness probably isn't for me. Of course, I'll still record videos, but they'll be about my daily pill refining diary instead. Xu Jingming remarks, changing your content style like that might make you lose a ton of fans, though. She sighs, what can I do? A flashback begins, showing her back when she was working at a cafe, where her friend yelled out in excitement. Chushuan, look, the video of you killing that beast went viral. She thought to herself, I'm an orphan. My parents both died in a beast hide when I was a teenager. After I awakened my rank ice-type ability, I worked my butt off to get into college, but money was extremely tight. Once the video went viral, I accepted sponsorships for battle armors and all kinds of weapons, which finally boosted my income. But honestly, I've always preferred researching and refining pills. The scene shifts to her in the lab, wearing a white lab coat, completely absorbed in concocting medicine. The flashback ends and she turns back with a serious look. If it wasn't for you saving me last time, I would have been toast. But I can't rely on luck forever, so I decided to pivot. Xu Jingming takes her hand. I'm rooting for you, Senior. You got this. Hope your pivot goes great. Xu Jingming then looks puzzled, but wait, can an ice-type esper actually become a pharmacist? Zhang Chushuan smiles and explains, looks like you don't really know much about the pharmacy industry. She goes on to explain in detail, there are specialized enchanted pots, or cauldrons that can convert energy-type abilities into fire. Even your lightning system can refine pills just the same. Hearing this, Xu Jingming doesn't hesitate and hands her the wooden box. In that case, I'll leave all these rare flowers and herbs to you. Zhang Chushuan is a bit surprised. You really want me to do this? She smiles brightly and takes the box. Since you trust me this much, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll get the finished pills to you in a week. Suddenly, Jingming's phone buzzes and he looks at the screen in surprise. After the call, he heads to a solemn, ancient-looking building. Inside, a man speaks first. Before coming back, I browsed the school forum and saw a ton of posts about our junior brother. The kid is a literal monster. Another guy also turns and asks, yeah, I saw that too, Liu Ming. Is our junior brother really that insane? Liu Ming smiles confidently. You'll find out in a bit. Trust me, he's absolutely will totally blow your mind. A female disciple with a ponytail looks super skeptical. Seriously? I'm definitely gonna have to check that out for myself later. Our little junior brother might be strong and all, but maybe senior brother is hyping him up too much. Right then, Xu Jingming walked in, and an older guy who looked like the master called out to greet him. Jingming, you're here. He politely replied, hey master, I came as soon as I got the call. But he was totally shocked to see his senior brother Liu Ming sitting in a wheelchair with his legs all bandaged up. He rushed over and asked, Senior Liu, what the hell happened to you? The master explained in a heavy, grim voice it was the 8th stage grandmaster, Wang Lin. To lure some monsters, that old bastard used the Remnants Guild as bait. The guild got absolutely wrecked and your senior brother was brutally injured. Liu Ming gritted his teeth and added, I went head-to-head with that prick Wang Lin. Even though I didn't win, I made sure he didn't walk away scot-free either. The master continued, that's why I couldn't make it to your freshman tournament. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, absolutely pissed. Damn it, an 8th stage grandmaster is supposed to be strong enough to move mountains and drain oceans, but who knew they could be such total scum? He thought about the insane, earth-shattering power of an 8th stage grandmaster. Xu Jingming's eye turned cold as ice. He muttered to himself, right now I'm only at the 2nd stage. Forget about avenging senior brother. If I got caught up in this, I'd just end up as cannon fodder. In this world, if you don't become one of the top dogs, you'll just get trampled on by the strong whenever they feel like it. The master placed a hand on his shoulder. He comforted him. All right, Jingming, don't sweat it. Let me introduce you to your 3rd-year senior Tu Wei and your 2nd-year senior Tong Ye. The two of them greeted their junior brother in unison. Tu Wei pulled out a gift box. This is a rank 4 origin energy elixir. It can massively boost your energy absorption rate. Since it's a class B cultivation resource, I'll transfer 200 credits directly to your account. Xu Jingming bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. And you too, senior sister. Senior brother Liu, sitting in his wheelchair, spoke up. Tong, your senior sister seemed to doubt my words just a second ago. Why don't you tell her yourself? Have you really mastered 4 Class A lightning combat techniques? Xu Jingming held the gift box and calmly replied, Senior brother Liu is absolutely right. Both Tu Wei and Tong Ye were utterly shocked. What, seriously? 4 of them? How on earth did you pull that off? Yeah. And how could you still break through to high rank 2 while mastering them? Tong Ye muttered, her face a picture of pure disbelief. Classic combat techniques have an insane difficulty level. I barely mastered 2 of them and struggled so hard just to break through to high rank 2 not long ago. He's not only at the same level as me, but the number of Class A techniques he's mastered is double mine. Where's the justice in that? Xu Jingming casually replied, there's no secret to it really. I guess I was just born with great comprehension. He secretly thought, of course there's no way I can tell you guys about my system. Tong Yue and Tu Wei could only stare in speechless shock, eventually sighing, Junior brother, that's a brutal flex. The master smiled with satisfaction. I've always been incredibly proud of Jingming's talent and hard work. We'll hold a celebration party for you later to congratulate you on winning 1st place in the tournament. Xu Jingming modestly replied, honestly, I just got lucky because they were too weak. Oh, by the way, master, I actually wanted to ask you to help me test out a combat technique. Tu Wei chimed in, what kind of technique? Since senior brother Liu has trouble getting around, you've still got me. No need to bother. Master Jingming smirked mysteriously. An S-class combat technique, the Dark Prison Lightning Armor. Hearing the words S-class, everyone in the room, including the master, looked completely shocked. Tu Wei immediately stood up, looking a bit embarrassed. Okay, scratch that. A low rank 3 like me stands absolutely 0 chance of breaking the defense of the Dark Prison Lightning Armor. The master stood up and said to Xu Jingming, let's go to the training room. Inside the massive training room, Xu Jingming and the master stood facing each other in the center, while their senior classmates watched from the sidelines. Tu Wei asked skeptically, do you guys think our junior brother really mastered an S-class combat technique? Tong Yue pondered and replied, from what I know of Xu Jingming, he's definitely not the type to brag. Liu Ming, sitting in his wheelchair, nodded, well, I finally understand what our senior brother meant. In the center of the arena, Xu Jingming closed his eyes and focused. Purple and white electricity began crackling around him, and in an instant, a suit of lightning armor materialized, wrapping majestically around his entire body. As the Dark Prison Lightning Armor took form, his eyes snapped open, glowing with power, and Xu Jingming flashed a highly confident and challenging grin. Master, bring it on! The master didn't take him lightly either. A fiery red energy orb crackling with lightning began forming in his hand. Jingming, I'll test you with the strength of a peak rank 3 awakened user first. A massive torrent of energy shot out, creating a terrifying explosion that completely engulfed Xu Jingming's position. As the dust cleared, he was still standing strong, without a single scratch on his lightning armor as wisps of white smoke rose from the scorched ground around him. Looking at his master, he spoke with a playful, teasing tone. Master, crank up the power. This isn't nearly enough. The master frowned and began to increase his power as purple lightning crackled. All right, I'm turning it up then. Speak up if you can't handle it. The destructive energy was constantly amplified, relentlessly hammering against Xu Jingming's armor, double, quadruple, then sextuple the strength. He clenched his teeth and braced himself as the lightning armor vibrated violently under the crushing pressure of 10 times the force. The sheer impact pushed him back a step, forcing him to tense every muscle to resist. Finally, when the onslaught ended, Xu Jingming dropped to one knee, gasping heavily for breath. The master laughed heartily. Haha, not bad at all. The attack power of a low rank 4 awakened user is equivalent to 10 times the strength of a peak rank 3. Your lightning armor would require at least a rank 4 Class A awakened user to break it. The senior classmates watching were totally mind-blown. Two-way stammered, an S-class combat technique combined with an S-class ability. Can it really be this insanely overpowered? Tongye was also completely dazed. Our junior brother skipped 2 entire major realms and can tank attacks from a rank 4. Calling him a monster is a massive understatement at this point. The master walked over, planning to wrap up the test. It's getting late, let's go grab some food. But Xu Jingming suddenly spoke up. Wait, master. His eyes flared, and his hair began to turn a platinum white. He roared, this is still not my limit! A burst of purple energy exploded outwards, and Xu Jingming floated into the air, his white hair standing on end, his entire body wrapped in raging lightning like a Super Saiyan 3. Boom! Everyone was thrown into sheer panic once again. Senior brother Lu was so shocked he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Jingming's lightning extreme mode and immortal thunder god body have actually broken through to the 3rd level. Two-Way yelled out, holy crap! How is our junior brother this ridiculously strong? Tongye was utterly devastated, muttering, my own immortal thunder god body is only at the 2nd level. Our junior brother not only mastered 4 Class A combat techniques, 1 S-class technique, and broke through his lightning extreme mode. Is he even human? The master laughed with pure excitement, continuing to gather an even larger energy orb. No wonder your body could easily withstand 10 times the impact force. It turns out your immortal thunder god body has entered the 3rd level. Bring it on. Again, he soared into the air, unleashing a devastating strike down upon Xu Jingming, who stood firm below. 3 minutes later, Xu Jingming dropped to one knee on the floor, his lightning armor completely gone. The master stood opposite him, saying with satisfaction, excellent! 20 times the force, which means it would take the offensive power of a rank 4 mid-tier awakened user to shatter your defense. He looked at his disciple with absolute pride and amazement. Jingming, for you to achieve this is honestly a bit beyond my expectations. Xu Jingming raised his head, smiling as he replied, thank you for the help, master. He thought to himself, with this, I finally know exactly where my defensive power stands. The master helped him up and patted his shoulder in praise. Out of all my students, you're the one who gives me the most peace of mind. You learn everything on your own without me having to teach you. Afterward, the group left together. The master said cheerfully, time for food. I'm in a great mood today, so you guys can order the most expensive dishes. Amidst the bustling city streets, they piled into the car together. On the way back, Xu Jingming sat in the vehicle and asked for his senior's advice. Senior brother Lu, between the Ash Club and the Meteor Club, which one do you think I should choose? Lu Ming replied without hesitation, Meteor. Two-Way turned around from the driver's seat, suddenly asked, wait, Liu Ming, I thought you were going to invite our new junior brother to join your Ashes Club? Liu Ming explained, if the Ashes Guild hadn't run into trouble, I'd obviously want him to join our club. But right now, the Meteor Club is definitely a better choice. The master sitting in the passenger seat spoke up. Jingming, honestly, why don't you just hang out in a club for 1 or 2 years, then start your own when you're a junior or senior? After graduation, these guys will become the foundation of the faction you build. Xu Jingming fell into deep thought, wondering if building his own faction was really necessary. His master turned around with a serious look and said, do you know why I couldn't reach the Grandmaster realm? It's exactly because I didn't have my own faction. Having to do everything myself just wasted so much of my time. Remember, Jingming, only when you have a crew to handle the grunt work can you truly focus on your cultivation shoot. Jingming nodded, his eyes filled with determination. I got it, master. Thanks for the advice. Looks like once I get a bit stronger, I'll have to start planning this out. The next day, Xu Jingming walked down the campus hallway thinking, finally classes are officially starting. Everything at school is starting to get on track. In the lecture hall, the professor was giving a lecture. Today, we'll talk about the origin of fierce beasts. A few hundred years ago, Blue Star experienced origin energy, wild animals mutated into fierce beasts, and humans awakened. After class, Xu Jingming stood in front of a digital billboard, lost in thought. So after origin energy appeared, people uncovered tons of ancient underground ruins. Most of Blue Star's advanced tech, including even the superpower testing gear, was built using tech from these ancient ruins. The next class was anatomy. Then, over at the Weapon Academy, the teacher was introducing a new weapon. Meanwhile, at the Elemental Academy, a female professor was showing off different elemental powers. In one classroom, the elemental professor stared in shock as Xu Jingming controlled a dragon-shaped energy stream swirling around his hand. Praised him. Not bad at all. You're incredibly talented. Shaping an S-rank ability at will is no joke. Honestly, no one in our Elemental Academy can pull that off. Too bad you're not one of our students. Over the weekend, in the Yangcheng wilderness, Xu Jingming, clad in his battlesuit, was wielding a long spear wrapped in crackling lightning to fight a fierce beast. His brand new weapon, the Azure Sky Black Flood Dragon Spear, worth 1,000 credits, flashed with a powerful purple light. Standing confidently in the midst of battle, he thought, new knowledge, new skills, new gear, they've definitely jacked up my real combat power. A status panel popped up. Name Xu Jingming. Rank Tier 2 High Rank Plus. Superpower points 13,134, he muttered. In just 2 months, my strength has more than doubled, and my superpower points have passed 13,000. Too bad there's still no plus sign next to my superpower tab. Logically, if everything else can upgrade, my power should be able to as well. Staring at his status panel, he decided to stop hoarding points. It was better to use them now to quickly level up, which would make his hunting way more efficient. Xu Jingming clenched his fists, filled with confidence, believing that one day his purple heaven divine thunder would become a double-rank power. The scene shifts back to a school building. Song Shuyan looked at Xu Jingming with admiration and a bit of a pout. You've only been practicing ability control for a few days, but you're already better than my whole month of hard work. Seriously, comparing yourself to others is just depressing. Xu Jingming smiled and replied, I just suddenly got the hang of it. He thought to himself, well, I have the system, so of course you can't compare. Song Chuyan then asked, a week from now, the joint study trip for freshmen co-hosted by the 3 schools, Qingjing Supernatural University, Jinqing Supernatural University, and our university. Are you going to join? Xu Jingming replied, I heard it's taking place in the wild, so of course I'm in. He smirked. This is the perfect chance to harvest superpower points. Plus, I'm really curious to see what those genius freshmen recruited by the other 2 top universities are made of. A week later, Xu Jingming's crew had fully assembled. His friend chuckled. With Brother Jing here for this year's freshman study trip, we can just lie back and get carried. Another guy chimed in, totally. Even without an S rank like him, we've already won 4 consecutive championships. Looks like a 5th consecutive win is basically in the bag. Xu Jingming looked ahead and said, they're here. A glowing, massive spatial portal materialized before them. A female instructor in a stunning red outfit stepped out and said, welcome everyone. I'll be hosting this meeting. The details of our upcoming study trip. Eva, load the map. A 3-dimensional hologram popped up. The instructor pointed to a spot on the map and announced, the destination of this trip is the Devil's Cave number 7, deep in the mountains of Shunan City, Qian Province. An image of the cave flashed with a creepy black aura, making the student whisper, damn, those Devil's Caves are no joke. I heard a place only gets that name when countless ability users die there. This trip feels insanely dangerous. The female instructor continued, I will personally lead this trip, and instructors from each department will tag along as well. On top of that, the higher-ups will distribute resources to the 3 universities based on your rankings. The ranking is determined by the number and rank of fierce beasts. Slay. Only the top 50 spots count. First place gets 34%, second gets 23%, third gets 19%, and the remaining 47 split 24%. She floated into the air, looking straight at Xu Jingming, assigning him his mission. This is why first place is absolutely critical. It's not just about our magic capital's pride in securing a 5th straight championship, but also the resources our school will get. Xu Jingming, this task is on you. Any problem? He confidently replied, no problem. He thought, with my current combat power, there's no way any freshman can outrun me. The instructor gave a knowing smile. Very good, but I have to give you a heads up first. According to the latest news, Qingjing Supernatural University has recruited an external helper with an S-rank superpower for this study trip. The surrounding students instantly erupted in whispers. Qingjing University got their hands on an S-rank? Where's that even coming from? Aside from Xu Jingming, there hasn't been a single new S-rank in the entire nation. Seriously, the last time our country had a new S-rank was 3 years ago. A hologram of an unfamiliar man materialized. The instructor explained this S-rank isn't from our country, but an international student invited by Qingjing University from India. She continued, his name is Karan, an S-rank enhancement user, currently at lower tier 3. Hearing this, Xu Jingming was totally shook. Tier 3? Everyone else was completely stunned, like, what the hell? Lower tier 3? A freshman actually made it to this level? The female instructor nodded, confirming this was data gathered by Eva, so there was absolutely zero doubt. But unlike you guys, he's already 20 years old. Instantly, the student started whining. 20? No wonder. He's had 2 extra years of grinding. How is a 20-year-old even considered a freshman? At Capital Jing Ability University? Talk about having zero shame. Another student chimed in, explaining that since they only start college at 20 in India, this Kiran guy really is a legitimate freshman. Song Chuyan gave Xu Jingming a worried look, thinking to herself, an S-rank, there's no way I can take him right now. But looking at Jingming, he doesn't seem worried at all. Xu Jingming was totally chill, thinking, so what if he's S-rank too? Fighting above my level is literally my daily routine. Crossing his arms confidently over his chest, he thought, with 3 S-rank combat skills, 4 A-rank skills, and master-level spear technique, why the hell would I be scared of him? Plus, this competition is all about the number and tier of beasts we slay. On that front, I'm not losing to any freshman. Even an S-rank can get wrecked. The female instructor looked at him, totally pleased, thinking, not bad at all. Xu Jingming is easily our school's most cracked S-rank student in years, staring down that kind of pressure, and he's still brimming with confidence. Guess my move to pull strings and get him that double S-rank Tyrannosaurus blood essence was totally worth it. She stood there, feeling incredibly smug. Capital Jing Ability University bringing in ringers is just a cheap trick to secure priority resource allocation. Too bad they're about to get their hopes completely crushed. With that, she floated up, enveloped in a blazing golden aura, and announced loud and clear, "All right, that's the breakdown for this field trip. You've got 7 days left, so use this time to gear up." 7 days later, at Xu Jingming's apartment, Jiang Chushuan was proudly showing off a bunch of colorful potion bottles. Detox pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and focus pills. They're all tier 2 with 20 pills in each bottle. That's plenty for your trip this month. Xu Jingming gently reached out to stroke her hair, his eyes filled with pure affection. "You've worked way too hard. Look at you, you've got massive dark circles under your eyes. From now on, don't stay up all night refining pills anymore. If worst comes to worst, I can just buy some outside." Jiang Chushuan gave him a playful smile and replied confidently, "Pills bought outside. Can't even touch the quality of my handmade stuff. I guarantee every single pill has maxed out efficacy," she continued, pointing to another set of bottles. "Plus, I made 2 batches of everything. Give this stash to little sister Chuyun, okay?" Xu Jingming was taken aback. "Little sister Chuyun? Since when did you two get so close?" Jiang Chushuan leaned in close to his ear, mischievously whispering, "That's a secret." With that, she spun around to leave, waving goodbye. "You and Chuyun better kill it on this field trip and make sure to stay safe. We're leaving tomorrow, so get some early shut-eye tonight. I'll stop bugging you." After she left, Xu Jingming picked up a bottle, his heart melting. 160 tier 2 pills to whip these up in a single week. There is no way she didn't pull 3 or 4 straight all-nighters. How could I not get how you feel about me? Clenching the bottle tight, he thought, but now is not the time. I have to level up and get stronger fast before I can even think about romance. At the school's field, a massive shadow cast over the massive crowd of gathered freshmen. Xu Jingming looked around and noted, 856 people. I can't believe nearly every single freshman signed up for this field trip. But why did the school tell us to gather at the field instead of the bullet train station? Suddenly, the white-haired guy standing next to Song Chuyun leaned in and whispered, "Sister Yun, you're out of the loop on this one. We're actually flying out on planes." Song Chuyun was taken aback. "Planes? But this field doesn't even have a runway." Right on cue, someone yelled, "Look up, quick!" Everyone instantly raised their heads to the sky, witnessing a colossal airship slowly descending. As it landed right on the field, the students went absolutely wild. "Holy crap, that airship is massive, so cool!" One student wondered, "Wait, is this even technology we're capable of holding on to right now?" The guy next to him quickly explained, "This ship was actually dug up from ancient civilization ruins. Word is the anti-gravity tech on it still hasn't even been fully cracked." Right then, the female instructor in her bright red outfit showed up, shining with a brilliant aura, and barked the order, "All freshmen, board the ship." The students immediately filed in. Once everyone was on board, the instructor stood outside, her hands weaving complex hand signs. A massive magic array flared to life. Channeling her energy, she unleashed an insane space skill called Dual Polar Space Barrier. Boom, a brilliant blue light wrapped around the entire airship, making it turn completely see-through. Inside the ship, the student gasped in shock. "Yo, why did the ship just go invisible?" Someone explained, "Principal Ling is an absolute beast, a tier 8 grandmaster. This is insane. This dual polar space barrier basically cuts the ship off from the outside world, meaning we don't have to worry about dodging any flying beasts." Looking at the crazy view outside, Xu Jingming thought, "Yep, only high-tier powerhouses have skills that break common sense. Once my Undying Thunder God body reaches the 6th layer, I'll get a random ability from the refined beast blood essence. I wonder if I'll pull a flight skill then." At that moment, the principal's voice boomed. "Eva, let's roll." The ship's system chimed back, "Captain Eva has received the order. Soldier tier ship launching in invisible mode." The ship made quick work of the trip, landing at the Shunan supply base in Qian province. A guide came out to meet them, announcing, "Each school gets 2 dorm buildings. Magic capitals are building number 1 and number 2. Grab your room cards and head on in." Inside, there's a cafeteria, and right next to the dorms is a massive training ground. Xu Jingming's squad grabbed their room keys. The girl with glasses asked, "I'm in room 402 on floor B. What about you guys?" The white-haired guy replied, "Room 203, 2nd floor." Xu Jingming said, "I'm on floor 5, room 504. Song Chuyun leaned in, totally hyped. "I'm in room 505. We're neighbors." Xu Jingming grinned. "Wow, talk about perfect timing." He added, "Since I have a spatial ring, I don't even need to drop off my bags. I'm heading over to check out the training room first." Song Chuyun was all over it. "I knew you'd say that. I'm coming with you." Together, they walked into a massive training area, fully loaded with high-tech gear. Once inside, Song Chuyun pointed towards some guy and whispered to Xu Jingming, "Jingming, check that guy out. Yo, look over there. Isn't that the S-class from Xinjiang Ability University?" Everyone's eyes are locked on this massive dude wearing a red turban, effortlessly hoisting up 2 giant dumbbells. The crowd around him is buzzing in shock. "Whoa, how much weight is that guy even lifting? A single plate is 200 kilograms. There's no way we could ever lift that anyway." With sweat dripping from his forehead, he thinks to himself, "So that's Xu Jingming from Mado." Crash! The guy slams the dumbbells onto the floor, making a deafening noise. The insane weight cracks the floor, showing off his ridiculous strength. Turning around, he struts over to Xu Jingming and confidently introduces himself. "Xu Jingming, What's up? I'm Kiran Zhao from Xingjing Ability University. Good to meet you. Nearby Xingjing students start whispering among themselves, so that's the number one freshman from Motto, Xu Jingming? Rumor has it he's already reached the high tier of Tier 2. No joke, he's the real deal. And unlike Kiran, Xu Jingming is only 18, just like us. Thank God our Xingjing has Kiran, or else Motto would have totally crushed us this time. Xu Ming smiles and is about to shake his hand, saying, "Hey, nice to meet you." But Kiran completely blows past him, walking straight up to Song Chuyun, extending his hand with a gentlemanly gesture. This beautiful lady must be Song Chuyun. It's a real pleasure to meet you. But the nasty, overpowering stench of sweat radiating off Kiran makes Song Chuyun instinctively cover her nose. Smack. In a flash, Xu Jingming grabs Kiran's wrist, stopping him dead in his tracks. Staring straight into his eyes, his voice is ice cold. "Classmate, Kiran, you seem to know a bit about Western etiquette, but clearly not enough. Don't you know that approaching a lady while drenched in sweat is extremely disrespectful?" Kiran grits his teeth in rage. "You bastard." A crimson aura from Kiran and a blue one from Xu Jingming start to clash, making the tension in the room shoot through the roof. The surrounding students start panicking. Whoa, are they seriously about to throw hands? The vibe is totally ruined. Someone go get an instructor. If these two clash, there's no way we can stop them. Tightening his grip, Xu Jingming continues, "Also, I highly suggest you respect our Grand Xia customs while you're here." Kiran is internally shocked. An S-class from Motto. This guy's strength is insane. I can't even break free. How does a lightning-type user possess this much raw power? Watching Xu Jingming and Song Chuyun turn around and walk away, Kiran stares at Song Chuyun's back, a calculating gleam in his eyes. The genius daughter of the Sichuan Song family definitely lives up to her reputation. I wonder what her relationship is with Xu Jingming. But honestly, I don't care. I have to make her mine. That way I'll never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Song Chuyun turns to Xu Jingming. "Jingming, thanks for helping me out back there. The stench in this training room is unbearable. Let's find somewhere else to train, okay?" He happily agrees, "Sure." 1 hour later, walking out of a Guizhou restaurant, Song Chuyun says happily, "Whew, a hearty meal after training always hits the spot." At the same time, just ahead, a scruffy-looking stranger is mumbling to himself, "The world-ending beast, the final apocalypse is coming. Only the Supreme Angel can save humanity." As Xu Jingming walks down the street, strange man tries to recruit passersby. "Join us, become one of us." A pedestrian coldly replies, "Not interested." Xu Jingming thinks to himself, "I've heard before that since the beasts appeared, some fanatical cultists have been preaching about doomsday. This catacomb area has a high concentration of ability users, so it's a real mixed bag." Seeing cult activity here isn't surprising at all. Suddenly, the man gets hysterical, grabbing a woman who is walking with her young child, screaming, Why won't you believe me?" He pulls out a glowing dagger, his face twisting with madness. I get it now. It's because you haven't paid a big enough price. You haven't felt the pain." "Ha ha ha, that's definitely it." His eyes bulge crazily as he keeps yelling, "Only when you feel the pain will you understand the greatness of the angel." With that, he brandishes his dagger and lunges at the mother and child. The woman screams in terror. "Ah!" Right then, Xu Jingming's eyes crackle with deadly purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, he blitzes forward, unleashing a lightning strike that drops the maniac before he can even make a move. With the danger gone, the mother desperately pulls her sobbing daughter into her arms, soothing her. "Don't cry, baby, don't cry. It's okay now." Looking up at Xu Jingming, she pours out her gratitude. "Thank you so much, young man, for saving us. If not for you, I don't know how we would have survived." He humbly replies, "Don't worry about it. Just glad I could help." Song Chuyun walks over, looking at the body on the ground, and remarks, "Still, the cultists here are pretty extreme, going as far as trying to kill people in broad daylight." Xu Jingming finds it suspicious too. "Yeah, it's definitely weird. Normally, they just preach their doctrines without getting violent." He looks around, his eyes filled with thought. Is this really just a coincidence? Or does he have accomplices? In the distance, a black-cloaked figure quietly watches them before turning around to leave. The figure slips into a luxurious villa. Inside, another black-clothed subordinate is reporting, "Archbishop, I've investigated. The one who killed our member is Xu Jingming from Motto Ability University." Holding an energy orb containing skeletal remains, the Archbishop asks, "Xu Jingming, that S-class elite from Motto who reached the high tier of Tier 2? The subordinate confirms, yes, he awakened during the martial exam. In less than 6 months, he already reached the high tier of Tier 2. The Archbishop's eyes turn menacing. If we let a monster like him grow, he'll definitely be a massive headache. He orders dismissed. First, leave. Divine blood is about to emerge in the catacombs. This is the Divine Blood Compass. You are in charge of organizing personnel for its recovery. Keep in mind, do not act under the name of the Destiny Sect. As you command, Archbishop, I understand." The Archbishop hovers in midair, his energy orb glowing with a brilliant crimson light. He declares, "In 1 month, our Destiny Sect will reveal itself to the world. So let's turn Xu Jingming and the elites from the 3 schools, including that S-class, entirely into sacrifices for me." Cut to a massive military base where the freshmen from all 3 universities have gathered. A man wearing a white lab coat stands before the students and introduces himself. "Greetings, students from the 3 universities. I am the vice principal of Xingjing University, Xu Ping. This field study will officially begin at 9 o'clock this morning and will last for 11 days. Right now, we will begin distributing the smart wristbands. Staff members start handing out a smart wristband to each student. Vice Principal Xu Ping continues explaining the rules, grading system, and the layout of every beast you take down in the dungeon will be tracked by those smart bands you just got. The top 1,000 overall performers will all walk away with some sweet rewards, especially the top 3. They get to pick any skill they want from the combined secret combat vaults of all 3 academies. On top of that, the absolute number 1 on the leaderboard will get an extra bonus from their own school. Hearing this, the crowd started buzzing. First place? Yeah, right. Don't even dream about it. Another guy looked super hyped, saying, "Man, I'm so pumped. I wonder if Kiran or Xu Jingming is going to take the crown." The vice principal continued, "For this trial, there's no limit on forming teams. We hope you all work together to hunt down those beasts." "All right, the clock's ticking. The rest is up to you." Immediately, the students started scrambling to find teammates. "Hey, our 5-man squad from Xingqing is missing a support type. Elite duo squad looking for pure offensive powers, rank A and above only." Ding Yu, the Class 2 president, walked up to Xu Jingming to recruit him. "Yo, Brother Ming. Our class is setting up a few squads to run the outer zone of the dungeon. You down to join?" Crossing his arms, Xu Jingming declined. "Nah, I'm good. You guys go ahead and team up." Just then, Yun walked over and asked, "So are you really planning to go solo in there?" He replied, "My target is the core zone of the dungeon. Tagging along with others will only slow me down." A hologram map popped up and he analyzed it. The outer ring of dungeon number 7 was packed with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts, while the core zone ranges from Tier 3 to Tier 5. Right now, I can handle low-tier Tier 4 beasts, and even if I run into a Tier 5, I can easily escape. Obviously, heading straight to the core is the best play. Song Shujun looked pretty worried. The core zone of the dungeon? Going in there is basically suicide. But since it takes about a day or 2 to get there, can I tag along with you for that part? Xu Jingming nodded. "Sure." Hearing that, Song Shuyun smiled brightly. "Totally." Stoked as she said, "Sweet, let's head out together in a bit." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Kiran swaggered over, giving him a super smug glare. "I'm looking forward to seeing how you do. Try not to fall too far behind, all right?" Xu Jingming calmly replied 100%. Kiran blinked, totally lost. "Wait, what?" He brushed past his rival, throwing back a savage, confident reply. "I am 100% going to crush you." Kiran gritted his teeth, glaring at Xu Jingming's back. "You arrogant punk, this time I'm gonna absolutely dominate you and show you great Xia losers my real power." Vice Principal Xu Ping smiled and raised his voice. "I hereby declare, this joint trial has officially begun." The crowd erupted in a roar. "Let's go!" Hyped up students charged out of the base gate screaming, "Our squad's gonna try and take down a Tier 2 beast! Dungeon, here we come!" 7 hours later, deep inside the forest of dungeon number 7, Xu Jingming and Song Shuyun were moving cautiously. Suddenly, they ran into a pack of pangolin-like monsters. Song Shuyun warned, "Watch out, these iron-furred pangolins are Tier 2 beasts, but their fur is actually harder than E-grade alloy." "They're not going to be easy to crack," Xu Jingming calmly replied. "Leave them to me," before charging straight into the pack, his spear spinning into a swirling vortex of energy. The pangolins roared in anger, curling up and hurtling toward him like spiky wrecking balls. Xu Jingming slickly dodged, landing a precise spear strike right into one of them. He spun on his heel, driving his spear straight through the hard armor of another. His spear play was insanely smooth and powerful, taking them out one by one. Watching from a distance, Song Chuyun was completely blown away. Every single strike lands perfectly on their weak points without a single mistake. This isn't something you can do just by having a high rank. It takes some seriously scary intuition and experience. She was totally amazed in her heart. On top of that, his control over his lightning is so insane. It's like he has perfect control over every single ounce of energy in his body without letting a single bit go to waste. After wiping out the entire pack, Xu Jingming stood among the remains to check his loot. 12 Tier 2 iron-furred pangolins down. Got me 276 ability points and 1,200 trial points. Not bad. The beasts deeper inside are higher level, so I should at least pull in 30,000 ability points this run. Wonder if I can finally upgrade my ability to double S rank. Song Shuyun walked up and offered, "Let me help you clean up." Then she asked out of curiosity, "Jingming, you're pretty different from other lightning users." He turned around and asked, "Oh, how's that?" While Xu Jingming was harvesting the beast materials, Song Shuyun remarked, "Other lightning-type awakeners are always super flashy and spam their skills, but you're incredibly controlled. You're super careful with how you spend your energy." He explained, "It's all about stamina." He continued, "Sure, if I used Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, I could easily wipe out a pack like this in a second, but that'd be total overkill. Conserving my energy is the only way to hunt down even more beasts." Song Shuyun nodded in realization. "Ah, that makes sense." Then she thought to herself, a bit disappointed. "Bummer, I really wanted to see Jingming go all out in his peak state. Guess I won't get to see that anytime soon." The scene shifts to dusk, with a reddish-orange sunset draping over the massive mountains. Standing in the middle of the forest, Xu Jingming looked out at the horizons and said, "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to crash first and hit the road again tomorrow." Song Shuyun agreed. "Sounds good." Suddenly, Xu Jingming looked down at his wrist device and a holographic map popped up. He smiled and said, "Oh, looks like there's a watering hole nearby. Water sources in the wilderness are always where monsters swarm." He pointed ahead and said to Song Chuyun, "It's not far from here. Since the sun isn't fully down yet, we can clear out another batch. Chuyun, let's move." The two of them quickly reached a clear, quiet lake tucked away in the forest. Standing by the shore, Xu Jingming scanned the area warily and muttered, "Wait, What's the deal here? There's no way a water source like this has absolutely zero monsters around. Just then, a massive tiger with glowing blue eyes and claws, sharp as daggers, stepped out of the woods. The giant beast walked down to the shore, lowering its head to drink, completely ignoring the two of them watching from a distance. Right as the tiger was drinking, a massive crocodile suddenly surged out of the lake, snapping its giant jaws shut on its prey. Roar! The tiger let out a painful roar as it got blasted by high-pressure water jets, unable to fight back. The crocodile kept up the pressure, unleashing heavy water attacks in rapid succession. Within seconds, the tiger was sent flying into the air, completely wrecked. Watching from a distance, Xu Jingming thought to himself, so that's why. A terrifying monster like a spring crocodile lives here. No wonder other beasts are too scared to come drink. Song Chuyan gasped in panic, out, quickly pulling on Xu Jingming's hand. It's a Tier 4 monster. How the hell did a Tier 4 beast end up on the outskirts of the demon cave? Xu Jingming, we gotta get out of here right now. Tier 4 beasts have crazy good senses. We might already be spotted. But Xu Jingming just gave a confident smirk and calmly said, chill, no need to panic. Sure, Tier 4 monsters are tough, but they're definitely not invincible. With that, he started channeling his power. Purple and white electrical currents surged, wrapping around the body of the Tier 4 beast. Back in the Yangcheng wilderness, I killed more than just one of these damn things. Tier 4 monster. I've taken down way more than just one of them back in the Yangcheng wilderness. Tong Thuvan gasped in shock. Wait, is that some secret skill Dean Yang personally handed down to you? Yang passed down to you? He smirked, a flash of pure confidence in his eyes. Sure, the Thunder God's undying body is badass, but to take down a Tier 4 beast, I've got an even deadlier skill up my sleeve. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black and jagged bolts of lightning began to crackle. Tong Thuvan looked up, totally baffled. Is it about to rain? Wait, that's not right. No, this isn't rain. Xu Jingming pointed his hand toward the heavens and roared, Heavenly lightning spell. Instantly, a massive barrage of giant purple lightning bolts crashed straight down onto the crocodile's head. The beast let out a horrific shriek as the insane electrical current absolutely shredded its body. Right after the blast, a system notification popped up. Defeated one low-grade Tier 4 source water crocodile. Ability points plus 213, score plus 10,000 points. Xu Jingming grinned in satisfaction. Not bad at all. The ability points from a Tier 4 beast were over 5 times higher than a Tier 3 one. Looks like the Deep Blue system was designed to make him constantly push his limits. He turned to Tong Thuvan, who was still standing there completely dumbfounded. The source water crocodile is dead. Let's go over and check it out, bro. Tong Thuvan followed him, her mind completely blown. It wasn't like she'd never met geniuses before, but a total monster like Xu Jingming was on a whole different level. The guy literally skipped 2 major realms, using his high-grade Tier 2 strength to crush a low-grade Tier 4 beast, and he did it in a freaking split second. As they both walked up to the giant carcass, she realized, so this is his actual terrifying strength. What? Xu Jingming stared at the shredded hide of the monster and sighed. Man, this crocodile skin is worth at least 20 to 30 million. What a waste to see it completely ruined. Tong Thuvan stood beside him and chimed in. Dude, not just the skin. Every single part of a Tier 4 beast is pure gold. Looking at the carcass, she offered my spatial ring. Is massive, so let's stash it in mine for now. Once we hit up the supply base, I'll hand it back over to you. Xu Jingming nodded, totally down with the plan. Once they packed everything up, Xu Jingming looked around the dead silent riverbank. The monsters around here definitely know this water source is deadly. None of them are going to come here to drink anymore. Staying here is a waste of time. Let's move and find a cave to crash for the night. As they walked, Tong Thuvan's cheeks flushed red, and she nervously mumbled, Hey, can we stop for a second? There's a lake over there, and I really need to wash off and clean up a bit. Xu Jingming immediately went on high alert, throwing his hand up to stop her. Hold up. Let me make sure there aren't any sneaky monsters hiding in that lake first. Instantly, crackling purple electricity began pooling in his palm. Boom! A violent lightning bolt crashed straight down into the lake, sending water spraying everywhere. After the dust settled, Xu Jingming stared at the water, gasping in shock. What the? Bright red blood began to spread out from the bottom of the lake, turning the entire pool blood red. Suddenly, Xu Jingming frowned as a weird sensation hit him. Why does it smell so insanely good? What is this crazy magnetic pull? He felt a wild, powerful urge deep within his bones, like some primal raw instinct begging for it. Meanwhile, in a dense forest nearby, a group of shady figures in black robes was moving fast. One of the lackeys asked, Yo, Bishop, whose divine blood are we grabbing this time? The hooded leader, face completely hidden, coldly replied, The blood of the ancient dragon god. The lackey's eyes lit up with excitement. No way, the dragon god's blood again. Once we get our hands on this god blood, our Heaven's Mandate cult will have another powerhouse of a divine blood emissary. The leader suddenly whipped around and roared, Shut your mouth. We're the Blood Moon cult. The terrified lackey quickly bowed his head. My bad, boss. The leader stared at a glowing red energy orb in his hand, murmuring, The divine blood actually showed up earlier than we planned. He ordered the squad, it's right nearby. No sleeping tonight, full speed ahead. Cut back to Xu Jingming. Both of them stared in absolute shock at the lake, which had turned completely blood red. He asked, What the hell is going on? The water turned straight up bloody, Thuvan. Do you feel this blood pool calling out to you? Tong Thuvan shook her head. No, not really. But according to the feedback from my light of dawn, this bloody water has a super dense beast aura that feels a lot like yours. Xu Jingming rubbed his chin, deep in thought. An aura like mine? I did absorb the essence blood of a tier 8 double-rank Thunder Tyrant dragon. Could this also be the essence blood of some dragon-type monster, which is why my body is reacting? Deciding to take a gamble, he told Tong Thuvan, I'm gonna go in and check it out. If anything seems off, pull me out immediately. Xu Jingming stepped into the blood pool, and instantly streams of glowing red energy wrapped around his body. He closed his eyes, soaking in the pure ecstasy. It felt insanely good, like a traveler who'd been stranded in a desert for 10 days and 10 nights finally finding a cool, refreshing spring. Right after that, the entire blood pool transformed into a massive glowing red energy cocoon, wrapping Xu Jingming up and floating him into the air. Tong Thuvan stood on the shore, screaming in shock. Xu Jingming. Realizing what was happening, her eyes turned dead serious. Getting into a battle stance, she thought, looks like Xu Jingming's hitting some crazy breakthrough and can't move. Guess it's my turn to watch your back now. By the second day, Tong Thuvan was standing in the middle of a battlefield piled high with monster carcasses, panting heavily from exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking, thank God the strongest beast that showed up since last night was only a low-grade tier 3. She glanced over at the blood cocoon and noticed its color had faded a ton. Looks like Xu Jingming is almost finished, she thought. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. Whipped around on high alert. The leader of the Black Robe Squad stared at Tong Thuvan and the blood cocoon, totally confused. I've harvested divine blood more than once or twice, but why the hell does it look like this? Wait, she's the second-ranked freshman of Magic Capital. Why is she even here? Tong Thuvan tightened her grip on her weapon, staring them down with intense caution. Who are these sketchy guys? From their outfits, they aren't students from the 3 academies. There are no monsters here, and the water source is totally contaminated. If you guys are looking for water, you should probably go somewhere else. One of the lackeys lost his mind and roared. That is the supreme divine blood. How dare you use the word contaminated to describe it? The leader coldly ordered, ignore her. Grab the blood cocoon behind her first. Realizing what they were planning, Tong Thuvan panicked. Crap, these guys are actually targeting that weird bloody lake. Their leader is tier 4, and even the weakest of them is a tier 3. I have no choice but to use that move. She quickly pulled out a... As soon as she wore the amulet around her neck, it lit up like crazy. A glowing golden sphere popped up, wrapping right around her and the blood cocoon, completely blocking the incoming attack of those men in black. One of the lackeys threw an attack, but the golden barrier swiped it away like it was nothing. He instantly recognized the treasure. Wait, what the hell is this? An amulet from some ancient civilization ruins? This kind of charm is super rare, only found in ancient ruins. It's reusable, basically the ultimate lifesaver. Locked inside that barrier, Song Xian started taunting them. Now that you know what this is, why don't you scram? What's the point of wasting your time here? But the leader just smirked. Haha, from what I know, these amulets have a time limit. We're in no rush anyway, so waiting it out is no big deal. Song Xian fired right back, then go ahead and knock yourselves out. But deep down, she was sweating bullets. This amulet could only last for a little over an hour, and then it would take 12 hours to cool down. She desperately hoped Jingming would wake up within this final hour. An hour later, the protective barrier shattered into pieces. The black-clothed leader laughed mockingly, told you, all shields have a time limit. He stepped forward with a smug face, threatening her. If you know what's good for you, hand over that amulet right now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a painful death. Song Chuyun stared at the pill in her hand, her eyes filled with resolve. I have no choice but to go all out, she thought. Just as she was about to move, a cold voice echoed from the blood cocoon. Oh, really? Why do I feel like you guys are the ones who are going to die? With a loud crash, the blood cocoon burst open. Xu Jingming slowly stood up, his entire body wrapped in a blazing red energy, his eyes sharp and full of murderous intent. He floated in mid-air, standing right above a giant dragon made of pure blood energy, looking absolutely menacing. The leader staggered back in shock, gritting his teeth. Xu Jingming, one of our sect's highest targets, is right here. Why does his vibe make my heart race even though I'm a tier 4 awakened? He's clearly only at tier 2. Completely losing it, he screamed, kill them now! But Xu Jingming just gave him a freezing cold glare. With a flash of lightning, he instantly cast his thunder prison, locking all the underlings in a cage of pure electricity. They barely had time to scream before the insane voltage turned them into ash. The leader clenched his jaw, his face twisted in utter disbelief. I knew those 5 tier 3 users couldn't handle him, but I didn't expect them to get wiped out in a literal split second. Still a tier 4 against a tier 2. No matter what, I still have the upper hand. But right at that moment, Xu Jingming charged forward, swinging his spear. The leader panicked, yelling, oh crap! He barely managed to block, but the raw power of the strike blasted him away, smashing him into a massive tree. He struggled to sit up, gasping for breath, completely terrified. I couldn't even see his move. Before he knew it, Xu Jingming was already standing right in front of him, coldly ordering, I ask, you answer. What was the liquid in that pool? With the sharp spear tip pressed against his neck, the leader stammered in fear. It's divine blood, the essence blood of a tier 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming pressed on. Why is a beast emperor's blood here? The guy explained, back in ancient times, human martial saints fought a massive war against the beast emperors, and their blood got scattered all over the world. Why ask about ancient times? For my final question, who are you guys and why are you collecting this stuff? The leader sneered, "We are the Blood Moon sect. As for why, that's something you'll never know." With that, he bit his tongue and ended his own life, black blood oozing from his mouth and eyes. Xu Jingming looked at the corpse, frowning. Ended his own life. Another cult. Whatever, I'll just ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang when we get back to the supply base. He turned around as Song Shuyan ran over, asking anxiously, "Jingming, are you okay?" He held up his hand, showing her there was no need to worry. Xu Jingming gently patted her head and smiled. "I'm totally fine. Thanks for holding down the fort, you did great." Once everything calmed down, Song Chuyan pointed to the pool, which had turned clear again, and asked, "So those guys were after that blood pool?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Yeah. They said they're from the Blood Moon sect, here to harvest the Beast Emperor's blood." She gasped. "But that's the essence of a Tier 9 Beast Emperor. That's a triple S rank cultivation resource. It requires super complex processing before anyone can even touch it. How on earth did you absorb it directly?" Xu Jingming looked just as puzzled as his status screen popped up. He was actually quite confused too. But since it didn't seem to harm his body and even upgraded his Undying Thunder body to the 4th tier, the benefits probably didn't stop there. He'd have to ask his teacher about it later. Seeing how exhausted she looked, Xu Jingming said softly, "You should rest here for a bit. Guarding me for 2 days must have wiped you out. You could barely even walk straight a second ago." Song Chuyun gave a weak nod. Yeah, she found a tree and sat down to rest while Xu Jingming kept watch beside her. Meanwhile, at a dark villa under the night sky, 2 figures in black stood on a balcony. One of them reported, "Grand Bishop, the Divine Blood Locator in Bishop Zhou's hand has suddenly lost its signal." The Grand Bishop looked at the sphere in his hand, replying calmly, "Something unexpected must have happened." The lackey asked, "Should we send another team to retrieve the Divine Blood?" He replied, "No need. I'm afraid an awakened has already stepped in. Just leave it be." He looked up at the crescent moon, a sinister grin spreading across his face in the dark. The operation next month is what really matters. Back in the forest, Song Chuyun woke up to a mouth-watering aroma. She saw Xu Jingming sitting by the campfire roasting some meat. He turned around with a smile. "Woke up just in time. Come and get some food." Song Chuyun took a skewer, happily praising, "Smells amazing. Didn't know you were such a gourmet chef." Xu Jingming replied, "Just practice. After this trip, I bet you'll be a pro at grilling too." She took a big bite, her eyes lighting up. This is so good." "Jingming, you should seriously open a barbecue joint. I'll fund the whole thing." He teased back. "The eldest daughter Song family investing in me? Guess that means I'll be opening chains all over the planet, huh?" Half an hour later, Song Chuyun stretched. "Whew, I'm stuffed. Jingming, before we head out, do you mind if I take a quick bath?" Xu Jingming nodded. "Go ahead, it won't take long anyway. Once you're done, I'll take a quick splash too," she said cheerfully. "Sweet, I'm heading over then." Song Chuyun stepped into the lake, using her power to form a massive water sphere around herself. As the cool, refreshing water surrounded her, it washed away all her exhaustion. She slipped off her outer coat and used her abilities to mold the water into a little water dragon that danced around her, looking totally thrilled. After a while, she turned back and smiled at Xu Jingming sitting on the shore. "I'm all done, your turn." Xu Jingming blushed, not daring, looking straight ahead. He let out a couple of fake coughs to hide how embarrassed he was. "Ahem. Well, I guess I'm gonna go take a shower too." As he walked off, Song Chuyun watched him leave, thinking, why did Jingming's gaze just now feel a little weird? Suddenly, she looked down at herself and shrieked, "Ah!" Her face flushed bright red as she mumbled to herself in sheer embarrassment. Normally, at the dorms, she was so used to wearing this, she didn't realize it was actually this thin. An hour later, both of them were fully dressed. Song Chuyun handed Xu Jingming some talismans. "Jingming, these are protective and teleportation talismans. Take them." But Xu Jingming declined. "Nah, you keep them. Don't worry, my wilderness experience is pretty solid. Nothing's gonna happen to me." He offered a fist bump, and she happily bumped him back. "Take care then, see you in a month." He replied, "See you in a month." With that, they both turned and dashed off in opposite directions. Song Chuyun rushed forward, fired up with determination. "All right, I gotta grind hard. 2, even if I can't grab first place, second or third is a must." 1 month later, inside a pitch-black cave, a black panther with glowing crimson eyes was growling. Standing opposite it was Xu Jingming, his hair grown out, his entire body crackling with lightning. The fierce beast let out an earth-shattering roar, directing its fury at Xu Jingming, but he didn't even flinch, still wrapped in lightning. Closing his eyes, he focused a massive surge of lightning energy right into his fingertips. Suddenly, a lethal spear strike pierced straight up through the beast's throat, spraying fresh blood everywhere. After taking down this peak Tier 3 Night Panther, a notification popped up. Defeated 1 peak Tier 3 Night Panther. Awakening points plus 43. He thought to himself, next, let's try training my ability to see if I can officially break through to Tier 3. Standing up, he gathered his strength and yelled, "Break!" A massive explosion of lightning energy erupted, engulfing the entire cave. Once the energy cleared, Xu Jingming exhaled a long breath. Phew! Finally made it to Tier 3. He thought with satisfaction, even most geniuses from the magic capital take 6 months or even a year to level up. Looks like my cultivation talent is pretty insane. A status screen popped up and he checked his skyrocketed stats. Name, Xu Jingming. Rank, low Tier 3. Awakening points, 48,429. Leaping from high Tier 2 to low Tier 3, his constitution and spirit had both jumped by nearly 400 points, and his vitality even broke past the 2,000 mark. Not bad, he thought, though looking at his awakening points, he felt a bit disappointed. 48,000 awakening points, and I still can't upgrade my ability to double S? Fine, let's wait until 50,000. If that still doesn't work, I'll put it on hold. With that, he slung his spear over his shoulder and walked out of the dark cave. Standing at the entrance, he smirked confidently. Results are locked in the day after tomorrow. With my current score, getting first place should be a piece of cake. On the day the scores were released, the students gathered in a massive hall. One student cheered, I got 120 points, ranked 998, yes, made it into the top 1,000. The guy next to him threw cold water on his parade. Don't celebrate just yet, you turned in your wristband yesterday. Today, the big shots are back, so your rank is going to tank. There are still 2 hours left, and the heavy hitters haven't even shown up. Right then, a familiar figure walked into the hall, drawing everyone's eyes. Someone recognized her. It's Song Qian, the number 2 freshman from the Magic Capital. The guy who was just cheering groaned, Great, there goes another rank. Her score is definitely going to be insane. Song Qian walked up to the scanner and placed her wristband on it. The screen flashed, identifying Magic Capital Awakening University, Song Qian. Total score, 12,131, rank first. Everyone around went dead silent. Over 12,000 points? That's insane. Damn, she really is the Magic Capital's number 2. Compared to her, Li Chengji is still lagging behind. Principal Ling Shuang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, Song Qian, she replied humbly. Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Vice Principal Xu Ping whispered to the principal. Is she Senior Song's granddaughter from Sichuan Province? She nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect the Song family to send her to our school instead of training her themselves, but she's got serious drive. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Not bad, Xiaoyun. Song Qian gasped in surprise. Auntie! A woman stepped forward. It was Ying, Song Qian's aunt and the general manager of the Shunan supply base. She praised her again, leaning close to her ear to tease. But, how come your little boyfriend didn't come back with you? Song Qian's face turned beet red, and she quickly stammered. Boyfriend? What boyfriend? We're not like that. Then she asked in shock, Wait, how did you even know? Her aunt smirked confidently. Don't forget, I'm the general manager here. I've got eyes and ears all over this base. Just then, a loud shout drew everyone's attention. Look, it's Kiran, the S-class foreign student from Qingjing. He's back. Kiran walked in wearing a smug, confident look. People started whispering. A tier 3 should get at least 50 to 60,000 points. No surprise, first place is definitely his. He casually walked up to the scanner, and the giant screen instantly refreshed. Qingjing Awakening University. Kiran. Total score, 113,264. Rank, first. This pushed Song Qian down to second. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, over 110,000 points? That's unbelievable. Second place doesn't even have a fraction of his score. This is absolute domination. A man shook hands with Vice Principal Xu Ping, saying, Over 110,000 points. Looks like I should congratulate you in advance, Vice Principal Xu, for taking first place. He replied humbly, Oh, not at all. We just got lucky. Principal Ling Shuang stood with her arms crossed, thinking the odds are slim, but given the confidence Xu Jingming showed back then, maybe he'll pull off a surprise. Suddenly, the screen updated again as another student submitted his score. Jincheng Awakening University. Dongsheng. Total score, 13,526. Rank, second. That's the trump card of Jincheng University. He's back too. Song Qian watched her rank drop to third, thinking in disappointment. Damn it. Guess I'm not making it to the top 3. Checking her watch, she worriedly thought, only 8 minutes left. Why isn't Jingming back yet? Other students started gossiping. Magic Capital's Xu Jingming still hasn't returned. Did something happen to him? Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. The catacombs are way too dangerous. Xu Jingming's friends quickly shot back, No way, Brother Ming is super experienced. He wouldn't be that careless. Right at that moment, a voice shouted, Xu Jingming is back. The Magic Capital students erupted into cheers. Brother Ming, no matter what your score is, you're still our pride. Let's go. You're the best. Brother Ming, we've got your back forever. Karan stood in a corner, sneering. A bunch of losers clinging together for warmth. No matter how much you cheer, and in the end, I'm still the one who's going to come out on top. Looking at the giant screen, Xu Jingming smiled to himself. So Kiran got 110,000 points. No wonder so many people were cheering for me like that. Did they really think I was going to lose? Principal Ling Chang walked over and said, Go on, you're the only one left. Upload your results quickly. She was secretly shocked. Tier 3 already? That's insane. Xu Jingming nodded. Yes, ma'am. He stepped up to the scanner and placed his smartband on it. As Xu Jingming walked over, the surrounding students started whispering excitedly. How many points do you guys think Xu Jingming got? One asked. Another replied, I'm guessing around 50 to 60,000 points. After all, he's high tier 2. Yeah, too bad Karan's here. There's no way he's taking first place. Just as he placed his smartband onto the scanner, a massive notification flashed across the big screen. Xu Jingming of Motto Awakening University. Total score of 405,637. And then the final decisive text appeared. Ranked first, this result left everyone present, from Vice Principal Xu Ping, Principal Ling Chang, and Kiran to Song Qian, completely dumbfounded. The entire hall erupted in disbelief. 400,000 points? Tell me I'm not seeing things. Damn, this is just Ridiculous. Is Mado's S-class really this insanely strong? His score is 4 times higher than Xinjiang's top foreign exchange student. This is mental. Even if you gave me a whole month with 0 sleep to on Tier 1 beasts, I still wouldn't get anywhere near that much. Vice Principal Xu Ping muttered as he ran the numbers. 400,000 points. That means slaying 20,000 beasts, which is 666 a day. This score is absolutely preposterous. Song Chuyun's aunt was just as shocked. She turned to her niece and asked, 400,000 points, that's truly mind-blowing. Chuyun, did you already know about this beforehand? Song Chuyun smiled, her eyes filled with absolute trust. I didn't, but I know that when it comes to him, no miracle is impossible, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Kiran gritted his teeth, unable to accept reality. Xu Jingming's score is 3 times higher than mine? How is that possible? This goes on. Won't the cultivation resources promised by Xinjiang University just vanish into thin air? No way. I can't let this happen. He lost his cool completely, pointed straight at Xu Jingming and barked, Xu Jingming, there's no way your score is that high. Vice Principal Xu, I request an investigation into Xu Jingming's smart band. I suspect him of cheating. Kiran's accusation immediately triggered a wave of backlash from the Motto students. Oh, cut the crap. If you can't win, you call hacks? Isn't that just playing dirty? What a sore loser. This is bullshit. Exactly. The smart band was already scanned by the official machine. Are you seriously questioning the scanner itself now? Vice Principal Xu Ping turned to Principal Ling Chang. Principal Ling, what do you think? She calmly replied, let's review the logs. There's obviously nothing wrong. She continued, her eyes sharp as a cold, powerful aura radiated from her. However, if we review the logs and find that Xu Jingming didn't cheat at all, how are you going to settle this? Another Motto official chimed in. Exactly. The smart band and the scoring system were both rigorously inspected by our 3 universities. Is Vice Principal Xu doubting his own school's checks now? Vice Principal Xu Ping was left speechless. Thought to himself, this Ling Chang is more than 10 years younger than me, but who knew she'd be this tough to deal with? He made a quick decision. Naturally, student Xu cannot be falsely accused without reason. If the video playback confirms everything is clean, Xinjiang is willing to compensate him with a portion of S-class cultivation resources. Principal Ling Chang nodded. All right then, let's check the logs in his smart band. She turned to him. Jingming, come over here. Xu Jingming smirked, thinking to himself, well, look at that. I didn't even do anything and just scored some S-class cultivation resources. Where else can you find a sweet deal like this? Seeing his expression, Vice Principal Xu Ping felt a sudden wave of panic. Look, did I get this whole thing wrong? The tech crew immediately began projecting the full footage of Xu Jingming hunting the beasts. Kiran stood with his arms crossed, watching with a critical eye. Let's see where you pulled those 400,000 points from. I'm an S-class. Myself. Even if you're Tier 3, there's no way you could pull off something this absurd. But as the footage of Xu Jingming's battle played out, everyone was once again blown away. Damn, that spear play is unreal. I couldn't pull off moves like that if I practiced for a lifetime. And it's not just his spear play, his control over his elemental powers is terrifyingly precise. Principal Ling Chang turned to Xu Jingming and asked, has your spear technique already reached the Grandmaster level? He humbly replied, just got lucky and broke through, ma'am. She smiled, thinking, you don't just reach Grandmaster level on pure luck. It seems this kid is hiding quite a few secrets. Suddenly, the screen showed Xu Jingming facing off against a springwater crocodile. The students gasped. Look, a Tier 4 beast, the springwater crocodile. Why isn't Xu Jingming running? Yeah, what's he just standing there for? No way. Is he trying to kill it? A high Tier 2 killing a Tier 4? How is that even possible? Right after that, the footage showed Xu Jingming casting the Heavenly Thunder Art. As a terrifying blast of lightning struck down, everyone was completely shook. Holy crap! Did Xu Jingming just summon that lightning? What level of skill is this? A Tier 4 springwater crocodile killed in a literal instant? That's insane. Kiran also couldn't believe his eyes. An S-class spell technique? Isn't his main weapon a spear? How the hell did he master an S-class spell technique too? Principal Ling Chang was equally astonished. The Heavenly Thunder Art from the Elemental Academy? Even in the Elemental Academy, barely anyone has mastered an S-class skill like that. Yet Xu Jingming, a freshman from the Weapon Academy, actually learned it. She turned to Vice Principal Xu Ping with a knowing look. Vice Principal Xu, do you need to see any more? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he replied, that's enough, no need to continue. He turned to Xu Jingming and announced, only a freshman, and you've already mastered an S-class skill. Xu Jingming, you're truly outstanding. The S-class cultivation resources will be sent to you shortly. He politely bowed. Thank you for the compliment, Vice Principal. Vice Principal Xu Ping gritted his teeth, his face a mask of frustration and regret. After all that preparation, Xinjiang still lost to Motto. If I'd known Xu Jingming was such a monstrous prodigy, I would have recruited him to Xinjiang at all costs. Once the crowd settled down, Vice Principal Xu Ping stepped up to announce, I declare that the competition for this study trip has officially concluded. The top 3 rankings are as follows. He went on to announce that 3rd place went to Jincheng Awakening University, securing 27.5% of the resource quota. 2nd place went to Xinjiang Awakening University, securing 31.5% of the resource quota. Finally, he proudly declared the ultimate winner. 1st place goes to Meido Awakening University, securing 41% of the resource quota and holding the priority allocation right. The Meido students erupted, screaming in excitement. Xu Jingming's white-haired friend jumped up and down, cheering. We won! Our Motto Academy got first place and turned the tables. Bro Min is so freaking cool. 5 consecutive championships in a row. We actually did it. Vice Principal Xu Bing continued. Additionally, the resources allocated to the 3 schools this time are rare herbs and exotic plants, grown in the outer ring of the Demon Abyss. Tomorrow, all freshmen will be guided by their respective school instructors to enter the plantation for harvesting. After the harvest is complete, the schools will arrange their own curricula for the remaining half-month. Dismissed! The moment he finished speaking, Kieran stepped forward, his eyes burning with anger. Principal Xu, I'm not down with this. Can you let me and Xu Jingming have a direct one-on-one duel? If we lose, we'll hand over the resources. If we win, the previously promised resources will stay with us. Vice Principal Xu Bing looked at Kieran and asked with a serious face, how confident are you? Kieran confidently replied, Xu Jingming's S-rank spell skill takes 1 to 2 seconds to cast. In a one-on-one, I'm absolute money. Vice Principal Xu Bing thought for a moment and agreed. I'm not satisfied with this outcome either. Let's go with your plan. Meanwhile, Principal Ling Xiang asked Xu Jingming, for the remaining half-month of learning with your instructor, how do you plan to schedule it? He replied without hesitation, I'll go back into the Demon Abyss to keep hunting down beasts. She was a bit worried, non-stop killing for nearly a month. Aren't you exhausted? He smiled. Sure, but this is the only way my strength can keep leveling up like crazy. She advised him, life and death crises. Do build character, but you need to balance tension and relaxation to last long-term. You've got to understand this logic. He nodded. I get it, Principal. Once this trip is over and I'm back at school, I'll take a breather. Oh, by the way, Principal Ling, I found a pool inside the Demon Abyss. He began telling her the whole story about the Blood Pool and the Blood Moon sect. After listening, Principal Ling Xiang analyzed, based on what you said, that really is the blood essence of a 9th-rank Beast Emperor, which is a triple S-rank cultivation resource. Of course, the part you absorbed must have been diluted. Otherwise, there's no way you could survive absorbing Beast Emperor blood essence directly. She continued. As for how you absorbed it directly, it might be related to the body-tempering skill you're practicing. You should ask your teacher about that. I don't really know much about this Blood Moon sect. It's probably not a major cult, so don't sweat it, he replied. Understood. She smiled and said, go get some rest, you're worn out. As he turned around, Song Xiuyun was already waiting with her aunt. She introduced, Jingming, let me introduce you. This is my aunt, Zhou Ming. She's the general manager of the Shunan supply base. He politely greeted her. Hello, Manager Zhou. She waved her hand. No, need to be so formal. Just call me Aunt Zhou. She handed him a black and gold card. This is the Song family's black gold card. From now on, when you buy any products under the Song Family Corporation, you'll get a 20% discount. Xu Jingming took the card in shock, thinking, the Song family's black gold card. I recall the Song family's businesses cover almost everything, from battle armor, gear, and exotic herbs to elixirs and medicine. And they're giving me 20% off everything? Just how much is this card worth? Song Qiuyan and her aunt said, just take it, your gear gets outdated so fast anyway. He held the card, his face turning slightly red as he thought awkwardly, wait, am I getting sponsored by a sugar mommy here? Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans swarmed them. Student, Xu, can we get a quick interview? Everyone was scrambling to get his attention. Would you like to try out the new products from our defense company? We're the biggest weapons company in the country. Would you consider becoming our brand ambassador? Student Xu, can we add each other? Let's train together sometime. We're the largest awakened forum. Can we interview you first and then have you shoot some videos with us? Later that afternoon in a private room, Principal Ling Xiang passed along the challenge. Curran wants to duel you. Xingjing's wager is 20% of this run's resources. Our stake is half of our ruins passes. Do you want to take the fight? Xu Jingming asked in surprise. What's a ruins pass? Vice Principal Xu Bing explained. A ruins pass is basically an entry ticket to ancient civilization ruins. We even hired S-rank external help just for these 40 passes. Since you got first place, the passes naturally belong to you guys, which is why we're a bit salty. Xu Jingming recalled his history lessons at school, where Motto's history class taught that before our current civilization, there was an ancient era. That ancient civilization also had beasts and awakened users. Their civilization's development was absolute peak. Not only was their tech advanced, but their understanding of abilities was insanely deep. But for some reason, when that ancient civilization reached its peak, it was suddenly destroyed and buried deep underground. It wasn't until several thousand years later, when awakened users re-emerged on Earth, that these ruins were excavated. Top-tier cultivation methods and triple-rank battle skills were all discovered there. Vice Principal Xu Bing went on to explain how precious the tickets were. As for these ancient ruins, some can be entered directly while others require a pass. The open access places were looted clean ages ago, which is why these passes are so highly contested. Principal Ling Xiang added, these 40 passes correspond to Ruins number 9. It opens once a year, and only people from the 4th to 6th tiers can enter. If you beat Kiran, I can give you one of them. It's your call. Vice Principal Xu Bing said casually, no pressure if you don't want to. After all, the arena is small, which gives Kiran an edge. Xu Jingming smiled, placed his hand on his chest, and replied decisively, Principals, I'm down. Vice Principal Xu nodded and turned to leave. All right, I'll go let Kiran know. The fight will be at the supply base's arena. Principal Ling Xiang looked at Xu Jingming and asked, I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Are you that confident? He calmly replied, It's all right. I'd say I have a 90% chance of winning. She was surprised, 90%. And you call that just all right? Xu Jingming smirked, his eyes flashing with confidence. Honestly, I was playing it down. It's actually a 100% lock. Principal, Ling shook her head and smiled. If Shubing and Karan knew you thought it was a 100% lock, who knows what they'd think. Meanwhile, once Karan got the news, he clenched his fists and roared he actually dared to accept? Then don't blame me for going all out on him. He turned to one of Xingjing's leaders, Principal Xu. If I end up hurting Xu Jingming, that won't be a problem, right? She reassured him, Don't worry. The vice principals of the 3 schools, the instructors, and tons of students will be there. Just go all out. Force is enough. If things get hairy, someone will step in. Kiran grit his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Xu Jingming, don't blame me for being absolute savage. The scene shifts to the arena, where a standard boxing ring has been set up. Surrounded by a massive crowd, everyone is buzzing with hype. 2 S-tier powerhouses facing off is just too hype. Plus, both of them are rank 3, so it is anyone's game. Some people start analyzing, out in the wild, Xu Jingming's Heavenly Thunder technique would easily take the win, but in a tight ring, it is hard to say. Exactly. Kiran is a close combat enhancement type, so let's see how many trump cards Xu Jingming has left up his sleeve. Kiran, standing by the ring, overhears the chatter and scoffs. Seriously, people actually think Xu Jingming has other tricks? That S-tier combat technique, him mastering even one as a freshman, is already a freaking miracle. How could he possibly have a second? Do they seriously think S-tier combat skills are that easy to learn? A figure casually walks toward the ring. The Mado University students recognize him and immediately go wild. Xu Jingming is here. Xu Jingming, we've got your back. Mado is going to crush this. Kiran looks at his approaching opponent and says with pure hype, Come on, Xu Jingming, I've been dying for this. Xu Jingming looks up, his gaze sharp as a blade, and smirks. So eager to get wrecked, huh? Fine, I'll put you out of your misery. Xu Jingming and Kiran, holding a spear, the other a sword, step onto the ring together. As Xu Jingming grips his spear with a fierce gaze, a white-haired elder steps forward. I will be officiating this match. If either side gets knocked out or throws in the towel, the match is over, and absolutely no cheap shots or follow-up attacks are allowed. But don't go easy on each other, because with us here, nobody is going to die. This is Jiang Quan, the vice principal of Jincheng University and a rank 8 water grandmaster. He casually waves his hand and water starts condensing into a transparent shield, wrapping around the entire ring. Standing right in the middle, he separates the 2 fighters. The referee raises his hand and bellows, Both sides ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Instantly, Kiran lets out a massive roar. His body swells up, glowing crimson tattoos flashing across his skin as 2 black horns sprout from his temples, releasing a terrifyingly savage aura. Xu Jingming calmly watches, thinking to himself, so this is an S-tier enhancement ability, huh? Kiran glares at him with pure smugness. Xu Jingming, I'll give you time to prep that S-tier spell skill of yours. I want you to lose fair and square. The crowd outside starts sweating. Damn, that's an S-tier enhancement ability. Xu Jingming is in deep trouble. No kidding, the ring is only 30 meters wide, which totally nerfs the lightning element's long-range game. But since he dared to step up, he must have a plan, right? Xu Jingming smirks as purple lightning starts crackling around his body. Honestly, ever since reaching rank 3, he hasn't actually gone all out yet. Perfect. Guess you'll be my guinea pig. A massive, deafening explosion of thunder erupts from his body, completely engulfing the entire arena. The referee, Jiang Quan, is totally shocked, thinking, this water shield is only supposed to block attacks from peak rank 3, a tier users at best, but one burst of ability energy has already reached the limit of the water barrier. He instantly buffs the shield, his face turning dead serious. The crowd below is absolutely blown away. Is this the S-tier Purple Cloud Divine Thunder? Holy crap, that is terrifying. I feel like I'd get vaporized in a second. We're both freshmen, but the gap is just insane. Kiran feels the electricity starting to gnaw at his skin and he scowls. Normal lightning wouldn't even scratch me, but Xu Jingming's lightning is actually eating away at my body. Looks like I need to end this fast. He clenches his fists and charges straight ahead. Kiran moves insanely fast, closing the distance in a split second. Seeing that Xu Jingming isn't even trying to dodge, he roars, oh, not running away, but planning to tank me instead. Then let me show you the absolute cheat code power of an enhancement type. Kiran swings his massive blade with a roar. Eat this, with a sharp, ear-piercing clang. Xu Jingming's spear thrusts forward with insane speed. Crap! Kiran mutters, immediately throwing up his blade to block, the sheer impact sending both of them skidding back. Kiran can't even hide his shock. How is this possible? He's actually matching me blow for blow even after my transformation. I'm literally an S-tier enhancement type. In response to his disbelief, Xu Jingming, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, calmly says, you look shocked. But who said a lightning type's physical strength has to be weaker than an enhancement type's? Kiran rubs his forehead, his face turning dead serious as a dark, ominous aura begins to leak out. True, there's no such rule. I was planning to just mess with you, but I guess that's off the table. Kiran's body undergoes another transformation, his skin turning pitch black, covered in spikes and looking way more feral. He growls, Xu Jingming, you're lucky, because I'm going all out to crush you. With a thunderous roar, he fully transforms into a raging demonic beast. Come get some. Face your worst nightmare. Descent of the Beast Sovereign. The stands erupt at this insane transformation. An S-tier ability like Myriad Beast Sovereign stacked with an S-tier combat skill is just cheating. So this is Karan's full power? Dude looks unstoppable. This must be an exclusive S-tier combat skill. Combining it with his ability makes it ridiculously OP. One spectator says confidently, it's a wrap. However, Principal Ling Chong has other thoughts. I recall the Dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zhentian, also has a similar S-tier combat skill. Xu Jingming definitely knows it too, right? In the ring, Kiran in his Beast Sovereign form stares down Xu Jingming, who is still engulfed in a sea of purple lightning. Kiran smirks like an absolute maniac. Xu Jingming with me like this, do you still dare to go head-to-head with me? Suddenly, Xu Jingming's hair turns silver white, his eyes glowing brilliantly as the purple lightning around him surges with insane intensity. He chuckles and replies, go head-to-head with you. Again? Sure, why not? A world-shaking blast of energy erupts from Xu Jingming's body as he activates his ultimate combat form. Kiran, who was overflowing with confidence just a second ago, looks back with absolute terror and disbelief. Xu Jingming's eyes have completely transformed. Two guys in the crowd are totally losing their minds. Yo, what the hell? I literally just glanced at my phone for a second. Why are there suddenly two straight-up boss monsters in the ring? His buddy beside him facepalms. Bro, those aren't boss monsters. Xu Jingming and Kiran just entered phase 2. The first guy, still in shock, stammers. Don't lie to me, man. They're definitely raid bosses. I mean, you literally just used the term phase 2. Facing Xu Jingming in his new form, Kiran is horrified to realize, yeah, this is an S-rank skill. Xu Jingming casually replied, spot on, but too bad there's no prize. With that, Xu Jingming stretched both hands forward, condensing a destructive ball of lightning and unleashing Thunder Prison. Kiran instantly sensed deadly danger. It was a trapping skill. Oh crap, he thought. He's about to drop that S-rank Heavenly Thunder skill. With no way out, Kiran roared, pouring every ounce of energy into a desperate move to activate his blood armor. He went absolutely wild, charging straight ahead, ignoring the countless lightning bolts of Thunder Prison whipping his body, relying on his glowing red blood armor to tank the hits. With one final roar, he broke free from the Thunder Prison. Finally, I'm out! But the moment he looked up, his face froze in sheer terror. Hovering right above him, a massive thunder spear made of pure, crackling lightning was plunging down. He barely dodged it by a hair's breadth as the spear, packing pure destructive force, ripped through the air. Karan looked up in despair, thinking, that thunder spear is insane. If that hits me, I'm dead meat or at least crippled. Facing the thunder spear, Karan could only gasp in sheer terror. Too fast. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming was already right on him, moving with the speed of gale lightning. Without giving his opponent a single second to catch his breath, Xu Jingming spun his spear, purple lightning swirling around the tip. He instantly launched a lightning-fast strike, and Kiran could only barely force his sword up to block. Though he managed to stop the first hit, the insane impact sent him flying backward, completely losing his balance in midair. Seizing the chance, Xu Jingming closed the distance, his spear blurring into a million afterimages as he unleashed his ultimate move, Rapid Thunder Spear. A barrage of lightning spearheads slammed into Kiran's body with a rapid succession of loud bangs. Despite the agonizing, flesh-tearing pain, Kiran's fighting spirit didn't waver. He gritted his teeth and told himself, if I can just tank this, I've still got a shot. Fueled by that belief, he roared defiantly, now it's my turn. But Xu Jingming only coldly replied with a single devastating word, detonate. Instantly, the thunder spears embedded in Kiran's body started exploding from the inside out. A massive electric blast erupted from Kiran's body, sending him flying. He was thrown ruthlessly backward, slamming hard into the water barrier. As the smoke cleared, Kiran reverted to his human form, lying motionless on the ring floor with nasty burn marks all over his chest. The sharp tip of Xu Jingming's spear was pressed right against his throat. Kiran squeezed out a bitter, I forfeit. Referee Jiang Quan raised his hand instantly, loudly declaring the winner. Xu Jingming, the stands erupted in pure shock and excitement. No way, I thought this match would drag on for over 10 minutes, but it was over in just 2. Yeah, seriously. A lightning element user totally overpowered an enhancement element user in brute strength and won. On top of that, Jingming chained his skills so flawlessly, not giving Kiran a single breath. Principal Ling Xiang smiled, breaking it down perfectly. First, he used Thunder Prison to trap him. Then he used the Thunder Spear to force Kiran to use a movement skill. Next, he used Lightning Dash combined with Gale Lightning to force him to open up, and finally finished him off with Rapid Thunder Spear. Every single step was calculated and decisive. Xu Jingming is seriously impressive. Principal Ling then turned to the rival school's principal. Well, Principal Z, do you have anything to say? The other principal could only admit defeat. Principal Ling, you got us fair and square. That 20% resource market share is yours. Plus, the S-rank resources we promised Xu Jingming will probably be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Principal Z turned around and walked away with a bitter look on his face, thinking not only did we miss out on those 20 ruined passes, but we also had to couch up 20% of our resource market share. What a total disaster! Principal Ling turned back to Xu Jingming and handed him a card. Awesome job. Here's your pass to Civilizational Ruins number 9. I'm giving it to you now. Also, the school will reward you with an extra 10,000 credits. Xu Jingming happily accepted it. 10,000! Thank you, Principal Ling! He smiled, staring at the card in his hand, thinking, so this is the legendary pass everyone's dying to get their hands on. After the match, Principal Ling told him, go get some rest. S-rank resources Tsinghua University promised you, plus your pick of one skill from the libraries of the 3 schools, will be ready tomorrow. Once we finish harvesting the rare herbs in the demon abyss tomorrow, you can claim everything. Xu Jingming smiled and replied, "Understood, sir." He felt totally satisfied. This training trip didn't just net him a ruined pass, credits, and S-rank resources. He also scored tons of rare herbs and a mountain of beast materials. Talk about a massive haul. Just then, a stranger walked up to him and praised, "Man, that was an epic match. Witnessing a genius like you is a once-in-a-lifetime experience." Xu Jingming replied humbly, "Thanks for the compliment." While he was wondering who the hell this guy was, Song Shuyun quickly whispered, "That's Dong Sheng, the #1 student from Jincheng University. He's ranked 3rd, right behind you and Kiran." She continued with an admired tone, "No wonder he's already reached advanced tier 2. He's a total monster." Xu Jingming turned to tease her. "You're already tier 3 yourself. Are you just complimenting yourself here?" He gave her a playful wink. "I'm built different. I've got a cheat code. Click and I level up. You believe me?" Song Chuyun rolled her eyes and snapped, "Believe you in your dreams." Meanwhile, inside an ancient secluded mansion, a group of cultists in black robes were kneeling before a leader, floating in midair, chanting in unison, "By heaven's decree, the immortal god is eternal. The immortal god is eternal." The leader, known as the Archbishop, turned to a subordinate and asked, "Is everything ready at the plantation?" The underling replied respectfully, "Archbishop, everything has been taken care of." The Archbishop coldly ordered, "You are in charge of taking out the teachers from the 3 top universities. Slit as many throats as you can." They chanted in unison, "Understood." He then turned to another dark figure. "As for those 2 S-rank kids, I'm leaving them to you, Holy Son. This will be the perfect stepping stone for your growth. Got a problem with that?" The Holy Son smirked. "No problem at all. Tomorrow I'll be breathing down their necks." He continued in a cold, ruthless tone, "If they are smart enough to bow down and join our Heaven's Mandate cult, great. If not, put them down, leave no survivors." The Archbishop threw his head back and roared, "Tomorrow will be the grandest stage for our Heaven's Mandate cult. We must announce our presence to the Great Sha Kingdom in the most brutal, blood-stained way possible. I can't wait to see your performance. By heaven's decree, the immortal god is eternal." The next day, at the Demon Den Plantation, a heavily guarded zone, the students are losing their minds over the epic view. "Whoa, so gorgeous. Is that a C-tier sunflower, right? I can't believe the base has this many of them. I'm literally itching to rip them straight out of the dirt." A guy who looks like the manager, Mayang, steps out to welcome them. "Welcome teachers and students from the 3 elite universities. How come the 3 vice presidents didn't show up?" Ms. Hu Ping, an instructor from Modu University, explains the presidents have other stuff to handle. Harvesting flowers and herbs isn't dangerous, so they skip this one. Plus, even if something goes sideways, President Lang can just use her spatial powers and get here in a few minutes. Mayang nods. "Fair enough. All right, follow." He begins handing out assignments. Tsinghua University, you're on sunflower duty in Sector C12. Kimthon University, grab the crimson firegrass in Sector B16. Modu University, go harvest calming grass in Sector C11. The top 3 freshmen need to be split up. Follow me. Miss Hu Ping instantly gets suspicious. "Split up? Why? None of the other Demon Den plantations have a rule like that." Mayang smiles and explains, "This is a brand new batch of S-tier exotic herbs we just planted. It's a killer chance for these top students to open their eyes and see the world." Miss Hu Ping hesitates for a second, then agrees. "Oh, really? All right. Xu Jingming, Kiran, Dong Sheng, you 3 go with them." Xu Jingming follows behind, his mind full of doubts. "Harvesting S-tier exotic herbs separately? I have a bad feeling about this, Manager Ma, but since the teachers are right here, it should be fine." Suddenly, Dong Sheng turns around to strike up a conversation. "Hey guys, I'm Dong Sheng from Kimton University. Your battle yesterday was absolutely insane. I was totally blown away watching it." Xu Jingming replies, "You flatter us." Dong Sheng continues with a curious look. "I heard some religious sects have secret techniques to boost your strength, allowing someone with a tier 2 ability to jump straight to tier 4. If that's real, maybe I could even go a few rounds with you guys." Xu Jingming mutters, "Religions, huh? Better steer clear of them." Hearing this, Kiran clasps his hands together and says devoutly, "What's wrong with religion? Whether it's the Purification sect from my country or the Holy Father sect, they all have positive meanings. It's solely thanks to Lord Brahma's blessing that I'm invincible." Xu Jingming sneers, "Invincible? Then why didn't this Lord Brahma of yours help you beat me?" Kiran is left completely speechless with rage. Dong Sheng chimes in, wearing a mysterious smile. "I actually think Kiran has a point. Some religions really bring massive benefits to humanity. Jingming, once you feel that divine power for yourself in a bit, maybe you'll change your mind." Dong Sheng's words instantly put Xu Jingming on high alert. "In a bit? What does he mean by that?" Right then, Mayang stops and announces Miss Hu. The 3 students have arrived. Miss Hu Ping looks around, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, and asks, "We're here, but where are the S-tier exotic herbs?" Mayang points toward an empty plot and says with a smirk, "Miss Hu, please take a look at the S-tier exotic herbs right here." Miss Hu Ping looks over, totally confused. The split second she lets her guard down, Mayang, with bloodshot eyes, lunges from behind. Splat, moving lightning fast, his glowing red hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, drives straight into an accompanying teacher. The brutal hand tears right through the unfortunate teacher's chest. He lets out a single shriek before going completely limp. Witnessing this horrific sight, another teacher immediately charges in, his entire body bursting into flames as he roars, "You a tier 7 Grandmaster!" The teacher quickly morphs, revealing cat ears and stripes of a cat roaring in fury. You're not Manager Ma. Who the hell are you? An A-rank talent, Miao Lingying. Do you have any idea what kind of consequences this will bring? The attacker's true face is now exposed. Smirking, he says, as expected of a peak Tier 6 from Modu University. You really are different from ordinary Tier 6 ability users. Your vitality is impressively stubborn. He casually peels off his disguise, revealing his real face. Since you're about to kick the bucket, I might as well tell you we are the Destiny Sect. As for the consequences, obviously the worse they are, the more we like it. Teacher Miao Lingying roars, the Destiny Sect? Are you bastards trying to wipe out the next generation of our great Xia nation? I hope you don't regret your actions. Meanwhile, the villain screams, kill them, leave no one alive, prompting the other black-robed cultists to attack in unison, unleashing total chaos. In the face of danger, Teacher Miao Lingying quickly crushes a distress crystal in his hand, hoping for backup, but the leader only sneers, holding up a blood-red orb. Trying to summon your spatial grandmaster? Too bad, you're way too late. He activates the orb and a blood-red energy field instantly expands, trapping the entire area and locking down the space. At the exact same time, from far away, President Lang suddenly senses the anomaly. She says in rage, someone dares to ambush our three-school alliance? They must have a death wish. President Zhang to the plantation. With that, she flies into the air, using her spatial powers to force open a path to the plantation. Down below, everyone stares up in shock at the terrifying pressure of the three presidents, gasping at how insanely strong their aura is. Are all three of them grandmasters? That pressure is unreal. Yeah, they're the vice presidents of the three elite universities. Damn it, did something go wrong with the students on their field trip? Meanwhile, at a command center, a powerful woman screams into her communicator. Base teams 9 and 10 move to the Demon Den plantation immediately to protect the young lady. She stares anxiously at the surveillance map. Xiao Yun has a protective amulet on her, plus the Tier 8 grandmasters from the three schools protecting them, so everything should be fine. Back at the plantation, inside the lockdown space, Teacher Miao Lingying senses the struggle from outside and gasps. This spatial energy fluctuation, they're trying to break in. The leader, ruthlessly, exactly, but your spatial grandmaster is useless now. As for you, die first. Facing the devastating attack, the Teacher Miao Lingying can only think in absolute despair. It's over. I can't dodge this. Boom! A crimson energy beam blasts straight into him, sending him flying. Witnessing this, Kirin curses, damn it, while Xu Jingming's heart slips a beat. A Tier 7 grandmaster. Even if I threw every card up my sleeve, I wouldn't stand a chance. The leader looks up at the sky where the barrier is trembling from President Lang's assault. He mutters, you can actually shake the space of the Emperor Beast? A spatial grandmaster is indeed terrifying. With that, he turns and flies off, leaving behind one last word, Holy Son, I'm leaving this place to you. Every single eye locked onto Dongthong as he swaggered out, flanked by black cloak goons, and declared with pure fanatical hype. Finally, the time has finally freaking come for my Heaven's Will sect to take center stage. Xu Jingming, Karan, get over here and let me show you my true form. His body started mutating, and his power levels absolutely skyrocketed. We are talking jumping from advanced Tier 2, blasting past peak Tier 2, straight into low Tier 3, and soaring past mid-tier Tier 3. Finally, he warped into a massive multi-armed demon, boasting an aura that was straight up unbelievable. Peak Tier 4! Kiran and Xu Jingming were totally shook. Kiran stammered, crap, what kind of crazy combat technique is this? How does it boost his power by 2 entire tiers? This is the aura of God's blood. Xu Jingming quickly analyzed the situation. This Dongthong dude seemed to carry the aura of multiple types of God's blood. Just one type of God's alone was a triple S tier resource, so no wonder he could shoot straight up to peak Tier 4 in one shot. Demon Mode Dongthong looked down on the two of them, laying down a chilling ultimatum going all the way from mid-tier Tier 2 to peak Tier 4. This is the power of the Heaven's Will sect. You have 2 choices. Join us, hunt down the other students with me, or get utterly crushed and slaughtered. Make your choice. As things got super tense, the other students screamed, trying to rush over to Xu Jingming and Kiran. Hurry! The 2's tiers are in deep trouble. Go help them. Xu Jingming is our only hope. Can't lose him. Charge! But the Black Cloak thugs of the Heaven's Will sect blocked their path, laughing like total creeps. Hold it right there! Nobody is saving them today. Worry about your own skins first, because you guys are on our hit list too. Trapped in the chaos, Song Shuyun fought tooth and nail, looking over at Xu Jingming with pure panic, praying, Jingming, please be safe. Outside, the principals were trying to break in. Principal 2, losing his cool, asked, Principal Ling, why can't we just teleport straight into the plantation? Principal Ling replied, her face deadly serious, I already tried. The space inside the plantation is totally locked down. Staring at the ringleader inside the barrier, she broke down the situation. That guy must be holding a Tier 9 Beast King Bone with space abilities. The entire space around the plantation is completely sealed off. A Tier 9 Beast King Bone with space powers is a massive investment. If anything happens to those 2 S tiers, we are in deep, deep trouble. Inside, the leader of the Heaven's Will sect threw his head back and laughed, mocking the people outside. Ha ha ha. So freaking what? Even with 3 grandmasters out there, you are still completely helpless. Just watch as my Heaven's Will sect massacres all these fresh students. Today is the greatest awakening in the history of our sect. Principal Zhang gritted his teeth. The Heaven's Will sect, they were supposed to be wiped out from our territory 60 years ago. I can't believe they are back. Let's hit them together. 3 minutes is all we need to smash his space seal. Right. After saying that, the three of them poured all their power into one earth-shattering blast. The massive attack slammed right into the plantation's foundations, ripping open giant cracks in the ground. Huge chunks of land were blasted into the air and trees got completely flattened. The earth literally split apart, creating a bottomless abyss. Once the dust settled, Principal Ling spotted their weak spot. The underground space is totally blocked off and impenetrable. The weakest point is in the southeast. On my mark, get ready to hit it with everything you have got. The other two principals instantly unleashed their power for an all-out strike. Principal 2 transformed into a savage werewolf, roaring with absolute rage. Principal Zhang also morphed into a massive water elemental. Together, they charged straight at the weak point Principal Ling had marked out. Inside the plantation, the students felt the ground violently shaking and looked up, totally stunned. Realizing it was an attack from the outside, they started cheering with hope. It's the vice principals. They are here to save us. There is still hope. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming stayed completely chill, doing some quick math in his head. I still have 49,000 energy points on my system panel. If I dump all of them into leveling up, I can break into tier 4 and totally flip the script on these guys. Demon Mode Dongthong spoke up, trying to tempt the other students. You suppose geniuses of the big 3 universities, are you seeing this? Skyrocketing from mid-tier tier 2 to peak tier 4. This is the raw power of the Heaven's Will sect. I'm going to give you a single chance. Slaughter the other newbies around you and join me. Become a member of the Heaven's Will sect, and you will get a shot at gaining power just like mine. This offer got some of the students seriously sweating, nervously glancing at each other. Suddenly, Principal Ling's booming, authoritative voice echoed in from the outside. Any freshman who dares to attack their peers will be expelled and executed on the spot. That warning snapped the students right back to reality, and they quickly stood their ground. Forget that. Traitors never end up well. Yeah, if we get hunted down by the schools, we are dead for sure. Sticking with the principals is our only real shot. Seeing his attempt to split them fail, Dongfang roared with pure rage. You bunch of idiots. You don't even have the guts. He spun around to Xu Jingming and Kiran. Final ultimatum. I am giving you 3 seconds to submit or die. 3, 2. The insane pressure completely broke Kiran. He dropped to his knees, begging and sobbing, Don't kill me. I will join the Heaven's Will sect. Thong smirked, totally satisfied. A wise choice. Now what about you? Unlike coward Kiran, Xu Jingming stood tall, purple lightning crackling all over his body, his eyes dripping with defiance. Dongthong growled, You stubborn idiot. Looks like you chose death over becoming our holy son. Kiran, kill him! Show me your loyalty right now. Kiran looked at Xu Jingming in sheer panic, stammering, I can't take him on. Instantly, 2 black-cloaked goons morphed into werewolves and stepped forward. We will help you, bro. Xu Jingming eyed his enemies, coolly sizing them up. 1 tier, 3 low tier, and 4 low tier tier 4s. Looks like I don't even need to use my energy points yet. Get him! One of the cloaked goons lunged forward, swinging a massive battle axe while screaming. You think you are hot stuff just because you are S tier? You are way too cocky. Die! Clang! Xu Jingming effortlessly blocked the axe blade with his spear shaft. He spun on his heel and unleashed a lightning-fast strike, skewering the attacker. The goon was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere as he gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? I am a 4 awakener. Xu Jingming sneered. You actually had the guts to charge me alone? You were practically begging to die. Seeing his goon get absolutely wrecked, Dongthong roared. Fine, I will deal with you myself. Facing the crushing pressure of Dongthong's presence, Xu Jingming felt a sudden chill of a real deadly threat. This guy was actually making... Damn, I actually feel like my life is in danger. This guy is freaking strong. Looks like I've got no choice but to burn some energy points. Sucks though. I really wanted to see if 50,000 energy points could upgrade my ability. Right when Xu Jingming knocked down the lackey, a system notification popped up. You have defeated a novice level 4 Godblood Envoy, plus 1,000 energy points. He did the math, his eyes flashing with absolute determination. Since he had 50,000, he didn't hesitate for a second and ordered the system. Since it's come to this, let's do it. Upgrade my ability. The system interface popped up in front of him and he tapped on S-Rank Purple Sky Divine Thunder. A new notification appeared. Beginning ability evolution. S-Rank ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder is evolving 10%, 20%. At the same time, brilliant golden lightning bolted down from the sky, shattering the red spatial barrier. As the evolution hit 30%, Xu Jingming soared into the air, effortlessly dodging the attacks of Kiran and the werewolf pack. He glided gracefully through the surges of golden lightning, and not a single attack could touch him. Seeing this, Dongsheng roared in pure rage, totally losing his patience. Stop playing your damn tricks. He unleashed a full power attack, firing a massive sphere of dark energy straight at Xu Jingming, causing a massive explosion. But when the dust settled, Xu Jingming was completely unscathed, hovering in midair as the evolution progress bar neared completion. Evolution progress, 98%, 99%, 100%. Evolution successful. S-Rank ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder has evolved into SS-Rank Duocean Divine Thunder. A surge of destructive power erupted from Xu Jingming's body. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils now glowing a brilliant gold, crackling with raw lightning. Without need to make a single move, just a glance from him was enough to summon a massive pillar of golden lightning crashing down from the sky. Dongsheng was struck directly by the lightning, and without even having time to let out a gasp, his entire body was turned to ash in an agonizing scream. Ding! A system notification rang in Xu Jingming's head. You have defeated a peak level 4 Godblood envoy plus 2,000 energy points. The remaining werewolf lackeys pointed at him in sheer terror, trembling as they stammered. You, Xu Jingming coldly replied with 2 words, drop dead. Another storm of golden lightning rained down, wiping out all the remaining enemies in the blink of an eye. Xu Jingming then flew toward Kiran, who was shaking with fear, stammering, don't, please don't. Kiran hurriedly banged his head on the ground, begging miserably, Xu Jingming, I was forced into this too. I didn't even attack you just now. Witnessing the Holy Sun being obliterated, the leader of the Destiny sect was completely shocked. Is the Holy Sun dead? The shock quickly turned into absolute rage. He roared, Xu Jingming, I will bury you with him. He unleashed a full power attack, sending crimson energy tentacles rushing towards Xu Jingming. Facing the overwhelming power of a level 7 Grandmaster, Xu Jingming felt his entire body pinned down by an invisible pressure. Unable to budge, he thought in panic, I can't move? Is this really the gap between me and a level 7 Grandmaster? But right after that, the pressure suddenly vanished. Xu Jingming was surprised. It stopped? Is this spatial ability? A beautiful and authoritative figure emerged from the void. It was Principal Ling. The leader of the Destiny sect froze, screaming in disbelief. How did you get in here? I clearly maintained the spatial barrier. Principal Ling coldly raised her hand, forming a brilliant golden light blade. She said with disdain, relying on an external tool just to get spatial ability, yet you dare to lose focus? You're asking for death. With that, she swung down a spatial slash, the attack slicing clean through the enemy's arm holding the spatial orb, triggering a massive explosion. He screamed in agony, giving him no chance to recover. Principal Ling kept channeling her ability, prepping her next move. Heavily wounded, the enemy used the last of his strength to imprison her. Spatial prison, but Principal Ling was way faster. She used her teleportation skill and a magic circle appeared right beneath him. Instantly, she was teleported next to Xu Jingming. Principal Ling landed softly, asking caringly, Jingming, are you okay? Xu Jingming looked at her, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm fine. The 3 principals began to gather. Principal Ling, how should we deal with the remaining members of the Destiny sect? She replied with a sharp tone. They dared to lay hands on the geniuses of the Great Xia Nation. Capture the level 6 ability user alive and for the rest, kill them all without mercy. Instantly, the other 2 principals leaped into the cleanup. The power of Grandmasters completely crushed the final remnants of the Destiny sect. Amidst the chaos, Kiran stammered in panic. Principal Ling, but she only gave him a cold glare. Someone will settle the score with you later. She turned to Xu Jingming, her eyes filled with curiosity. Jingming, what was that ability you just used? Is it some special S-rank skill? It didn't even need any casting time, and it was golden lightning. Standing amidst the ruins, Xu Jingming answered honestly, I'm not too sure either, I just wanted to survive. And then my ability seemed to have broken past its limits and mutated. Principal Ling narrowed her eyes and thought, it wasn't a combat technique? Try casting your purple sky divine thunder for me again. Xu Jingming complied, reaching out his hand as brilliant golden lightning crackled and danced across his palm once more. Principal Ling looked surprised. How strange. This is still purple. Sky divine thunder? Once we're done here and back at the base, I'll examine your ability. Xu Jingming nodded, yes, ma'am. Right at that moment, Song Chuyan ran over, hugging him tightly from behind, her voice breaking into sobs. Jingming, I was worried sick about you. Watching this from afar, Principal Ling smiled gently. Youth sure is grand. Xu Jingming gently pried Song Chuyan's hands off, turned around, and softly wiped the tears from her eyes. It's okay now. It's all over. He took her hand, looked straight into her eyes, and smiled. See, I'm totally fine. A while later, the entire Demon Cavern plantation was encased in a giant water sphere and moved out of the area. Inside, Principal Ling stood before the surviving students, announcing in a solemn voice, during this freshman research trip, a total of 342 students lost their lives at the hands of the Destiny sect cultists. The 3 major universities will take full responsibility for these deaths. We will provide compensation in accordance with the regulations for those who fall on the battlefield. Her voice grew sharp and resolute. The Destiny sect is an enemy of humanity and an enemy of our 3 major universities. Starting today, the 3 major universities will issue an absolute kill order against the Destiny sect. Both students and teachers can take on these missions. We must wipe them out completely. Safe. Standing in the crowd, Xu Jingming thought to himself, damn, hunting those godblood messengers racks up a crazy amount of energy points. Maybe I'll try taking on some missions once I'm back at school. Principal Ling wrapped up her speech, saying, because of that mess with the Heaven's Will sect, this field trip is getting cut short. All freshmen gather up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to head back to school. For now, follow your instructors back to the base and get some rest. Back at the base, inside a lab, Principal Ling handed Xu Jingming an analyzer to test his ability output, waiting for the device to process the results. Xu Jingming placed his hand on the machine and suddenly, surges of golden lightning shot out, wrapping completely around the device. Principal Ling watched, her mind racing with questions. Could Xu Jingming's S-class ability have mutated into an SS-class ability? No freaking way. He started out as a mere E-class. Mutating to S-class was already a miracle. Beep! The screen flashed with the final results, completing the ability scan. Ability, Duten Divine Thunder, a natural lightning type. Grade, SS class. Both Xu Jingming and Principal Ling stood frozen. Principal Ling gasped. Dushin Divine Thunder, it's really an S-class ability. She was still in absolute shock. The gap between SS and S was massive. If trained properly, he would definitely become a total game changer on the Beast battlefield. The last time an SS-class user appeared in the Great Xia was over 10 years ago. Principal Ling turned to Xu Jingming, her face beaming with pride and joy. Awesome, absolutely outstanding. An SS-class ability, Xu Jingming, you are amazing. Xu Jingming muttered to himself, Dushin Divine Thunder. So my ability mutated again, but how does this machine even know about Dushin Divine Thunder? Has it shown up before? Principal Ling explained, if the machine can detect it, then obviously it's existed before, not in modern times, but during the era of ancient civilizations. Our analyzers are built using technology recovered from ancient ruins. Jingming nodded. I get it. She stared at him with high expectations, which meant his talent could already rival those ancient powerhouses. Principal. Ling pulled out a talisman and handed it to Xu Jingming. Jingming, you don't need to hide your ability's evolution, but don't go bragging about it either. This is a talisman I made myself. Crush it within 400 kilometers and I can rush to your side instantly. Remember, only use it in a real life or death crisis. Xu Jingming took the talisman and respectfully replied, I understand, Principal. Next, she handed him a red potion bottle. This is the S-class resource Tsinghqing University promised you. 7th tier realm-breaking pill. You can use it when making a major breakthrough. I suggest you take it when trying to break through from the peak of the 5th tier to the 6th tier. Otherwise, you'll waste its potent medical effects. Clutching the bottle, Xu Jingming thought to himself that with his system, he didn't need pills to break through at all. So he asked, Principal, can I trade this for another S-class cultivation resource? Principal Ling smiled. Tsinghqing definitely won't exchange it, but I'll give you special permission to visit Magic City University's resource vault and swap it for another S-class resource once we return. Also, regarding your first place combat technique reward, for this field trip, go ahead and pick one. The two walked into another room. Xu Jingming ordered his AI assistant Eva to display the A-class and above lightning-type abilities from Tsinghqing and Jindai. Following his command, Eva instantly pulled up a massive list of high-level lightning combat techniques on the virtual screens surrounding him. Among them, the most eye-catching were 2 SSS-class combat techniques. The first was Destructive Thundercloud, which used lightning energy to trigger a natural phenomenon, creating a non-stop storm of lightning. Note, requires 5th tier or above and a minimum of an A-class lightning ability to learn. The second was Descent of the Thunder God's Judgment, which used lightning energy to summon a Thunder God to judge all enemies on the ground. Note, requires 6th tier or above and an S-class or higher lightning ability to learn. Looking at these top-tier combat techniques, he couldn't help but feel a bit bummed. The SS and SSS class skills were insanely cool, but the requirements were way too high. I can't learn them yet. Better be realistic and pick something I can actually use right now. With that, he swiped through the other virtual screens, carefully searching for a technique that matched his current strength. After browsing for a bit, he turned back and said to Principal Ling, Principal, I've made my choice. I'll take this S-class combat technique, Thunder God's Finger. The screen immediately displayed the details of the technique. S-class Thunder God's Finger. Uses lightning energy to manifest a finger of the Thunder God. Launch a devastating strike at the enemy to deal massive lightning damage. Note, requires 3rd tier or above and an A-class or higher ability to learn. Principal Ling cautioned, this is a Tsinghqing technique, so they probably won't give you much instructional support. I'm afraid it might take you a long time to learn. But Xu Jingming was determined. It's fine, Principal. I still have 6,000 energy points left, which is more than enough. She smiled in relief. Suit yourself, then. You've already mastered a few S-class combat techniques, so you have plenty of experience. I don't need to keep nagging you. She looked at him, secretly blown away by his sheer talent. A crazy leveling speed, comprehension skills that defied the heavens, and now even his ability had mutated yet again. All of these insane advantages packed into a single person. If he manages to grow to his full potential, humanity will definitely gain an absolute powerhouse. Soon after, inside his personal training room, Xu Jingming commanded, Deep Blue, open my status panel. A detailed info screen popped up in front of his eyes. Name Xu Jingming, level, low tier 3rd realm. Ability, Duqian Divine Thunder. Physique, 2038, Qian Blood Spirit, 1522 Hertz. Skills, Master Marksmanship, low tier Heavenly Thunder Art, low tier Hell Thunder Armor, mid tier Fist Technique, mid tier Combo Spear, high tier Lightning Flash, mid tier Thunder Prison, Master of Gale and Lightning. Body Tempering, Undying Thunder Body level 4. Energy points, 6,359. He smirked as arcs of golden electricity danced across his hands. Spending 50,000 energy points had mutated his S-class Purple Sky Divine Thunder into the SS-class Duqian Divine Thunder. He could feel a stark difference compared to his previous power. This new Duqian Divine Thunder was way harder to control. Next up, I gotta focus on training my control over this ability. A look of intense craving flashed in his eyes. An SSS-class lightning ability. Man, I can't wait for that day. At 6 p.m. on the streets of the base, an unfamiliar spaceship suddenly appeared, instantly catching everyone's eye. Whoa, look at that. What kind of spaceship is that? It looks so sick. No propeller, and there's no jet exhaust either. Could that be an anti-gravity ship recovered from some ancient ruins? Isn't that a highly strategic resource? Is some major big shot Arriving at our base, the disc-shaped spaceship with its ultra-sleek design slowly descended toward the ground, steam hissing out as its landing gear touched the surface. Street. The cabin door slid open and a figure stepped down. A dude in a black suit and a fedora hopped off with a wicked smirk, calling out, "Xu Jingming, I'm here!" This random guy's sudden entrance got the whole crowd buzzing. Everyone started whispering, totally clueless. Huh? Wait, should we report this to the base staff? The mysterious guy just smirked, tipping his hat. The fewer people who know I'm here, the better. Just like that, he snapped his fingers with a loud click. Instantly, it was like the crowd's brains got wiped clean. They just turned away and started babbling about random daily stuff. Yo, did you watch that movie recently? Yeah, that one. What are we grabbing for dinner tonight? The guy smirked, totally satisfied with the result. Meanwhile, inside the base's temporary lockup, from right inside the cells, some crazy fanatic screaming was echoing out. Let me out! The angel's gonna wreck you all! You're straight up dreaming if you think you're getting any info out of me. Some prisoner in an orange jumpsuit loaded with chains was screaming like a total maniac. He kept howling. The great angel will definitely save his most loyal believers. The head of intelligence from the security bureau, a level 5 mental awakener, reported to the principal, "These freaking cultists from the heavens will. Cult are way too stubborn. We can't squeeze a single useful thing out of them." She calmly replied, "Got it. You guys have been working way too hard. Go grab some rest. For now." The prisoner sneered through the iron bars. "You clowns. If I were you, I wouldn't even waste my energy." Another guy spoke up. "Even the intelligence bureau pros are useless here. Looks like we gotta wait for the higher-ups to send a big shot." Principal Ling reassured them, "Don't stress. Going by the timing, the guy from headquarters should be here any second." Right on cue, that mysterious dude in black from earlier strolled into the hallway, sending invisible energy, ripples spreading through the air. Principal Ling immediately picked up on this crazy, strong, familiar aura. She narrowed her eyes. This vibe, the guy gently tipped his hat and said in a cool, steady voice, "Sorry for the wait, everyone." Principal Ling gasped in shock. "Lord Liu, I never expected you to personally show up here." Liu Yushan replied, "The Heavens Will cult has crawled back after more than 60 years. I had to handle this myself." She thought, totally mind-blown, Liu Yushan, an A-rank mental awakener, one of Great Sha's rare level 9 martial saints. But is a situation like this really worth a legendary powerhouse showing up in person? Liu Yushan didn't even care. He walked straight up to the cell, his eyes flashing with a creepy purple glow as he demanded, "Spit it out and don't lie to me. Are you the big boss of the Heavens Will cult?" Crushed under the insane mental pressure, the prisoner couldn't even fight back. His eyes went totally blank. "No, I'm just an archbishop." Liu Yushan kept drilling him. "What are you guys plotting this time? Do you have moles planted inside the top universities?" The archbishop robotically spilled everything, explaining they wanted to wipe out the freshmen from 3 major academies and show everyone that the Heavens Will cult isn't just lurking in Jincheng University. 10 minutes later, Liu Yushan turned to explain to Principal Ling while the archbishop slumped over unconscious. Some high-level psychic messed with this archbishop's brain. He's locked out of the key details. But from what we got, the Heavens Will cult has an even bigger, nastier plot cooking. The higher-ups will probably make a move soon. He then added, "Now time to get to the real reason I came. The cult business is on hold for now. What I really want to know is about Xu Jingming's crazy ability evolution. Where's the kid? I want to see him." Principal Ling knew it. The big boss definitely had an ulterior motive. A bit later in a reception room, Xu Jingming was called in. "Principal, you wanted to see me?" She gestured for him to take a seat. Principal Ling started the introductions. "Let me introduce you. This is a member of our Great Xia National Council, Commissioner Liu Yushan." Xu Jingming was totally startled. He thought in pure shock, "Wait, this dude was in the room the whole time and I couldn't even sense him." Meanwhile, Liu Yushan turned around with a warm smile. "Hey there, student Xu Jingming." But suddenly, Xu Jingming felt a massive chill run down his spine. Out of nowhere, a terrifying mental pressure slammed right into him. He felt like he was drowning in some endless pitch-black abyss. His entire body locked up and golden lightning automatically burst out to fight off the pressure. "Huff puff!" He gasped heavily, dripping in sweat, barely holding himself together after that sudden psychic assault. He sat back, his heart racing. "Man, I've only seen level 9 martial saints on the internet before. I didn't think in real life I couldn't even handle a single look from him." Liu Yushan turned back and praised him. "Not bad at all. Barely any level 3 awakeners can withstand a direct gaze from me. Your willpower is rock solid, kid." Xu Jing replied humbly, "It's only because you went easy on me, Commissioner." Liu Yushan smirked and explained, "For S-rank awakeners, Blue Star only gets 3 or 4 new ones every year. But for double S-rank, there have been less than 50 recorded in the last 200 years. The ones who didn't die young all became god-tier powerhouses for humanity. I'm hoping you can join their ranks, plus we're giving you some massive backing. Here, take this soul seal. It'll set up a solid mental shield for you," Liu Yushan said as a mysterious purple sigil materialized on his palm. Right after, the purple sigil flew from Liu Yushan's hand and shot straight into Xu Jingming's forehead like a flash of light. Stumbling a bit, the elder explained, "The soul sigil is a double S-rank mental skill that I personally developed, and I'm casting it on you myself. From now on, even a level 9 psychic who wants to break through this shield is going to have a really hard time." Once it was done, Liu Yushan looked pretty wiped out. Principal Ling quickly nudged Xu Jingming. "The commissioner went all out for you, bro. Where are your manners? Thank him already." Xu Jingming quickly bowed his head. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Liu Yushan waved it off. Cut the formal crap, no need to thank me. This was a joint call by the National Council. Just make sure when you get super strong, you wipe out tons of enemies for Great Xia. Principal Ling smiled at Xu Jingming. That's an unbreakable shield locked onto your sea of consciousness now. Commissioner Liu's psychic sigil is something even level 8 grandmasters would beg for, and you just got it handed to you. The kid grinned confidently. Well, I am the absolute star student of Magic City University, after all. Principal Ling chuckled. You really don't know the word humble, do you? The National College Tournament is happening next March. I'm leaving it all in your hands. Xu Jingming flinched in protest. Wait, Principal, did you forget something? I'm literally just a freshman. She gave him a serious... Listen, don't even think about slacking off. I'm saving a spot for you. You've still got a few months, so keep grinding and getting stronger for me. Xu Jingming clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Fine by me. I'm actually itching to trade blows with the top-tier geniuses from all the major universities across the country. 3 days later at Moto University, a girl with platinum hair stood in the crowd, eagerly staring up at the sky. Jingming was finally coming back. High up in the sky, a massive spaceship was slowly descending onto the campus plaza, welcomed by a massive crowd of students. Stepping off the spaceship, Xu Jingming and his buddies reunited with the girl. Xu Jingming waved his hand to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan waved back, calling out, Jay, sis, Jingming replied. Chu Yan added, Senior, long time no see. Chu Xuan sighed with relief. Thank goodness. You guys are all safe. Song Chuyan grasped Chu Xuan's hands gratefully. It's all thanks to your healing pills, sis. Without them, being inside the catacombs would have been a total nightmare. Chu Xuan confidently smirked. Well, duh, look who brewed them. Wrapping her arm around Song Chuyan, she happily added, I've booked a table at Qingya restaurant. Come on, let's get going. And head over there. Song Chuyan asked in surprise, Senior, are you treating us? Chu Xuan replied firmly, when I say it's on me, it's on me. By the way, did you guys bring back those rare flowers and exotic plants I asked for? Xu Jingming replied, Of course I did, and a boatload of them too. I'm just not sure if you can handle all of it. Standing and watching from a distance, Principal Ling smiled and thought to herself, that kid Xu Jingming really is a ladies' man. However, the probability of powerful individuals producing offspring with powerful abilities is much higher, so having multiple partners is actually a good thing. She let out a soft sigh, staring into the distance with a hint of melancholy. Sigh back. Then none of my peers were my match. And the result? I'm still single at 30. At Qingya restaurant, Chu Xuan stared in sheer shock at the massive pile of rare herbs and exotic plants that Xu Jingming pulled out. Did you guys literally strip the catacombs bare of all its rare plants? Xu Jingming explained, it's no big deal. There aren't many awakened with enough power to reach the center of the catacombs anyway. If I'd stayed a bit longer, I probably could have gathered even more. Chu Xuan sighed. Looks like we're going to be busy again. Xu Jingming stood up. All right, I'm heading out first. I need to go to the resource hall to exchange the S-class cultivation resources that Jingdu University gave me. The scene shifts to Moto University's resource hall, an ancient and solemn building. Inside the room, Xu Jingming commanded, Eva, list the S-class resources I can trade using my Tier 7 breakthrough pill. Eva quickly replied, right away. Series of holographic screens popped up around him. Xu Jingming was blown away. Whoa, that's a ton. Eva, out of all these, which one can maximize the improvement of my lightning element ability control? A blue screen slid right in front of him, showing S-class Thunder Secret Realm Pass. With this pass, you can enter the Thunder Secret Realm in Hedong City, Jiangnan Province, for training. Xu Jingming frowned in confusion. Hedong City was less than 1 kilometers from his house, yet he had never heard of any Thunder Secret Realm there. Eva explained that the Thunder Secret Realm appeared in Cheng'er Town, Hedong City 87 years ago. After the Thunder Dojo took it over, it was put under strict restricted management, requiring a pass to enter, which is why regular people know nothing about it. He continued to ask, I see. Are there fierce beasts inside the realm? Eva replied, yes, there are, and the vast majority of them possess lightning control abilities. Xu Jingming grinned with satisfaction. Not bad. I'll take this for my S-class resource choice then. Right after that, he received a phone call. Hello? Is this Vice President Xu Jingming? Xu Jingming asked back, what's up? The caller replied, well, our club is hosting an exchange meetup this afternoon. He listened while thinking to himself, a few days ago I took Senior Lu Ming's advice and joined the Meteor Club, even becoming its vice president. I didn't expect Duty to call so soon. He replied on the phone, all right, I'll be there. Hanging up, he looked at his phone and thought, actually, this exchange meetup sounds pretty interesting. Cultivators from different departments sharing their experiences makes it easy to learn through analogy. It's totally worth going. As soon as he arrived, his master gasped in shock. Huh? Jingming, you've already reached Tier 3? Xu Jingming smiled and replied, yep. I made a breakthrough during the research trip. His teacher patted Xu Jingming on the shoulder and said in amazement, why do you sound like breaking through a Tier 3? Bottleneck is as easy as eating and drinking? With less than a semester left, won't you become a Tier 7 Grand Master by the time you graduate? Throwing his arm around his star student, he said excitedly, let's hit the training room. Let me see what kind of changes your body went through after absorbing the god's blood. At the training room, Xu Jingming unleashed his power, and wild streaks of brilliant golden lightning danced furiously around him. Watching from a distance, his teacher couldn't help but gape in shock. What on earth is going on? Isn't the purple heaven divine thunder supposed to be purplish blue? Why did it change color? Not only did the color change, even the original aura of his ability is completely different. Xu Jingming calmly explained, didn't Vice President Ling tell you teach? My ability has evolved into the SS-class Duocean Divine Thunder. His teacher was completely dumbfounded, stammering, an ability evolution from S-class to SS-class? No wonder yesterday the Vice President called to say you'd give me a huge surprise. After regaining his composure, he advised, an ability evolution is great, but the control difficulty of an SS-class ability is on a whole different level compared to S-class. You need to train a lot more. Xu Jingming replied politely, understood, master. I actually traded for a Thunder Secret Realm pass. I was wondering what I should prepare before heading out. His teacher nodded in approval. The Thunder Secret Realm is indeed the perfect place for people with lightning element abilities, like us, to cultivate and train. As for the precautions, I'll fill you in after I check your physical condition. Activate your lightning overdrive state now. Xu Jingming smiled confidently, then please test me, master. Instantly, a surge of golden energy enveloped him. He transformed completely. His hair turned spiky and golden. His eyes glowed and powerful golden lightning crackled all over his body. His teacher praised in admiration. Not bad. Not bad at all. The foundation of your indestructible body has been enhanced, probably reaching the 8th tier high rank, and it's even fused with the bloodline aura of a beast emperor. In his transformed state, Xu Jingming thought to himself, no wonder my physical body alone can rival an S-class kill-in, so that's why. His teacher said, take a quick break. I'll call an opponent over for you. Only real combat can truly test your physical limits. He then began, let's look at our options. Dong Yao is a high-tier rank 2, Siwei is a low-tier rank 3, and Lu Ming is still recovering. None of these three can afford to slack off, but junior brother Jingming seems even crazier than his seniors at school. 10 minutes later, some guy in a brown shirt walks in. The teacher goes, ah, there he is. A massive buff student named Zhongshan, a senior from the Weapon Academy, walks in and scratches his head in confusion. Dean, lately I don't think I've done anything wrong. Why is this show-off summoning me again? The teacher smiles, trying to chill him out. Relax, it's no big deal. I just want you to have a pure, raw physical sparring session with my disciple, Xu Jingming. Zhongshan looks at Xu Jingming, who's way smaller than him, and raises an eyebrow. Physical combat? Dean, isn't that just straight up bullying him? The teacher shrugs nonchalantly. Don't worry about it. Just go all out with your power. I'll be watching from the sidelines. Zhongshan cracks his knuckles, grinning at Xu Jingming. All right, Junior, since the dean wants me to go hard, I'm not going to hold back. The teacher turns to a guy standing next to him. Old Fu, who do you think's going to take this? Old Fu breaks it down. In terms of overall power, of course, Xu Jingming is way stronger. But if we're talking pure physical specs, Zhongshan should take the W. The teacher narrows his eyes, not buying it. That's not entirely true. Sure, Zhongshan is a peak rank 3, a class enhancement type user, which is 2 minor realms above Jingming. But the crazy encounters Jingming has had her way beyond anything you can imagine. Right after, Zhongshan lets out a roar, transforming into a massive gray-furred, blue-eyed werewolf. A class ability enhancement type, beast form, blue-eyed gray wolf. Seeing Xu Jingming get into a stance, Zhongshan thinks to himself, this kid's an S-class favored by both the dean and the spatial vice principal, who's a grandmaster. I'd better pull my punches a bit. It'd be bad if I actually break him. Junior, watch out, Zhongshan howls in his wolf form and charges, throwing a devastating punch. But suddenly, the giant wolf's face completely changes, twisted in sheer shock. He stumbles back a few steps, completely shaken. What the hell? I'm a peak rank 3, and I even activated my A-class enhancement, even if I did hold back. This should have been an absolute wipeout. Xu Jingming asks innocently, Senior, were you not going all out? Zhongshan breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, all right, I seriously underestimated this guy. Zhongshan lets out a deafening howl, focusing every ounce of his power. Facing an opponent who's finally getting serious, Xu Jingming just smirks with total confidence. This time, Zhongshan lunges with insane speed, but Xu Jingming easily shuts down the attack. Right after, he unleashes a barrage of strikes, each punch landing with terrifying force. The teacher watches from the side, analyzing. Xu Jingming's blood circulation speed is 1.3 times faster than Zhongshan's. That must be from the blood essence of that unknown beast king. In terms of strength, they're practically neck and neck. He calls out, Jingming, you can activate your lightning limit state. Hearing this, Zhongshan panics, begging, Dean, how about we skip the lightning limit state? Sparks of golden lightning start crackling around Xu Jingming, pushing Zhongshan into pure terror. I'm already getting crushed by him. If he goes into his lightning limit state, it's going to be a total massacre. The giant wolf looks at Xu Jingming with pleading eyes. Junior Jingming, can we go easy on each other next time, please? Jingming enters his lightning limit state, his hair glowing bright gold, and responds with a grin. Sure, no problem. A few minutes later, werewolf Zhongshan is splatted on the floor, panting with his tongue out in total exhaustion. I can't do this anymore. Xu Jingming, back to normal, kneels and hands Zhongshan a potion. Here, the teacher got some inspiration and went to upgrade a combat technique. We should wrap it up too. Thanks for the hard work, Senior Zhang. Shan takes the potion, filled with gratitude. Thanks. Seriously, if anyone on the forum says you're overrated again, I'll be the first to shut them the hell up. Xu Jing asks Old Fu, Uncle Fu, what's the earliest the teacher can come out? Old Fu replies, hard to say, could be A few hours or it could be a few days. Right then, Xu Jingming's phone starts buzzing. He looks at it. It's Principal Ling. Jingming. The guys from Capital University are here, and the original S-Class peak combat technique, God of Thunder's Finger, has been delivered. Head to the Martial Library to grab it. Xu Jingming is taken aback. Principal Ling? Like right now? On the other end, she says, got something else to do? Fine, I'll just pick you up myself. Instantly, a golden spatial vortex opens up, and Principal Ling steps out right in front of him. She slaps her hand on his shoulder, and Xu Jingming is instantly sucked into the rift, vanishing from the gym and leaving everyone else completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, they pop up in a swanky room where some guy is waiting on a sofa. Principal Ling starts introducing them. This is Mr. Chen Lin from Capital University. Then, turning to the man, Mr. Chen, this is Xu Jingming, our Magic Capital University's S-Class genius. Xu Jingming bows, nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. He nods back. Hey there, kid. Principal Ling advises him. Mr. Chen is a low-tier rank 7 Grand Master who has fully mastered the God of Thunder's Finger. He'll be staying here for half a month. During this time, you need to pick his brain as much as possible. He replies, got it, Xu Jingming says politely to Mr. Chen while thinking, man, Capital U went all out this time. They didn't just send the secret manual, they even hooked me up with a tutor. Too bad I can just cheat my way up by dumping points directly. He says, Mr. Chen, I'll be in your hair for the next half month. Mr. Chen smiles warmly. No worries. I'm an old buddy of your teacher, Huang Tian. I'm actually here to visit some old friends anyway. If you need anything cleared up, just find me at Huang Tian's place. After the meetup, Xu Jingming rushes over to the Meteor Guild's gathering. He slips into the meeting room, sounding apologetic. My bad for being late, had a lot on my plate today. His entrance instantly grabs everyone's attention. Hey, Vice President Xu! Welcome, Vice Prez! What's up, Vice Prez? Xu Jingming thinks, damn, a big guild really has a ton of people. A purple-haired guy waves him over. Jingming, sit here, whispering. To him, rank 3 already. At this rate, the Meteor Guild is totally gonna make you the next president. Xu Jingming sits down next to the young Vice President Du Liangping and says, I'm not interested. So, what's today's meeting actually about? Du Liangping explains that it's about the Destiny sect. Those bastards actually dared to ambush the Freshman Alliance from all 3 schools. They seriously got a death wish. Are you down for this mission? Xu Jingming narrowed, his gaze turning ice cold. Hell yeah, I'm taking it. Another guy stood up to speak. The Destiny sect has risen from the ashes and the Great Xia government has officially issued an order to wipe them off the map. Right now, the Academy has rolled out tons of missions related to the Destiny sect, and I hope everyone will step up and participate. He turned to Xu Jingming. Jingming, I bet you're definitely taking a mission. If you want to squad up, hit me up. Jingming smiled and turned him down. Thanks, but I'm more of a solo player. After the meeting, he fell deep into thought. Before jumping into the mission, he needed to master the S-tier one-finger Thunder God first. Having another S-tier combat skill would keep things way safer. Right after that, he headed to Instructor Chen's place. The two sat across from each other. Xu Jingming asked respectfully, Instructor Chen, I went through the one-finger Thunder God manual last night, and there are a few parts I don't quite get. I was hoping to ask you about them. Instructor Chen was shocked. You already read it that fast? Talk about a grind. Just what I'd expect from the top dog of Mado University. Go ahead and shoot. As your mentor, I'll tell you everything I know. He began questioning. First, about the guide's description on connecting with the world's lightning and fusing it with my own lightning. How should I interpret that? Instructor Chen explained, you've already mastered the Heavenly Thunder art, right? Honestly, it's pretty similar, but the one-figure Thunder God needs to be much more condensed and the shapeshifts are way more complex. Xu Jingming nodded. Got it, Instructor Chen. Next came another question. 3 hours later, Instructor Chen patted Xu Jingming's shoulder, saying with satisfaction, your comprehension is insane. You've basically grasped everything. The next step is practice, making your spirit and awakening energy sync up flawlessly. Back in the day, it took me over 10 days just to reach this level. Xu Jingming was grateful. Thank you, Instructor Chen. Jingming closed his eyes and gave a command. Deep blue, add points. A panel popped up. One-finger Thunder God upgraded from entry level. Instructor Chen turned around and said, give the one-finger Thunder God a shot. I'll help you spot any issues. Xu Jingming thought to himself, issues? What issues? I've already mastered it. Xu Jingming confidently suggested, Instructor Chen, how about I go back and practice on my own first? I don't want to waste too much of your time. But Instructor Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, it won't take long at all. He reluctantly agreed. All right then. At the training ground, Xu Jingming got into stance, raising his right hand high, pointing his index finger straight to the sky. Lightning energy began to surge around him. Bright golden lightning bolted and danced violently, creating a powerful scene. Instructor Chen watched with satisfaction, thinking to himself, not bad. The starting stance has 0 issues. It's absolutely perfect. A lot of genius students struggle with just the starting stance for the first 2 months. He kept watching as Xu Jingming took the next step. Wait, what? The second step, connect with the world's lightning, is also a success. Even the top genius of Kyoto University took a whole 4 months for this. But the next part is the real nightmare. There's no way he can. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky onto Xu Jingming's finger, perfectly fusing with his energy. Blinding golden pillar of lightning illuminated the entire sky, its terrifying force shaking the very space around them. Instructor Chen stood frozen, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, unable to believe his own eyes. He actually pulled off the one-finger thunder god? How the hell is this possible? Suddenly, Xu Jingming panicked and yelled, "Instructor Chen, I can't hold back the one-finger thunder god. The lightning is going wild and shooting in all directions." A massive finger-shaped beam of pure thunder charged straight down toward a nearby building. Instructor Chen reacted instantly, forming hand seals as a surge of blue energy erupted to stop the disaster. He roared and unleashed an insanely powerful blue lightning bolt from his own finger to intercept Xu Jingming's attack. The two massive energies collided in midair, creating a massive explosion. Electric sparks sprayed everywhere. After suppressing the blast, Instructor Chen was still left shaken by the sheer force. This energy fluctuation, the one-finger thunder god, was definitely fully unleashed. He turned to warn Xu Jingming, "From now on, you just need to work on your control. If that last shot had landed, this whole area would have been wrecked." Xu Jingming let out a sigh of relief, holding the scroll. "Haha, thank goodness you were here, Instructor Chen. I've got the one-finger thunder god down. So, I'll give this manual back to you." Instructor Chen took the scroll in absolute disbelief. "Wait, what?" Xu Jingming cheerfully said. "All right, I'll head back and practice right now," and quickly bolted. Instructor Chen stood there dumbfounded, watching his student's retreating figure still holding the scroll, while the teaspoon in his other hand trembled. Old Yang's new disciple is a straight-up monster. No wonder he lost the freshman competition. If you weren't an S-class student from Mado University, I'd seriously try to poach you for Kyoto University. Meanwhile, on the streets, Xu Jingming walked and pondered. The power of the one-finger thunder god is freaking insane. Weaker Tier 5 awakened folks probably can't block this at all. But the downside is also super obvious. Just one strike burns through almost half of my Duocean Divine Thunder. He whipped out his phone and commanded, "Eva, open the shop. I need to buy some energy recovery pills." Eva replied instantly, "Sure thing." As he was walking down the street, a loud shout came from behind. "Jingming!" Xu Jingming whipped around, surprised. Song Xian caught up, panting, "What are you doing here?" "I just saw a massive one-finger thunder god light up the villa district. Guessed it was you, so I ran over to find you." The two strolled down the street together. Song Xian asked curiously, "What new skill did you learn this time?" Xu Jingming grinned. "The S-tier one-finger thunder god. Getting ready for the Destiny Sect mission." Chu Yun was startled, her cheeks flushing slightly with excitement. "You're taking a Destiny Sect mission? What tier is it?" Jingming casually replied, "It's an S-tier mission targeting a branch of the Destiny Sect." Chu Yun's face fell slightly. "An S-tier mission? I guess I can't tag along with you then. I'll just have to cheer you on from the academy." Seeing his friend's disappointed look, Xu Jingming asked back, "What about you? Aren't you picking up a mission?" Song Chuyun sighed, "I want to, but I haven't found the right squad mates yet." Xu Jingming suggested looking for senior Zhang Chushuan. "I think she's pretty solid." Song Chuyun's eyes lit up. "Oh right, I'll go find her right now. Come with me." She then grabbed Xu Jingming's hand and dragged him along. "Sure, I actually have some stuff to discuss with her about medicine anyway." Jining City Musi Cafe. Inside the shop, a group of people are sitting around waiting, and this purple-haired girl asks all impatiently, "Hey Cap, is that dude from Magic City University still not here?" The blonde guy calmly replies, "Chill out. We set it for 8:30, and it's not even that time yet. Just wait. It's our own fault that the Jining Public Security Bureau is so short-staffed anyway." Then someone else chimes in, "Yo, Captain, who's even coming?" The captain replies, "His name is Xu Jingming, 19 years old, and he's a freshman." The whole squad gasps in shock. "A freshman? Are those Magic City University guys out of their minds? Sending some rookie to his death? Seriously, it's a total joke." The blonde guy cuts in, but the captain stops him. "Hold your horses, let me finish. This Xu Jingming kid actually has an S-class ability, and he's currently a low-tier rank 3. But his actual combat power? It's peak rank 3. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. What the actual hell? Just a freshman, and he's already that cracked. Dude's an absolute prodigy. So when we meet him, you guys better show some respect." Right on cue, the doorbell goes ding-dong, and Xu Jingming walks right in. He smiles and greets them. "Sorry about that, guys. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." The blonde guy jumps up to shake his hand, saying, "Oh, no, not at all. We literally just got here ourselves. Let me introduce everyone first. I'm Kaiju B-Class Reinforcement Type, peak rank 3. Pointing to the others, he goes, "That's Shangshan, B-Class Support Type, mid-rank 3. And that feisty purple-haired girl is Zhangtong, B-Class Fire Type, high rank 3. The brainy-looking guy with glasses is Sun Yan, B-Class Psychic Type, high rank 3. After the introductions, Kaiju gets straight to business. "All right, everyone's here. Let's skip the small talk and get down to it. Let me show you what we've dug up on. The Destiny Sect." "Awesome, thanks for the hard work," Jingming says as he sits down to listen. Kaiju pulls up a 3D hologram. "Right now, we've got 2 solid leads on the Destiny Sect. Specifically these two, Zhao Yahao, the boss of the Tiger Society, and Ling Chong, the CEO of South Blue Sea Tech." He goes on to lay out the plan. "Our intel shows both of these guys are linked to the Destiny Sect here in Jining. The plan is to bag them and hand them over to a psychic ability user for interrogation. That way we'll locate the main Jining branch of the Destiny Sect." Kaiju adds, "But Lung Chong is a hard nut to crack. So we're planning to take down Zhao Yuhao first. Junior Shu, you'll just tag along with us tomorrow." Jingming frowns. "Wait, since there are 2 targets, why not split up? Isn't it faster and safer?" He stands up, casually pointing at Kaiju with a confident smirk. "Actually, feels like you guys are doubting me. Leave Lung Chong to me and you guys handle the Tiger Society." Kaiju shoots him a skeptical look. Are all S-class rookies from Magic City University this cocky? Even with an S-class ability, going up against a rank 4 is basically suicide. Zhang Tong chimes in to back him up. Seriously, Leng Chang's personal bodyguard is a rank 4. He's not someone you can handle on your own. Let's get Zhao Yuhao first, then we'll team up. Jingming shrugs. Chill, I've got this. Hearing his stubbornness, she snaps. Are you completely deaf to what we're saying? Kaiju sighs and tosses him a USB. Fine, since you're so stubborn, we'll let you handle this solo, Junior Shu. Here's a 3D render. And all the data on their corp. Jingming catches the USB, flashing a sly grin. Man, you guys have zero faith in an S-class, huh? Guess I'll just have to show off what I can really do. That night, sitting in a pitch-black room, Jingming stares at the 3D map projected from his portable EVA terminal and mutters, "We've got 5,362 sensors and 51 ability user patrols." Resting his chin in his hand, his eyes turn icy cold. Leng Chang, that slick bastard, actually turned a tech park into a high-security fortress that's tighter than a military base. Suddenly, his phone on the floor buzzes with an incoming message notification. He picks it up to read Kaiju's text. Jingming, the Bureau just put together a 20-man special ops team for you. They're all yours to command. Jingming sighs, resting his forehead in his hand with zero expectations. Appreciate the backup, but honestly, they're probably just going to get in my way when things go down. The next day at the massive South Blue Sea Tech Park complex, Jingming is chilling at an outdoor cafe, sipping tea. He whispers into his earpiece, "Captain Wang, what's the recon looking like?" Wang Gang, the team leader with a peak rank 2 ability, currently disguised as a corporate drone, replies, "Report. Commander, my guys have swept the area multiple times, but so far we haven't found a single blind spot or loophole in their defense system." Hearing that, Jingming looks down, lost in thought. Man, I really wanted to do this the easy way. Guess I'll just have to bust down the front door. Right then, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts. "Xu Jingming?" Lin Qingluan, his old high school class president, walks up with wide eyes. "Oh my god, it really is you." Jingming is just as shocked. "Yo, Madam President, what a crazy coincidence. Oh right, I almost forgot you go to college here in Jining." Lin Qingluan tilts her head. "Wait, Jingming, aren't you supposed to be in Magic City? What are you doing in Jining, on vacation?" Jingming grins. "Something like that. I wanted to check out the inside of the tech park, but they wouldn't let me pass security." She immediately beams, offering to help. "Hey, my uncle actually got invited to a tech expo inside. I can totally get him to sneak you in with us." Jingming pretends to hesitate. "Wait, is that really all right?" Lin Qingluan waves it off. "Psh, don't worry about it. He just needs to say the word." Jingming looks at her and gives a soft, grateful smile. "Thanks, Madam President." Lin Qingluan giggles. "Haha, you're seriously still calling me that?" Seizing this golden ticket, Jingming mutters under his breath into his earpiece, "Well, look at that. Talk about a lucky break. Team, stand down for now and wait for my signal." Thanks to his old friend, he successfully slips into the inner courtyard of the tech park. Lin Haima, Qingluan's uncle, turns to them and says, "Our host, Boss Leng Chang, won't be joining us for a bit. I'm gonna go catch up with some friends. You two go ahead and look around." Qingluan nods politely. "Thanks, Uncle Lin." Meanwhile, Jingming smirks to himself. "Perfect. If he's heading this way, it saves me the trouble of hunting him down." Once her uncle walks off, Qingluan turns to him. "So Jingming, did you actually end up becoming an ability user?" Jingming nods. "Yep, sure did." A trace of sadness and envy flashes across her face. "Man, I'm so jealous. You became an actual user in just 6 months, while I'm still stuck as a mere awakened, unable to break through." Just as they're talking, Jingming's phone starts vibrating. "Hold on, let me take this real quick," he says, stepping into a quiet corner to answer. Kaiju's voice immediately blasts through the receiver, sounding extremely frantic. "Junior Shu, have you located Leng Chang yet? The Tiger Society guys got tipped off and fled. Leng Chang is our absolute last lead. Do not let him escape." Escape. Xu Jingming frowned, wondering if Leng Chang was also planning to make a run for it. Seeing Xu Jingming's silence, Caiju anxiously called out again. "Student! Shu, what's going on? Why aren't you saying anything?" Xu Jingming snapped out of it, realizing the urgency. Staring at his phone, he answered calmly, "It's nothing. I found Leng Chang." The scene cuts to Caiju's team, where Zhang Dong asks impatiently, "Captain, what's the situation with Xu Jingming?" Caiju stared at his phone and replied, "He said he found Leng Chang, but I don't know the actual situation there. We're heading over right now to back him up." Xu Jingming turned to Lin Qingluan and gave her a serious look. "Class Prez, take your people and go hide in a corner. I've got some business to handle." Lin Qingluan was totally clueless. Hide? Hide from what? Ignoring his friend's confusion, Xu Jingming strode forward, his voice dripping with killing intent. "Actually, I came here for another reason." Not far away, Uncle Lin was warmly greeting the chairman of South Lanai Tech, Leng Chang. "Long time no see, Boss Leng. When are you going to spare some time for us old friends?" Leng Chang replied arrogantly. "Lately, I've been pretty busy with some matters in this building." Suddenly, Xu Jingming's thunderous roar echoed through the area, startling Leng Chang and his bodyguards. "Leng Chang of the Destiny Sect, surrender now." Xu Jingming raised his hand, declaring sharply to the crowd, "According to the Jining City Public Security Bureau's investigation, Leng Chang of Lanhai Tech is involved with the Destiny Sect. Anyone uninvolved, please leave immediately. If you choose to keep protecting Leng Chang, you will be treated as members of the Destiny Sect." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, their faces filled with panic and shock. The Destiny Sect? Did Leng Chang really join that crazy cult? No way, but the Security Bureau guy is right here. It can't be fake. Right then, the muscular bodyguard Wu Heng stepped forward to shield Leng Chang, a mocking smirk on his face. Forgive me, but I only know that I'm Boss Leng's personal bodyguard. I don't know crap about any destiny sect. Is your security bureau so short on staff that they had to send a little punk who's only at low rank tier 3 here? The onlookers were shook once again. Is Xu Jingming really only at low rank tier 3? Are the top universities really that monstrous? In less than a semester, they can train an awakened into a tier 3 esper? Xu Jingming calmly held out his hand, and a hovering device appeared. He coldly commanded, "Looks like you're also part of the Destiny sect. In that case, I'll take care of both of you. Eva, start recording the mission." The mechanical sphere chimed. Eva has received the order. Hearing those arrogant words, Wu Heng roared in anger, veins bulging on his biceps as he swung his great sword. "Take care of me? Who gave you the balls to talk to me like that?" Charging forward with pure bloodlust, he screamed, "Die!" Wu Heng leaped high into the air, slashing his sword straight down and unleashing a crimson energy slash at Xu Jingming. Blood Tiger Slash! The ground split open, and the bystanders backed away in terror. "We're doomed. Master Wu is making his move, and he's a mid-rank tier 4. Master Wu is just too strong. This bluestone floor is as hard as D-rank alloy, yet it got split in half so easily." However, Xu Jingming lightly stepped back, dodging the attack. Wu Heng propped his sword against the ground and sneered, "Fast reflexes, kid? You dodged one, but do you think you can dodge a second?" Xu Jingming smirked coldly, lightning beginning to crackle around his body. "Dodge? No need for that. I've already measured your capabilities." Right after he spoke, Xu Jingming's entire body erupted with blinding lightning, turning him into a streak of golden electricity that dashed forward. Seeing this, Wu Heng broke into a cold sweat, absolutely terrified. Is this deification? Isn't this the power that only the godblood messengers in the sect can master? No, wait, this isn't deification. There are no physical mutations like those deified immortals. Xu Jingming closed the distance in the blink of an eye, his killing intent soaring, stubborn and foolish. "Since you're like this, you can just go to hell." With a deafening screech of wind, Xu Jingming swung his arm, sending a sharp bolt of lightning straight down. Slash! The lightning struck hard, piercing Wu Heng's chest. The bodyguard's corpse, with a massive hole in his chest, collapsed onto the bloody ground, leaving the onlookers utterly terrified. The crowd gasped, whispering in fear. Too strong. He really killed Master Wu in the blink of an eye. "Qingluan, is Xu Jingming really your high school classmate?" Qingluan was also breaking into a cold sweat. "Yeah, I'm pretty damn shocked right now too. His growth is just way too fast." Leng Chang witnessed the whole thing, his face drenched in cold sweat as he backed away in panic. Since when did the security bureau get a monster like this? Not letting his prey escape, Xu Jingming immediately waved his hand to cast a spell. Lightning Cage. He sneered, trying to run? Too late. Fiery pillars of lightning shot up from the ground, trapping Leng Chang. With the electric barrier keeping Leng Chang locked in, Xu Jingming slowly walked closer. He glared at him with icy eyes, warning, "Wu is dead. You'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I'll hand you over for interrogation in one piece." Leng Chang gritted his teeth, forcing a desperate laugh. "I didn't expect the Public Security Bureau to have a bloodthirsty freak like you." Suddenly, Leng Chang's face paled. What are you doing?" Without another word, Xu Jingming shoved a Rasengan straight into his chest. Instantly, he started foaming at the mouth and blacked out, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Seeing this terrifying scene, the surrounding guests panicked, shouting to get out. "What the hell is going on? The Destiny sect guy is already caught, so why can't we leave?" "Yeah, we're not cult members. Let us go." Immediately, security officers in black suits and sunglasses rushed in to restore order. They formed a barrier to block the crowd, announcing firmly, "Until the matter is fully investigated, no one is allowed to leave. Anyone who attempts to force their way out will be treated as a member of the Destiny sect." Cornered, everyone's faces showed anxiety and speechless frustration. Meanwhile, the security officers asserted, "The Public Security Bureau won't wrongfully arrest any law-abiding citizen, but we won't let a single criminal slip through the cracks either." Cut to the scene of the Southland Tech Zone. The hurried, clattering footsteps of the Special Forces echoed as they rushed in to assist. Looking at the neat and quiet scene, an officer, the patrol squad stood there looking totally dazed. Everything was quiet and orderly. Not a single casualty among the Special Ops unit, which made it look like the mission was a total bust. Tai Su rushed over, clicking his tongue in disappointment. "Damn it, all that hard work right down the drain. I thought we could at least bag one of them and track him down to find the Destiny Sex branch. Are we too late?" Tunangon asked anxiously. "Did Lan Shuang escape?" The agent shook his head. "No, we've secured the Blue Ocean Tech Zone. The scene is locked down and Lan Shuang is already in custody." Tai Su gasped in shock. "Hold up, Lan Shuang got busted? Then why the hell don't you guys have a single scratch on you?" The security agent scratched his head, looking totally clueless. We don't really know the details either. By the time we got here, Officer Hua had already wrapped everything up. We're just on cleanup duty." Taiku's whole squad went pale in disbelief. "What?" Taiku stammered. "Doesn't he have a mid-tier 4 bodyguard with him?" The agent casually replied, "Oh, he took care of all of them." Right after that, Taisu's eyes locked onto a charred corpse with a massive hole blown straight through its chest. It was the bodyguard, Wu Heng, lying in a pool of blood. Taisu knelt down to inspect the wound, a cold sweat breaking out all over him. Xu Jingming actually killed a mid-tier 4 fighter? I thought he just chased him off. Killing and defeating someone are on two completely different levels of difficulty. And it was a one-hit kill too. Damn, I totally slept on Madu University's S rank. Thank God I didn't piss him off earlier. Taisu stood up and walked over to where Xu Jingming was standing. Captain Tai, you're here. Taisu put on a massive brown-nosing smile. Student Hua, thanks for the hard work. Man, if it weren't for you, our squad would have been totally screwed. Once this mission is over, I'm definitely buying you a drink. Jingming coldly shoved his hands in his pockets, glancing at Lan Xiong, who was tightly bound in heavy iron chains. Save the drinks for later. Let's interrogate them first to get the location of the Destiny Sect branch. Tonggon used his mental ability on Lan Xiong, then turned to report. The Destiny Sect branch is on the outskirts of Jining City. There are about 200 cultists, including 3 low tier 4, 1 mid tier 4, all of whom are Godblood messengers, plus 8 tier 3, and the rest are tier 1 and tier 2. Jingming's eyes lit up with sheer excitement as a sly grin crept onto his face. Godblood messengers. After grinding for so long, we finally found what we're looking for. Each messenger is basically a fat stack of ability points. Taisu hesitantly suggested, Student Hua, that's way too many ability users. Should we call for backup? Jingming casually waved his hand. No need, I can handle it. No time to waste, let's roll right now. Cut to the squad trekking deep along a narrow trail through a dense mountain forest, finally stopping at a clearing. Tonggon spoke up. The Destiny Sect branch is right here. You won't see anything unusual with the naked eye. Relax your minds, I'm going to share my vision. The team chorused, got it. Feeling the surge of mental energy, Jingming thought, wow, the abilities of a psychic-type user are actually super handy. I should hit up the library later and research this. I wonder if the lightning element can pull off a similar sensory effect. As soon as the mental vision unlocked, a massive alloy gate hidden inside the mountain appeared right before them. Tai Tzu crouched behind a tree and asked, Xiao Tong, can you use your fire ability to blow this alloy gate sky high or shatter that stone wall? Zhang Tong frowned as she sized it up. That's going to be tough. Jingming popped a tier 3 energy recovery pill into his mouth. Let me give it a shot, Taisu said apologetically, then I'll leave it to you, brother Hua. We couldn't help it all with Lan Xiong, and now we're relying on you again. Our 2 elite tier 3 squads look pretty damn useless next to Madu's S rank. Jingming stepped forward, raising his hand to unleash his lightning god finger. Thunder roared furiously as a massive blazing golden bolt shot down like a meteor. Boom! The insane shockwave pulverized the alloy gate, blowing it into 100 pieces that went flying everywhere. The blast wind kicked up a storm of dirt and debris, nearly blowing away Taisu and Zhang Tong as they scrambled for cover. Clutching a tree trunk, Taisu was completely losing his mind. Holy crap, am I dreaming? Is this really the kind of firepower a tier 3 should have? Jingming gently blew the lingering electricity off his fingertips, wearing a smug grin. Damn, that felt good. The first time I used Lightning God Finger, Teacher Chenlin blocked it, so I didn't get to fully enjoy the rush. But now that regret is finally cleared. He grabbed his spear and charged ahead. Captain Tai, the gate's busted. I'm going in first. Eva, initiate combat tracking mode. Right after saying that, Jingming and his mechanical orb dashed into the dark depths of the underground bunker. Outside, Taixu transformed into his half-leopard beast form and yelled, give it everything you've got. Leave 10 people out here to lock down the perimeter and make sure none of these cultists escape. The rest of you, charge in with me. Inside the base, the panicked cultists scrambled to group up. One guy raised his hands and barked, don't panic! Get your weapons and face the enemy! The fanatical crowd roared back, yeah, follow High Priest Wang. The Heavenly God is eternal and he will grant us strength. Priest Wang calmed the crowd, saying, do not worry, everyone. The lapdogs from the Public Security Bureau are tier 3 at best. Meanwhile, we have noble tier 4 Godblood messengers on our side. If one comes, we kill one. If 2 come, we kill a pair. Embrace destiny, for the Heavenly God is eternal. The entire cult raised their hands, chanting so loudly the ceiling shook. Destiny, the Heavenly God is eternal. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning tore right through the ceiling, striking straight down.